Live finally? There we go. All right. Had some few technical issues trying to make sure we connected to the right stream. Hopefully it's all working now. There we go. All right. Welcome everyone to the second annual virtual Aquaponic Cannabis Conference. We are early, don't worry, you are not late. We are just getting started. Marty and I recorded a nice 40-minute trailer that kind of introduces all the speakers. I thought I would cue that up while you guys are waiting and finish getting the rest of the speakers situated for this morning and give you guys kind of a bit of an intro. I apologize for my whiny little baby wolf dog over here who's crying. If you've never had a wolf dog, they are not as intimidating as people think they are. They have two sounds. They have field mouse and then like raging lunatic, and no volume in between. All right. Thank you everybody for coming today. We have a wonderful lineup of speakers from around the world to entertain you guys today and educate you guys today. We also have a wonderful prize pack. If you sign up over at ap420.com for free, 100% for free, we actually will be giving out a Spectrum King 403 Light along with a full nutrient pack for a full 12-week flowering run and up to 300 gallons, and as well as a copy of the Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass for one lucky person. And then we're going to do some other awesome giveaways based off the people that sign up through there. So, and we're not going to harass you about all kinds of stuff. We're just going to start doing maybe 1 or 2 events a year around Aquaponic Cannabis. And we want to be able to reach people and find you guys again and make sure that you know about the latest free educational events that we're putting on. So just sign up over there so we have your email and you'll be automatically entered to win the prize. We started the contest on Thursday. That'll be running through Sunday, and we'll announce the grand prize winner Sunday night. So and then we'll have other announcements for winners over the course of the conference. So thanks a lot for everyone for joining us today. I'm going to queue up the conference trailer just so you guys have a little bit of a preview of the speakers today, and then at 8 a.m. Pacific we'll get started.
Well, apparently had some screen share issues and didn't actually show the intro, although it played the audio. I don't know why the screen's there in the end. Thank you everybody for joining us here. The second annual virtual Aquaponic Cannabis Conference preview trailer. Marty and I wanted to put together a thing here, and I'm going to tell you guys a little bit more about the conference. Sorry, I'm trying to
as well as short and formatted talks as well for each speaker. We have you can also find last year's the first virtual Aquaponic Cannabis Conference on the YouTube channel Ponics, and all of those are also available in audio format as well on your favorite podcast app. So, sorry, of course, my dog decides to start drinking as soon as I record. Sorry if you can hear that in the background. Alrighty, we have a wonderful lineup of speakers. Marty and I have put a ton of work into getting this together. So definitely check us out. So here's this full schedule.
if you're looking for the full things top to bottom, it is for free on YouTube live. You can watch on anything that supports YouTube. All the talks will be available on YouTube and again, re-uploaded on other platforms afterwards. So give me a couple days, a week or two to get that all back uploaded because it takes a while to edit it all down. It's going to be a ton of great info for soil and aquaponic growers alike. If you aren't familiar with aquaponics, you certainly learn a lot. We tried to bring speakers on this year that really have more soil focus than last year. We have Clackamas Coot. We have Lorenzo Fruscella, who I think is going to be a great speaker talking to us about that, and a whole bunch of others. So we tried to make it more of a hybrid conference this year than strictly aquaponics. I think next year we're actually going to have enough people with enough white papers and enough university stuff we'll be able to really push the science a little bit more. There's certainly a lot of stuff really close to being published right now. So I think next year will be a little bit more academia related. So first off, Saturday at 9 a.m., I'll be speaking. I have many years of experience in aquaponic cannabis. I've been doing this commercially since 2013. And I've worked around the world, South Africa, Zimbabwe, United States, Canada, Jamaica, and elsewhere. So definitely looking forward to giving you guys a presentation on kind of a bunch of different, kind of some basics on aquaponic cannabis if you're new to it, and then some more kind of bleeding edge advancements on what's going on and what I've been working on for the past year. Next up, we have Sweetwater Aquaponics out of South Africa. They're currently the largest aquaponic cannabis producer in all of Africa, as well as South Africa. So not just South Africa, but all of Africa. And they currently produce a wide range of medical products. They also have some really wonderful lines. They're working with a gentleman from Strain Hunters and a bunch of other things. I'll actually be over there at their farm here sometime next year. Originally, I was supposed to head over there in November. Looks like it's going to be February or March, or probably April or May before I actually get over there. So we'll definitely have some good times over there together as well. They also have educational seminars and a training school as well for people who's trying to learn. And they also do a lot of free education for farmers as well. They're not just about profiting, they're also about making the world better by teaching farmers. And that's one of the reasons why I'm super passionate about getting involved with them, because they're more than just cannabis producers. They care about the community and actually put forth that by putting out education for people that in an environment that generally doesn't have that type of free education available. We have Cymbiosed, which is the current largest aquaponic cannabis producer in all of Switzerland, one of the largest ones in all of Europe. They produce non-organic certified CBD cannabis and hemp, as well as I believe they have THC cultivars as well now. I got to double check on that, but I think they have that as well now. In Switzerland. So they also export to the UK. They're one of the few companies exporting from Switzerland to the UK as well. So they have a very high standards when it comes to quality of their product. I've been talking to them for quite a long time. I actually had a wonderful experience talking with one of their cultivators there at the Aquaponics Association's conference, which was a couple weeks ago. Definitely check that out if you're a member, or consider joining, because they do a lot of work with lobbying in DC and helping make sure the USDA doesn't regulate us out of existence. They also do a lot of things as far as different products, and are definitely one of the bigger aquaponic cannabis producers on the eastern half of Canada. Next up, we have Josh and Kelly of Dragonfly Medicine, the king and queen of regenerative organic farming. I think they're pretty much undisputed in that realm. They're the founders of the DEM Pure certification. They have decades of experience doing regenerative practice. And yeah, okay. I thought I wasn't screen sharing for a second. Decades of experience with regenerative practices, and again, just extremely experienced on a whole host of different topics.
I mean, they essentially don't just hand out the certifications, but they wrote the standard for the certification. Like they roadmapped and just did a ton of stuff. So yeah, I as much as I'm not a fan of the concept of royalty, I would say they're probably royalty in this regard.
Oh, for sure. And they've really helped push the education and the practices of regenerative farming, closed loops, and all the rest that comes along with helping people improve the quality of the soil and the quality of their products that they're producing on their farms. You know, they really are super passionate about it and lead by example, which not a lot of people do worldwide. And you know, they've worked everywhere from Haiti to Canada, so they're really truly experienced when it comes to growing regeneratively around the world. We have Thumb Genetics, who's a commercial aquaponic cannabis producer out of Michigan, one of the only commercial aquaponic cannabis producers from Michigan. They use a mainly DWC facility and raise tilapia, so super excited to have them on. We have Lorenzo Fruscella, who's going to be giving a wonderful talk. Actually, we got a short version of the talk he's going to be giving at the Aquaponics Association conference. And when Quan Con Fem was unable to join us last minute, he was the first on the list for us to reach out to, because he's done a ton of comparisons, and I think you guys are really going to enjoy his talk, comparing living soil compost to aquaponics with and living soil compost, like side-by-side comparisons, but then also comparing compost plus aquaponic water to further improve the microbiome, and then also running them against soilless controls. So you could see what was the water, what was the compost, and what was the combo. And I think that especially for people that are kind of, you know, there's a lot of discussion between the living soil people and the aquaponic people. And I think you guys are really, regardless of how you feel about that topic, I think you're really going to learn a lot from his talk and get a lot of insight as to what's going on in the soil and in the root zone itself. He's a researcher out of London. So super cool to have him with us. We have Caleb of Copyleft Cultivars, also known as Soulshine Growing on Instagram. He'll be talking to us about Copyleft Cultivars, which is a protection program kind of in the same spirit as Open Cannabis Project, without all the phylos baggage. It's strictly about protecting things copyleft is already used in other parts of the patent law, so it's kind of a bit of a precedence on some of that stuff. So it's interesting to see the merger of the two worlds. And I truly feel like his heart's in the right place. And one of the reasons why I wanted to get him involved is because it is a very hot topic in our industry and something that I think does need to be addressed. And he's one of the few people fighting the good fight.
Yeah, and I do feel like after phylos, you know, anybody who has like, say, a similar goal, you know, I think kind of rightfully triggers some people, but definitely, you know, listen to what he has to say, you know, before you make your judgments. I wouldn't judge anybody for not wanting to get involved in another project that at least you could look at as having similar goals, even though if you sit down and listen to them, I think you'll find out it was more like maybe what Phylos was supposed to be and never well, they just flat out lied about. I guess is probably the easiest way to put it.
Yeah.
So
if you want to learn more about that, we covered it over at least 6 episodes with people that were involved directly. So if you want to learn more about that and educate yourself on some of the previous pitfalls of that particular area of this industry.
right. So and definitely, you know, like I was just saying, listen to what they have to say, and I think that you'll hear them singing a different tune. So even if you feel burned by Phylos and maybe aren't feeling like participating, just listen for a while, and I think you'll hear that they have different goals for sure.
Oh yes, very, very different. And not only that, but I think it certainly helps when the person who broke the Phylos story is one of the advisors. You know, it kind of definitely helps bring credence to that they're on the right side through action as well as words.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, sorry, I'm too many buttons. Next up, Saturday at 4 p.m., we have Chris Trump speaking to us. If you don't know who Chris Trump is, he is the guru of gurus when it comes to Korean natural farming. There's arguably nobody else that speaks English that knows more than him. I think there's a few that speak Korean that might know more, but certainly not that speak English. When it comes to Korean natural farming, he's worked on thousands of acres of farms across many different crops. He currently works with vegetable, fruit tree, nut tree, and cannabis producers around the world. He also is a certified Korean natural farming instructor in all levels of Korean natural farming. So definitely check him out. He also does a wonderful online course at christrump.com if you're looking for more info.
And I hear he only feeds his beard natural inputs.
Yes, his beard is only fed organic inputs as well.
It's pretty epic.
Right? Definitely has the beard swagger going. Next up, we have the commercial cultivation panel. We will have people from Vertica Aquaponics, Bain Howard of Vertica Aquaponics, myself. We have Thumb Genetics will be joining us, as well as a couple of other surprise people who we're going to keep it kind of secret on the panelists until we hit our time. That's the reason why we didn't list them here. Same thing with the other panels. We have a main list and then a couple of maybes. So we'll have at least 3 panelists on each one, with possibly as many as 8. We're kind of trying to get a bunch of different perspectives on the panels, so I think you guys will like it. We're just working on scheduling with a couple of people last minute. This is going to be guest moderated by Heavy Days of the Podcast, one of the most popular cannabis podcasts on the internet. He's going to be helping us moderate, which is going to be a lot of fun. He's a good friend of mine. Had a great chance to spend time with him at an Emerald Cup, so shout out to him. Keeping it real down in Australia, which has gotten harder and harder to grow in the last year or two. And then a huge range of panelists, and then we're going to do a lot, part of it talking about each person's farm, and the next part of it talking about different industry issues that I feel are important. And then we're going to leave it up to you guys for the last part of it to ask your questions with the panelists. So I think you guys are really going to like that, especially if you've never had a chance to ask commercial producers what it's like to do it at scale. Every single person that we're inviting on this is doing it at least 3,000 square feet or more. Most of them over 8 or 10,000. So definitely keep that in mind with your questions. Next up, we have Dr. Wilson Lennard from Australia, one of the original aquaponic experts out of Australia. He's been doing this for many decades. He's also the author of multiple aquaponic commercial aquaponic production books, including one of my favorites, Commercial Aquaponics, which is a great book. I own a paper copy and a digital copy. He's also created a ton of useful calculators on his website as well, if you check him out there. So definitely a great expert to have, and someone who had a great, wonderful talk for us last year from Australia. Next up, we have Dylan McAmmond, who's a grower out of Saskatchewan. If you've been a part of the Aquaponic Cannabis Growers group on Facebook, you've certainly seen pictures of his grow. I believe the banner is currently his grow. He's definitely one of the more active people that helps Marty and I on the Facebook group. I very much appreciate him for that. He's also been so successful with his small producer license, micro license up in Saskatchewan. He's now expanding to a commercial license here. As we speak, if you check out his YouTube, he's got his Instagram, he's got some build pictures and stuff going. So super excited for him to be able to expand based on the success that he's had growing aquaponics, cannabis aquaponically. So super happy for him and super excited to have him give a full hour-long talk, as well as be part of our craft growers panel. Next up, we have Wendy Kornberg, who's an expert in Korean natural farming. She's a DEM Pure certified farmer, extremely experienced grower from Southern Humboldt. She's been growing her whole life, and she's also a teacher as part of the Ganjier program, which is a kind of like a sommelier program for growers and bud tenders. So excited about that, and also a certified Korean natural farming teacher as well. I forgot about that part as well. She's highly skilled in many different things when it comes to the plant. So super excited to have her give a talk as well at 8 p.m. And then at 9 p.m. Pacific on Saturday, November 13th, we're going to have Matthew Gates speaking to us on integrated pest management. He's, in my opinion, the top expert or one of the top experts in aquaponic, especially cannabis production. He also is an expert and works with quite a few different aquaponic growers and living soil growers, as well as non-cannabis growers. So he actually also gave a talk for the Aquaponics Association of China, along with myself and a couple of other people. So definitely a great resource to have available, and has a wonderful YouTube channel that has some of the most unique and interesting perspectives on cannabis pest management, especially his series on the evolutionary history of cannabis, along with the evolutionary history of the various insects that attack cannabis and where they were on that evolutionary chain. So which to me is one of the most fascinating things that anyone's ever posted on cannabis, but I'm a bit of a nerd. So,
and he's been on the podcast multiple times, and it's always tons of great content. Always learned something. It's very cool. Highly recommend. Well, and didn't he have a talk last year also? Did he have-
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. It presented last year as well.
So all great content.
Next up, we have Breeder Steve on Sunday morning, the original OG of Aquaponic Cannabis, the first person to write about Aquaponic Cannabis back in the late 90s on Overgrow. He currently is helping run one of the largest cannabis production facilities in all of the world in Colombia, which currently has the largest aquaponic cannabis system anywhere in the world. They actually things as large as caiman swimming through their system. So, it really is a truly different scale that he's working with down there with the ponds and everything. So definitely think you guys will really enjoy having him on. He's also the creator of many different cultivars. Just a really fun guy to talk to. We've had him on the show before. I've had the pleasure of hanging out with him up in Vancouver, and he really is just all around fun to hang out with, and super knowledgeable about just a whole host of different cannabis topics.
He's just a great storyteller too. Like you can just like on a lot of the podcast episodes, you can go check those out. And he just has great stories. So always a good time with Breeder Steve. And knowledgeable too, obviously. You learn something and you laugh. So it's a win-win.
Oh yeah. Next up, we have Angela Tenenbrock. She's a biosecurity expert and auditor for people when they're trying to figure out what's going on with their system, where can they improve their practices and their processes, or preparing for inspections and those types of things. She's extremely experienced, worked with the USDA before on multiple different legislation regarding food safety, and really knows her stuff more than just about anybody else in the industry when it comes to biosecurity. She's one of the few people that I, occasionally reach out to when I have a question, and really knows her stuff. So really thankful to have her take the time to tell us and help educate the cannabis community. She gave a wonderful talk previously, and I think it'll be great to have her back. Next up, we have Victor Labanov, who's an aquaculture microbial expert who's studying at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden. He's currently focused on microbial digestion and how it aids food production. He's going to give us a really cool talk on microbes. I've had the pleasure of hearing him talk at the Aquaponics Association conference and was very much impressed. He comes recommended from Joe Pate, so certainly check him out as well. I think he's the next speaker up. But definitely excited to hear his work and see more people working on the microbial interactions between aquaculture and soil, and how aquaculture, be it aquaponics or just disconnected aquaculture going to living soil, can be highly beneficial. So next up, we have Joe Pate, as an aquaponic expert and consultant. He's formerly a student at University of Kentucky State. He did a lot of the early research with Korean natural farming inputs and aquaponics while he was there at Kentucky State. He's also currently working on a commercial aquaponic vegetable farm out in New Mexico, so check him out. Definitely one of the more knowledgeable people when it comes to aquaponic chemistry. Tanner Stewart is a commercial aquaponics farmer from Stewart Farms up in New Brunswick. They have a very large aquaponic cannabis facility that's under construction. I believe they're building it out in phases. That's one of the rooms there at the facility. He also works closely with a lot of my breeder friends, working on a lot of different cuts. So he's a lot of really good genetics that he's sitting on. So super excited to see what he cooks up there. And he's going to be talking to us about the stuff that they've been doing up there. They make a lot of bath bombs and skin products and lots of other things. So we're talking to us about, beginning to end on that stuff. He's a really great guy. He's been on the show before. Next up, we got Josh from Dutch Blooms. I thought this picture was too awesome not to use. So definitely check him out. He's the founder of the Science of Regenerative Organic Cannabis Cultivation Conference. He's also a DenPure certified farmer. He has, in my opinion, the nicest living soil and aquaponic combined cannabis farm that's out there anywhere in the country that I've seen, where the whole thing is combined into one giant process. I think it's just really amazing. And his farm, if you've had a chance to visit, is truly one of the coolest ones in all of cannabis in the United States. So definitely check out his stuff. He gives a wonderful tour from last year, and he's been on the show many times. He's been a co-host of the show before, so great dude. And a fully licensed a farmer up in Washington State, so definitely check him out. Also, you can check him out over at regenerativeCannabis.com, a regenerative cannabis conference. He was going to kill me for getting it wrong, but we'll get the thing right. But check out his regenerative conference as well. He just announced that early people get some extra goodies and benefits in their gift bag if you buy tickets early. So definitely check it out. The dates are up for next year. I believe we're doing 4 dates for next year. I'll be one of the speakers as well, full disclosure. So definitely check that out. It really is the best conference to go to of all the conferences that you can attend in person. In my opinion, you'll learn the more there than you will anywhere else. That's for sure.
Definitely the best seed swap.
Definitely the best seed swap for sure. Not even close. And then Kevin McKernan is going to be speaking to us about cannabis genetics. That's going to be a awesome talk. He's one of the leading scientists in medicinal genomics. He's also regularly publishes full genomes. They actually published the full genome of psilocybin cubensis. Sorry, I said that wrong. Anyways, you know what I mean. They just talked about all different types of stuff on his stuff. We've had him on the show to talk about all different kinds of things, but he's particularly an expert when it comes to genomics of cannabis and different mushroom species. So he's putting a lot of that stuff out into the public domain so it can't be patented, which is one of the wonderful things you see him doing as far as helping protect the industry from some of the evil people on the patent side of genetics. So great guy, also constantly developing different things. If you find a funky plant, you don't know what's wrong with it, send it off to him, to medicinal genomics, and they can, often help you figure it out through the genome. So he's going to be giving us a talk about some of the different genetic analysis they've had on the root zones of different plants. So that'll be really cool to see what's going on in the root systems. Next up, we have Rob Nash from Austin Aquaponics. He's been growing down there for a long time in Austin. He's been growing aquaponic hemp in Texas for 3 years. He's going to be talking to us about growing aquaponic hemp in the South. So that'll be a lot of fun. I had a great time hanging out with him down in Austin, and we'll have a great chance to catch up again at the conference. Next up, we have Clackamas Coot. Clackamas Coot's the founder of Coots Mix, or creator of Coots Mix, or at least the guy that made it popular. However it is that you'd like, he would like to mention it. Anyways, he's a soil expert, microbial expert, and tons of experience growing a ton of cannabis. He really knows his stuff. He's one of my favorite people to shoot the shit with, especially on Fumi's show and my show. If you watch any of the episodes where Coot and I are on there, generally they're extra long. They're 3 or 4 hours long, and it's him and I just going back and forth about all kinds of science. Truly one of the people I really feel intellectually stimulated by to talk to, and a great guy to hang out with, especially on Hangouts and stuff. It's been a lot of fun.
I think my favorite,
I
think my favorite thing about talking with Coot or having him on a panel or anything else, it's you never have to wonder if you really are getting what he thinks. He pretty much just says whatever's on his mind all the time. There's no question that you're hey Coot, tell me how you really feel about this. You really know. You don't even have to ask. You'll get it.
Oh yeah, he's definitely fun. Next up, we have a gentleman with a similar outlook on life, Dr. Robert Faust, who's another extremely knowledgeable person when it comes to soil science. He's probably the single most knowledgeable person in all of the United States when it comes to humic and fulvic acids. He did a bunch of research in Russia and Europe and the Russian Federation on those, which have much higher standards for all of those products. He really knows his stuff. Definitely check out the first time he was on the show. He gave a great breakdown of those different types of compounds for the garden. Decades of experience growing a whole host of different crops, and also helped formulate many of the products at BioAg. So definitely check him out. I know a lot of people use those products. Sunday at 6 p.m. we have Murray Hallam from Australia joining us, the founder of Practical Aquaponics and the Aquaponics Design course. He's also helped a lot of people start their aquaponics journey over the years. He's also has many DVDs and other media available, to learn from. He's one of the top aquaponic experts in Australia, thousands of students worldwide, and has experience growing many different crops, including essential oil producing crops, both outside of the cannabis realm, for perfume and cosmetics and other things. So great expert when it comes to the understanding of what's going on the more technical side of Aquaponics. I think you guys will really enjoy his talk. He gave a talk last year, which is great as well. Next up, we have the home growers panel with Scotty Reel of the Do Grows Show as the guest moderator. We'll have a whole bunch of different people. We'll have Fun Farm Grows, Brain Grow. We'll have a couple of other awesome people that are more smaller scale and Instagrammers, and some other people that just do kind of 6 plants, 8 plants, 12 plants, that kind of thing, just smaller scale stuff to kind of help people with those size grows. And I'll also have a little bit on aquariums as well on how to hook those up.
I should probably be there as my picture, so.
Yeah. Yeah, picture by Marty. And then Sunday night, we have the craft growers panel with Jordan River. We're going to have Marty, we'll have Dylan McAmmond, we'll have Josh Rutherford, and a couple of other people that are doing, kind of that not quite full blown commercial where you need a whole huge team of people, but not quite home growers either. People that are caregivers, people that are micro licensed producers, people that are doing, that 3,000 square foot or less, or, Joshua, I guess, would be a little bit over that, but we're going to, he started off as a craft grower and moved into a cannabis grower. So we're going to let him pick or be on both panels as well, because I think his knowledge on both topics is highly useful. And then we'll have a couple of other surprise people on there as well. Again, I'm trying not to spoil the list with the panelists. I think you guys will like it. Don't worry. And we'll take your questions as well for both of those. And then Marty, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Oh yeah, so I will be sort of giving another home grower perspective. Last year I did, I think it was dual read zone primarily. So just like an overview of kind of Aquaponic Cannabis in dual read zone. And kind of did a whiteboard thing on that. So this year I wanted to do something a little bit different. So I'll be covering some different ways that you can automate different things in your grow. Whether we're talking about, and again, these will be for smaller markets. For larger stuff, there's already, plenty of environmental control stuff available, but it's all very expensive. So I came up with a few different ways that you can use kind of basic smart plugs, some available sensors like temperature and humidity sensors that are much cheaper and designed for maybe not necessarily the same purpose. So like, for instance, I use weather station software to track my temperature and humidity, and sensors that are designed to be outdoors. And I just put them in my indoor grow. And the software allows me to sort of rename everything. So we'll be going through and taking a look at different ways that you can kind of integrate, maybe not like a smart grow, but you can use a number of different features that will help you like control your temperature and humidity more effectively and use less power. Or even just to be able to track the data itself and access it so that you know what's happening in your grow when the lights turn off or when you're not in there. And being able to track all that data, you can extrapolate a lot of stuff out of just knowing what that is and being able to review it. So we'll take a look at the different stuff that I already have set up here, how it works, how it talks to each other, and kind of what some of those basic things are. So like I can turn on like my feed pump that will feed all my dual read zones. My lighting timers are all the trigger wires are hooked up to the controller so that I can turn on the trigger wire for an entire bank of lights with one just small smart plug that doesn't need to have a huge amperage. But they also do have larger watt amperage that you can go up, smart plugs that'll take like 2,000 watts and 10 amps each. And so the greenhouse will be looking at the controls for that. They are, instead of having a single controller and a lot of wire going to each one, the lights are on the circuit with a smart controller at each light. So I can turn them on separately, or I can group them and turn them on with software in a similar way, or control them individually if I want to. So my fans in both the greenhouse and the indoor grow are controlled by smart plugs. I have an IR blaster that you can use to change, like turn on digital fans. That's one of the issues that you can have, is if you have, like, you should turn them on and off. Sometimes it won't, like when a digital board loses power and you turn it off and turn it back on, the fan will just sit there, it won't turn on. So if you have to go physically press a button or have a button on a remote control to turn it back on and turn on oscillate, or whatever you need to do. So you can get these little smart controllers that are just an IR blaster, and you can program it and you plug it in your grow room, and it can control all your fans that way. And they're actually pretty cheap. I think it's about $30 or something like that. So I'll be going through some more of that stuff in the talk, and kind of different of the more automated systems that I use to maximize my time and try to grow, more stuff with a small amount of labor. But I still feed my fish, just so you know, Steve. I know that's a big thing for you. So I've automated pretty much everything else. I do have, they're sitting in a shipping container somewhere, but I have temperature sensors that'll go in my tanks that have been stuck in shipping forever. So I don't know when they'll get here. Hopefully they'll get here before this weekend, but I'm not optimistic. It hasn't, my tracking information hasn't moved in a very long time, but at some point I will have those to be able to show you guys, and I can use those to trigger different stuff. So we'll look at it, how to set it up and how it works here.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely looking forward to that. I think a lot of people are looking forward to, cheaper ways to automate their home grow. So I think a lot of people will be really stoked on that.
Yeah, I get a lot of questions on that, because I've shown my system on the podcast a few different times. And so I've gotten a lot of questions on what type it is and where I got it and everything else. And just to recap, it's an ambient weather station. Anybody wants to know. But there are a number of different Wi-Fi weather stations that you can use that interact with different services, like the IFTTT platform, if this then that. If you guys want to go check that out, that's what we'll be going through to create some different rules. So it's pretty fun. Works pretty well. Enjoy it.
Cool. I'm definitely looking forward to that one as well. And you guys can catch us again November 13th and 14th live from 10 a.m. to 9 a.m. Let's try this again. From 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Pacific time. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday. 28 hours of education, because we had to do at least double what we did last year. That was going to be the starting point. So and we'll see what we do for next year. But I definitely want to thank all of the speakers for donating their time and helping us educate everybody. I think this year has been kind of rough for everybody in the industry, regardless of where you are on the totem pole. So I think it'd be great to kind of just come together. I know I certainly am craving this type of conference to kind of recharge my batteries. I think a lot of other people are as well. So I'm super excited to help not only educate the world on aquaponic cannabis, but just get us all together again in one place and learn together in a way that we so often benefit from, not only mentally but emotionally and as a community as well. So super stoked on that, and looking forward to hanging out with a ton of my friends and learning a whole bunch of stuff in one weekend. So thanks everybody. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the panels are always my favorite. When we get a group of people together, whether it's on the podcast, sometimes we have a whole bunch of people end up hopping on the podcast, and we'll have 5 or 6 people on. But even last year, if you check out the panels from last year, I think we had 5 or 6 like aquaponic cannabis producers, all on the same Zoom call, and it was just it is interesting because there's generally it's hard because you know, we're all busy doing other stuff. And so for everyone to just like take their time and sit and just hang out for, I don't know, it was at least an hour or so that we all just sat around and, you know, just talked about aquaponic cannabis production, is, you know, it's a rare thing to be able to have that kind of discussion all at the same time. You know, we've talked with all those different people individually, but to be able to throw out a question and have, you know, literally anything that you could possibly think of about aquaponic cannabis, and one of the 6 people on the planet that would know it what was already there. So it was pretty cool to just be able to throw out questions to those guys, and looking forward to having 3 panels this year. That's gonna be fun.
Yep. And I think what next year we might expand on the panels and do like a fish one and some other stuff too. So we've been kind of had some ideas that came to us after we kind of had everything pre-planned that I think are great ideas for next year. So thanks everybody again for checking us out. Again, you can find us the event live on the Ponics YouTube channel, however it is that you watch YouTube. Again, you'll be able to find all of it re-uploaded afterwards in audio or video format. So if you miss it live, don't worry, you'll be able to still catch all the talks. So thanks again, everybody. And we will see you guys this weekend. Take it easy.
All righty. How's everybody doing today? Let me get the next thing queued up here. Need to swap some stuff around. Marty, I just sent it to you, I think. If not, hold on a sec. Welcome everybody to the conference. If you haven't already, head over to ap420.com and sign up with your email for a chance to win a Spectrum King 403 full nutrient pack for up to 300 gallons of aquaponic cannabis system for 12 weeks of flower, along with a full copy of the masterclass. Definitely check that out. All right, let me shoot. Well, this over here. This for now. What's up, everybody? Good morning. Let me get my stuff closed for now in here.
Yo.
There we go. There we go. Should be. Everything's good. All right. Well, we'll get started here in about 8 or 10 minutes. We'll let everybody trickle in. Oh, that's what I gotta do.
How's it going so far this morning, Steve?
Oh, good. Bit of a headache this morning, but other than that, good.
Everybody in chat is doing well.
Seems to, so I'm streaming in a kind of a different way where we stream to the back end of YouTube and then we can stream into a scheduled event. So hopefully we'll be able to queue up the podcasts in the future ahead of time and stream into them. So this seems to be pretty easy. I haven't done that before this, so hopefully it's smoother. I can see what's going on a lot better on the back end with the stream as well, which is kind of cool.
Cool.
So people are asking, how do you sign up? So if you're wanting to get the grow pack at the end of the conference, just head over to AP420, as in Aquaponics 420.com, AP420.com. Sign up with your email, and we're going to pick prizes out of the email pool.
Somebody was asking in chat about whether or not there's going to be a greenhouse speaker.
We do not have a greenhouse speaker for this conference, unfortunately. If that's something that you guys would like to have, though, we'll definitely try to make sure we have that for next year. And that's a good point, too. We haven't had a greenhouse speaker on the show in a while. That would be a good one to get on. Welcome, everybody, to the second annual virtual Aquaponic Cannabis Conference. We're excited to have everybody here. It's interesting, my phone is giving me a radically different number of viewers than the back end of YouTube is. It's very strange. My phone says 30 viewers and then the live says 72 currently before we're getting started here a couple minutes early. So kind of comical that there's such a difference, eh? No, still worked. Huh. Strange. Thanks everybody for joining us this weekend. We have a really awesome lineup of speakers. We just had a little bit of a trailer that Marty and I put together just so that you guys had a little bit of a background on each speaker. We're going to play that again tomorrow morning, just in case you aren't familiar with the speakers for the second day. Or if you missed the first day and just want to find out what's going on the second day. Yeah, YouTube is weird. I've given up on many things. They recently like demonetized my channel, so which is fine. I don't care, but it fucks up my indexing, which sucks. We also have us, if you go over to jellybomb.com, we do have Aquaponic Cannabis Conference t-shirts and other cool Aquaponic Cannabis shirts, both men's and women's, designed by Jesse, as a friend of the show. And part of the profits go towards helping fund the local little aquaponics club up there where her kid's school is. And the other part of it goes towards helping fund just hosting of the show. So if you're interested in that, definitely check those out. We have some cool stuff over there. And then Marty and I also have the Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass over at apmjclass.com. All right, we'll give people 1 or 2 more minutes just to trickle in, and then we'll get started. Do you have anything else you wanted to mention, Marty, before we get started? Also, thanks to all the speakers this weekend that are giving talks. I know it's been a really crazy year for everybody in the industry, and we really wanted to kind of put out kind of a cool free educational event, similar to what we did last year, but kind of a bigger event. And I think we did a good job of finding a really cool list of speakers with some interesting topics that I think you guys will like. We tried to emphasize a little bit more on the both living soil and aquaponics side this year, just because we have a lot of wonderful speakers that really have science that's applicable for both realms. I think they apply pretty similarly to each other. So definitely check it out over the course of the weekend. And thanks for joining us. I will put the link for the shirts here in chat. I apologize for not getting that up ahead of time, but we'll add that. Oh, looks like Marnie got disconnected. I apologize. 1 second. I need to make sure we have all of our posts and stuff on here. Just in case one of us loses connection, we want to make sure that the stream stays live. There we go. I'll reset. Okay. Well, first off, thanks everybody for joining us today. If you aren't aware, we have a grand prize grow kit for the one lucky person. We're going to be giving away an SK403 from Spectrum King, along with a full nutrient line for 12 weeks of flowering, and an Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass. Just head over to ap420.com with your email, sign up, and that'll just will allow us to let you know when we do future Aquaponic Cannabis events. All right, well, let's get started. Thanks everybody for joining us today. Yes. All right, so I figured we would kind of cover an Aquaponics 101, cover a couple of different topics that I think people haven't had a chance to really cover well when it comes to getting out there in public. I have some stuff that people frequently ask me for regularly in this presentation as well. So hopefully you guys enjoy this presentation. So thanks everybody for joining us today. Some of these slides you might have seen before, some of them you might not. I tried to compile a couple of different things together for this presentation. So if you've seen a slide or two before, I apologize. All right, here we go. So you can see here, this is a great example of dual root zone DWC growth, where the roots grow right through the bottom of a cloth smart pot inside of a plastic pot, sitting above a DWC raft that was formerly a lettuce bed. And it's a great way to convert lettuce facilities. There's a lot of people out there that are looking to convert existing vegetable facilities to hemp or cannabis, and that can be a great way to adapt your facility. We have the proven honesty of aquaponics. We're not spraying anything on our plants that would kill the fish. That also means that we're also not killing the tree frogs that happen to occasionally sneak into the system through the ventilation or whatever else. So when you actually are able to find those, obviously we escort them out. We don't want them in there. But the fact that you have them in there and they're not dying from your IPM regimen kind of really speaks to how gentle your methods are on your system. And it's kind of the same methodology a lot of people are looking for in the organic realm. You guys, someone asked about questions in chat. You guys are more than welcome to ask questions in chat, and then we will take them at the end of the talk here. Hopefully, one of the, at least from my talk, one of the guest moderators will help keep track of the questions, and then I'll ask them. If not, just hold your questions until the end of the talk, and then we'll get to those. And then koi, butterfly koi in particular, are the best profits for aquaponic cannabis. You can always sell butterfly koi at a much higher rate than what you bought them for. They're very easy to raise. They're very bulletproof as far as, if you screw up and accidentally overdose something, as long as you're not dosing saponins or anything else particularly radical, you're not going to have any kind of issue as far as killing off your fish. Koi are very tolerant of a wide range of water conditions, so they're a very good one. As far as resale, you keep them for a year or two, flip them and then buy new ones, and you'll get quite a nice little profit. Better than tilapia, unless you just want to have fish tacos and stuff, and then a little bit of a different story. So one of the things I want to talk about is when you're thinking about aquaponics is really more like aquatic soil. We have a full aquatic food web that functions very similarly to the living soil food web that I think a lot of you are already familiar with. It's that same kind of cycled mineralization where you have these multiple different fungi and bacteria and other players in the soil food web that are breaking down that fish waste and other things that are byproducts of other organisms in that aquaponic system. We often joke about how much the organic certification in certain countries requires it to be connected to the living soil system, but it really helps kind of convey that same message when you talk about it as aquatic soil, because if you look at the science of it, it really truly is just like living soil. And I think living soil and aquaponics really are very much in an alignment, and especially when you hear Lorenzo talk later this afternoon on the comparisons between compost and aquaponics and compost plus aquaponics, when they did all three of those variables and then a control with just soilless medium, you really can kind of see plain as day how those microbes and the benefit of combining those microbes, even if you were just doing aquaculture tanks and taking the aquatic food web and applying it to your living soil beds, your hugel beds, your acreage of fields that you guys already have for your existing field crops, you will get an enhanced microbial effect on your food webs in your soil as well. It really has an immense effect in terms of boosting yields and production. You're going to see that later today in a much more quantitative way than I'm explaining it now. So we're going to talk about a couple of quick aquaponic myths. So fish poop does not have all that plants crave. Fish poop does lack certain things, iron, certain micronutrients, and other things like that simply aren't provided by the fish poop itself. And that can be an issue if you don't provide those nutrients. So another thing is that people say that you don't have to dose any nutrients. You actually absolutely have to supplement a little bit, because there are some stuff that, again, just is not generated by the system itself. And we're working towards ways to fix that, which we'll talk about later on in the conference and this presentation, as well as this conference. And then you don't need to monitor nutrients once it's balanced. You absolutely need to monitor your nutrients every week or every month at the very least, in terms of maintaining balance, because if it gets too far out of balance, you can cause a lot more issues that are much harder to fix than if you're, having a smaller adjustment that needs to be overcome or rebalanced. Over engineering can fix nutrient problems. I've seen every manner of nutrient mineralization, and none of them still account for the full range of micronutrients, as well as some of the things that just simply get oxidized in an aquatic environment where you have to have a DO that's high enough for your plants and for your fish. There are certain things that have to be added in a chelated way or in some other optimized way that is plant available. And we're going to talk about that and some organic solutions that you guys can actually utilize if you want to get away from the mineral salt methodology of dosing. And we're going to talk about that later on in this presentation. Sorry, I'm trying to be mindful of time. Rock dust is all you need for nutrients. The problem with a lot of the rock dust products is they're often high in heavy metals. Just keep that in mind when you're looking at rock dust products. Make sure you get a full mineral test on those products. And special fish foods can provide everything that a plant needs. Again, we've had some pretty disastrous results with different farms that tried switching to that methodology. Flood and drain beds and media beds really are the best way to go. Marty, I'm sure, is going to talk a little bit about this facility that he set up tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening. This is his greenhouse. He's going to talk about the automation he's going to be setting up in it. But flood and drain beds with the dual root zone pots really is the most optimal way in terms of mineralization and the least amount of nutrient additions that you need to have for the system, in addition to the fish food. It also gives you better gas exchange at the root zone, allows you to transfer plants. If you absolutely have to move the plants, you can pull them out and move them if for some reason you have a reason to. You can also easily adopt them to wicking beds or wicking bags. So if I wanted to grow root crops, I could stick those in a similar way with soil and then plant those root crops at the proper depth for moisture. As you get deeper, it gets wetter. And as you get higher with a method like this, it gets drier. So it allows your pots to kind of wick up the soil if you're doing those types of crops. Things like osha root, taro, wasabi, ginger can all be grown that way. And then media beds do not have a need for NBBRs and other biological filters. The biological surface area of that lava rock in there, which is often very cheap to get by the super sack, is much higher than any moving media bed reactor, and it's much cheaper as well. Getting that and setting it up with your good healthy composted soil mix above it that you're already used to doing is a great way to set up your grow. So root setup is key for growing aquaponics. You want to set up your plants in dual root zone aquaponics. This not only can be great for cannabis because you can have your living soil up here with all your mycorrhizae and all your wonderful terrestrial microbiomes. You have your aquatic food web down here, your terrestrial food web up here, but you can also say if I wanted to grow blueberries or raspberries or some other crop that wants to have an acidic soil or a super alkaline soil or whatever else to cater to that crop, you can cater that soil mix in the upper portion of the root zone and provide those microbes that plant wants to make sure that plant's healthy while still maintaining 80 or 90% of the nutrient base off of the same aquaponic water that the rest of the plants are feeding from. And it really helps you kind of get the best of both worlds, even outside of cannabis. And we've grown everything from cacti to fruit trees to cannabis to all different types of things. And that's one of the other nice things too about growing medicinal crops aside from cannabis is learning how to maximize different production of different essential oils and some of these other herbs really helps you take some of those methods and apply them back to cannabis. And this is one of the things that we really do a lot of experimentation with. We've had just a ton of success with, and almost all of your current commercial aquaponic cannabis producers are using dual root zone methodology because you can dial this soil zone into whatever feed rate that you need to without hurting the fish at all. So if you have a strain that you need to feed much heavier, you can top feed it or top water it and not have any negative impact on the rest of the system. And if you're on a small home scale, it's easy to maintain by hand. And then we have ways of automating it on a large scale. So you can see here this upper soil zone here with the roots in the soil, and then the lower soil zone here with the burlap in between with about a 1-inch gap at the highest flood layer that allows the air gap, because we don't want the water to wick up into the soil. We want to top water to maintain moisture up here and occasionally top feed additional nutrients as needed. Now, what we'll do is for saturation rate is before we put this pot in the system, we'll pour water into the upper soil zone and see what the saturation rate is until it just starts to drip out. We'll take that and measure it. So we'll call it 16 ounces of water. In order to fully saturate this to where it'll drip out, we're going to cut that in half and say 8 ounces. So we're never going to water more than 8, maybe even 10 ounces at most into that upper soil zone in order to make sure we're not overwatering for the bottom, but we're going to use fish safe nutrients just on the, to be on the safe side. And using clay balls, hydrogen, or lava rock. Lava rock is cheaper if you're doing it at a commercial scale. It's much more affordable. So here's a media bed only tomato. This is the first test we did way back at the aquaponics source when I was working there with their lab. This is the first media bed only control and versus the dual root zone control tomato. So this tomato here on the bottom had 44% more flower sites, 38% more fruit, and fruit that was ready 2 weeks earlier than the media bed plant. So it really goes to show how adding the microbes to the root zone really makes an enormous difference, and combining the aquatic food web and soil food web truly makes plants do even better than either one of those methods alone. Here's an example of Marty's grow. Here's a nice healthy dual root zone plants here, and then some more over here on a DWC. Nice and healthy plants. And then you can see here the where the water line is in the pot, just like we showed in the diagram. Fat, healthy roots. This is Bane here from Vertica, back when we used to work together at a different operation. And then the soil layer up above. And then the huge plant that's about 2 months old. But dual roots and media beds really give the best growth method, the best gas exchange, and the fastest growth. If you can do DWC, you just get a slight reduction in growth speed because you have a slower gas exchange. It also adds a lot of weight. So if you have large plants that you're going to grow outdoors in aquaponics, in an IVC system or backyard system, it doesn't matter if it's cannabis or not. Having that weight in the bottom keeps the plants from tipping over in windstorms and things like that, which can be quite the issue when you get to larger plants, big tomatoes, big peppers, big fruit trees, that kind of thing. They have to have some weight to anchor to, or they tip over. And again, this really gives you the ability to dial in that upper portion of the soil zone exactly to whatever crop it is that you're looking for. Or even have something like a Coots mix or some other time release organic soil mix that helps supplement that stuff that is missing from the fish waste. Like we talked about, fish waste doesn't provide everything, but if you already know what you're doing with your organic soil mix, just use that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to tell you to reinvent the wheel. Use what you already know works. Just add a little extra aeration so that soil can breathe, because what happens is, in your pot, as the water goes down, it drafts fresh air through the soil because it acts like a vacuum diaphragm. And then when the water goes up, it pushes that old air up through the soil. So you have this diaphragm action of the air going back and forth, and this breathing action in the root zone that really accelerates growth rate. And you can see here's some more dual root zone plants. And flowers of a commercial flowering room out here in Oklahoma. There's one from Marty. Sorry, I gotta skip through these a little bit quick. It's another example. This is Vertica Aquaponics. He's going to be on the commercial Aquaponics Cannabis panel. This is, again, more dual root zone plants. These are all in roller trays, similar to how you would for drain to waste. So here's an example of dual root zone plants. So you're gonna cut a hole in the bottom. I would suggest either bracing the bottom if you're gonna do larger plants, or just cutting 4 separate like pizza slices out of it so the roots can grow through, rather than doing this completely open. I would only do this for quicker turn plants. For these bigger plants, we did have a brace in the bottom, otherwise they would just push themselves through. Just be mindful of that. But it is a slightly slower growth. But if you're in a colder climate, you can utilize that water as a thermal heat battery. By heating that water, it's much cheaper with a heat exchanger or heat coils to heat that water with gas, propane, or otherwise, and then have that water heat the entire greenhouse. So if you're in Canada or Northern Europe or wherever else in a colder climate, that really can be a great way, or high altitude can be a great way to help heat your facility as well. Solar heater panels and solar water heaters can be great for running those facilities at very low cost. And very good for mom and clone production. You definitely see a very fast growth in the DWC. It's just not quite as fast as the media beds. Here's another example of more dual root zone DWC.
Steve, you got a couple questions I sent over in chat.
Okay, yeah, just drop them in there and then we'll answer them here at the end. This is another example of DWC plants here, and this is again over at Vertica Aquaponics here in Oklahoma. And you can see these are huge, 24-ounce can size buds all over this whole row of plants. So yeah, they're doing some strain testing right there, and you can see it's coming out quite nice. We have some videos of that over on my YouTube channel, Ponics, if you want to check out more of their facility. We have a tour of their facility.
And again, he'll be on the commercial panel as well if you want to ask him questions. So the 5 controls of dual root zone aquaponics: you have dosing into the water. You can make a soil mix that works for you. You can dose nutrients directly into the soil. You can foliar spray, or you can change up your fish food. Remember, the higher the protein in the fish food, the higher the nitrogen. So if you're, omnivores and herbivores are going to have lower nitrogen, are better for flower, whereas carnivores and higher in protein feed is better for veg. And then again, as far as dosing dual root zones, this is the type of setup we use for commercial facilities. This is a top out drain. This allows us to automatically air purge any Venturi action as it goes down. And if we run this on a seconds timer, this floods up, runs for a pretty exact amount of water across all the pots as long as it's level, and then shuts off and immediately air brakes back down with an air brake that's at the end. So it really does help us do much more accurate water dosing and reduce the total amount of water that we're using per grow run, even for soil facilities as well. We're adapting this on quite a few different places. We originally developed this manifold style for doing vertical towers and trying to get to a larger diameter plumbing that wouldn't clog, because we were having a ton of issues with those drip lines and other things just clogging like crazy with their vertical towers. And we wanted to get away from that. So we developed this type of top out. And again, you just can plumb this to an IBC, run this to a pump with a seconds timer, run it however long it is that you wanted to get the volume of water to not reach saturation in your water, run that for however many seconds, and then shut it off with a taller air brake at the end. There's a tall pipe at the end that has an extra T with a loop back down just in case it overflows. But as soon as the pump turns off, it air brakes all of them almost simultaneously. And it really helps for larger facilities to get that really tight amount of water with a larger diameter plumbing that just isn't a bunch of hassle to keep clean and to constantly have to worry about clogging. And it really has worked really well at a bunch of different facilities that we've set it up on. But again, just like we talked about, if you have the saturation rate in the upper area of the soil at 16 ounces of water, and before it drips through the bottom, you're going to cut that in half for 8 ounces, or maybe even 10 ounces of water max for that upper watering, so that you don't overwater your soil zone in the future. So in aquaponics, we've seen quite a large increase in certain cannabinoid and terpene expressions across the board. Quite a bit of increased terpene expressions, as much as 300% increased terpene expression, stuff going from 1%, or 1.3% up into the 3 or 4% range total terpenes in aquaponics versus just the soil control and all different types of other things. THCV, CBDV, and CBG. We've noticed quite a significant increase compared to soil controls as well. And then we've also noticed a huge increase in CBD. We've had certain strains go from 3 or 4% CBD up into the 7 or 8% CBD range in aquaponics. Clearly, there's some type of microbial factor going on with the aquatic food web that's triggering that CBD expression. So we're going to, apparently my cat wants to be part of this. I apologize. But CBD clearly is a part of the I'm sorry, the cat's distracting me. CBD, there's clearly a microbe in the aquaponics that's increasing CBD production or the triggering of that gene. So we will definitely find out more about that as time goes on. THC as well, we've noticed a slight increase, and there's some studies out of Canada as well, the people from Green Relief, that also have shown an increase in THC and CBD production as well. So here in the back, you can see a fully supplemented aquaponic cannabis system where Marty had supplemented the soil in the system and with a little bit of potassium and phosphorus. And I'm sure he'll talk a little bit about that in his talk. And in the front here, you can see where it was either unsupplemented or supplemented with just worm juice. It just goes to show you can grow buds with just aquaponic water. And, yeah, you could smoke that, but I think most of you would rather have those plants in the back. They're much bigger. much fuller, and with just a little bit of supplementation can, have significantly better results than just fish waste alone. And I just wanted to show this because a lot of people think you can do it with just fish waste. And while you can, you're going to have something to smoke. You're not going to have anywhere near as much as if you add just a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely smoked it. And just to clarify, the one had the same castings, just without any supplement at all to the dual root zone, whereas the one in the back had both, minerals added to it. So had potassium and phosphorus top dress to the dual root zone, and then was also fed worm tea twice throughout flower. So that was in the back.
Thanks for clarifying. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Then you can see here on the left is the supplemented flowers. On the right is the unsupplemented. All right, so fish tanks, you can use all different types of things from fish tanks, everything from an old bathtub to 55, regular plastic 55-gallon drums or aquariums, all different types of things, depending on what fits your space. You can get really big ones like that too, depending on what it is that you're doing. So if you're going to do an aquarium and you have a glass aquarium and you do want to hard plumb in an overflow, this is how you do it. You get a glass of water, your bulkhead, your drill bit, your drill, some crafting clay. You trace out your hole where that's going to go and where you want your water level to be. You make your little moat with the clay. You pour your water in to keep the hole cool, and you just gently, over the course of 6 to 10 minutes, slowly work your way through the glass with the drill. It's not as intimidating as it is. I think a lot of people think it is. You can break the glass, but as long as you go low and slow, it really isn't that bad. I used to do it all the time when I worked at the pet shops many moons ago. All right. So overflow boxes. So this is another way that you can plumb in your normal aquarium into your aquaponic system. That's kind of a lot of the theme of this section is talking about how to connect your aquarium to your stuff. So overflow boxes just hang on the back of your aquarium and then plumb down into your sump. This allows you again to plumb in your aquarium to your sump tank so that you can hook it up to your grow tent or your existing cannabis grow up. You can get them in any pet shop. One trick too, get a piece of airline, like 3 or 4 feet of airline that they use for the air stones, and then run that up through here to the top of the U. And then once you fill it all up with water, put it on your aquarium. This has some water in it. Just take the end of that, slip the end up into the top of the U, and then suck the end suck on the end of the hose, and suck the air out. And then you can get rid of all the air out of there. Just pinch it off once you do that, and you can get rid of all the air in the top of the tube and create that siphon. It's kind of an easy cheat way to do it. And then once you got all the air out of there, just slip the airline out of there. It's the easiest way to do it, especially if you have a siphon break on you. Here's some other examples of aquarium style ones. These are great. These aqua sprouts are really good for clones. I have quite a few friends that'll do 24 to 36 clones in the tops of one of these aqua sprouts. They're really good for that. And there's some other homemade ones as well. So your sump tanks, you can use an IBC tote, you can use an aquarium, you can use tough totes for your sumps, and just as long as it takes 125% of the flooded volume of your bed. So once you have the flooded volume of your bed worked out, usually with media displaces around 50% plus minus of the volume of your bed. So just if it's a 75-gallon grow bed and it's filled with media, it's about 37 and a half gallons, something like that, worth of grow bed there. So, or a sump tank, so you need 125% of that. So you're looking at 50 gallons ish minimum for your tough tote if you're doing something like that size. Something else to think about. Wet dry filters that you already have for an aquarium can work. Larger aquarium, medium to large size aquariums can work for that as well. Or even just cut down IBCs or full IBCs, depending on what you're doing, or even bigger things, depending on what you're doing. So this one here at Josh's farm, Dutch Blooms, he'll be speaking tomorrow. We just put a huge pond there that functioned as a sump and the fish tank. You can combine them as well if you want to. So here's kind of a quick system guide. You need to have a fish tank, grow beds, a pump, piping, valves, bulkheads, glue or hose clamps, depending on how you're going to fasten your plumbing, fish food, freshwater aquarium test kit, because you're going to need to test your pH, your nitrogen, and a couple of other things. Your media, your pots, your soil, and your plants. So here's the little backyard system that I built when I was staying out in Colorado. You can see here just a tough tote with the concrete mixing tray that we got from Home Depot. It's just a fountain pump that we set up on a timer. So it was running, every 15 minutes, every hour. And then, some dual root zone pots for some of the more heavier feeding plants like the tomatoes and the peppers. But you can see how heavy that's flowering already on that tomato and this little aquaponic system, just a few goldfish in the bottom. So it really can be something as simple as, something that tiny, on your porch, or if you just want to grow a couple of veggies, even if you're not doing cannabis. Or, hey, this is more than enough to grow 1 or 2 cannabis plants if you wanted to, as long as you had quite a few fish in there. So again, an aquarium heater is really good to make sure your temperature doesn't get too cold at night. And then again, a hose, bulkhead. You can get those bulkheads at any aquarium shop or hydro shop. And then a couple of dual root zone pots. Again, any garden center will have all the material you need for that. And then just a little fountain pump, concrete mixing tray, tough tote, and you're good to go. Here's another system. Again, these prices were pre-virus, so I didn't have a time to go back and reprice it all for current things. But this is a simple little system if you're looking for a great little home system or educational system for your backyard that you can make look really nice and is more than adequate for running a whole 2 plants at the top and then a couple of clones at the bottom, or you can run just a couple of little ones at the bottom if you wanted to, and then enough volume here at the bottom to supply both of them with flood and drain. And this is what it looks like when you build it. So we actually use these for classrooms and stuff as well. It's all made out of 2x4s, yeah, it works really well. You can put a DWC here, grow some lettuce, have 1 or 2 cannabis plants up top, and then your fish down below, and it just works great. So as far as fish species, again, butterfly koi have the best resale value. Koi and goldfish are also just really nice to have as pets, but they do have the best ROI, far more than most of the food fish currently. You can do tilapia or other food fish. I would avoid salmon, and I would avoid trout and striped bass or hybrid bass. They tend to be very finicky and much more sensitive to the potassium levels needed for proper flowering of your cannabis. So I would avoid those in particular. But other than that, bluegill, perch, and tilapia really are the best bet for food fish. There are a couple others that you can do, but you can't get a meat processing license still currently in the United States if you are a THC grower. So just be mindful of that. So fish species, again, tilapia, koi, goldfish, pacu, Lacostomus, perch, catfish, arapaima, arowanas, sway, bluegill, sunfish, Chinese hyphen sharks, all good for aquaponics. I would not do any striped bass, salmon, trout, ornamental shrimp, edible shrimp or prawn, tropical fish or crayfish with cannabis, just because they tend to be much more sensitive to nutrients. Sorry, we're gonna have to speed up just a little bit to make sure we get through this. Basic aquaponic chemistry overview. Again, you want to aim for 6.6 as your main pH. We tend to use a combo of calcium carbonate and potassium silicate for the best pH up results, as well as adding silica, potassium, and calcium to the system simultaneously. For iron, we really like iron humate or DTPA iron, or if you're organic certified, iron humate and iron citrate. Although iron citrate is not my favorite, but if you're organic certified, then it's what you got to use. And then molybdenum and manganese are much more deficient than I think people think they are normally in their aquaponic systems. By boosting those, you can really increase the color and the cannabinoid expression in your plants. Molybdenum very much increases your purples and your if you got that granddaddy perp or that grape ape, you want it nice and purple, you need to be adding a little extra molybdenum, especially sodium molybdenate. It really helps a lot with boosting that as well. And then manganese. Manganese also, if your manganese is too low, it's going to inhibit the potential THC expression in your plants. So if you do that, you're going to definitely have issues. So don't underestimate a low manganese level. It can certainly screw up your THC expression, especially in aquaponics. Molybdenum is also used at a much higher rate in aquaponic plants because plants utilize molybdenum to convert the nitrates back to ammonium in order for the plants to utilize. So they burn through it faster in aquaponics, and people often don't talk about that enough. Overdosing zinc is a great way to kill your fish. And then avoid yucca or other saponin-containing products. They can kill fish. A few drops can kill 60,000 gallons worth of system worth of fish. It is very, very toxic. So your pH, again, you want 6.6 plus minus. And then again, it will change slightly over the course of the day. That's not a big deal. You want your pH up regimen to be potassium silicate and calcium carbonate. You want your pH down. You want labs. Lactobacillus can be great at a 1 to 1,000 ratio as a pH down. It'll drop at about 0.2% or 0.1 or 0.2 to 0.3 pH at that dose. Be mindful of that when dosing your system. It's a good time to add a little extra pH. Phosphoric acid, muriatic acid. Muriatic acid for larger adjustments, phosphoric acid for smaller ones. For testing pH, you can get the electronic testers, but always keep on hand an API test kit. I've done these thousands of times, and they really are very accurate as long as you get them too hot or too cold. And then it's also a great idea to keep a constant monitor running or have one that's web connected that you can utilize. Avoid test strips. The test strips really aren't that accurate. Here. He's insisting on being on camera because cats are little jerks. I want to be on camera since he's insisting on being loud. All right, carbonate hardness. Your DKH is your carbonate hardness. Now, if your carbonate hardness is too low, you're going to get a fluctuating pH that's going to fluctuate radically over a 24-hour period. You're also going to get a reduction in microbial replication because the microbes have to pull some of the carbon out of the water in order to create more biomass. So if your pH, or I'm sorry, your alkalinity gets too low, which is your DKH, below 40 parts per million, in particular, it really does reduce the amount of microbial replication in your system. You can easily test for this at a couple of different cheap ways. Either through Lamote if you want high accuracy, or just something simple like the API test kit. If you want a whole master list of test kits, you can find that here at the address at the bottom or at the short URL at the top. I wasn't sure how long those links last, so I put the backup link there at the bottom. That is a free list available for everyone that is available, for everybody trying to do nutrient testing with all of the nutrients, what range those test kits are, a link to the manufacturer, and the rest. So definitely check that out. We have heavy metal problems. So this is an issue. People are overdosing with kelp and some other, rock dusts and things. This was a failed test from someone using entirely too much kelp extract in their system. Again, they were 4 times the amount of arsenic. So don't use something like a kelp with iron for your main iron input. You're going to overdose your kelp levels and way overdose your trace minerals. And you're going to end up with stuff like this. Their boron was also through the roof for the same reason. But this is the type of stuff that you have to be careful with. Just because it's organic doesn't mean that it's safe. You have to still use it at a sane, and reasonable application rate. You can't just blindly dose something just because it has organic on the label, because you can still get into issues like this. And it's something I wanted to bring up because I don't want people to do the wrong thing. So I'd rather you guys see something like this in the presentation than ever do it in your garden. But this is the type of stuff that I get called out for consulting for, to help figure out why this is. And I've also heard of some other places in other parts of the world having similar issues with kelp, because some aquaponic practitioners do tell people to, apply large amounts of kelp or kelp extract or rock dust or other things. And it can cause issues later on if you have heavy metal testing. And with cannabis, we do. The lactic acid bacteria serums really are one of the best things for aquaponics. The vitamin B complexes help the plants grow faster, which is produced by the labs. It also helps eat things like Pythium, E. coli, Salmonella. If you have root rot, any type of root problem, especially fungal root problem, they're really good for that. University of Kentucky State, Joe Pate was working on some lactobacillus testing over there. They found that it increased fish and plant growth rates by 15% or more. So that was super awesome. You also have, so labs take 3 to 5 days to ferment, and we're going to talk a little bit about how they also can be a great natural way to lower your pH if you don't want to use, acids and things like that. They also help break down, fish waste in the system. You get those little pockets of fish waste and silt that makes it past the filters. They help break that stuff down, turn it back into liquid plant food. So here's a bunch of different ways that you can make labs. So you can either make it from kefir, which is one of my favorite ways, which is lots of vitamin B. And if you're already into probiotics, you know what kefir is, but it's similar to yogurt. It's a type of lactobacillus bacteria that's grown mainly on milk. This is what I like to do, is just dump a couple grains into a gallon of milk, sit it on the counter for a day or two, strain off the curds at the top, and I have a nice sack of labs there in the bottom. This is a same thing in a 5-gallon bucket with 4 gallons at a time. You can also get super lactobacillus probiotic at most pharmacies. Say you live in a deep city and you don't have access to like a nice health food store, you can go down to the pharmacy and tell them that you just had a lot of probiotic or a lot of antibiotics lately. You need to get a lactobacillus probiotic to get your gut health back, and they'll give it to you. It's behind the counter at the pharmacy, but it's not a prescription thing. They just keep it back there in a fridge usually. You have to ask for it usually, but they do keep it at most pharmacies. And then EM1 is another great way that you can inoculate with a lactobacillus species. So here's a quick recipe for that. So if you want to utilize that, I know a lot of people ask me for my recipe. I figured we'd give that to you guys today. And then you guys can utilize that and do that with that what you want. I'm not going to read through it just because it'll take too long and we're a little bit behind on time, but you guys have that now if you want to screenshot that and use it for later. We have the curds on top, the labs on the bottom, and here's some of the wonderful growth that you can get on your soil by dosing that and keeping it super healthy. And remember, pathogens can't get in when they have that type of defense force ready to take them on the moment they hit the soil. If something floats in as a spore. And then you also have isolated plant compounds like phycocyanin. Here's the blue labs or super labs that I think a lot of you guys have heard me talk about. And we're working, and there's many other ways that you can utilize this, doing this with aloe, doing this with many other compounds. I highly advise you guys experiment with different things and ferment them in labs the same way you do with FPJs and other things, because you will find all kinds of wonderful compounds that are isolated by these different microbes that are different than the stuff with traditional Korean natural farming alone with the FPJs. So here's an example of super labs. Again, with the spirulina, kefir, and kelp. That's what it looks like when you do it right. And here's the recipe on how to make it. You guys keep asking me for this recipe. I figured I would give this to you guys again as part of this presentation. You start off with 4 gallons of milk. You're going to use about a 1/4 gallon of rice wash for your yeast and labs collection. And then 1 pound of powdered spirulina, a 1/4 pound of dried kelp. Now you can double that if you want to make a strong batch and do 2 pounds of spirulina and 1/2 pound of kelp, but it just depends on how strong a batch you want to make. A powdered dried kelp versus a liquid extract is better. And then because we're not trying to get that, some of the nasties that are in some of the extracts. And you're going to inoculate with a seed lactobacillus, kefir greens, or your existing labs. And then you're going to let that sit for 5 to 14 days, depending on how long it takes. But you'll notice it'll suddenly have a pretty thick blue layer when it finally gets ripe. It usually takes 10 to 14 days. If it's really warm, it can take as short as 5 to 7 days. But usually it's on the longer end of that. And then you'll have that beautiful blue culture. So strain off all of the curds on top and then baste off that blue layer. And that's your super labs that you can utilize on any injured plants, any plants that are really hurting or need, starting off for germination, or something that was recently taken as a cutting, or something that got munched on by something, you're trying to revive it, something that forgot to be watered, or something got screwed up with the plumbing. It needs to be revived. That stuff is awesome. It'll accelerate growth rate like nothing you've ever seen before, and it's organic. You can drink it. It won't make you sick at all. It's actually good for your joints and your cartilage. So, and then again, that brilliant shade of blue is how you know that you did it right. And then you can utilize it foliarly in the soil or pour it directly in the aquaponic system. So hopefully you guys have it now as far as the recipe. Again, ferments, I really think, are the future. Here's an example of Marty fermenting some horsetail. And again, we can utilize and unlock a ton of different nutrients by plant fermentation. So if you're looking for what plants to look for certain ferments, check out the Dr. Duke's ethnobotanical database. If you aren't familiar with it already, there's a link, and you can search based on the nutrients and nutrient levels and average nutrient level content for plants that might be in your area that you can ferment and break down. And if you are doing those tests, we'd love to have you be part of the Open Nutrient Project, where we are crowdsourcing a ton of different people's nutrient data based on their ferments, their compost teas, their FPJs, and that are testing for nutrient ppms, and doing other types of tests, or quantitative tests, and putting them all into one centralized database so that we can say, hey, if you live in this part of the world, you can take these plants and ferment them or make them into a tea, or make them into whatever natural process, and utilize these methods and make a nutrient solution that is similar to the things that are in a traditional parts per million type of system. So I can say, hey, I want this nutrient profile, and then we can take it and say, hey, cool, well, we can make that if you do and ferment these things. And why this is super important is things like when I was in Africa, in Zimbabwe or South Africa, if we could take this and have that and go pick the plants in the forest and bring them back, ferment them, they don't need to buy from the Syngentas of the world. They don't need to buy from all these companies that are screwing the whole world up and forcing them to be reliant on monetary systems that are creating strife in some of these areas. So I think it'll really not only help us as a cannabis community by working on this project, but help us be able to disseminate this similar information out to the wider world, where can help feed people and do things far beyond just growing cannabis. So if you're interested in participating and adding data to this database, please email us over there at opennutrientproject@gmail.com. If you're just interested in the information, we'll be putting out the first batch of information, the first report in January. So we're simply just looking for people that are looking to donate data entry at the moment, and people are interested in participating in the data portion at this time. So One of the other things I want to mention real quick, I'm running out of time here, is
I was just
Um,
gonna give you your 15-minute warning and you got a list of questions over here.
indigenous predatory microorganisms. You want to take your traditional IMO collection, replace 30% of the rice with predatory insects that are attacking your garden, grasshoppers, except larger arthropods, plus insect frass. Mix that together, do your traditional IMO collection all the way up to an IMO 2 or all the way up to an IMO 4, and then make that into a liquid IMO, and you can start mummifying the insects in your garden by basically creating your own Bavaria Bassiana type products. Here's the recipe for that, or one recipe for it, in case you guys are interested in trying to try that as well. And again, this worked very well for us in Africa, where we can collect a bunch of the larger arthropods and grasshoppers and put that out in with the rice mixes, collect it, and then spray it, because they're eating all the Cambrian layer and the outer center bark off the middle of the plants, and they were flopping over or getting secondary infection. So it really helped with reducing the overall grasshopper and locust populations in the field there in Zimbabwe, but also here in Oklahoma as well. The one thing I did want to mention is be careful with your pollinators. Do not spray this on stuff like squash and tomatoes. If you have them flowering, it will kill your pollinators. It is organic again, but be mindful on what crops you're using it and the timing of when you're using it on certain crops. Again, if you something that you're looking to get pollinated, don't spray it on there. Again, it's a wonderful product. It's a great way to help us make the world better by providing better agricultural pesticides, something that they can utilize and collect on their own property, something that was already present that isn't out of the normal ecosystem there. But again, you have to utilize it responsibly, and that's why I wanted to mention it. You guys can check out, if you need nutrients for your aquaponic system, we have just punch in your aquaponic cannabis volume over there, and you can get nutrients, or just buy it by the pound. We have a bunch of fish safe, low heavy metal nutrients there if you are looking for that. People always ask me. And Marty, I also have the Aquaponic Cannabis class on sale this weekend, keyword code apmjclass.com. If you want to check that out. We put a lot of time into that with 2 live sessions each month. And yeah, we have a lot of fun. We've had a lot of students over the years with that class, and it's constantly growing in content each month. And then you can find out all of my information over on Ponics on YouTube, SoundCloud, iTunes, however it is that you're listening or watching this. You can email me at potentponics@gmail.com. My company is Potent Ponics. We do design, consulting, SOPs, and troubleshooting, and all different other types of services for the aquaponic cannabis industry. I also have APMJ Newts, and I work with True Aquaponics on commercial aquaponic nutrient dosing and testing and analysis. And then you can find out more info on my website. I do have a new version of the website that'll be going up shortly instead of my old and busted version that's been up for a long time. And then you can find out more of the aquaponic cannabis growers. We have a ton of helpful files over there on Facebook as well. Or our class over at apmjclass.com. So, all right, let's answer some questions here. Let me pull them up. All right, let me scroll up here. All right, Ponics, when is the presentation is over, how much labs do you add per gallon when watering plants? So I do a 1 to 1,000, so 1 gallon to 1,000 gallons of system volume, and you can work that backwards. You can go as high as 1 to 800. I would be a little bit concerned about going above that because it gets quite acidic. So you're gonna have some pH issues. Does the water need to be changed out, or does it empty itself over time? Do you need to add more water? So in aquaponic systems, we just top it off. The water doesn't ever get changed unless we have some kind of major issue, which doesn't happen very often. Does having dual root zones let you treat the water you're giving the soil as freely as a decoupled system, or do you have to be pretty careful? So with closed loop systems like we utilize with most of our dual root zone systems, we can treat the water pretty freely as long as we stay within the fish safe levels. And then anything that we need to treat above that, we simply treat into that top watering through the soil with organic or inorganic, depending on the facility as far as top dressing. Does having dual root zones let you? Oh, okay, sorry, same question. Question on can shrimp work instead of fish? Because of the potassium levels and some of the micronutrient levels for cannabis, we've not had any good luck with shrimp. If we do want to do shrimp or trout or salmon, that's when I would consider possibly doing a decoupled system and taking that waste and doing it separately. But that would be only if you had cold water fish or very specific fish or aquaculture creatures that you didn't want to negatively harm with the levels you need for your cannabis. Let's see here. What is the health and stocking density of butterfly koi fish? I don't actually know the stocking density off the top of my head. I'd have to look it up. I have a calculator that I punch in all that. It tells me what I use that I built for myself. So I don't know what that is off the top of my head, unfortunately. Aqua sprouts, question mark. It's a little aquarium add-on that you can get it. That's great for clones and small plants or home education systems for kiddos and stuff like that. Yes, using ponds or fish. You can use ponds and stuff like that. Just be mindful of your nutrient levels and be mindful of anything that might be running off from your lawn or being sprayed that might end up in the pond that could negatively impact the fish or the plants. That would be my biggest concern. It can work. Just be mindful of those types of concerns. Did you line the walls of the pond with a carpet or carpet padding or something like that to prevent holes? Yes, we always, it's one great thing. You can go to most carpet stores and get old used carpet and get 2 or 3 layers of that to put down below your pond liner for free. And it doesn't cost you anything. And it gives you a nice, rock barrier. If it's a synthetic carpet, it'll be there for decades. It's a great way to have some kind of, use for that material, that's at least somehow constructive. What is the feed amount per square meter per square foot for cannabis growing? It really depends on veg or flower, and then it depends on what your protein value is. There's quite a few variables in that question. If you want to email me with more specifics on that, I'd be happy to answer it. But on the as far as a quick answer on that, it's kind of there's more variables I would have to know to answer that question. And truthfully, is starting with hard water. What's the method to lower pH? If you have a brand new system with no fish in it and it's not cycled yet, dry ice and carbonic acid is the cheapest way to lower pH in a very large system. The carbonic acid will crash out the pH and the alkalinity, and then you can just add back your pH up and add some potassium and calcium back into the system that way. And it's cheap. Just don't do it with anything living in the system. Can I drain my dehumidifier into the fish tank? As long as it's not too high in zinc or copper on the condenser, yes. I'd like to use humic acid to lower pH. I have not have a source for it that isn't from Lennardite. I have never tried to use humic acid to lower pH. I'm not familiar. What is the molasses? What about molasses or pH down? I don't think molasses would have much effect as far as the pH down. Is there any way to shelf stabilize labs? Yes, you can stabilize labs by cutting at 50% with sugar, equal parts sugar. You can supersaturate it with brown sugar, yes. Hopefully that's everybody's questions. Yeah, someone else asked about river rock. Yes, you can use river rock. All right. Well, I think we got that through. Thanks everybody for joining us today. We will be with you guys shortly with Shannon Booth of I'm sorry, where's my thing here? We'll be with you with Shannon Booth from Sweetwater Aquaponics. Do you have any last questions here in chat before we round up? I guess we got 1 minute left here. Sorry about the speed of that presentation. Tried to get through a lot for you guys. hopefully you guys learned quite a bit. I tried to give you guys some stuff you could screenshot and use for later. All right, well, next up we have Shannon Booth from Sweetwater Aquaponics in South Africa. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
Thanks very much for having me, Stephen.
Yeah. Well, tell us a little about yourself and your facility down there in South Africa and what you guys have been doing. You guys have been doing all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah, Stephen, we were doing vegetables in aquaponics, basically pioneering in South Africa in aquaponics on a commercial level. And my business partner wanted to prove that it could be done commercially in South Africa. They had never been done on a large scale. So when I first met him, I was working on a small system at a backpackers, and that's how I met him. And he asked me if this could be done on a commercial scale, and I said to him I wasn't sure. I hadn't seen it on a commercial scale, so he said, "Well, let's try it." So he bought the property, a few properties up from where I was working, and he said, "Let's do this." And we pulled in the consultant and did the design for the system. And the other factor was he feels that the next world war is going to be over water. So especially in Africa, we've got heavy restrictions on water here. So it was about futuristic farming and chemical-free food. That was the initial concept. And we did that for about 2 years before the cannabis market opened up in South Africa for licensing. And I initially said to him that I thought it was a great idea because of the aquaponics and the style of growing and being chemical-free, growing medicine. I thought it was the only way to do cannabis medicinally. So he wasn't convinced initially. It took me about a month to convince him to do the application for the license. It's quite pricey. And we went for it. Unfortunately, we got it. When the SAPRA inspectors came to inspect our facility, they had never seen an aquaponic system before, so it was all new to them. So they didn't understand how we were going to grow medical cannabis in the system without soil. So that took a bit of coercing. But yeah, I think the intrigue of aquaponics gave us the opportunity to prove to them that we could grow cannabis in aquaponics. So they gratefully gave us the license, and we are now 2 years down the line. And it's been a seriously huge learning curve for me as the grower, going from vegetables to cannabis. And initially, I just thought we could put the plants into the system and go as we had with vegetables. Much to my dismay, that wasn't the case. Cannabis is a far more hungry plant than anything else we've grown in the systems. So the other consideration in aquaponics is that it's very driven by nitrogen. So we had to look at that and how we were going to counter that. And my few meetings with you, Stephen, you gave me some really good pointers on how to go about it. And I also doubled up my nitrification by doubling up the media beds in the systems. And that certainly has improved everything. The other issue that I haven't done the dual root zone system yet. You have advised me to do it. But the way that our systems are designed, I'm certainly going to try it in the DWCs, but in the media beds, our media beds are 1.2 by 1.2 with the bell siphon in the middle. So I could probably only get 4 plants in the media bed on that kind of design, but I'm certainly going to try it. In the DWCs at the moment, I'm using the lettuce and spring onions to take off the nitrogen, and as you suggested, I should do that. So I'm actually going to leave the DWCs going, but I'd like to try a few of them with the dual root zone system. As you can see in this video, I'm getting 15 plants in a 1.2 by 1.2 media bed, and I've had issues, just general issues with the plants, and I felt that the resistance of the roots going through the stones was problematic. So I've enabled the roots with some cloth, as you're using cloth as well in the buckets, but I'm actually just putting it on the roots themselves, and that certainly helped. And also I've added a whole array of microbes into the system through Biodine, which I believe they call my clear pond in the States. But it's microbes. I'm using Biodine 401 and 501. So adding microbes for root development and growth, and also for cleaning up the excess fish feces, which has always been our biggest problem in our systems, because the DWCs is where the fish feces, the excrement ends up, and it lies on the bottom, and it starts to cause denitrification in the systems, which makes us have to lift up the rafts and vacuum the systems. That's with vegetables. With cannabis, we want the TDS to climb for flowering, so we don't want to disrupt the roots or the plants by lifting the rafts to clean out the bases. So I used Biodine this round for the first time. It was a 3-month grow, and I didn't do any vacuuming. And after we harvested, we pulled all the rafts up, and the remaining excrement from the fish was minimal compared to what I had prior to using Biodine. So those microbes are cleaning up tremendously. So that's the one thing that I've discovered. The nutrients, I'm finding that I did use a lot of kelp-based products, and once again, Stephen, you corrected me on that. I had my arsenic levels were way too high; they kept failing. But I progressed from vegetables into the cannabis, and using the same methodology, and in lettuce and in cucumbers and vegetables, the plants don't accumulate heavy metals as cannabis does. So when I sent off my first test to the labs, the arsenic levels were through the roof, and I couldn't understand it. So I broke down everything that I was adding to the systems, everything that could leach into the systems. I discussed them with you as to what the problems could be, and immediately you told me it was a kelp-based product. I sent off everything for samples to see where it was coming from, and I also spoke to my reps about the kelp-based products that I was putting into the systems and the arsenic, and they flatly denied that it could be from the kelp base, and they actually said that they feel that the contamination was coming at the lab level where they were doing the test, and somehow the arsenic was getting into there. But then you pointed me in the right direction, and since I've stopped adding any kelp-based products, I've got beautiful results. So thank you very much for that. The other problem with the dual root zone is that a lot of my plants are in Dutch buckets. So in that system, I can't actually put in another dual root zone bucket, because I'm already in a bucket. So I just wanted to discuss that with you at some point as to how I could do that. But I'm sure it can be done using the actual bucket that's in place. So by putting a piece of burlap at a certain point and then planting the plant, but I'm going to discuss it with you at a later stage. I've just done a big harvest now, just before November, and it was a very good crop. It could have been better, and I think that it could have been better due to light intensity. It was a winter crop, so I don't have the right lights for the winter yet, but by next season I will have, hopefully. But my summer grow is always exceptional, but my last summer grow in aquaponics was a failure because of the nutrition levels, and I was feeling my way along, and it was a massive learning curve. I put plants straight into the DWCs, and I've seen why you don't do it, and you suggest that we don't do it. So yeah, it's been a seriously big learning curve, but I feel now that I've got a lot more confidence in my systems and understanding of the plant, but I still need to do the dual root zone, and I'm also going to do the masterclass course with you, Stephen. So I'll learn a great deal more there. So that is basically the background of where we are, and we do have offtakes to foreign countries, but certainly the pandemic hasn't helped any of us. One of the biggest challenges for us in South Africa is water quality, and the other big challenge at the moment, well, for the last several years, has been electricity supply. So we're certainly looking at going solar, so that we can be more self-reliant. And the water is obviously going to be a problem. Our water at the moment comes from an RO system from the coast, and we have to re-RO the water again twice to make sure it's clean enough to go into the systems. Going back to the arsenic scenario, we were actually informed that being a developing country, there's a lot of DDT still running off into the rivers from ages ago when they used DDT in farming. So they believed that DDT was going back into the sea through the rivers for the runoff, and that we were bringing it back through the RO machines from the sea and then putting it back into our systems. But that was one solution that we thought was one of the problems with the arsenic, that it wasn't. It was the kelp-based products we were putting into the systems. The other thing that I've recently learned is the buffers. I mean, obviously in America and Canada, you're more advanced than we are. Aquaponics is still a very new grow method in Africa. We are the only aquaponics licensed facility in Africa, cannabis-wise. But now I lost my track of thought there.
No worries. What type of fish are you using?
I used rainbow trout for vegetables in one module, just as an experiment. We designed the fish house differently, so it had more aeration. It was a lot cooler than the tilapia. I use tilapia generally. I use Mozambiquus albino and red Nile tilapia. I found that the red Nile tilapia are more like the Rolls Royce of tilapia. They're aggressive eating fish. They're very active, so they're very good for the aquaponics. I find the Mozambiquus albinos, they're also redfish. They tend to leave a lot of floating feces, which for me it just prolongs everything. So the red Nile for me is the ultimate fish for aquaponics where we are at the moment. I found, as you said in your introduction, the rainbow trout are extremely sensitive, not so much to nutrients, but to load shedding in South Africa. The rainbow trout can only last for 5 minutes without water-flown oxygen, and I lost several batches because of that. So I found the tilapia a lot more hardy, and they can handle the pH imbalances. They can handle a lot more. They're a lot hardier for us. I have considered koi, but my experience with koi is that they seem to be a lot slower working, not as active as a tilapia, but that's in my own experience. I haven't tried the butterfly koi like you mentioned, just a normal koi. And the other consideration is catfish. My consultant's using catfish, and he's very happy with them. But I just, for me, they're a driver, and they're not a form of income either. We just swap them out when they get too big, and then they get cold, and we just replace them with younger fish. But yeah, we also have the indigenous people of South Africa. I find the Zimbabweans and the Malawians are very, very hungry for tilapia and freshwater fish, whereas the South African indigenous people, the Xhosas and the Zulus, they will eat more sea fish, and they frown at freshwater fish. So it's quite strange. But so we don't have a market for tilapia, but we just consider them as a driver for our systems and our plants. But we change them out as they get too big. And we had 4 fish tanks in a module, and each fish tank at full capacity holds 22 kilograms of live weight. And we have an inner sump in our systems as well that I described to Stephen. We have a big sump that holds 5,000 liters, and then we have an inner sump which is elevated, which is a 2,500 liter sump. It's elevated on legs. So the water that comes back from the DWCs, which is depleted of nutrients, goes back to the inner sump, and then that water is clean, goes directly back to the fish tanks, and then the fish tank ammonia water goes down to the big inner sump. So it separates the dirty water from the clean water, which is quite innovative. I try to keep my systems as simple as possible. our consultant is pushing more ideas onto us to mechanize certain filtrations and adding nano bubbles, tech, and different things. But I'm trying to keep it simple by using more microbes, and I'm also going to learn a lot more from Stephen on the masterclass as to how we're going to go forward more naturally on that. And what I was referring to, but then I lost my train of thought, was the buffers. We only at the moment are using hydroxides. I use magnesium and I use calcium hydroxide and potassium hydroxide. And in Stephen's eyes, that's old school. And I'm now seeing that I need to be using the silicate, and I'm going over to those now. I'm just trying to, the calcium carbonate and the potassium silicate, I'm trying to see where I can actually get them in this country. We had enough issues getting hydroxides, so I'm going to try and source those and start using those. I did find my plants in aquaponics, being outdoor in a greenhouse system, very prone, and we're in a very, very windy province, so my plants do get smashed by the wind. And I'm now using silicone as a spray base every 3 weeks to 4 weeks, just to strengthen the plants from cloning. So that certainly has changed the health and the rigidity of my plants. That certainly helped me get this crop under the belt now as well. Going into summer now, I'm going to start planting again next week, all the aquaponics again. We've got 6 tunnels that I'm also planting in the ground. So I'm doing ground grow and aquaponics, and it's intriguing to see the difference in the flower, difference in the terpenes. The aquaponics terpenes are way supreme to the ground cannabis. But yeah, even the flower density varies. I find that the density of the flower in the ground is better than that in aquaponics, but I need to work on that, and I do believe it's because of lighting, and I'm referring to the flower that I produce now in a winter grow without added light. So yeah, it's also an extremely expensive game. Aquaponics, setting up the systems is expensive. Now we've got to get the lights, and we're getting quotes for lights, and the quotes for lights are diabolical, but it's something that we have to look at if we want a consistent crop going throughout the year, through winter and through summer. So we're gearing up, and it's been a massive learning curve for myself and my partner, but extremely exciting, but more challenging than exciting at the moment. But I'm sure that we'll overcome our issues.
So what type of cultivars are you growing? You're growing all kinds of good ones.
Cultivars. Yeah, Stephen, also for us in South Africa, it's been very difficult for me to get genetics, and with the industry opening up, we have our own genetics here, but they're not the genetics that the world is looking for and is used to. And then when we import the genetics, I buy in a pack of seeds, but they don't come with phytosanitary certificates, and our off-takers require phytosanitary certificates. So it's problematic. I have actually imported one strain from Spain, that I imported that particular strain, Samango, because I'm working a lot with skunk #1, and there's a lot of skunk in Samango. There's a Korean skunk in Samango. So my idea was to bring in the Samango with the phytosanitary and the import permit, and then breed the skunk #1 to Samango to give me multiple lines, and then use that same phytosanitary for the strains. As long as I have a clean COA, I can export that product with phytosanitary. So that's the one strain that I have. Then the skunk #1 I obtained from an illegal grow many years ago. Illegal grow that got bust, and one of the guys that was working there, he was an acquaintance of mine, and he got me a clone from that. And that skunk #1 is the original skunk #1 cut from the mother in the UK that my good friend Simon Spearing, who's a strain hunter with Greenhouse, he brought it in the 80s, and I was blessed with that clone, and I was a gatekeeper for that clone, and I've kept it for many years, and I kept it in hope that I would get into a medical facility and be able to expose it, which fortunately I have. So that's that, and then I'm also working on some in-house genetics, the slurry cane, and I've imported a whole array of genetics from the States and also from the UK. There's a guy on Instagram, his name's Blue Skies Vienna Skunk. He's also Blue Skies International. He's got a whole collection of old school genetics that he got from Old Timer One, which he refers to in the UK. And you know, he did a big marketing push on Instagram, and I hooked onto it because of the skunk. I'm very much into the skunk strains, and I purchased some genetics from him, and I must say the genetics are seriously good, and I'm now going to breed with them, and I've got some males and some females. I've just popped a whole bunch of seeds from him now from his turpentine tickets. It's a whole bunch of hazes and skunk hazes that are mixed in there. So yeah, good for a hunt. And yeah, it's very, very exciting genetics. And I've also got a whole lot of genetics from old school Chronic, who's based in America as well. These I really believe in the smaller breeders because they hold on to the gems. This is my own belief, that the smaller breeders hold on to the gems and they keep them for themselves because they love them so much. And when they do decide to release them, they release them with a heavy heart, but also with joy. And I believe that Blue Skies and Old School Chronic are both in that same league. So I follow them closely. I work with them closely. I communicate with them a lot. I'm using their genetics now. I'm going to breed with their genetics. So that's very exciting. And there's some American breeder, Farmer Fly as well. I've got some of his genetics, very difficult to come by, but it's exceptional genetics, I must say. They stand out genetics. And yeah, he's working, they call it working on fire. So they're doing some serious work, but I'm trying to tap more into them. But it's pretty closed there, but I'm working on that. And and then I've also got some of the jinx-proof genetics, which are very exciting, but I need to work carefully with them. They're very guarded as to how you expose their genetics. So yeah, I'm very excited about that. I'm also breeding a lot with some of their genetics and some ethos genetics as well. So yeah, my genetics are all over the place. It sounds pretty wild. It is pretty wild, but I'm very focused on skunk, and that's my main focus. But I also realize that we have to go for the market. So very open to growing for what the market wants. And I've also said to you, Stephen, we long for genetics in Africa with phytosanitaries that we can use and export. So that's where we are on the genetics. I was also watching your preview before this, and you were talking about manganese and molybdenum. And I also just wanted to ask you about your additions, your lactic acid bacteria serums, your labs. That's something that I've never considered. I mean, I do watch Chris, I watch KNF, and I watch him on Instagram. And I always, it's intriguing to me, the stuff that he does and the ferments that he makes. And I've always perceived that as a great thing to do in grow bags or in the ground. But in aquaponics, I thought, sure, that's really going to mess up microbes by adding in things like that. But I see that you're doing it, but in a different way. So I'm very intrigued as to how you do that. So that's going to be very interesting for me to learn that from you as well. Another product that I just wanted to mention whilst we're on is a product that I use a great deal. It's called Phytostim. I did mention it to you, Stephen. It's the moringa tree extract, moringa leaf tree extract, which they're making in South Africa now. And it's got 21 amino acids in it, and it increases photosynthesis tremendously. It's a wonderful product, and I did send you the label on it. And then also the insect frass, you also mentioned that. I'm using that in the ground for my plants in the ground. It's incredible the NPK that it has, and the carbon factor that it has is incredible. So I use that in my ground grow. The problem with the frass, the guy who's marketing here in South Africa, the problem with it is that they can't extract the chitin because they want to make it into a liquid form, but they're having great difficulty doing that. So if you have any ideas on that, that would be a great help, because to use it as a foliar spray rather than as an uptake from the roots would be far more beneficial to me as an aquaponic grower than putting it in any other form. So I do a lot of foliar spray and feeding for my potassium uptake as well. I only use real RPM products, so no toxic pesticides, only RPM. And yeah, I truly believe that aquaponics accentuates terpenes and flavors tenfold than any other grow, and that excites me for the future of terpenes and terpene extraction for aquaponics, and also the chemical-free base that we grow on for medicinal purposes. We aren't allowed to do our own extraction in South Africa. We're only licensed to grow and export flower. All of our trim has to go to a lab. That's a licensed lab in Cape Town that can do our extracts for us. We're not allowed to do any of that. But that's something that we haven't achieved yet. That's in the processes of doing that first extract now to see what the results are. And in the same breath, we're doing a big test with the cannabis from Ponderland. Simon, the strain hunter, he lives up in Port St. John's in Ponderland, and it's about 6 hours drive from us. So we liaise all the time, and we now, the Ponderland cannabis has been growing in the community for hundreds of years, and it's been going. It's been their lifeline. It's been their only form of income for hundreds of years. And the South African police went in there with helicopters, and they sprayed all the valleys with glyphosate, and they sprayed glyphosate all over the cattle. They sprayed on the cattle and the rivers and over the homesteads. So it's been very problematic for the people living there, and it's been their only source of income. And now that the government's opened up licensing to white farmers, as they see black farmers, South Africa are up in arms because white farmers are being allocated licenses at vast expense, and the African communities are feeling left out. The problem is the understanding of licensing for the African communities, and the expense and the understanding of contamination. For them, it's never been a consideration. They grow hundreds and thousands of hectares of cannabis, all land-raised cannabis that they don't even seed. It just seeds itself, and there's no mold, there's no metals. It's pure medicine, but it's still considered an illegal grow. So we're very busy working with government on streamlining that, and actually trying to make that illegal grow into a community-driven grow, where we can take thousands of tons of land-raised cannabis and extract that land-raised, which is clean and pure medicine, and export that to the rest of the world. So we're trying to do that at great difficulty and frustration because of the legality, and you've got GAP and GMP. There's none of that up on the land. So we're working on rural practices, rural collecting practices, teaching the indigenous farmers up there actually how to grow cannabis in a better way, take out the males. So, I mean, the fields there are just, they're mixed, just males and females on a par. So everything's heavily seeded. It needs to be controlled now and regulated, and they actually need to be taught. And the other problem is that they now realize
We lose him?
Yeah, I think he might have disconnected.
All right. Well, I'm sure he'll be back with us shortly. This is his Instagram, is _aquaponics. Again, they're Sweetwater Aquaponics out of South Africa. Hopefully he didn't get hit with load shedding or something. I see it's on the 30-minute mark, so. But they grow amazing aquaponic cannabis. They are the largest aquaponic cannabis producer currently in all of Africa. Yeah, it looks like he had some kind of connection issue. Hopefully he'll be back with us shortly.
It looks like he just rejoined. Thanks everyone for joining us. Appreciate your activity in chat. Don't forget to hit the like button.
Sorry, I seem to have lost.
Yeah,
That's okay.
welcome back, Shannon.
Internet and electricity can be tricky things in Africa, eh?
Yeah, very much so. I was just checking the load shedding. No, the lights are on. No, we good. Sorry. So yeah, I was talking about the Condoland. Yeah, so you know, for us, it's extremely important for us for government to see the Pondoland grow as a medical grow. So what we've done now with Simon Strain Hunter is that we've taken 50 kilograms and we've de-seeded that 50 kilograms and we sent it down to the lab. We've got a concession from government to do that. So now they're busy doing that extract, and the results of that, we're going to send that extract results to government to show them, because we've actually done some extracts on it before and it's beautiful. There's normally on an aquaponic COA, I get THC and CBG and maybe a little bit of CBD, but these are high THC plants. In Pondoland extract, you've got at least 5 or 6 cannabinoids that jump out at you straight away. It's just pure medicine. What I was saying before the code was that the Pondos now have seen the value in strains. They've always only used landrace to work with landrace, and now they're getting some strains in there, and they're growing the strains. And of course, the Pondoland males are pollinating these strains, so they're getting blends of landrace now coming in with strains, so higher THC, because the landrace will only get you between 4 to 8% THC. 8 would be very high in the landrace, so we normally work on a 4% THC, so it's more like a hemp, and it grows like a hemp. It's a very thin plant, but lots of plants, it makes up the bulk. So for us, it's extremely important for us to bring the indigenous community forward with us as we go into this industry, because they are the ones who've been living off this plant for generations, and now we come in now, and because it's so expensive to get the license and get the facility up to date, they can't afford to do that. So the government in South Africa is having to relook at this. But it's a challenge because it's so rural, and they're also thinking about putting in an extraction site into the area, into the rural areas to do that whole crop. So we are making inroads to get those hundreds of hectares extracted for those communities, and we will do it through our license. We put up our license for that in our application for our license to SAFA, which is the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority. With our application, we sent in our application to work with the Pondoland people to get their product to market as well. So that is part of our thinking, part of our processing going forward. It's a big thing for us. We also want to be working with sun gormers and witch doctors with their herbal remedies. So we've got some scaletium coming into the systems now. The guys that we work with at the labs are asking us to plant as much scaletium as we can. Stephen saw the scaletium we're working with. It's very good indigenous scaletium. So we're going to be looking at that as well, but that would go under center pivots in a different area from the Karoo. So yeah, we're looking at medicinal things, but the cannabis for me is the biggest challenge in aquaponics. I see the shortfalls that I have. And yeah, I look forward to working with Stephen going forward in the future to get it to exactly where we need to be. But yeah, it's been a wonderful journey, and it's only going to get better from here. So I look forward to doing the masterclass course with you, Stephen, and learning a great more deal.
Some questions from chat. Somebody asked why there was a bell siphon on the Dutch buckets, or in the middle of the Dutch buckets. Could you talk about that a little bit?
About the Dutch buckets. So
Yeah.
the Dutch.
Go ahead.
Okay, so each module we add 60 Dutch buckets to, and so where the water comes in from the media beds, it drains into the DWC, and as it comes into DWC, that's where the water is at its most nutritional. So then we've got submersible pumps in the DWC at that point that then pump water up to a pulsator, which would be that bucket that you just went past now, which is higher than the other buckets, so it feeds on gravity. That bucket has a dull siphon in it as well, as do the media beds. So as it gets to a point, the airlock breaks through to atmospheric pressure and the water drains out. So each pulsator will feed 10 buckets. So every 4 minutes, that bucket fills up, it releases, and it will feed those 10 buckets. So each 10 buckets has a pulsator, and we link them accordingly around the system, around the DWCs. And they work phenomenally well. And so it just pulsates. So that's called a pulsator because it just pulsates over the buckets. And basically the water just comes out of a nozzle, runs over the stone, over the roots, and goes into a pipe that leads back to the sun. So it runs over the roots, feeds in, and leads off. So for me to do the dual root zone in here, I've had to put the burlap sort of halfway down. And I believe that it will work very well in the Dutch bucket system. So the Dutch buckets only contain 19 millimeter stone. There's nothing else in there but stone. And that's where I have to protect the roots. You know, putting the roots into cold stone and expecting the plant to grow. It works with tomatoes and cucumbers, but not with cannabis. They require a bit more attention than that. So, but as you can see in the pictures, they're very happy in there, and they're very happy in the media beds without the dual root zone. But I want to try the dual root zone to get better everything. The microbes on the different levels, as Stephen has suggested, and better terpenes. But yeah. So this was a winter grow. I also on your DWCs in the dual root zone. I was looking in your introduction as well. You've got those tunnel hoops of your DWC, because I was wondering how you support those big plants on top of those rafts, on top of the buckets, because they stand pretty high and they're obviously top heavy. I know that you said that the weight of the bucket anchors and the roots anchors as well, but with the wind factor we get here, they're going to blow over. So do you use those hoops to put up scrog netting, or are they just there to support the plants?
No, that's why they're there, for scrogging and for you can lean on them if you need to reach into the middle of the row or whatever without touching the plants.
Yeah. So I'm very interested to look at that, Steve, because my DWCs, I've got 4 of them in each module, and I could be using 2 of them to put in the buckets like you do, and then using 2 of them to take off the nitrogen at flowering. So I will always have deep water to take nitrogen off, because we're always having nitrogen in the systems, as you know.
Yep. We had another question in chat. Can you process and sell the tilapia from your system in your country?
Yes, we can. Like I said, the South African indigenous people, they don't eat freshwater fish, but we have a lot of Malawians and Zimbabweans in South Africa now who are in townships mixing with our locals, and they are very hungry for those fish. And so we do sell them if they ask for them, but my consultant has a market where he slaughters them he's got a market for housewives for his fresh produce and tilapia fillets, which is going pretty well.
Nice. Do you have any interest in working with any South African genetics, that are from there, aside from the the grow that you previously talked about, or have you done other experimentation with any Durbans? Someone asked in chat.
Yeah, I haven't actually done any growing with Durban poison. And I have a friend who's got a facility up in Johannesburg, and they're being patriotic. They're using the South African genetics for their grow. But yeah, I just feel for me right now, I need to be working with the strains that the international world are used to, so that it makes the offtake more accessible, easier to sell the product. If I come in with an African strain and they say, what is this? Even though it's got the THC, it might not have the right terpenes for them. So I just feel that I can confidently grow foreign strains for that market, because I'm only allowed to grow to export. We don't have access to local markets. So I've got to grow strains that the international market are used to and what they want at the moment. I am doing a lot of breeding, but I'm using international strains at the moment.
Awesome. Well, let's see what other questions we have from chat here. The bell siphon question. Let me see. What other questions do you guys have in chat for Shannon about what other challenges have you found in growing in South Africa? What's the current landscape there, legal wise? Any, is recreational on the horizon, or is it still pretty far away?
Yeah, I'd say it's 2 to 3 years off. There's a lot of club models running at the moment. People are opening clubs with dispensaries, but they're not legal. But people are doing it anyway. They're pushing the boundaries. Some people are being arrested, some aren't. CBD is a way that people are trying to play with the market a bit. If you go into any grow shop or any cannabis-based store, you will find isolate or distillate that you can buy in pens, but not over the counter. It's sort of under the carpet store. But the recreational market's still very tight and very closed and very, very hot. The regulation is very tight in this country. So it's, but I have a lawyer friend who's working on it, and he tells me that we are, as soon as that we can get excited is in 2 years' time. We are looking at Israel. Israel is going to be the biggest recreational market opening up next year. I'm informed by my off-taker. I'm not sure, but I've been told that we need to be looking at strains for Israel. So that's what we're doing for that. Our off-takes at the moment are to Australia.
And
So,
do you
yeah,
want to talk a little bit more about Australia? A lot of people don't know that it's where a lot of the African stuff. I know a lot of the Zimbabwe offtake is into Australia as well.
Yeah, so it's fascinating to me. Most of the off-takes at the moment from South Africa are going to Australia. It's fascinating. I mean, Australia have legalized it in a few states, but they seem to be happy about importing the product. But also, with the globe being under the pandemic, people are battling financially. So cannabis is not a cheap product to purchase. So that's also working against us a bit at the moment, even though we're probably in one of the countries we can grow it the cheapest in the world because of our labor. Everything's just cheap in Africa. But yeah, and one of the biggest challenges is the climate, and especially in the Eastern Cape where we are. It's very dry, it's very windy. So aquaponics is good for that, but it has its challenges with other climatic conditions as well. But yeah, it's ongoing and it's very exciting, and I'm amazed to see how many people are actually growing cannabis aquaponically around the world. It's incredible to see. But no one like you, Stephen. No one's growing it like you yet.
Certainly nice to see the mix of living soil and aquaponics on your farm. I think a lot of people watching this are equally as passionate about both methods. So is there any, what have been some of the pest challenges that you've had to deal with in South Africa? That was another question we got in chat.
Yeah, I know the biggest challenges are now in spring. Caterpillars, American bollworm come in heavy, thrips come in heavy, aphids come in. I haven't introduced any predators yet. I've got natural predators running around the systems. I don't kill any predators. I don't use any toxins that kill predators. So I'm trying to bolster them in that way. My consultant has given me now a whole chart of insects I need to be looking at. So I'm going to be looking at that now going into the summer. But my biggest challenge is climate, more so than anything else. That really is my biggest challenge. So that's why a lot of people go indoor. You know, we're very much naturalists, so we want to stay outdoor, but we want to do the aquaponics. So I've just said to my partner, I really need to protect the plants now. So I'm just putting up heavy shade cloth all around the aquaponic systems to keep it as stable as I can for the plants, because the plants are growing beautifully. But every time the wind comes through, it really comes through, it smashes those plants and damages them and sets them back. It stresses them. So it affects everything. You know, the cannabis plant with any kind of resistance is not going to be happy. So that's what I need to do, is just keep up any kind of resistance for the grow.
We got another question in chat. How are you dealing with the higher temperatures and humidity? Is that causing any mold issues or other things like that?
Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, we get a lot of humidity here because we're on the coast. We're at sea level. We're on the coast and I lie between two rivers. So I've got the sea in front of me and two rivers either side of me. So we always humid. The cloud cover is always around. The wind helps the humidity by blowing it, by drying it off a bit, but it's heavy. But the phytostim which I use, that moringa-based product, it really helps me a great deal. Because of the potassium and the amino acids on it, that helps a great deal. And I've also been told that I should be adding it to my water. It'll improve the health of the plants, the roots, and the fish. I haven't done it yet because it's quite an expensive product, but I'm going to start doing it now in the summer. My biggest fear now going into summer in aquaponics is Pythium. Every summer, Pythium comes in and it wipes out my entire crop, not my cannabis crop, but my lettuce crop. Anything that's on a raft gets nailed by Pythium. The buckets are better, the media beds better, but I still use plants in the buckets and media beds. But oxygen, I've increased my oxygen levels a great deal for Pythium, and the biodine, I believe, will also help with the Pythium, but it remains to be seen. But oxygen is a big thing for Pythium. And
Yeah.
your mixture, your lactic acid bacteria, that now, I saw that this evening. I took a picture of your recipe as well, just to get it. But I'm sure we'll go to your masterclass course. So I look forward to that, Steve.
Yeah, those are just a few things from it, but certainly, increasing biodiversity of the microbes in there, and then just making sure the water doesn't get too hot can be another great way to help mitigate that a little bit.
Well, this is the other thing I need to be doing, is putting in heat exchangers for summer and winter and working in either way, because I've got no way to control my water temperature, and it's like a wild west at the moment. So yeah, I need to look at that now in summer.
We had another question in chat. Can you talk more about the moringa extract?
The moringa extract. Yeah, it's called phytostim, and it's basically an ethanol extract of the moringa leaf. So they mash up the leaf like they would for cocaine, and they would do the extract with ethanol and then run it through an evaporator as such. And the end product, it smells very rich. It smells medicinal. You can drink it. And they call it plant nutrition, and it just softens the plant. It's just wonderful stuff for them, and it increases photosynthesis and growth and doubles your yield. It makes your stems thick, your leaves very big, everything goes green. It's a wonderful, wonderful product. It's made locally, and I believe they're on a marketing spree now in Malaysia at an expo there. There's only two grows at the moment. And we're doing a bit of a marketing thing for it. But no, I'm not marketing it. I'm just doing it on Instagram because it does so well for my plants that I boost it. So I'm going to put it into my water now as well to see what difference that makes.
Awesome. What other things would you like people to know about South Africa? I think a lot of people don't really have, especially people that haven't been there, don't have really an idea what the country is like, especially the agricultural scene. Anything you want to kind of mention about Africa and the ag scene in general there?
Yeah, it's going through, South Africa is going through big changes at the moment, politically and in every aspect. We're going through big changes, and you can see it just on the streets. I do worry about food supply in Africa. There are a lot of white South Africans leaving South Africa because of the politics and the uncertainty of South Africa. A lot of people are leaving and going to Canada and America and Mauritius and Australians, and they're leaving by the droves, which is worrying for the country. The brain drain is escalating at a rapid rate. So we have that challenge. We have Eskom, which is our power supply, which is extremely challenging for the country. We spend half of our time on load shedding. The whole climate change thing now, with the whole coal-powered power stations being phased out. Africa can only afford coal power stations. The nuclear one in Cape Town is leaking. The issues there. So water, politics, electricity, and stability in South Africa are the four big questions at the moment. There were the big riots in KwaZulu-Natal in July. A lot of foreigners were looking to invest in South Africa just prior to that. And when that happened, the investors ran for the hills. They weren't going to invest in a country that's so unstable. So I would say we're in for a few more years of instability, but it is probably the most beautiful country in the world. It's very diverse in people, in nature. Agriculturally, aquaponics is a very good thing for South Africa. Not for labor, because it takes away from labor because it doesn't require much labor, but for food security and sustainability, it's certainly one of the big things that we're looking at. And a lot of people are coming in from the States and investing in aquaponics in South Africa for food security. So that's rather positive that they're looking at that, because water is scarce, food is scarce, population is growing by the day. And yeah, everyone's just a bit worried in the country at the moment as to how we're going to get through the next couple of years and how it's going to end up. It's very volatile at the moment.
Well, how do people find out more about your farm and the school that you run? I know you guys also have some training stuff down there as well.
Yeah, it's not actually our school. It's an academy called Chiba, and it's run by a guy called Trenton, who was actually in the music industry before this. He's always been into cannabis. A wonderful guy, and they've opened up. There's 3 academies. There's 2 in Kettenberg Bay, and there's 1 in Johannesburg. So, and we supported them tremendously. We've got 2 interns that are with them at the moment, and they're going to be finishing now in November, and then they're going to come join us here. So we asked the interns to go there to start the process, just to make it a formality for SAP and for government to see that we're actually using the system, so that we can certify the system, so that we get trainees coming from there then to come to our systems to learn aquaponics, not just cannabis, but medicinal plants and food as a broad-based education, and then they can go on further. But I'd like to keep those trainings to further our facility, because we are expanding as we go every year. I've got 5 aquaponics modules at the moment, and I've got 3 tunnels that we're going to be converting to aquaponics now in the new year. And then hopefully Stephen's going to come out in February or March, and he's going to help us with the expansion on that. So yeah, that's where we're going. We're going big.
All right. Well, is there anything else you wanted to tell everybody about before you go?
No, I just wanted to say thank you very much, Stephen, for doing this big event. It's huge that you're exposing aquaponics in such a big way internationally. It's wonderful. So I applaud you for that. And well done to you, really, for what you've done in aquaponics and for cannabis especially.
for joining us today, man. I really appreciate you taking the time. I know it's getting late there in South Africa, so I do appreciate you coming on.
No, well, thank you very much for having me, and I will stay on for the whole week, and I'm going to be on. I've put the whole weekend aside for this, so thank you very much. I'm going to learn a great deal from this. So thank you, Stephen. It's wonderful.
Well, thanks again, man. Take care.
Thank you. Take care of yourself. We'll chat soon.
That's awesome. Definitely looking forward to going out and seeing his farm in person. For those of you guys just joining us, this is the second annual virtual Aquaponic Cannabis Conference. Make sure I have this pinned. Okay, no, I think it's right. Yeah, okay, sorry. Just making sure the cameras are working right. For those of you that are just joining us now, you can go over to ap420.com and sign up with your email for a chance to win a Spectrum King 403, along with a full nutrient pack and a copy of the virtual aquaponic cannabis class. Alrighty, we're just a couple minutes away from starting off with Cymbiosed, Eco Grow from Switzerland. They're somebody I've been following for a little while. I was hoping to get them on for this year, and was super excited when they got back to me and were able to join us. And I don't think we've heard from no, that's not true. We've only heard from one EU grower so far that I can think of from anywhere in Europe. We had the lady from Italy on a couple months ago, but certainly excited to have them on today. And we will be going all the way until 10 p.m. Pacific time. We did have a little bit of a switcheroo at the end of the day on the schedule. Wendy will be switching with Dylan just to accommodate some time issues that we had at the end of the day. So if you're wanting to check out Wendy, she'll be on at 7 instead of 8. All right, we will be back with you guys here in just a few minutes. Put this up on the screen here. I'll be right back as I get them situated.
Stephen, can you hear me?
Yep.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
You want
So
to,
I'm with a colleague, just in case we are two for the conference. To be Guillaume and me. I don't know if you can see me. Not yet. It doesn't work. Okay, it's coming.
there we go. Wonderful.
There we go. Welcome.
Cool. So shall we start right now, or?
If you just want to give 1 or 2 minutes, maybe, or just give you a quick introduction, tell everybody about yourself and what country you're in, and maybe just a quick background in the beginning would be great.
Okay, I will. I checked the list of bullet points that you sent us with 15 minutes for the design method. So we will follow what
The one that I sent you that has the 15 minutes and 15 minutes stuff is for the commercial panel later on if you wanted to join that. This is just you talking about your facility for this one.
Okay, shall I show the facility or not?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so basically we don't have to show the product.
Oh no, you can show whatever you want. Yeah, show anything you'd like. We'd love to learn everything you're doing. Yep.
Okay, that's nice. So basically I will speak for the company, for the facility, for the production, and everything around the production. And Guillaume, my colleague, will speak about the product, and we'll do a tour of our production. And I will do like a kind of dynamic explanation of what we do, what we try to do, and where we would like to go. And of course, I will try to follow the structure of the conference and hope the English will be good enough that everybody will understand what I will say.
I think our viewers are just happy to see a view of a Swiss cannabis grow. We've heard so many things that, the Swiss make so many good different mechanical things and other things. I'm certainly interested to see what you guys are doing with cannabis.
Yeah, I hope to. I hope.
Well, whenever you're ready to get started, it looks like it's 12 o'clock, or 10 o'clock. So whenever you're ready,
I'm ready. Just let me know when I have to start.
go ahead.
Okay, hello guys. I'm Marian Kojevic from the company EcoGrow based in Switzerland, nearby Lausanne. And today I'm with my colleague Guillaume, and we'll try to introduce you properly what we do, what we did, and where we would like to go in our project Aquaponic. Basically, we started the project on 1st August 2017. And we launched the production of our first plants in middle of 2018. Basically, we had to build the farm with on a vertical way, and yes, and we chose a building, industrial building, to do that. Because we think that a lot of industrial building can be used for the aquaponic production, especially by the, let's say, electricity availability available on the industrial building and the space, and a lot of industrial building in Switzerland, especially, let's say, without any activity. And we try to, let's say, give a value of that building. The building where we are was a manufactured building for drinks, soft drink, that I will not pronounce the name, maybe I can. It was Coca-Cola in the past, and now they moved out of Switzerland, and now we have this aquaponic farm inside. And yes, now we are here for 4 years. The production's going well, and we can say that the site is a pre-industrial site in Bussigny, nearby Lausanne. And this pre-industrial site is made to make, let's say, kind of update of the installation, optimization, and tests, of course. And the test about how to spray the water, for a simple thing, how to make it, let's say, working 24 hours on 24. We really have an industrial thinking of the aquaponic production. And the fish that we have in our system has to finish in the plates in restaurants, let's say, to make, from an economic point of view, really, let's say, yeah, to have an economic view also on the aquaponic production. And also we have a couple of pillars of our thinking when we think about aquaponic farm. We think also about no waste. We try to make it always in every process from the production, let's say, no waste. We try to reuse everything what we can reuse, or we try to make, let's say, for the substrate, for instance, to make them renew always. But I will go more in details on that point later on when we'll do the tour of our farm. Also the water, for instance, the water we try to use less as possible water and reuse the water. In our system, we have developed a cycle, like an ecosystem, natural ecosystem. We have not, let's say, it's not a big invention. Let's say we were inspired by the nature, what the nature has done naturally. Let's say, and we have built up this farm on that way. It means that the water is a closed cycle and reuse, and we have to introduce water, and the water doesn't go away. And we, on that way we use about 90% less of water from if we compare with the traditional agriculture from the land, let's say. And that's one point. And the second point, we try to also, for like every aquaponic farm, we do without any external, let's say, chemical element. Of course, everything is natural. And even for the nutrition, the nutrition that we have for the plants are 100% natural and come from the system itself. And on that way also, and that's very interesting points, that economic point, you don't have to introduce, let's say, nutrition from outside, as everything is built on site of the system. It's really the way that we build up the project, the farm, and thanks to that, we have at the end a really good product. I mean, that cannabis flowers, as we in Switzerland produce. We can produce legally CBD for a couple of years now, 5, 6 years, and we are focusing especially on that industry, the cannabis industry in Switzerland. So maybe I will let my colleague Guillaume show you what we do now as a product in Switzerland, what we can provide on the Swiss market thanks the aquaponic system. Maybe Guillaume, can you handle the call now?
I don't know if everybody can see me and hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you do? Right. So thank you, Mario. So hello, everybody. We are so in the manufacturer part. Okay, I'll try to change the camera. Side of the camera. There we go. So this is our manufacturer part. Okay, that's the part of our brand Cymbiosed. We have 7 genetics available in 12 different bags. Okay, so there is the bubblegum, Harlequin, V1, Orangelo, and Strawberry. So those 5 are indoor aquaponic. Then we have the 2 others. It's called Gorilla and Bubakoi. Those 1 are greenhouse and outdoor production. Those 2 so are produced by our partner, World Certificate Organic Farmland. Okay. We also have some infusion, but this I'll talk to you later. So we also have sub-products. The sub-product like essential oil with different CBD concentration, and as well an extract of CBD. So as I said earlier, one of our other products that we have in our brand, it's called so easy infusion, called the 7 deadly sins. So as the greed, envy, sloth, gluttony, etc. So all our infusion are have different effects correlated with the name because of the other plants that are inside. Voilà. Well, that's it for the manufacture part. Just give me a second. Voila. So now let's speak again, Mario.
So I'm back now. Now we are going to do a short tour of our installation. I mean, I will try to introduce you the farm step by step and explain you everything what we do in our farm and how we do things. Yeah, how we do things. So now I will turn the video. I will try to turn the video if it's possible. Okay. So here, for instance, you can see we have kind of laboratory. Here we do analysis of nitrates, phosphate, magnesium, every part of we call it chemical element of water. And yeah, it's really important for us to have a, let's say, the good numbers in order to make adjustments if we need to do adjustments. Here we have, like, say, the nursery. It's let's say the first step of our nursery. Here we have baby fishes, which were reproduced directly by the fishes, and we have to update it because we have some rules in Switzerland to keep the fishes on the, let's say, good life before to finish in the plate. And now we are going to update all these parts. It's the next step of our farm. And we do that with a department here in Switzerland, which are dedicated for animals. Here you can see our vertical farm. We try to optimize the space, yes, to build up on vertical way every part of the production, fishes, plants, and so on. Here we have automated most of the parts for food, for instance, water distribution, and you can see here the black one, the black tanks are fishes. And I don't know if you will see correctly, here inside we have fishes. And all, let's say, I don't know how to say that, let's say, politely, the sheet of fishes finish here, or the solid parts, the solid part of the fishes finish here, and we separate liquid and solid parts. And it goes then on the biological culture tanks, and thanks to that we can transform nitrates to nitrates and all other part of chemical elements of water. And once and then we go here, it goes here, and we do the vegetative phase. Here you can see our plants. For instance, we just received a new cycle, plants, clones. You have to know that in Switzerland, we work especially with clones in order to keep, let's say, a stabilized genetic, because we have a rules in Switzerland about cannabis production. We can produce below 1% of THC without, let's say, legal constraint. Not a lot of legal constraint. It will be, of course, but not a lot of legal constraint. And we can produce them easily from administration point of view. Anyway, you have administration, but it's easier to do CBD. High level of CBD and low level of THC, below 1%. And then here, the plants, the water go here, and the plants taking everything from the water, I mean nutrition, and in same times it makes the filter. And we work also with substrate, because at the end we try to keep nutrition in the substrate and to reuse every time the substrate. Why we use the substrate here? It's because we use insights with the substrate like the roots with some, I don't know in English the name, we call it in French mycorrhizae. We use the mycorrhizae to transform the roots depth in nutrients, and in that way we can bring enough nutrition to the plant to grow properly and to have, let's say, a good production. Then here we are going to the flowering room. As you can see here, we have a new cycle. We have this genetic who goes, and now here we are working also in a vertical way. I mean, this always in the same meaning, to keep minimum of space to produce a maximum, because we have yeah, from economic point of view it's much more efficient, and also we can keep let's say yeah, good production and answer the market request. So here that's where we work, and we work everything with lead in order to don't let's say don't use too much energy. and also because of heating. When you use sodium lights, for instance, in indoor production, it takes too much energy to keep it cold. And thanks to LED, we don't need too much energy or renew the air to keep a good temperature for the plants. And here we have currently 4 genetics running, and yeah, and we had to do an update, for instance. Here we increased the size of the pipe in order to accelerate the water sprayed in the bags. So yeah, that's it. That's our farm in Bussigny, and that's a farm which is specialized on pre-industrial way before the industrial one. And now we are going. We have also a franchise partner. Just sorry, I'm trying to. Don't know if you can hear me. Up, I try to move up. Okay.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So that's our farm. I don't know if you have any question of our facility at the moment, at this stage. Steven?
Yep. Sorry about that. I had a little bit of a blip on my end. Go ahead. You're good.
Okay. So yes, and what is very interesting in that kind of let's say installation, it's really from how to say, yeah, we can really improve the productivity of that kind of installation. We can also clearly ensure a quality of products, and also we can separate and optimize every step of in our aquaponic production. For instance, all the solid part from the fishes putting out, for instance, the solid part of the fishes, and we do with this material, let's say like that, a vortex in order to divide every part of the solid part of the system that the fish products, in order that the plant at the end can consume easily on an easy way all nutrition that they need. Thanks to that, we are able to be self-efficient from a nutrition point of view. As we divide and we make the solid part of the fishes smaller and smaller, like that. In that way, the plants and the root from the plants can take it. And yeah, that's how we work here. That's the system that we have built up. And also, we can say that it's never stopped. We try always to, how to say, we try always to improve every process, and especially here because we have a lot of control, especially for animals, because we have to keep animals on the good, let's say, we have to give them a good life from a legal point of view before to finish in the plates. And we have a lot of rules to respect, and also we can say, oh, I've forgotten, for the fish's food, that's the only thing that we introduce in our system. That's the fish food. And even the fish food, we try to put kind of philosophy. Let's say that we don't put, I don't know this name, farine. It's like, you know, some nutrition aliments or food for fish are made from fish. And we use only vegetables for that. And our fishes are vegetarian. So we try to keep until the end, from our perspective, that's how we think, a natural way of the thing. And yeah, That's it. So we don't want to give food to our fishes with food transformed from fishes, kind of cannibalism. That's what we are thinking for that point of view. And yes, and now we are producing well. And also one thing is very interesting in our farm and in our final product is that the taste and the smell of the flower. We compared our product with a natural, with a traditional way of doing cannabis. And when we compare the flower at the end, we can clearly see a difference from the smell point of view, the structure of the flower. And yeah, and for us, and in our point of view, we bring the quality of the product at the end on a higher level because the flower, yeah, has a different structure. And when you let's say smoke the flower, yeah, you can see clearly a difference between aquaponic production and the others production.
Have you noticed any difference in COA testing, the lab testing? Well, it looks like he's got a bit of a glitch there. Or is that on my end? Oh, there we go.
Sorry, Stephen, I didn't hear your question.
Oh, have you noticed a difference in your lab testing with the COAs with the aquaponics versus others?
COAs, just could you explain me a few words?
The chemical analysis of the flower.
Alors, we didn't do a chemical analysis of the flower. We do the test here as more we do a test on CBD and THC, especially.
Did they test for terpenes there in Switzerland?
No, we didn't apply the terpene. Just a moment. I will put the mic off. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay.
I think we're feedback.
Sorry. I'm going in my office. Okay, can you now? I'm just.
There we go.
Here we go. Sorry, the time that I finished the tour.
What?
No, we didn't yet do a deep analysis or from a laboratory on the flower directly. We did analysis from the substrate from the fish because we have to do analysis of fish before to bring them to the restaurant. We do a lot of analysis, but not on the terpene itself. At the moment, what I could say from the final product point of view after an aquaponic production is that clearly, because in Switzerland we can see a lot of different production. It will be traditional with minerals, synthetic minerals, organics, organic production, or yeah, couple of hydroponic and so on. And yeah, the smell maybe it's because it's my production. I say that, I don't know, but I can see clearly a different smell and the taste of the product, stronger one especially. And yeah, at the moment, maybe it will be the next step, the terpene analysis from in a laboratory. Yes, clearly.
What other types of cultivars have you tried? Is there any cultivars that you tried that you aren't using any longer, or are you pretty much stuck?
At the beginning, we did a first test with tomato and salad. At the beginning, and and clearly the product at the end was really good. We can compare it with what you can find in the shops. You can when you heat a tomato from from the aquaponic production compared to others. The smell and the taste is clearly stronger, much more stronger. And but the production is good. And at the end, at the beginning, we did let's say an economic analysis of producing salad and vegetables. And we can say that if we produce vegetables, it could be from economic point of view clearly available, not available, but reliable or profitable. But the profits it will be not enough to develop also the aquaponic industry, or because we look at industry. Look at it industry, aquaponic industry, and it needs still today a lot to invest to reach, let's say, the breaking point for vegetables and to be competitive compared to other industry in terms of production, if we compare the production. And the next step will be like the plants that we were looking for. It's medicinal plants. It's we call it in French l'armoisie annuelle. It's for the paludism. For that's kind of plant that we use for the paludism.
What type of fish are you using, and have you tried different types of fish?
I've tried. We started with koi, carp koi fish, and then it was at the beginning for 1 year, 1.5, and then we started to move up from, let's say, fish which is not for like a food fish to food fish. And now we produce tilapia fish, and it's a really good fish for that, strong fish. And also it allows us with this kind of fish, especially the tilapia, we can keep the pH between 6 and 6.3, 6.6 and 6.3. In order that the plants can take all nutrition on easy way too. And we can find a really good compromise between fish and plants with tilapia species especially. And also with the koi, but the koi you can't sell it in the restaurant because you can't eat it also. And yeah, and this fish also, what let's say was difficult to move from koi to tilapia is the law about food fish, and this one is really difficult because you have, for instance, for short, you have to put a lot of paper on the table with process. Standard operating process, process in case of issue, process in case of change, if you have to change the process in order to keep, to solve any problem that you can meet during the production. And we build up about 150 pages, between 100 and 150 pages just for process, and to have the right to produce the fish by law. I mean, from public administration. And now also we have also an auto control. That's how we call it. It's auto control. One guy come every week, and he controls if the fish are in good health, for instance. And we do a lot of control around the fishes and also the plants, of course. And yeah, and yeah, the way of aquaponics, if we want to move up in industrial way, is not so easy as I thought at the beginning when we launched the project. Because if you want really to make it industrialized, yeah, you have to reach a lot of rules from even it's not really low, but let's say regulation, if I'm right, in English. And we have to follow a lot of regulation to find the compromise between fish production and plant production, because we look like new industry, which is not really and the rules about this kind of industry is not done today. And we are making the rules by collaborating with our collaboration with the let's say we call it animal departments or this kind of thing. That is not really like that in French, but we make the rules with them because we are completely new on the market and they never met kind of company like us before who really mix both and working like in a closed system, which we don't have a renew water every second, let's say. We keep the water inside of the system in order to control the quality water also. And yeah, that's a really difficult stuff to apply the rules from the government, let's say, about animals. From the plants, it's okay. We control. It's easy, but now for the fish, it was the most difficult part. Let's say in aquaponics production, the plant it's okay, but the fish is really difficult to apply all the rules and to make let's say the government happy.
So can you get meat processing licenses and actually harvest the fish with the cannabis license in Switzerland? And you can't do that currently in the United States.
We have I don't know if we can call it a license. We have to we do an auto control with a guy, an independent guy who doesn't work in the company but has all the authorization, like authorization to produce fishes, and it's not really a license. We have the agreement from to produce. We have an agreement with the government to produce with the to produce fishes and plants, of course. But we have to work with a guy and like a guy who do a control every week and make sure that the fish are in good health at the end. It's not a license itself, but it's kind of way to make a permanent control of the production of fish. And for the plants, we don't have any license because we don't produce a high rate of THC. We produce below 1%. We have the authorization to produce CBD without special license. But we are going to work on the license to produce THC flowers. I mean THC with high rate of THC, and that's why we're trying to do in Switzerland. And now a lot of discussion on that to produce THC flowers. Now we have like a pilot project who is launched. Now they have to find producer who are, let's say, authorized to produce high rate of THC. But it's moving, let's say, slowly.
Everything in the cannabis industry goes slower than you wish it would.
Yeah, clearly. So yeah, now in our part in our company, we start to the process to get authorization to produce flowers, but it's a gray zone, let's say, because the process and the rules are not clear. How you can get the authorization. It's a kind of new rules they are building up in Switzerland, and in Switzerland the problem that we have is not that if they agree or not to put on the market high rate of THC is not a question anymore. is how you will do that, and to make at the end, let's say, a good way to find a good product on the market. And that's the main question in Switzerland that we have: how we can apply, how we can bring high rate of THC flower for recreative part, let's say, on the market properly, to make it work well, and to avoid any, let's say, any problem from legacy, let's say, legacy from the legacy behavior.
So we had a question from chat about how often your flood and drain timers are. How often are you watering them with the aquaponic water from the
plants?
Mhm.
About 2 or 3 times a week. We do. We bring water 2 or 3 times a week for the plants, and then it comes back to the system after and clean water, because the plants have cleaned the water to make it proper for the fishes.
Nice. That's definitely an interesting setup. What other challenges have you run into trying to grow cannabis specifically versus some of the other crops that you've tried?
Challenges? How the plants itself in aquaponics, because the plants needs a lot of nutrition, especially in flowering part. The last 3 or 4 weeks of the flowering part, that's where it takes the most part of the nutrition. And at the beginning, we the first production we failed because we didn't apply the vortex part, which allowed to divide the molecule of the solid part of fish production, let's say. And that's the most difficult part from to produce cannabis in aquaponics, the nutrition, because it needs a lot of nutrition in the flowering part.
What someone else asked, are you using any fungal products like mycorrhizae in conjunction with your pots?
We use we call it in French, or maybe it's the same in English, mycorrhizae. It's kind of mushroom who will natural mushroom that will hit the roots and change the dead roots on nutrition, nutriment for the plants, and in like that, and that's why we reuse every time the substrate, and that's the thing that we had in our pots, but not on a pot, in the substrate itself. When we finish a production, we add it in order to transform the roots on nutriment for the next production.
What have you? Is there any requirements around pest management, or what are some of the other maybe unique requirements that are different in Sweden, or I'm sorry, Switzerland, than other countries might be familiar with?
Requirements of you mean to build up the farm, or to run the farm?
For cannabis.
For cannabis. Requirements. Requirements. You don't have a specific requirement to produce. Just you have to register your company, know your business, know how to produce it, and to respect the rules about electricity, this kind of stuff, like every company, especially if you want to produce industrial cannabis. It's really important. And also you have to keep the genetic below 1% to avoid any special authorization. And if you reach, if you respect the basic rules, like me, I come from IT, for instance, and a guy from IT, a guy from any industry, different industry, who wants to come in cannabis industry, can launch a business like that. Just you need to do that properly and respect the basic rules and run properly your farm, of course, and take care about the plants.
I also saw that you're starting to export to the UK, I believe, right?
We tried to the UK until we were able to export easily to the UK before the Brexit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and now we export products in European Union in every country easily. That's it. But we have to prepare and make the product technically legal because the rules are different between Switzerland and European Union, and even inside of the European Union, you have different rules. So you have to, let's say, read a lot of paper before to export products.
Yep. Yeah, I know. It's funny. We just had a gentleman from South Africa on right before you, and you're talking about exporting from South Africa to Australia and then Australia up into the EU, just in order to get all the certifications you need for all the different things. It's just how it's done these days, you know. It's just kind of hopefully.
Yeah, so to export for us, it's a laboratory analysis. That's the way how you can export. You have to make your product, like say, you have to prove that your products respect the rules from European Union. That's the most important part. And for instance, in our case, we export all our products. We have a hub in Belgium, and from Belgium, then we spread the product across European Union. Even, yeah, that's how we do from let's say, logistic point of view. But yeah, it's moving a lot.
What do you guys do with your trim and your other products? Do you guys make concentrates or any other products aside from flower sales, or is that not something that is allowed yet up there? Or what do you do with the other?
For instance, the leaves. We use the leaves for the infusion, for instance. And also, we don't have a lot of, let's say, we don't have a lot of trim in our production because we optimize, let's say, the growth on the flower, and we can, let's say, we're working hardly on the flower to produce much more flower, and the trims is really low in our production. Just we keep the leaves, sorry, and to add it in our infusions. Tea, sorry, in our tea.
Yeah, a bit of a delay there. What other things would you like people to know about the Switzerland, cannabis cultivation scene? I think a lot of people have not had a chance to really be exposed to many people that are, growers in the EU, especially aquaponic growers. What other things would you like to tell people, maybe people that are thinking about maybe going into aquaponic cannabis in Europe?
So in Switzerland, aquaponic cannabis production is clearly possible. I think even it's not only in cannabis, but if we speak about cannabis, I think, and especially what we can see today in outdoor production, for instance, the outdoor production has a lot of difficulties today because of climate change. Some of the guys, partners, let's say, that I know, has lost 50% of the production because of climate change. Some of the, it's just an estimation, but my personal estimation, just the rate of production has decreased about 20-30% this year compared to the years before. And for our industry, especially aquaponic, we can optimize and be from economic point of view very competitive also. And the guys just you have to find a good place, good infrastructure for electricity, for indoor production, or you can do a greenhouse too. It's possible. Just yeah, they can really, yeah, if some people want to build up aquaponic production in Switzerland, it's clearly possible. But it costs a lot also in Switzerland to build up a kind of production like that.
So is Switzerland going to be legalizing recreational anytime soon? I know it'd be great to come to Switzerland and go skiing and smoke and or go hiking and smoke.
Yeah, it goes to legalize. It's not even a question if or not. It will be, but now the question how long it will take. And because let's say in Switzerland we make things, but it takes time. Now we are in Switzerland launching a pilot project to see how it could be structured, how it could be, what kind of rule must be applied for recreation cannabis. And yeah, and also we think to build up really an industry of high rate of THC in Switzerland, but for flower too. Not only like, let's say not only the extraction itself for the flower, because a lot of yeah, that's a lot of discussion now. It's how to apply rules, what kind of rules should be applied for that kind of industry, and can we export, can we or not. That's a lot of questions, but now there is not even a question if it will be or not. It's how it will be.
Well, it's definitely good to hear that it's definitely improving there. Um, uh, is there any other cultivars that you're looking to try here soon? Someone asked what kind of strains are you going to be growing in the future? Is there anything maybe you guys have in the queue that you haven't tried yet, or some other types of varieties, especially if you're able to move into THC varietals that you're looking to jump into?
We have already some partners in Switzerland who are specialized on that. And I was in our company, we try to focus on the production itself. And for the genetics, we use, for instance, standard one that we have in Switzerland for low level of THC, below 1%. And for more than 1%, we have also already some partners who are able to produce genetics. And we work by clones in Switzerland, not by seed. In indoor production, I mean, especially in indoor, even in outdoor production. We work, we focused on clones because from our experience, let's say, we can have, let's say, regular production, and we can control, let's say, the genetic easily, or on an easier way. When you put, let's say, 1,000 clones, you know that the 1,000 clones will be same, and you have no, let's say, surprise.
Yeah.
And the quality is reached at 99% of the time. Just now, yeah. From the genetic point of view, yeah, we will start to look at genetic, let's say, in 1 or 2 months only. So that's why I don't have a lot of information from a genetics with high rate of THC at the moment.
Yeah, so you definitely get less, phenotypical variation with your clones for sure, and much more predictable for commercial production when you're doing hundreds or thousands of plants. And that's why you see aquaponics supporting a lot of large soil operations as well. For that reason, you can crank them clones out real quickly and get those consistent plants out. Well, any last closing thoughts you want to give everybody while we wrap up? I have pulled up your website here. I was going to throw that up on the screen.
So at the moment, what I could say that I believe strongly in aquaponic production, and I think this kind of industry growing, and it will grow faster that a lot of people can think. Fortunately or unfortunately, the climate change help us to build up this kind of industry, the aquaponic one. And yeah, just keep in mind that the aquaponic has clearly a huge place to take on the market. And we can make a huge difference from a final product, and the end consumer will clearly like our products.
Well, it's definitely cool to see, again, more people utilizing both aquaponics and soil together. It doesn't always have to be one or the other. It's really nice to see the combination thereof. I guess that would be my last question for you: is what type of soil mixes or medias are you using for the root systems?
What kind of soil?
Yep.
We use at the beginning. We use a standard soil that's a traditional way, let's say. The substrate, we call it substrate. The substrate that we use, it's from cocoa, a little bit cocoa, and some kind of stuff like that. I don't know if I can give a trademark name here on the conference, but it's for instance, we use a BioBees all mix, and then because when we introduce the soil, we just had the soil that was used by the plants, for instance, on 7 liters. When the plant has we do the harvest, we have lost only 1 liter. So it means that for the 7 liter, you just have to add 1 liter of soil to have a full pot of soil. And as we renew the soil every time, yeah, we don't have to. We don't have a specific soil for that. Just we use one soil, and then after culture cycle and cycle, the soil itself becoming really has a lot of nutrition, enough nutrition to renew the roots and this kind of stuff.
That's awesome. It's great to see Aquaponic Cannabis taking over even other parts of Europe. So thanks so much for coming on the show and the conference and talking to us about your awesome projects over there and all the different things that you guys are doing. So I look forward to seeing what else you guys do here in the future.
Thank you, and thank you first for your invitation. It was really pleased, and I hope that I gave good information or tips for people who are, let's say, fan of aquaponic production.
Oh yeah, people love seeing the different types of facilities all over, and really appreciate you taking the time to give us a tour and kind of showing us what's different about the rules in Switzerland and the different things. People can take these different types of ideas into consideration when they're trying to figure out what they want to do for their own farms, or hey, maybe they want to adopt something more like a Swiss type model for their grow, and I just think it's great.
Cool. Thank you again, Stephen, for the invitation, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Allez, bye-bye. Take care.
All right. Well, that was awesome. It was really great to have them on, and I was definitely looking forward to their talk for quite a while. I've seen them around on Instagram and some other places, and it was really nice to finally get a look at their farm. I think you guys had a really great time as well. So we're just waiting on our next guest to join us here shortly from Aqualitas. So hopefully they'll be with us here soon. How's everybody doing today? Hopefully everybody's having a good day. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a bit of a deer in headlights. I'm just trying to juggle everything going on the back end. Yeah, isn't it? I thought that was a great presentation, and again, really neat to see what's going on in other parts of the world. We've seen South Africa and Switzerland, and you know, yeah, we'll have some more great presentations coming at you soon. All right. In just a couple minutes, we'll be live here with the talk from Aquilitas. Remember, you guys can go to ap420.com, just put in your email, and you'll be entered to win a Spectrum King 403, along with a full nutrient line from APMJ Newts for a full grow for 12 weeks of flower, and I forget how many weeks, 8 weeks of veg. It's one of the nicer packs. And then also the full Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass as well. So you have everything you need to really get started. If you have a small system at home, we'll get you set up right. And then we'll have some other giveaways over the course of the weekend as well. And then we'll be using that to send out when we do other events. We're going to try and do 1 or 2 events a year. We just want to be able to get the word out about them. So just sign up over there, and then you'll be entered to win. What else is going on? Oh, also check out the Aquaponics Association. If you guys haven't ever heard of them or had a chance to check them out, they do a lot of work with making sure that we get proper legislation with the USDA and all that type of stuff, as far as making sure that we're not overly regulated, and that when there is an issue, that we can talk directly with regulators to make sure that there isn't, kind of a heavy-handed solutions to problems that don't need them, as well as, eventually they're going to have more and more regulation with aquaponics, and they do a lot of work communicating with them, as well as we're doing a lot of work with schools, developing STEM education and other things for them. So yeah, definitely check that out. Thanks everybody for watching the conference so far. We will be up with you guys shortly with Aquilitas from Canada. All right. And if you guys are not aware as well, if you're enjoying this conference, you can view the full conference from last year as well. We have 14 wonderful talks from last year you can check out. There's a whole playlist. I broke them down into hour-long talks, or you can go back and watch the full eight-hour slog or 7-hour slog that we did through there from last year. So you can check that out. They're either in full day chunks or in hour-long chunks, as well as an audio format on any podcast app. And these will all be back uploaded the same way in the 1-hour talks as well in the future. And it will be available in the full format at the end of the day. And then I will go ahead and edit that down as well, just like last year. So don't worry if you missed something, it will be uploaded later on. We'll get started. It looks like they're just getting their last of their PowerPoint stuff sorted with their sharing. So as soon as she gets that sorted here, we'll be ready to go. There we go.
Is that working okay?
I mean, it works, but it has your notes and stuff on there. It's not doing the present or full screen.
Let me see if I can fix that. Probably not.
If not, it's okay. I mean, as long as you don't mind people seeing your notes.
Generally, I prefer not to.
Okay, we can
But
figure it out.
yeah, let me. Are you
I
still
can-
seeing?
You have more than one monitor?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be sharing the wrong monitor. If you,
Okay. So if I go,
it looks like you're on the multiple view.
yeah. So let's go settings. Display. Let's see if that works. Any better?
Yes. Yep.
Just a slideshow? Okay, perfect. Okie dokie. Well, hi, everybody. My name is Danielle Maitland. Thanks for coming to learn about Aqualitas today. I am the Aquaponics Development Supervisor at Aqualitas Inc. in Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, and I'm also a PhD candidate in Agricultural Sciences at Dalhousie University. I'm here today to talk to you about Aqualitas. I'm going to go through a quick company overview, who we are, how we grow. I'm going to tell you a whole bunch about our fish, mostly as an excuse to share some really adorable videos. And then I'm going to talk about some of our R&D work, both in koi and cannabis. And then if I have some time, I'll plug our products and tell you where and how to contact us. So, okay, next slide. That's working. Okay. So Aqualitas is a licensed producer of medical and adult use cannabis distributed across Canada. Our corporate head office is located in Bedford, Nova Scotia, and our production facility is located in the beautiful Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. We took over the site of an old paper mill, which had excellent existing infrastructure for industrial production. We're right on the Atlantic Ocean, which makes it just a stunning place to work. And I especially enjoy it in the fall because we get, I can look out the window of my office and see all the seals playing in the harbor. Our head grower is Jake Ward, and he was instrumental in designing and developing our aquaponics growing platform, overseeing it from pilot scale all the way up to the commercial scale that we see now. Last year, Jake was chosen as Canada's top cannabis grower by Grow Opportunity magazine, which was a really great recognition of the high quality and high potency product we make with the help of aquaponics. We're committed as a company to sustainability, not just in our aquaponic production methods, but also in our packaging. This winter, we'll be launching a fully recyclable paper-based packaging system for our pre-rolls, our vapes, our oils, and our concentrates. And then last spring, we transitioned to using fully recyclable ocean-sourced plastic jars for our dried flower packaging. And so far, our orders have been responsible for removing about 16,000 pounds of plastics from the ocean. And that number is just going to keep climbing, which is great. Aqualitas was the first Clean Green certified producer in Canada based on our commitment to organic management practices, compliance, quality, and sustainability. Clean Green is a cannabis-focused certification based on existing national and international organic programs, and they're just wonderful to work with. I take responsibility for keeping our certification up to date, and Chris at Clean Green is great. He was a great guy. So that's a general company overview. I'm going to talk a little bit more about our systems and our growing methods, and then I'll get into some of our R&D. Our growing system couples nutrient-rich aquaponic water from the koi fish in our recirculating aquaculture system with living organic soil made right here in Nova Scotia. Our main fish system is a 60,000 liter RAS. We have 7 grow out tanks, water treatment and monitoring systems. We have the capacity to collect and digest our solid fish waste. In addition to the commercial system, we also have a self-contained mini RAS for breeding and juvenile rearing, as well as 2 research scale systems. We also have laboratory facilities on site, which include nutrient and water quality testing equipment, some cannabinoid testing equipment, and some microbiological and dissection equipment. We've developed research partnerships with Dalhousie and Acadia universities and received funding from federal and provincial grant agencies to do our research and optimize our aquaponics platform. Because we have an aquaculture license in the province of Nova Scotia, our fish receive excellent veterinary care and consultations as needed from the provincial aquaculture veterinarians. Just shout out to Doctors Ashley, Amanda, and Anthony for being wonderful and incredibly helpful whenever we have any questions. We have approximately 1.5 tons of adult mature koi on site. Our biggest fish are in the weight range of 7 to 9 kilos, which is the same weight as your average pug dog. In September, we had our first successful breeding round, producing about 2,500 juveniles from our two parents, Creamsicle and Vision, shown there on the bottom right. Koi are a very long-living species, and now that we've been able to successfully breed our mature koi, we expect to maintain this population for an extended period of time without bringing in any outside stock. And because we intend to keep our fish for the foreseeable future, we're free to become more attached to them than you'd see in a traditional aquaculture setting. I like to call them pets with jobs. If we can reliably identify a fish based on scale patterns, colors, fin shape, behavior, size, I will generally name them, or one of the other people in the aquaculture department will name them. We have about 50 fish named at this point, and that number is just going to keep going up now that we have the new babies, as they're starting to develop their own unique looks and personalities. So I get asked this question every single time I do a presentation on aquaponics. So I figured I'd just put a slide in. Why koi? So we chose koi for a large number of reasons. Steve already mentioned they're very tolerant of a wide range of water quality parameters. They're more okay with higher suspended solids or nutrient content than you'd see with something like a trout or a salmon. Koi are very happy in a fairly wide temperature range, anywhere between 15 and 25. They'll start eating a little less as you get to the cooler side, but that wide temperature range is really great for Canada, where our incoming water to the facility can be as low as 4 degrees in the winter and up to 25 in the summer. So the fact that koi can survive in a wider range means we don't need to consume a ton of energy and have a really large footprint when it comes to heating and cooling our water year round. Koi are a little more forgiving in terms of oxygen content than you'd see from a cold water fish. That's really helpful in the event of any kind of system failure, pump failure, oxygenator failure. Behaviorally, koi are very chill, non-aggressive fish. We don't have any issues with infighting with the adults, even at higher stocking densities. They keep their tanks immaculate. There is no waste. There's no algae. Our fish scrape the walls of their tanks clean up to about an inch above the water level. So we don't have to spend any time cleaning tanks, which is nice and good for the fish because they don't get stressed out by us coming in with brushes. Koi have a very long lifespan, averaging 25 to 35 years. The longest one I've ever heard of was over 200 years old. And that's great for us since we aren't interested in harvesting them for food or for sale. It means we can grow them up to a good size, and then we have a very predictable nutrient profile being generated from our fish system without the swings you might see in a system where you are regularly removing the fish for slaughter and processing. And because cannabis is such a high value crop, it's more important to keep the water, the nutrients consistent to ensure that our quality of our product is consistent. Another great thing about koi is they won't breed spontaneously in the culture conditions of our commercial wrasse, which is something that can be an issue with tilapia. We've successfully started an in-house breeding program with a system contained outside of our commercial wrasse, so we can meet our own very mild restocking needs and then some. And because of the long lifespan of koi and our newfound ability to breed them on site, this has brought any biosecurity concerns way down. We won't need to bring in any new fish in the foreseeable future, which means that the risk of bringing in any disease vectors with new fish has also gone way down. It makes my job a lot easier. So I'm going to talk a bit about our breeding program, mostly as an excuse to show you some cute videos. Hopefully they work okay. And then I will get into some of our R&D. So we have been trying to breed our koi with different pairs and combinations of fish and different environmental cues for about 1.5 years without the use of hormones. And at the point we got to these two here, we were pretty sure we were on the right track. The female on the left is Ghosty and the male on the right is Bob. And we put Ghosty and Bob in the breeding tank on a Wednesday, got the environmental cues just right. And by Friday, they started to show a little bit of breeding behavior. Bob was chasing Ghosty around. He was nudging her belly a bit, both of which are very good signs. But come Monday, the positive signs had disappeared. There was no more chasing and they were off their feed. So we decided to keep them in the tank for another 2 weeks just to see if they'd come around. And if they didn't, we were going to pick a new pair and start the cues all over again. So you can imagine my awe, surprise, and absolute panic about 10 days after they'd been in there when I look in the tank and I see an itty bitty, teeny tiny little baby fish floating above the bristles of our breeding brush. And just here he is. That's the day I found him. And for context, that's a 3 millimeter feed pellet in the bucket with him. So I freaked out. I took the parents out of the tank immediately just in case there were any other babies in there. And after a thorough search, we determined there was no babies. This little one was the only one we had left. And so the question is, what happened? And for those of you who don't know, as with many species of fish, koi are terrible parents. They ate all of their eggs, the rest of the eggs, before we even knew they were there. That Monday morning, they weren't off their feed. They were just full. It's a grim reality, but this little one managed to evade detection. Likely he was hiding in the breeding brush where they couldn't get to him. And he managed to make it out alive and well. This is what he looks like more recently. He's 3 months old now, as of yesterday. And we're running a naming poll for him over on our social media channels. Should be up soon. And I'm also going to share, that's the Google form. I hope Steve can put that in the chat for me. And if you care to weigh in on what you think his name should be, feel free to head over and complete the form and let us know. So now that we knew that the cues work, that we had them right, we just needed to be more careful for checking for eggs. We picked out 2 new parents. And as I mentioned, that was Creamsicle and Vision, shown above. Normally for koi breeding, you are breeding for ornamental markets. You want fish that look perfect as parents to make perfect looking babies. But for us, look is not really the most important attribute. Don't get me wrong. Both Creamsicle and Vision have very lovely fins. They have really interesting scale and color patterns, but mostly they were chosen based on their temperaments. They're very easygoing. They both prefer the top of the water column, which makes them very, very easy to monitor in terms of health status. They both recover very quickly from stress. If a staff member hits the side of the tank, for example, the whole tank, all the fish will dive down to the bottom, start doing their normal stress responses. And Creamsicle and Vision are usually among the first to return to normal behavior and feeding after something like that happens. Creamsicle had the right shape for a koi with eggs. It's slightly asymmetrical, larger abdomen. And Vision was about 70% her size, which means she's less likely to get injured during breeding behavior. So we put them in the tank on a Thursday morning. By Friday, there's plenty of chasing and splashing. And Sunday morning, I came in to find a whole bunch of eggs. It's very exciting. So koi are very messy spawners. We had breeding brushes in there, which are specifically designed to catch the eggs. But there were eggs on the walls, on the air lines, on the air stone, on the aquarium heater we have in there, all over the walls. Despite the volume of eggs released, I wasn't actually sure at first that they had spawned because these eggs are basically clear and they are very hard to see underwater. Lifting things out of the water like the air stone or the breeding brush there does make the eggs a lot easier to see. This little orange picture here is from a microscope. The egg on the left wasn't fertilized. The egg on the right was. You can see the 2 black dots. They are the koi eyes. And those are actually very easy to see. You can tell at this point, this is 2 days post-fertilization, you can tell with the naked eye whether or not an egg is fertilized. Koi are very much our strategists when it comes to reproduction. They make a lot of offspring and provide no parental care, quite the opposite as we saw with our first baby. Fully mature koi can produce 50 to 100,000 eggs per kilogram of body weight per spawning. So the fact that we had only 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 eggs that fertilized was not a problem. So hopefully this plays okay. Let me know if it doesn't. This, so what I did was I cut one of the strands off the breeding brush that had a viable egg on it. I put it in a little petri dish with water from the tank. And this is by far the coolest thing I have ever recorded. Let me know if it, yeah, does it working?
Yeah, it's working great.
Perfect. So the circular structure you can see there on the belly is the yolk sac. They'll feed off that for a few days. And then you can see the little guy's tail, and the eye is really, really good in this video. So this is 2 days after spawning. And we also saw a really big ammonia spike at this point. Any of the unfertilized eggs started to break down and they were releasing a bunch of ammonia. And this was in a very well-established, very mature mini recirculating system. At one point, it was supporting 15 kilograms of fish with absolutely no ammonia issues. So if you are looking to breed or if your koi spawn, this is something to keep an eye out for. And you've got to be really careful when they're eggs or when they're really small like this, because sudden temperature changes can be really detrimental to them. So you got to do a nice, I basically spent the whole day doing a very slow motion water change just to get the ammonia back down. So the very next day, so this is 3 days post spawn, the eggs started to hatch. We kept most of them in place in the breeding tank, but a few were moved into this little hatching vessel. The video shows one freshly hatched baby clinging to the wall and the other one swimming around. The arrows kind of show you there at the start at least. Hopefully it'll let me move through. There we go. And so for the next few days after hatching, they primarily feed off their yolk sac and they'll sit on the substrate. Occasionally they will dart out into the tank water. They can't swim continuously at this point. It's mostly just sudden jerking movements. And at this point we realized we had way more koi than we thought we did initially. It's hard to tell with the eggs being so difficult to see, but they all did congregate on the 2 breeding brushes we had in there as a place to sit. So after this stage, they start to freely swim and they need to make it up to the surface in order to fill up their swim bladders, and then they can start feeding. So it's good to have the water level a little lower so they have less of a distance to travel to make it to the surface. And at this stage, they are nearly completely see-through. You can see their swim bladders. You can see individual artemia in their digestive tracts. And we did start them off on live artemia as a feed. This just shows them starting to, be neutrally buoyant and move around their environment. And this is 4 to 6 days after hatching. So less than 10 days since spawning. They're already at this stage. They're already eating. We started powdered feed, just a powdered commercial diet. We offering that about when they were about 10 days old. They were primarily on the artemia and we're slowly transitioning them off that. They're 2 months old now and they're starting to get a little bit too big for the artemia. It's the size of them. The artemia doesn't make it necessarily 100% worthwhile. These guys this is them at 6 weeks and they had just gotten an artemia feed. So you can see them darting around trying to catch as much as they can. The coloring, different color patterns have started to show up at this point. And we're going to be transitioning them to really small feed pellets just as soon as their mouths are big enough. So just for a timeline, because this happened, it seemed like lightning speed to us. So the koi spawned on a Friday. On the Sunday, 2 days later, we had an ammonia spike. They were hatching by Monday. They were feeding by Thursday. And then we started powdered food about 10 days after hatching. And by the end of the month, they were showing color patterns. Just to give you some context, if you were dealing with a salmon or trout and they spawn on the first of the month, the end of the month, they're still eggs. So it is very lightning speed. If you're going to be dealing with koi, especially indoors and not a pond system, make sure you have your, Artemia ready, because it all happens very, very quickly. So to switch gears, I'm going to talk about our R&D. We have a lot of research interests as a company. A few for the production side are listed right here. I'm going to go I'm going to discuss one of our initial trials looking at koi growth and welfare. And then I'm going to transition to some of our early cannabis R&D. I'll stop talking about koi, I promise. And then looking at cannabis growth and quality optimization, our really early trials. And then I'm going to discuss a little bit about using aerobically digested fish waste and how it works as a cannabis fertilizer. So this was basically our first study that we did, flashback in time about 2.5 years ago. It's early 2019. We have had koi in the system for just a few months. We graded them when they went in. So one tank had fish that were under 50 grams. One tank had fish that were 50 to 100 grams. One tank had fish that were 100 to 130 grams, and so on. Keeping our large fish with our large fish, our mediums with our mediums, and our smalls with our smalls, just to improve overall welfare. And Hoover was the first to stand out. She was on the larger end of her tank's weight range when she went in, but about 2 months later, she's almost double the size of everyone else in her tank. And we are pretty sure this has something to do with how she got her name. She is a big fan of food. She's always first to the table, and she hoovers up as much as she can get. She's not aggressive, but because she's a little bit heavier, she can just kind of push everybody else out of the way and eat as much as she wants. After we take note of Hoover, we start to look around at the other tanks, and we notice the same size disparity seems to be developing there too. Some fish are growing really great, really fast, and some are just staying small. So for this study, we set out to do three things, really. We wanted to verify what we've observed, that there are a few fish in each tank who are massively outgrowing everyone else. We wanted to figure out how quickly this happens so we could get an idea of how frequently we should be grading tanks. And we wanted to establish FCRs and growth rates in our system so we could begin projecting out our feed requirements, how long until we reach system capacity, how many nutrients we could expect to generate on what timeline, and that would dictate kind of our commercial rollout. So I had just finished an MSc in sustainable aquaculture at the University of Stirling, and this seemed like a perfect MSc project. So I reached out to the program director, and we set up a project with one of their students. And just shout out to Joe Baker, who came over from the UK for 3 months to weigh fish and test water, and he did a really great job with this. So we'll start out with our FCR results. For anybody who doesn't know, FCR stands for feed conversion ratio, and it's the amount of feed you need to grow 1 kilogram of fish or 1 pound of fish. So if your average FCR for all tanks was 3.3 plus minus 0.5, that means on average, it took us 3.3 kilograms of fish feed to grow 1 kilogram of fish. So these are similar findings to what's reported in literature for common carp and koi and aquaponics. Those ratios range from 1.7 up to 6. But this FCR is much higher than you'd want for a food fish like your salmon or your tilapia, where generally you're aiming for the lowest possible number closest to 1 you can get. So 1 kilogram of feed gains you 1 kilogram of fish. But when growing ornamental fish in a high value crop like cannabis, a higher FCR isn't really a huge issue for us. We're more interested in the nutrient generation that's coming out of the system so we can optimize our cannabis growth. So these FCR values have been great. They've served us really well. We use them to predict growth rates based on feeding rates. We predict how much food we'll need to order. We've been using them in our growth models for the past 2 years. And when we weigh and grade a tank and compare it to our model, we're usually within 5 to 10 grams of the average fish weight, which is great, a great tool for us. As part of the study, we individually weighed every one of our fish 3 times. The first few graphs I'm going to show you are stacked population histograms with size ranges on the bottom axis and the number of individual fish in that size range on the vertical axis. So I have one slide for each tank. The top graph is the freshly graded tank at the start of the experiment. The middle graph is the second weigh event after 36 days. And the bottom graph is the final weighing event after 66 days. So these are the results from cohort 1, which had our very small cohort of fish. They started with a mean weight of 38 grams, and after 66 days, they had a mean weight of 62 grams. So on average, that's a 63% increase. which is great. But at the bottom of the distribution on the left side of the graphs, we see a few fish who've barely gained any weight at all. And at the top of the distribution, we see 2 fish who have doubled and 1 fish that has tripled in weight, indicated by the black arrows. Our largest cohort by far was the small cohort of fish that had 453 fish between 48 and 110 grams, and they're split between 2 tanks. And again, we see 3 fish in each tank at the right end of the distributions that outgrow the rest of the population, shown with the black arrows. 1 almost tripled in size, going from 110 grams up to 300 grams. And meanwhile, at the left end of the graphs, the bottom of our population distribution, we're seeing very little to no growth. And the medium small cohort was our tightest cohort to start. At the start of the trial, the difference in weight between the largest fish going into the tank and the smallest fish going into the tank was only 28 grams. After 2 months, the largest fish is 260 grams bigger than the smallest fish. And we saw a similar trend in our medium cohort and a similar trend in our medium large cohort. There were 3 fish that just outgrew everyone, all the rest of the fish in that tank. And so the question is, what do these results mean and why do they matter? So shoot carp, which is also called Toby koi, is a term used for individual carp within a population that grow much faster than the others, despite being grown in the same conditions. And a series of studies in the 1950s by Nakamura et al. Found that shoot carp appear in larval and juvenile populations of koi, primarily as a result of food competition. These studies also found that removing shoot carp from a population was quickly followed by the appearance of new shoot carp from within the remaining population, which is what we saw. We graded the tanks to get rid of all the size disparity, and within a few months it had reappeared. In juvenile and larval populations, shoot carp are associated with increases in mortality and cannibalism, which is why, as you can see in this picture here, our new babies, we are grading them quite frequently, looking for any that are much larger than the rest or showing signs of aggression, and they get moved into their own tank. But cannibalism and aggression in koi really stops being an issue as they get bigger. So the question becomes, what is the impact of having a few fish that grow really well and a few fish who grow really poorly in the same tank, and what does that mean for fish welfare? And the literature in this area is pretty limited and confusing. And conflicting. The impact of having larger individuals in a cohort on the growth and welfare of the smaller fish seems to be both species dependent and dependent on how big the difference is. There's no real literature on the impacts of size disparity on adult koi specifically, so the impacts and effects are unknown, but they should be studied. What we do know is that the smaller fish in our cohorts weren't growing very well, which means they likely weren't eating very well. And fish that don't eat or can't eat can easily become sick. And if they get sick, they can get the rest of your fish sick. So at the same time, you need to consider the fact that weighing, grading your fish all the time can be really stressful to them. It can lead to injuries, and it can also lead to immune suppression, and that can also cause disease in your population. So it is a balancing act between, the 2 types of stress that you're going to cause here. And based on this study, we decided that we would grade our fish about twice yearly, so once every 6 months, 6 to 8 months, and we'd observe the tanks in between. And if we saw a really extreme outlier who is getting really, really big, or if we see someone who's really small and needs some extra help, we would move them up or down a grade as needed. And I promise that's it. I'm done talking about koi. Let's talk about some of our cannabis R&D. So this was our really, really early R&D, and mostly we were looking to do some proof of concept tests. So we ran side-by-side trials comparing the cannabinoids and terpenes and yields of organic living just add water super soil irrigated with either aquaponics or irrigated with aquaponics water from a RAS system or irrigated with municipal water. So 1 table got RAS, 1 table got municipal. They were in the same room under the same conditions. And we saw that the aquaponics plants did better for everything. THC content increased from 4 to 20%, terpene expression increased around 15%, and yield increased from 20 to 40%. And at this point, our system was not yet mature. So we've seen these general trends continue to increase as our system matures and our microbial life becomes more stable and the nutrients become more concentrated. And these trials were really important for us in guiding how to scale up our aquaponics production and really just justifying the extra time and expense and complexity that you get that's associated with running a whole indoor recirculating aquaculture system alongside a commercial cannabis operation. One thing we've been looking at quite closely is how to best utilize our solid waste, both primarily to reduce our environmental footprint, both by increasing the nutrient use efficiency of our aquaponics system, but also reducing the need for any commercial fertilizers and their associated footprint. So I'm going to go through two trials. The first was looking at how our aerobically digested nutrient supplement, which I'll refer to as Digestate, compared to 2 commercial organic certified fertilizers and a no fertilizer control. So we had 48 plants total, 12 for each fertilizer regime and 12 for the control. And we arranged them in what's called a randomized block design. At the end of the trial, the plants were individually harvested and graded and weighed, and we used a GEMACERT tester to test the THC for each of the fertilizer conditions, each of the sizes, and as well as for the control. And we used kind of a plant-based fertilizer and a fish hydrolysate based fertilizer, both of them organically certified. So we checked, we monitored growth rates, stem diameter, and height, and there were no real significant differences in this over the course of the trial. You see that the growth rates really leveled off after week 6, which is what we generally see with a lot of cultivars. If we look at the plant height, again, no real differences. Maybe the municipal is a little bit shorter. But overall, they grew quite similarly in those metrics, and the growth rate completely leveled off at week 6 when the plant kind of switched its metabolism or its focus from growing higher, taller, to really putting some weight into those flowers. And this is our dry yield results. We had improvement from adding fertilizer, and you can see the Digestate landed right between our two commercial options. The error bars are plus minus standard error, and it's just the average for the 12 plants of bud yield per plant that I'm showing here. This was really great to see that the supplement that we're making in-house could match what we can get commercially. We looked at the grade data. There wasn't too many huge differences. The Digestate and the fish hydrolysate had a few more large buds compared to the vegan or the municipal water control. The Digestate and the municipal had a little bit more in terms of the small grade. They all had less than 1% shake, which is just the teeny tiny buds that fell through the grading bars and any kind of dislodged leaves. The medium grade was by far the majority of the biomass, and the Digestate again was a little bit lower, not statistically significant, just because it had slightly more large and slightly more small buds in the mix. We tested THC for the large, medium, and small grades for all of the fertilizer conditions and the control. Generally, they all came back between 22 and 25. There's a slight trend here that the medium and large have a little bit higher THC than the small, which is something that has shown up in the literature before. But based on this, the Digestate supplementation produced similar THC concentrations to the commercial options, and there was no significant decline compared to just the do nothing municipal control. One thing that we did for this trial, which is fairly easy to set up, is called a triangle test for sensory comparison. And so what you do is you have stations, and each station has 3 containers, and then you assign the 3 containers a randomly generated 3-digit code. 2 of the buds at your station are from the same nutrient regime, and 1 of them is from a different regime or is from the control. And then we ask a bunch of our staff to go through a series of samples and write down the number of the sample they thought smelled differently from the others. So basically, this is a test of, can you pick out the one that's different? And everybody has a 1 in 3 chance of just guessing right. So you take that 1 in 3 chance, and you take the responses from all your participants, and you do some statistics on it, and you can say if people could pick out the one that is different with any statistical significance. And what we found was that we weren't able to determine a sensory difference based on smell between any of the nutrient regimes or the municipal control, which is, I honestly, I would have been happier if they were said, oh no, the digestate's way better, but this is also a really good result of using this doesn't impact quality in a way that can be detectable by the people interacting with the product, which is also a really good result to get. So from this series of tests, we determined that the nutrient supplement that we can make from our fish solid waste does perform similarly to commercially available options in terms of increasing yields, and it doesn't have any negative results in terms of cannabinoid content or the sensory attributes. So because of that, we decided to do a second test, and the previous test was on a high THC cultivar. We decided to do this test on a high CBD cultivar. And what we wanted to know was what the optimal dosing for this digestate was. So we had 40 plants, and they were supplemented, 20 that were supplemented primarily to the top of the root zone, and 20 that were dosed through the bottom of the root zone. And we had some plants only receiving RAS water from our commercial system as the control. And then the remaining plants received either a low, medium, or high dose of the digestate. And we did another complete randomized block design, and the plants were individually harvested and weighed. So this is just worth noting that the way we ran these trials is not the same way as we run our commercial cultivation. The plants were all hand irrigated and hand dosed by Ron. Thanks, Ron. Did a great job. Just due to the nature of the completely randomized block design, it is hard to set up automatic irrigation like you'd see in a commercial setup. And we saw similar heights regardless of dosing rates. But we did see a significant difference based on whether they were receiving that dose to the top of the root zone or the bottom of the root zone. As a CBD strain, this plant was much shorter compared to the one previously. The average height at the end, I think, for that one was about 28 to 30 inches, and none of these plants got higher than 20 inches. And so the yield per plant was actually quite similar to the other cultivar, which was much larger plant, which is always a great thing about CBD strains. So for this cultivar, the bottom irrigated supplemental dosing had higher yields. It does appear to have a nice peak there at the medium dosing rate. And this, you might say you see a similar thing in the top bottom or the top irrigated or top dosed plants, but it's much less pronounced. And I will add another caveat here that this is very cultivar specific. We've seen some cultivars that do way better yields when they're top irrigated, top dosed, some that do better with bottom dosing. It is completely, and some that it has no impact. So it is very cultivar specific. If you're looking to take something away from this talk. We also looked at the CBD again with the GemmaCert. We had pretty similar CBD content, no real statistically significant differences. Potentially the bottom was trending higher, but we didn't see a real difference until we got to the really high dosing rate. I don't know the exact cause for the drop off in CBD, but if you asked me to make my best guess, I would probably say that it was likely due to too many nutrients, too high of a nutrient concentration in the root zone that interrupted normal metabolism. But that was one of the points of this trial, is we wanted to identify the ceiling for adding this digestate. And again, this response is very cultivar specific. We've seen the opposite of this in terms of dosing strategy and cannabinoid content, and we've also seen plants that it has no impact on. So I still have a little bit of time, so I'm going to plug our products. So Aqualitas sells dried flower, pre-rolls, vapes, rosin, oils, and gummies. We have an extensive genetic library. We do a lot of internal pheno hunting in-house just to find which cultivars work great with our aquaponics platform. We have CBD only cultivars, balanced cultivars, and mid to ultra high THC flower varieties. Our products are available in all Canadian provinces, with the exception of Manitoba. And I believe Quebec might not be on currently, but is hopefully soon to be. We also sell directly to medical patients using our online platform. Our product is available through the Canna Farms medical platform and medical cannabis by shoppers.
Awesome.
You can find us on Twitter and LinkedIn, and at Aqualitas.ca for the medical side, reeforganic.com, or currentcannabis.ca for the recreational side. We're on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, as well as LinkedIn. There's that form again if you want to vote on a name for the little one who made it through. And if you have any questions about becoming a medical patient, our client care team is excellent. They can help you with anything you need. We also have some more videos and content about our system up on our websites if you want to learn more about Aqualitas. And I forgot to mention on the products page, if you're in Canada, especially if you're in Atlantic Canada, and you want to buy several hundred koi, we may be able to help you out. That's my email right there for contact information. And thank you for listening to my talk and for inviting me to talk here at the conference. It's wonderful. And does anybody have any questions?
All right. Yes, that was an awesome presentation. I don't think a lot of people have seen that level of breakdown for cannabis. Certainly not a lot of people that just follow YouTube and Instagram. So I think that's super great. And also nice to see such a focus on the fish as well. We haven't had a lot of great fish presenters yet, and that was a really great breakdown on those as well.
I'm more of a fish nerd than a plant nerd. So bring on the fish questions.
What cultivars have you guys grown? Is there any that maybe worked really well or didn't work really well?
Currently our workhorse is Ghost Train Haze. That's probably that was our first big recreational sale. And it's a really high, it's a high THC a cultivar. It's and so I don't know about the American market, but for the Canadian market, it seems to be mostly about THC at the moment. So that's our workhorse. I really like Charlotte's Angel, which is our CBD strain, or one of our CBD strains. It's just a really nice looking plant. But that's my own personal bias. We do a lot of pheno hunting as well, and so we have, I don't know what the most recent number, I think it's over 50 cultivars that we have in our library that we make and we grow at different rates, and they all seem to like aquaponics quite a bit.
Nice. Another question is, do you have any advice for people that are using koi ponds for their summer grows or anything like that?
I've actually only ever grown koi inside. I do know that there are some diseases you need to worry about if you're outdoors. They can get skin flukes and gill flukes and whatnot. And there's not really much of a way to treat that. And koi will also get sunburned. If you're using a pond, make sure you have some shade. They can get sunburned and they can get skin cancer. And they live a long time, so they are prone to cancers just because of their lifespan. So make sure if you're gonna put in a koi pond, make sure they have somewhere they can hide from the midday sun. And they will eat anything and everything you give them. If it fits in their mouth, they will probably try and eat it. And I've seen a lot of hand feeding and stuff, so they are really great pets. If you do want to have them in a pond, just get them used to you and they'll be very friendly.
Got another question about have you fed your fish any of the fan leaves? And then, is there any they asked, is there testing on feeding the koi leaves from the cannabis plants? They have some of the nutrients pulled from the soil. Would the koi have that in their waste as well?
So we haven't tried feeding them fan leaves or anything like that. They I'm sure they would probably eat it. It's just we don't know how it would work in terms of fouling our system up or give us any issues with our solids filtration. The one thing to keep in mind about koi is they don't have stomachs. They just have a really long digestive tract, so that makes it difficult for them to metabolize phosphorus. And they can't really process any kind of plant-derived phosphorus really at all. So any of the phosphorus in your leaves, it's generally bound up as phytate. And so that would just go straight through their digestive tract and into the solid waste, which is why we focused a lot on our solids processing and getting a good nutrient supplement out of that, because we know a lot of our phosphorus does end up in the solid waste. But I would love to do that in a research scale, but I don't know if it's feasible. I do know we are loosely associated with a project that's looking at taking cannabis processing waste, hemp fiber, and dissolving it down into a nutrient supplement for fish feed. But I believe that's going into salmon feed, not koi feed. But if that proves to work out, maybe I'll try and get a sample of it and see if we can work that into our fish food, because that would be really neat.
Someone else asked, can you keep turtles with koi?
Depends on the size of your koi and the size of your turtles. I do know that turtles will eat baby fish, and I wouldn't put it past a very large koi to try and eat a baby turtle. I don't think it would go very well for either of them, but I wouldn't be surprised if they tried. The baby koi, everything eats baby koi. There are insects that are predators of baby koi, so you do got to be careful with the really little ones. And they're easy to see for predatory birds as well, just because they're brightly colored. So that is something to keep in mind if you're growing them outdoors.
We had another question. Why breed fish? Is there does that play a role in your nutrient rates, or are you optimizing the fish at all for the system?
So as the koi get older, they are unfortunately prone to gonad cancers. So we do lose fish every once in a while, and we knew that eventually we would have to restock. And we were concerned because we don't have any disease issues in the system right now, that if we brought in fish from off-site, even if we quarantined them and got them fully tested, we were worried that something could get into our system. And then because it's aquaponics, it's really difficult to treat if they got any diseases. So breeding the fish for us was kind of an investment in biosecurity of, we'll know if we need to replace any, we'll know that the ones we're replacing them with are disease free. It also means that we can establish a backup population off site in the case of any kind of catastrophic system failures. And we'll be able to get in disease free koi to restock in the event of something like that happening. And yeah, there's always a chance, that the one of those koi is the $1.7 million fish. Very unlikely. But if we can find an extra revenue stream from selling them, that would be wonderful. But that wasn't the primary intent for sure.
Another person asked, have you tried any other fish species aside from koi, or is that the only one that you guys have worked with so far?
That's the only one we've worked with so far. Our license does allow us to have tilapia if we want to, but we've just had koi from day one.
Another question they asked about what type of soil mix you use.
So we use a Just Add Water super soil that's made in Nova Scotia primarily. It's called kryptonite. And Neil's a great guy. He has helped us with the kind of honing a recipe. And we add more than just water. We add aquaponics water, but it works really well with our grow system.
Awesome. Let me see here if there's any others. Is there any other tests, or is there anything that you're testing that maybe you'll have data for in the future that you want to talk about?
We are looking at different fish feeds and the impact on the nutrient production and growth rates. Hopefully I'll have something for you. That's one of the main focuses on my PhD. So maybe I'll have a good talk for you next year on that. We're always trying out different soil recipes, different grow mediums, different irrigation strategies. And it's always about continuous improvement, because even a 5% increase in a crop like cannabis, which with such a high value is worth it to put the time in. So my focus primarily is on the fish and the cultivation practices and optimizing yields and potencies, but we also have a whole other R&D division that works on our different products, increasing bioavailability of the active ingredients in our edibles, and they do a lot of really neat work that I don't fully understand, but that sounds really cool. But I can't speak to that. I'm the fish nerd. So.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, it sounds like you guys have quite the team up there. I'll definitely have to try and bop by when I get up across the border once all of this craziness slows down.
Yeah, no, it's certainly, and sorry, I forgot to mention that was another driver for our breeding program was COVID. There are very few koi suppliers, very few disease-free guaranteed koi suppliers in Canada. And the ones in the States wouldn't ship to us because the border delays were meaning that every time they tried to ship to Canada, all their fish were dying in transit. So we couldn't get in new fish from anywhere else. Was another reason to bring the breeding in-house.
Yeah, I know. I've definitely heard some horror stories about stuff getting shipped around, and that certainly allowed for some new opportunities for aquaponic producers to sell both fish and plants. I know a lot of lettuce facilities as well have been switching to cut plants and house plants and things because they can clone them and it's better production.
Yeah.
So, well, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Do you want to tell everybody one last time how to find yourself and your company?
Sure. We are on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn at Aqualitas Inc., at Reef Organic, at Current Cannabis. You can help us name a baby by clicking on the Google Forms link that hopefully Steve has put in the chat. I don't know. I can't see the chat. And I can be contacted by email here. And if you reach out to our client care team, if you're interested in becoming a medical patient, they can help you out. And thank you for your time, and thanks for having me. This was a lot of fun.
It was great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. It was an excellent talk.
Yeah, that was a great talk. Thanks again. That was awesome.
A lot of great
Okay.
feedback from chat as well. I know you mentioned you couldn't see it, but everyone really appreciates the level of science that you presented. So thank you for your dedication to that.
No problem. And I'll enjoy watching everybody else's talk. I'm going to sign off and click back in as a viewer.
Awesome. Much
Right.
appreciated. We have Dragonfly Earth Medicine will be up next. Make sure that they can connect here. Up amongst yourselves.
Dab time.
Roll your joints. Go to the bathroom. Get a beverage. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. I had to actually I gotta let my dogs out. 1 second. There we go. Canis interruptus, I think, is the genus of my dog and species. No, I'm just kidding. Well, that's cat did too earlier.
Hey, there they are. How's it going?
Doing good. How are we hearing and how are we looking?
We're doing well.
All right,
Everything's
cool.
Good today. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're really good. We're not in our normal home, so we would come in a little bit better. And then we came up here and we'll see. Hopefully everything is gonna go good
Awesome.
for us.
Do we just do a screen share and then we can go to our slideshow type thing?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thanks for joining us, by the way.
Heck
Hey.
yeah.
Thanks for having us. You
Thanks
have a
for having
beautiful
us.
event happening here.
Really appreciate you taking the time to join us today.
Oh, well, we're really honored to be here. You know that. We love you. We're stoked.
Thank you so much. We update the title here so everyone knows that you guys are on. And you guys can go ahead and start your screen share anytime you'd like.
Do I just push that then and
Yeah, we just hit.
that's top one?
Oh, wait, there we go. Now it'll work. Sorry about that.
Okay, so here I go. I don't know, desktop one. Share, I don't know. Oh no. I have to get privacy access.
You can do just the browser. You can drag the tab off your browser and just share that one browser if that's easier.
Oh, here we go. Let's see. Okay, so we're trying this now here.
There's always got to be something, you know.
All
We
good.
can see your screen now.
Okay. I don't know. I hope this works. So here we go.
Looks like it's working.
Okay. So no sound. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yes, I can't see your slideshow. Hit play slideshow. Hopefully that'll go full screen. There you go. Now we can see it.
Can you hear us here? Are we?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Here, let me.
Looks all good. We can see you're sharing the screen. Got your video up. Sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
great.
I think we're ready to roll. So if I do that, like, I think we're okay.
Working great.
Good. Amazing. Okay. Ready when you are. If we're on, then we're going.
Well, I think we're on live even. Are we on live? Awesome. I think we've been on live the whole time.
Perfect. Well, that's why they call it. That's why they call it live then.
Good
I
thing
imagine.
everybody out there didn't hear us bickering or anything. You know, anything could happen.
First before.
Well, anyway, we're like so beyond stoked to be here today with everybody. And, you know, Potent Ponics, Steve, we call him Tricks because it's Tricks up his Steve because he's just always doing such amazing stuff. Super honored to be here. The lineup of speakers is just incredible.
Fantastic.
And I think more than ever, what we really wanted to focus on today was just really touch on the acknowledgement that so many of us out there are struggling, that we're struggling not only, you know, in our own human spaces, not only as a part of this great, incredible group that we call humanity, but in our families, in our businesses. And we really wanted to touch on and talk to you all today about things that we feel are really important to help alleviate the struggle so that we can be more on track and have a greater understanding of how our health and wellness is really where it comes from and how we can really proliferate it into a much higher being.
Yeah, and we wanted to just acknowledge everyone out there who is, you know, doing amazing work and really know how to grow and really are looking for those extra tips, you know, out there. And we know, we're hopefully we'll be able to show you some extra tips here today on how to put these systems in order and working for you. But really, more than anything, like Kelly said, we really wanted to touch on the spirit of what's happening in life right now, the hardships of business, why regenerative farming matters. And to us, being Dragonfly Earth Medicine and having a family farm, we are part of a collective and a pure certification, and a certification that, brings healthy medicine to the market and then brings healthy practices to the market. And for us, regenerative farming is a way of life. And so we want to take you down a journey of how regenerative farming can lead to regenerative healing and health, and how some of these systems can help you go beyond what the medical system may be giving us at the moment, and maybe show you some practical ideas on how we can really thrive in this world, and maybe take some of these hardships that we're feeling and maybe make an opportunity out of them. And that's what we're trying to do, is take, some of the harder things that are happening in life and turn them into an opportunity. And this type of event where we're coming together and learning is one of those opportunities. So we wanted to thank the Pure Certified community, all the Pure Certified farmers out there, and everyone else on this journey. And keeping cannabis sacred is really, what we're talking about. This is essentially a cannabis conference. It's also a self-reliance and an aquaponics and a journey through natural farming conference. But cannabis is often at the center of it because it's a master plant. It's given us this space to farm and share our ideas together. So we want to continue to see cannabis in that sacred space and keep our body, our temple in that sacred space. And we think these farming practices do that.
And I think that, what we most often look at when we think about what success is it's more of a pyramid thing. A lot of us in North American society, ever since the industrialized society has come into our realm, success has always been how much money you make, where your career is. But we're really wanting to say that that's a very isolationist way to look at your life. And it's also something that really has gotten us in trouble in the past, not only us as a human group of people, as a whole, human existence, but also in our individual lives. It's really important that if you have a wheel, you want the wheel to run true. You want the wheel to run so that it's always equal,
effortless,
and that it's effortless,
that it has finesse to it. It makes things easier.
And you can't do that unless every single one of the spokes of those wheels are the same tautness, that they're all looked at, that you've paid attention to all of those things. So we really feel like in this new time, when we've been in this lockdown, so many of us have gone internal to try to figure out what is it that makes us happy. And really, when we talk about all of these things, spirituality, health, resources, it all is aligned with our happiness. And when we're going to talk even further about microbiology and how microbiology is played into our health and well-being, also is that the highest and pinnacle is for us to be happy. And how can we reach that happiness? It's like a snake eating its tail. If you think that happiness is the end, or if you think happiness is the beginning, then we've totally cut out all of the things that are really important in reaching happiness. Because we know that happiness happens when we're in perfect balance. We know that our plants are happy when they're in perfect balance. When the soil is in perfect balance, then you have a huge diversity of beneficial microbiology.
And so we're going to talk about how the gut microbiome is going to help. We're leading a cleanse right now online, and a lot of people are doing a cleanse. And part of doing a cleanse is to get you in touch with the food that you're eating and get you in touch with your bowels and your gut and your microbiome, and to understand cells and neurological systems, and to make that realization towards nature as a very similar system. So what we're going to show you is how the human biome is so intertwined with the ecological biome.
And if we're always trying to reach out for happiness, and we know that happiness is our ultimate balance, that happiness is bringing us to our ultimate benefactor in life, that we're able to make the best decisions. All of these types of decisions come from the microbiome, which is within ourselves. A lot of people relate that microbiome only to our gut and what we feed ourselves, but our microbiome is all the way into every single one of our cells. We're going to go into the vast amounts of microbiology that's inside of our cells. That last one really goes into how specific maladies, depression, schizophrenia, obesities, all of the different cancers, those are all because we're out of balance. And again, I want to use the term balance with happiness, because happiness and balance are synonymous, and we can only find that when the microbiology within our own body is totally within balance, where we have a large amount of beneficial microbiology that actually consume and eat all of the pathogens that are inside of our body to keep them from colonizing. And the only way that we can do that is how we're feeling, because that creates a whole multitude of electrodes in our nervous system, as well as what we're eating, as well as what's going on within our environment. So again, this is going back to regenerative soil practices, because we're talking to so many of you all that are farmers and are soil people, that when you're working with a well-balanced soil, then that means that you're ingesting it, you're getting a mimicry from nature. We know that nature has all of the answers. Humanity.
And it's the re-up of what you get in your body. Without a healthy environment around you, you can't continue to rely on your body to continue to have everything it needs. You need nature to continue to give it to you. And a lot of people focus on probiotics. And I think this, in some ways, this is cutting off the picture. I don't know how to move it. Let's see.
And that's
you can
cool.
see that the probiotics stay in the upper parts of your digestive tract, and they don't necessarily go down into your lower gut. So you need to look towards soil microbes and different kinds of microbes to get lower into your.
And what we mean by that is a
biome.
lot of people, you just eating a really awesome yogurt once a day is really fantastic. It's re-upping the upper digestive tract, those lactobacilluses that really are only going to last about 72 hours. It's the same as the LABs that you make for your gardens that you spray on your plants, or you put into your soils, or you add into your ferments, which we're going to go into a little bit later, is that these sort of microbiologies are very fleeting. They don't cross the blood-brain barrier. So what we're talking about by microbiology and a full intact microbiota is looking at what's within the soil. So many of these species that you can see on the side in green are what we find in a really healthy soil as well. One really quick, amazing story is that there was a study that was done on people in Africa a tribe that was specific to eating zebras. They raised zebras. Everything about who they were was the zebra people. When they studied the microbiota of those human beings, it was exactly identical to the zebra's microbiota, because they had so many years of that together. So we are disconnected now from these incredible soil
From the source.
practices, from the source
humus
that we once had. It continues to isolate things, and we're into fertilizers and fungicides, and these things really take away from the vast multitude of microbiota that helps protect our body.
And also, that tribe that was involved, that the indigenous tribe that was with the zebras also had such a strong microbiome that when it's horrible, but they were given antibiotics, to check their microbiome, which we don't condone this practice at all. It's horrible. But what they found when they came back is after they took the antibiotics, that there was zero change to their microbiome, because it overtook even the antibiotics that were given to them. So it just shows you the power of nature and the power of humans as nature. And it shows how it can build your immune system. It can make your skin happier. It can build and inhibit healthy growth and blooms throughout your body. It can detoxify your organs. And it's your organs that are little bits of life to your whole entire system and oxygenating your system. So your body can go anaerobic and pathogenic, or it can stay oxygenated and beneficial.
And just like your soil, we have to think about, what are you feeding your soil? It's not what are you feeding your plants? What is it that you're feeding your body? And it's not what you're feeding your stomach. It's what are you feeding all of the microbiology that's inside of your body. And on that last slide that we were just looking at, it goes into the vast amount of different species of beneficial bacteria. And if even these beneficial bacteria and microbiota get out of balance, it also can become pathogenic.
Or degenerate.
So now we can talk about the human virome. I prefer to call it the human pathogen. It means that, just to give everybody an idea of understanding this incredibly complex
body that we live
system that we live in, and anything on the planet that is alive has a microbiota. We're going to go into what plants' microbiota is, which is the endophytic system.
And the human virome, for lack of a better word, it's a word that you can look up. Some people don't believe in viruses, and in some ways we don't see a virus as a real thing. It's an exudate from a cell that's unhappy, but we're not going to break down whether we believe in viruses at the moment.
It's a pathogen, and that's why we want to say this is called the human pathogen. And we want to be able to see viruses as all other pathogens rather than just isolating them out. That's why we need to realize that there's trillions and trillions, and we can't, to focus on one virus is like focusing on one single crystal in an entire field of snow.
Focusing on CBD without the whole plant. The human virome is the point is there's 380 trillion pathogens, we'll call them.
Say it again.
380 trillion pathogens found within our cells.
That's a lot.
Found within our virome. And if you've understood the ancient, Chinese proverb of taking one grain of sand, and the emperor says, "How can I repay you?" to the peasant, and the peasant says, "Give me one piece of rice for every checkerboard square, and double the rice every time you go to the next square." And the king thought he was getting off early, getting off easy. And come to find out, if you actually do that Fibonacci sequence, that's more rice than has ever been created, even to this time. And if you look at the difference between 100, 100,000, a million, a billion, and a trillion, look at, what does a trillion pieces of rice look like as opposed to it's mind blowing. So the point is, the word trillion really it's not something you can comprehend. And the idea that we have 380 trillion potential viruses, potential sicknesses in ourselves, what it does is it says we're alive for a reason. We're a human being that's based off the environment. And in our humus being, natural living way, our body, the only way in our own true health that we can live to be over 120 years old is to have a healthy biome, because it controls the virome. It controls the viruses that are in there. These cleanses that we do, they detoxify these pathogenic compounds, and they empower the killer T cells and the helper cells to activate inside the body. And these are the types of factors that we bring this into our farming practices and into our food and eating practices.
And this is why we're explaining it to you all, is because so much of this community, the cannabis community, the plant medicine community, people who understand plants and understand that that now we can start making the bridge to our own health and well-being. We have this awesome understanding because Josh and I have been educating and sharing information with so many amazing people out there that now it's time to bridge that gap to everything that's happening in your garden, and everything that is happening to
In
your
your body.
plants is the exact same thing, can be replicated with what's going on in your body. And now so many of us who understand the word of what regenerative means in our gardens, we want to bring you to an understanding of what regenerative means inside of our own bodies, which means that if there's any kind of a pathogen at your garden's door, if you see any type of leaf-eating mildew, if you see any type of root-eating pathogen, that you know that you have
There's
a
an
complete
imbalance.
sound structure, which means that you have a multitude of diverse microbiology, different types of soil
Or
structures,
indigenous
different-
microorganisms that you've cultivated. Why do indigenous microorganisms work? Why does IMO3 work to IMO4? Because you're building the strong organisms and they're eating the pathogens. You might say to the soil, it doesn't matter if there's pathogens in there because it's proven that all that is fodder to a healthy organism. And the healthy organisms will, with the right breaths of fresh air and oxygenation, will overpower pathogens. It's proven in the rhizophagy cycle, in the root systems, and in the rhizosphere. And it's even proven through the stomata and through every breath that we take that we go through our nose. It's a part of the homeostasis that we live in. And these farming practices help create homeostasis. It's what mulch is. It's what IMO is. It's what, all these types of
and
systems
Josh
are.
was talking about IMOs, and it's the same as inoculating your body with, like, say, soil microbes, or inoculating your body with lactobacillus microbes. It's awesome. You can
Bacillus
get,
subtilis.
or any of the multitude of bacilluses and different fungi. You can get it into your body, but the real question is can your human virome, can your human pathogen be able to hold on to those beneficial microbiology? Can the soil, can your plants be able to hold on to the beneficial microbiology to carry that plant all the way through its entire life cycle? And can it carry our body through its entire life cycle so that we don't have illness, so that we don't have sickness, or when something happens in our environment that might create imbalance, which happens all the time, that body or that plant or that soil or that area that you're trying to keep healthy can totally interact with any type of an imbalance to create balance right away. And again, we see that in nature over and over again.
It's why
And all of these discussions is just bringing together our own human experience and our own interaction that we have with nature, and how we can best utilize in these times of, people are feeling depression, people are feeling
which
isolated.
affects your biome.
It's affecting your
It
biome.
affects the way that your cells expand by feeling. So you have to try to find ways to feel well, to activate your neurological system. That's why we're moving into polyculture and away from monoculture, because we need extra cultures. That's why if we talk about climate change, we're talking about biodiversity. We need more diversity. Maybe we do just natural farming. Maybe we need to learn more about biodynamics, or, learn more about permaculture. All we're doing is we're giving ourselves more tools for our tool kit.
Yeah. And again, if you want the answers, we're gonna explain to you scientifically. We're gonna explain it in a really easy way to understand, in a biological way. Also, just in a way is like, oh, that's just common sense to understand that if we really want true answers that we know are going to work, that we don't need to go through scientific experiments, that we don't need to understand things that we don't already innately understand. It's going to nature. It's lying down on the soil. It's noticing what's happening
Frequencies
into your
from the
garden.
earth.
yeah, all of these microbiology have their own frequency. And when you have a soil that is in beautiful balance, it has a frequency that sings and is a frequency that actually creates life and creates health, and it will push away negative frequency. So not only is this happening on a microbiology level with actual life things that are living, it's also happening on a frequency level, that the higher the frequency is, the easier it is to totally beat out that lower frequency and vibration.
And if we look to our, to the basis of our health and our well-being, which is our cells and our blood, we're going to try and, uptake from the earth into our cells, things from nature through whole foods. So, the only way we can protect our myelin sheath and our adaptive immune cells and stop a cytokine storm is through these gut systems and these interactions with microbiota. And it's the way that we clean the fine hairs within our intestines. Our fine hairs in our intestines are very much so the same as the fine fungal hyphae of a plant. So this sacred interaction between gardening and health is through this right here, what you're seeing, the rhizophagy cycle. And give thanks to the doctors and the universities that have put this forward, because we appreciate it.
And also just, a very basic human understanding that although we're seeing it very scientifically, what we're talking about here is something that we all innately know within our DNA. And if any of what we are saying to you all today and right now resonates on a deep level, it's not really because we're teaching you anything. It's because you already innately know inside of your own being, and that is the connection to nature. If something sparks you that makes you feel a little bit excited and maybe a little spark of happiness, or something that's like, oh my gosh, that reminds me of something, it's because that's your own bridging to nature, that you already have an incredible vast understanding to understand. And these type of photos and these type of visuals are just for us to understand maybe in a different way. But we do really
intuition.
Hope. Yeah, we really hope. Josh took the words out of my mouth.
You want to build the intuition.
The intuition is where the true knowledge is. And
Science
that
is part of it.
intuition is what is plugged directly into nature. So the more that we have balance, the more we have happiness. And the more we have happiness, the more we have intuition. And that intuition is absolutely a direct teacher, mentorship, education, right from Mother Nature herself.
So the intuition says mulch your garden, fall is the time to mulch, use diverse mulch. Now the science says, because the rhizophagy cycle and the root systems are mining through that system. They're searching and they're sending out fungal hairs. And, you've heard Paul Stamets and different, mycologists talk about how does mycelium live in soil when it's surrounded by, again, trillions of pathogens that really should just go right through the mushroom wall and eat the mushroom and kill it. But it doesn't. It doesn't kill it because it has a higher resonance around it. It has these bacteria and fungi companions, and it's exudating to get more of the companions. So what you find is at the edge of the root, you have this exudation point where the plant is putting out sugars and amino acids and different
as well as frequencies, as well as the
frequencies.
vibration.
And it's as the hyphae find different zones in the soil that it wants to suck from, the plant, and the scientists have proven through testing the plants that the plant only uptakes the healthy microorganisms from the soil. And that's magical. And that's a teaching for our own body. The plant in its healthiness is only going to take up healthy microorganisms from the soil.
It's exactly the same as our own body, is that anyone who is healthy out there with a full balanced, beautiful microbiota, both in cells, as well as your upper and lower digestive tract, as well as on the outsides of your skin, you are going to be totally resistant to any type of pathogen that comes close to you or around you, because
have
you're a
zero
healthy
issues.
balance.
Yeah, I mean, you may have a very small problem and you're going to be able to, again, consume, transform the pathogen into food. Just like the root hair is emerging protoplasts out of the end of the tips of their roots, and uptaking and transforming this and putting it into the protoplast of the plant and holding it in the plant. And then the plant, it builds the microorganisms and puts those microorganisms back into the soil. So as the plant's alive, it's uptaking and returning the organisms back into the soil through these all these different amazing things that you can see on this root.
And it's the same too, as we as human beings are uptaking and exudating. And we need to think about us as an individual in this incredible microcosm of human beings, that we are absolutely a part of a collective consciousness, that if we are taking care of our own heart space, if we find balance within our own heart space, then we become a happy, healthy, balanced part of a much greater system, which is this collective consciousness, which everything that we intake, if it is of nature, then that means that everything that we exudate is also of nature. Then that means that we're not putting pressure on our epigenetics, on the world outside of us, on nature, that we're in perfect balance with it, because every one of us is partaking in this huge, vast system of humanity, in the same way that a plant is partaking in a huge, vast network of, say, a forest, or a soil organism is taking place in a huge, vast network of a full balanced soil. So the more that we can be beneficial microbiology and not pathogens, then that's when we are going to be able to colonize more beneficial human beings, to be able to put more beneficial information out like this, so that we can, everything that we can create and co-create with humanity and with nature is going to be of utmost value to the entire system that we were talking about, so that our wheel runs properly.
And we know there's a water biome and an aquaponics biome. We don't know that biome so well. So we're speaking to you from a soil perspective.
Well,
so
we know that
we use
when we
algae and we use, azolas and different kinds of ferns. And there's so many ways in the tropics where there's different ways that you can bring them two together. And that's what we love about working with Trix, is, finding ways to do that.
And we know that water is absolutely life, as much as soil is life.
It's
so
where
whatever
dragonflies come from.
It's whatever we're intaking is what we're exudating. So the same with water, we want to be able to take in clean water, and whatever we're putting out, we want to be able to put out clean water as well.
And I love this because it talks about, how the different kind of organisms that are going into the roots, and the facultative microbes are always really interesting to us, because they can propagate in an anaerobic, non-oxygenation environment, and they can propagate in an oxygenated environment. And that's, probably a really powerful, organism to have around. And I like this, diagram shows us how, these different organisms are stored in the ganja, so when it's pulling up these organisms into the plant, you start quickly realizing, oh, well, if I'm going to make medicine, true healing medicine out of cannabis, if I'm just looking at the resin, I'm probably going to miss out on the full spectrum that the plant has to offer, because we can see here in the seeds, you have certain bacterium and certain organisms that only reside when the plant has a chance to to consolidate, those organisms into a seed. So bringing a seed into your extract can make sense depending on what you're doing. Maybe it's the sun leaves. Maybe everyone just drops the sun leaves out, but you don't realize maybe, hey, there's Bacillus pseudomonas in there, and there's different aspergilluses, which in a lot of ways, there's aspergilluses that are good for us. Some of them, are bad, but
tremendous amount.
Aspergillus oryzae is miso, and you would want that aspergillus. But
I
ahead.
also think that it's really important that when we're wanting to take care of something, that we're not just taking care of the trichomes. Like if our focus, like Josh was just saying, is only the trichomes, then we're really missing the point here. It's the same as if we're only pulling out CBD. We're isolating our thought processes, and we're isolating our creative spaces and how we're going to put out our thought processes. It's really important that when we're thinking about something and doing a project, or we want to learn about something, that we're really looking at the entire part of it. Because we know that those trichomes are going to uptake the secondary metabolites, and those secondary metabolites are created by the microbiology. That's what we're looking at here within the plant. It's the same as our health and well-being are our secondary metabolites. The way that we feel, the way that we go around in the world, the energy that we put out, the diversity that we have within our brains to think up different things comes from a vast diversity that's within our own body, that's also within the plant. So what we produce, just like what the plant produces, the more diversity that we give to it, the more medicine and medicinal compounds that we're going to get out of it, the more that we put into our body, the more potent our words are going to be and our thought processes.
And the reason why they call them secondary metabolites is because there's not a guarantee that you're going to get a certain amount of, say medicine out of a plant just because you're growing it. You're getting secondary metabolites based off your environment and what you've given to it. So it's important to recognize that when a plant is growing, we know you like to think of it as a conduit connecting the atmosphere to the rhizosphere, and that the leaves are eating from the phyllosphere and the air microbiome, and the air is you're gardening from the air. So, having clean air or having wild zone around your property, with different, types of plants, you're going to get a filter through those plants. You're going to make a healthier air microbiome. And then you're going to see the endophytic, microbiome of the leaves and the plants and the flowers. And the plant is the perfect union. The garden is the perfect union for a healthy person to exist. A healthy plant, a healthy mind, body, and soil is what we always say. And these tell us why. The plant is, like we have always said, it's surrounded by pathogens, but it's only going to uptake what's healthy. So we have to continue to build the healthy environment.
Mm-hmm. And what we're showing here is that same idea of what we were talking about before, is this idea of humanity just constantly trying to do isolating things. We're isolating medicines. We're taking plant medicine and we are creating a pharmaceutical off of it because we've only isolated one or two compounds from the plant. But what we forget is that we are this vast network of living organisms within our body that absorbs things in a different way, that we need the full complexity. And here we are, we're looking at pharmaceuticals. This is something that has been isolating. We know, and I really challenge anybody out there to think of anything that a human has isolated that has actually been helpful for the earth or for humanity or for any earthlings that are on the planet right now.
It's often symptomatic and only taking care of one problem, where that it's, often ailments are like energy. You don't just get rid of it. It's energy. It moves to something else. So that the taking to the whole system into account is the true health and well-being.
And microbiology does not understand isolation like what we're looking at here and what we just saw on the last slide, it dies in a face of that. It can't understand that when we continue to try to isolate something, that we're going to lose a vast amount of it. A lot of focus is talking about how we're losing white tigers or how we're losing our glaciers, but let's think about what is it that we're losing when we lose the white tigers or the spirit bears or our glaciers. What's the microbiology that's supporting that particular life that is going away? What microbiology is going away when we look at a field like this that only has one type of plant, that has one tree way off in the distance?
And probably has plastic underneath it.
We've lost microbiology here because we've lost our diversity. And if we look at this in the same way that if you're only eating McDonald's or you're only eating processed foods, which is exactly what this field is doing, it's only eating processed foods, which is NPK fertilizer or pesticides. It's the same way that a body would break out in an eczema. We're going to give it an antibiotic. We're going to sterilize it. All of these things are bypassing the very intelligent microflora that creates health and well-being. So when we see something like this, all we can see is a disaster. It's a disaster getting ready to happen because it is fully reliant on everything that's isolated. In the same way that maybe you are fully reliant off of getting all of your fluids and all of your food through an IV in your arm because it's bypassing the microbiology that's inside of your body. And this is just what's happening underneath what we were just looking at. So, oh, it's pretty, it's beautiful. Well,
it's organized.
We need to really
it's
wonder
dead.
What in our brains is sick for us to think that this picture is something amazing and glorious and life-giving when it's
or a
this
human achievement that's something to tout, because it's not something to tout. What it is the demise of health.
What it is we've outsmarted ourselves so far away from nature that we actually think that this is something awesome. But when we start to pick it apart and we start to realize it's actually this. So this is what we're trying to get everyone out there, is to use that very critical, intuitive thinking in everything that we do. Are we using creativity that's of nature, or are we using creativity that's of a sick system that continues to put our life patterns, human and nature, in dire, straits? And I want to go back to that slide. So again, what are we going to feed ourselves? We need to feed ourselves fodder that beneficial microbiology loves. We cannot feed it isolated food that's smashed together that we call food that has no nutritional value, because although it may taste good, just like that picture of the green field, it may look good to us, but it is not feeding the more intelligent microbiota inside of our body that is helping us to think in a much wider, diverse way so that our wheel can run, true.
And so we get into the evolution of humanity, and we go into what we feel is the answer. And, aquaponics systems are one answer, and there's been some incredible ways and systems that people have shown how to use that. So many blessings on that. On an earth standpoint, and on the tierra and the land of the world, the only way that we're going to change the way things are right now is with a lot of mulch. It's going to take a lot of mulch to change the way things are right now, and also hugelcultures. And hugelculture is one word. Other words are terms like swales and carbon sequestration farming. A key line system is similar to a hugelculture, but key line plows
biodiverse accumulation is all of these different systems are all about how can we have biodiverse accumulation. And when we talk about biodiverse accumulation, that's us mimicking nature. Because if you look into a forest, all nature wants to do, and we say this all the time, and we've been saying it, I think, since we've ever gotten together. If you look at Mother Nature, her number one goal is just to make soil. That is what she does. Everything here, all of the disasters on the planet, everything that's happening, the leaves dropping, it's all mulching. So what we're trying to do is to create a mimicry of nature, because so many nature systems have been harmed by humanity, or even nature herself has wiped out certain areas that we would like to go get in and maybe create a home or create a community. And what we need to look to nature to understand, how is it that she started this biological accumulation to create biodiversity, to create life.
And we want to encourage critical thinking. You know, we want to
Yeah.
encourage self-reliance, and we want to encourage self-empowerment. And, you know, it's like big pharma, and even in some cases, big education and big pharma, big ag, big education. It's almost like a war on biology, because everywhere you go, they're taking away this natural system and they're feeding us this synthetic system. So we go, you drive by dairy fields in the world, and if they're this disgusting smelling, horrible situation, which makes zero sense. That right there is a disconnection in humanity right there, because that is one of the greatest gifts towards agriculture. And the fact that there's cesspools being created near a dairy farm makes your mind blow up. And then you drive through towns, right now in the Northern Hemisphere, and what you find is the sacredness of the leaf mold, leaves. All the trees in the Northern Hemisphere are dropping their leaves right now. And what I'm seeing in town right now are people bagging up their leaves in plastic bags and putting stacks of plastic bags on the side of the road, waiting for some municipality to come clean it up.
Honestly, we haven't been
I don't
in
know
town.
what to do about it.
We haven't been in town in a really long time.
We don't
We're
get out a
sign,
lot.
so we don't get out very
And
much.
we come out of town and we find bags of leaves in plastic.
And it is probably just the same as if somebody were seeing a whole bunch of dollar bills, packed into plastic bags, and they were put out on the side of the road for a municipal truck to come pick up. Like, that's the way that we think about it.
They're bagging up our future wellness into an unhealthy single-use plastic. And, they might do something with it. Maybe.
And
they
how
don't.
did we get here? We got here because of this isolationist idea that is killing us. Here's a beautiful picture of so much diversity for this to even be able to happen. We've got food, we've got fodder, we've got different types of biology that have already tried to soften this wood. So then this very aggressive species of fungi can take over, because it's the perfect microbiome as well as the perfect environment for this to happen.
So all too often, soils are devoid of organic matter and fungi. So, and also, hang on, and also, and carbon is being released into the air through fires, and these systems have proven a tree pulls water up out of the soil through the fungi and releases water into the atmosphere. And we just put up an amazing YouTube link on how much water a tree releases into the air. And we're trying to stop fires by taking all the limbs away from the trees and burning them. So flip that on itself onto a regenerative mindset and say, you know what, on our farm, we're not going to burn anything. We're not going to, unless it's a wood stove, and there's reasons to burn stuff. So it's not, you can have a campfire.
For our heat.
It's not like dogma. What I'm saying is, instead of having giant, huge burn piles, save the wood, chip the wood, save the wood. inoculate the wood with garden giants. Maybe you don't put it on your bed right away. Maybe it sits on your land for 1 year and accumulates indigenous microorganisms. The only thing that's going to give you diverse indigenous microorganisms and white hyphal hairs like this is going to be raw materials breaking down. So to be a carbon sequestration farmer right now, you think to look towards hugelkultur. We have a stack of end cuts from buildings. We have wood chips all over the place. And whenever we build a new bed, we just mound up a huge amount of this material. And then we just fold the topsoil over on itself and we plant something simple in it for the first year.
And a lot of people talk about, wow, exactly how do you do that? And exactly how much? Well, there is no exact with nature. You don't have to go into a forest and you're like, well, exactly every single year it's different. Every single year there's a different amount of foliage that falls on the ground. It's okay for us as human. And I really think that the word truly is derived from humus. I believe that we are humus beings. When we just find our connection to that understanding of, mulch love, then we actually find out that mulch equals love, that mulch equates love.
And mulch
that if
shows
we
that
want
you love
to,
yourself.
if we want to reach happiness, that's a state of love. And when you have love, then you have balance.
Ultimate wellness.
And you have ultimate wellness. And that absolutely does come
It's hard
from mulching, because that's what comes from a healthy, constantly digesting soil that is always reciprocating whatever it is being fed. And we need to recognize that whatever we're drinking, whatever we're eating, whatever people that we're around, whatever news media that we're watching, whatever it is that we decide to intake into our psyche or into our body or into our frequency, or what we allow into our soils or into our feeding programs of our plants, all of that affects us and affects our plants on an incredibly deep level, because we're not just looking at our plants. We're looking at the genetics that the plants are going to create after that. We're looking at a long lineage of genetics of plants that we're reciprocating, as well as a long genetics of human beings that we're reciprocating in wellness. It's our job to create better, more balanced life.
And, this flower of life seed mandala with, petals and moss is a representation of what people can do when they come together. Give thanks to the Peace Seed family for creating that and helping us realize the power of polyculture and realize that the balance that comes from the environment, and realize how to create, an amazing garden with plants growing on themselves. In this picture here, it's hard to see, but on the left over here, these are all tomatoes, and there's hundreds of pounds of Roma tomatoes coming in with cannabis on the edge, and superfoods like maca and also lettuces growing around the outside. And and the ways that we've done this is through the mulch and through this is a picture of using fresh trees, ramial branches, ones that still have the fluid, ones that still have cambium going. You can see there's life in that birch, and that betulinic acid in the birch. When you use ramial chipped wood or a John Payne, style chipper, look up John Payne composting, you can see that it feeds fungi and bacteria right away. It's almost not a carbon when you use ramial chipped wood. It's almost more like a nutrient.
It's well balanced. It gives you well balanced because it's offering all of the nutrients that haven't, gone into the soil or gone up into the air. Here's a picture of us just taking that fresh ramial wood chips, putting another, layer that we would have dug up right from the aisles, which is our compost piles. We describe that so often. All of our aisles are our compost piles for each year. We just pack it full of a lot of different mulch, and then we put it on as a top layer. This is all direct sow cannabis. we are just direct sowing it all. If it doesn't come up, then that seed wasn't well-rounded and didn't have enough diversity in order to understand the microbiological diversity that we have in our soils. And the fact that we just feel like we really only want super vibrant, ultimate potential health and yield. And for us, that comes from direct seeding.
And what we're doing is creating a sponge, an earth sponge. We're creating something for the organisms to come into, and then that becomes a filter. So all of our farms, any peer certified farm is going to be a positive impact to nature. And here you're going to see us building another giant terrace. And we did this for a farmer that had never grown this way before and grew this incredible, diverse garden. And during the hottest time of the year, this summer, when it was a 40-degree, well, if in Celsius, 40 degrees Celsius, or even up to 50, it was almost 50 degrees Celsius here in Canada, British Columbia, at least. And he didn't water for 21 days, for 3 whole weeks for that whole thing, because there was so much water retention happening in the soil, and all of the roots smartly growing together, communicating with one another.
And again, this is a brand new garden. This is a very first year. That last picture that you saw, this was just us taking everything from the whole area. We knew that his plants were already going to understand, and we knew that the soil and the microbiology was going to understand what was already there on that farm. So we just dragged sticks and chips and everything and just put it right on there.
Everything local from the land. And these are wild grasses, and there's leaves and there's branches, and this is native soil. And so that's going to be taking into account your local Appalachia and your terroir, and it's going to give your plants that true flavor from the area that you live in. And it's going to grow fungi through the plants. I mean, it's amazing. Plants can grow through the mushrooms, but the mushrooms bloom, and then the plants they burst through them. The only thing is, you have that much mushroom around your plant, once they start to rot, you kind of have to push them away, but you'll figure that out because you're smart and you're intuitive, because you're gardening like this and you figured it all out. And I want to go into our teas really quick. We're running short on time. And I just want to say, in the cannabis industry in Washington, when they legalized cannabis for the first time, there was 750 million pounds of garbage in the first year. And after 4 years of making teas, and we have put others, but this is the only waste we have on our property, because we do closed loop farming, everything.
And what you're
nature.
looking at is just a whole bunch of nettle stalks and stems, as well as cannabis stalks and stems in that last picture. This idea is just understanding that frequency is all a part of it.
We're growing medicinal mushrooms out of logs, so you can do log culture medicinal mushrooms right under the cannabis.
Here's a flowering tea. We call it a flowering tea because it's the time of season that not only are our plants flowering outside, so we want to make sure to give them a lot of that phosphorus that plants are also, very diverse in, as well as a lot of the bacteria that's on the outside of the plants also goes into this big fermentation. We're hurrying through this. There's a lot of examples on our YouTube pages of us going really deeply into it, but we're going to hurry through it. But the idea is that you're using raw plant material that is already biologically intelligent to your own region and your own area. And I'll let Josh describe what's going on right here.
Well, I from a natural farming perspective, I just wanted to say that, when you see a piece like this, to us, this is what an indigenous microorganism farm looks like.
A first year.
This is how you accumulate indigenous microorganisms. And then you can get airborne. And when you do build your soil like that, you really don't need a lot of teas, because that's so crazy. But when you do need
crazy
teas,
meaning microbial
and good,
and
it's so good.
rich.
But when you do, you can make teas. And what we've come to over the years, and we've been doing these kind of teas ever since the late 90s, is we take all of the fodder and we chop them up on the stump right there, and we put them in this open fermented container. This is a 250-gallon container, and we chop it up, and we use this and we mix it once or twice a day. We mix it like this once or twice a day, and we let it ferment for 5 to 7 days.
And mixing it not to where you're adding a bunch of aerobic things to it. No, mixing it meaning we're just
pushing the top
pressing down the greens to make sure that it just gets into the recipe. We're not like mixing it. That would be adding a lot of aerobics to it. And then you're going to be, you know, causing more colonization and more blooms of beneficial microbiology in that stage, which Josh is going to get to right now.
And we
We're running out of
use
time.
and we use the local indigenous soil here that you can see soil and leaf mold, and we put it there, and that's our inoculant. Our inoculant is our land already has inoculants on it, and it's way better than any store-bought inoculant. And when we push the top down, this is the natural fermentation bubbles that we get. And those bubbles tell us how far along that we're getting along in the process. The more that it bubbles, and you can see the water, once the water turns a mucilaginous, it almost gets thick at first. You can see that it's green in there. And then we strain it through this strainer right here. And then we activate it. This is the dirt, the soils, and we activate it. And anyway, we get amazing plants, you know, and we'll just leave it there. That, you know, things on our property grow really big. We use natural systems. Thank you, Steve. Trix, you've been to our property. You've been on our land. Not a lot of people have. Not a lot of people have, because we live far away in the wilderness.
But the idea, what we want to get back to is that this is not difficult. So what we started out in the very beginning of our talk was we talked about how we can help alleviate some of the stresses that people are feeling. And we gave a multitude of different ways that people can alleviate the stresses that they're feeling by feeding themselves well, and by also feeding their gardens well, by being more a part of nature, and by trying to deprogram our brains on what we think is healthy and natural as to what actually is healthy and natural.
And you can look towards other DEM Pure certified farms for other
Educators
and other educators for teachings at DEMpurefarms.com. You can find our products at dragonflyearthmedicine.com, as well as a lot of amazing articles.
And we're on
and a lot of
IG, and we do tons of information. Reach out to us. We'd love to talk to everybody. And it's so hard talking on a screen, but if I could give the biggest virtual hug to all of you all out there, like I so am giving you all so much hug, so much love to every single one of you for holding the space. And
we have
thank you.
We have a really good Discord link. Maybe Steve can put a Discord link in there somehow, and we can get people on there. I would smoke a doobie with each and every one of you right now, and I would personally pass the joint to you and smoke it afterwards. I love you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining. I gotta ask, how is that a Morrow, and how much did it weigh? And if it's not a Morrow, what kind of squash is that?
It does look like a Morrow, but what it is a hybrid from our land. You know, it's we didn't necessarily plant it and plan to grow it.
so what we think that it is because it only had seeds on one end of it. That was a butternut squash crossed with some type of a zucchini and possibly a giant pumpkin, because it was absolutely as sweet as a butternut. And it made, like, I don't even know how many pies, but it definitely filled up 2 full ovens just to be able to bake it off to make a multitude of pies that we put in the freezer.
And we do plan on growing. We are going to enter the giant pumpkin challenge next year.
I was gonna say, I definitely want to try and get some seeds off of that one. That's awesome.
I have some
We
for
got
you.
you covered.
No, that's amazing. I was just going to ask if you did the big competitions, but it looks like we're out of time. We'll have to have you guys back on the podcast sometime. Thank you again so much for coming on and educating everybody and talking to everybody about regenerative practice. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Steve, for everything you do.
Take it easy. Bye. Well, that was amazing. Always love having Dragonfly Earth Medicine on. They are freaking awesome, and always enjoy having them with us. Next up, we have Jack Owens from Thumb Genetics.
Hey, Steve, how are you?
How's it going?
Good. Here, I'm getting the camera set up. Can you hear us okay?
Yep, we can hear you all right.
Can you see us? Say hi,
yeah.
Dad. This is my father, Lloyd Owens. Dad, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Lloyd Owens. I studied biochemistry at Southern Illinois and prosthetics at Northwestern. I worked
Can you get a little closer? Just having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, I studied prosthetics at Northwestern.
I think you're connected to the mic is on your earpiece. Yeah. There you go.
Does that work better or something?
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay. I'm learning how to do this. High tech all the time. Does that work?
Perfect. Now we can hear
pretty
you clearly.
Pretty nifty. All right. Well, anyway, I've worked mostly with patient diets. I treated diabetic patients for 25 years as a prosthetist and working with their diets. Got involved with medical marijuana about 12 years ago when the system, the caregiver system started here in Michigan. Then we advanced into adult use as the system progressed itself. So our main interest was medical marijuana, and that's what we've gotten into. And kind of our look down the road is collecting information on the effects of cannabis on medical conditions. And that was our impetus into us getting into this industry. And since then, it's been a learning curve, a huge one, and been interesting the whole way. And we've come a long way. So Jack's going to start you in our clone room here and tell you how it functions and what we do in here.
Really wanted to jump into was with aquaponics and everything, the main thing of it all is good plant start and good structure of your root system. And how we like to do that, there's many different ways to do it, but our favorite and fastest and best way we like to do it is in these clone boxes. Aero cloners are some of my favorite things and favorite ways to do this. It's pretty simple. The only rule you have to follow is to keep it clean. Cleanliness is key. Keep it clean. When you get these brand new out of the box, they're nice and everything, and you get a couple runs, and then you notice they might not work or anything, or your root growth is slower, your plant's not starting as fast. And main thing, and most people find, is it's just not being cleaned, but you really have to hard clean it. So one of the things to do is strip it down, take apart the pump, make sure the back end off the pump. It's all about cleanliness. Soak it in hydrogen peroxide, run the pump with hydrogen peroxide through the pump. Make sure you just get it all clean. I mean, if it looks clean, it still might not be clean. So that's the biggest part to get your roots. As you can see, it's all green. You're really not going to find any yellowing here, because next keeping it clean is keeping your pH level correct. Depending on the plant, it's really based off your genetics of your plant, but there is an ideal where you want to be. You could be probably around 6 pH is where you want to be at for a good starting norm. But definitely always keep them clean. Check your pH of your box daily. Don't slack on those two things, and you should have success. If you want, Casey, come over. Let me get some gloves. That's another thing. You always want to glove up, whether handling anything. Always want to wear gloves. Just keep it clean. Like. We're about to transfer these. It's going to go in our new room. Big surprise coming up in the next couple of weeks. We will show you guys our new room we're working on. We're real excited for that. Everything in here is going to get transplanted into that. We will not show that today, but when we get that up and running, we will give Steve a call and make an appearance with him and show off the new room. But we got our Cushman strains that run really well, apple fritters, wedding cakes. We have some of our crosses, like our Forum cookie crossed with our Cushmans. We have our lemon skunks that we're going to use that to cross with. And mainly right now, that's what we're going to put in our next room. And then if you look at our ambient temp right now, it's about 68 degrees in here, and we're not too worried about the ambient temp. It's mainly trying to keep all these boxes at the proper water temp. You're going to start growing stuff if you're over 75. So pathogens and stuff that's going to affect like root rot and stem rot, that's the type of stuff you want to avoid. And with high water temp, that's going to grow that stuff. So keep your water below that in these small boxes. You're going to have more success and wider roots. Let's head out of here and let's go to our fish tank. Check all that out. But yeah, this is the clone room. Here you go, Dan. That's right.
Okay, hello. Hey, well, here we come around the corner. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Okay. All right.
You're good.
So we come around the corner. It's dead silence with these earbuds in. And then what you see is we're installing another new tank here. This is for the new room that's here. We'll go up on top of the fish deck. You can look down and see everything. These are our fish tanks right here, and we have 4 fish tanks. Each tank has between 60 to 400 fish in it, depending on their size. We keep them pretty clean, pretty fed, and they're basically some pretty happy fish here as far as this. The larger they get, the more prone they are to jumping, so you have to net the top of the larger fish. And then what we use is we use an overflow system. Instead of 1 drain in the bottom, we have 2 for a swirl factor that gets more solids out of the system. We do use a dual injection system over the top with water and air, and then we have air running independently through the tank through a second source. Just if you were to have 1 breakdown, your tanks would still have aeration, your fish would still be happy. These are tilapia. We keep the pH on these about 7.2 to 7.4 on the fish. We adjust this pH with sodium bicarbonate. And then as you go through here, you can see the 4 tanks. Each of them overflow into the largest tanks, into the large pipes down through the floor. All these are drop fed from an overflow. They continue through. Here we have our solid separator. Our solid separator, this pulls exactly what it is. The solids go out, down below, and down to the bottom tanks, and the effluent goes through the upper tanks. What we use is a dual sewage system here, and we run both a coupled and decoupled aquaponic system. And this dual system allows us to do that. As it comes through, it filters here. It goes into the end. All these turns here. The solids go down to the bottom down here, and then and the bottom tanks down here. What we have is we have an anaerobic and 3 aerobic tanks here. And what we do, this anaerobic tank is where the solids end up. And then that is full of earthworms. The earthworms do their jobs. We have 2 filter tanks, and then we have a delivery tank. And that's the system that we use. So we have an upper and a lower sewage treatment system here. And this way we kind of get the most out of it. It allows us to do some dosing to the system in a minor way. Remember, aquaponics is short on certain nutrients that have to be supplemented. And those are generally the easiest ones to supplement. So it's pretty nice little setup. We run the whole thing. This water is heated on the top and chilled down below. Our plants require one temperature of water, our fish require another temperature of water. We meet both ends of that farthing. And then I think we're going to move on down the ramp, down the other side here. And then did you show the tank farm down here? Yeah. And this is our tank farm here. These are, so the whole system is about 6,000 to 7,000 gallons here. And then I'm going to pass this on to Jack right now.
Like Dan said, we use bluefin tilapia for our fish. Danielle earlier over in Canada was awesome with her presentation on the koi. And that's not something we're opposed to at all. Later down the line, we are going to get into koi. Right now, bluefin tilapia was the readily available type about 1.5 years ago. And so we went with them. They are a little more feisty when they're hungry. We do have separate tanks for their sizes. So our bigger ones are in the different tanks and the smaller ones are in other size tanks. They seem to beat up the littler fish if they are hungry, and they are more aggressive than a koi fish. But they are not very susceptible to disease. They can handle the fluctuation in temperature. If you do get it too high, they will start breeding. So we always make sure to maintain our temperature and everything. Right now, Dan's about to feed them. And this also adds, when we feed these fish, this will add our phosphorus to the water or something. If we need, we will change their diet in order to add and supplement this water. There's a lot of different foods out there that you can get. Yes, they are organic, but make sure to read those labels and do your research. Because if you're looking to add something to your water, something in that food might not have it, and you're not getting what you really want to add. There's other supplements that you can do, but the main thing we like to do to add to our water is about how we feed the fish. Okay.
We might have had I think he might have wandered out of Wi-Fi range there. I know this happens before. This happened last year with Habitat Life when they were giving us their presentation. We walked too far and lost Wi-Fi, so I'm sure they'll join us again in a second. No worries. These things happen. You have rooms with lots of metal and bracing and grow lights and other things. Especially if you have a ton of ballasts of HA.
Are we back?
There we go.
There we go. Very good. Just lost you. But hey, one of the things that we thought of when we built this place is there's not enough forethought, and we certainly had the same mistakes that our electrical system.
It's like you still have an issue. There you go. Something about your particular spot you're at is affecting your signal, I think.
But we're too far away from the Wi-Fi.
Possibly, yeah. Or that or the metal around you, the exact spot that you're standing, maybe.
Well, I mean, we
There you
use our
go.
Wi-Fi. We use our Wi-Fi pretty much everywhere. So anyway, we bring in 1,200 amps of power in here. We're using less than 300 for our whole facility. We bring the power in fairly just pretty, a lot of it all at once. And what we do is we use these different transformers, and we generate whatever power we want. And we try to run the whole facility off of 3-phase. The higher we can get it, 480 is our favorite. All our lights run off of 277 3-phase. Most of our motors and pumps are 240 3-phase. We have 2 big pumps that are 480 3-phase. And then we have all of our air conditioning and our HVAC systems are all 480 3-phase. We generate, you know, if we want 110, we generate 110. If we generate 480, we can generate that. One of the biggest things, the money savers for our facilities, that this is a big secret here, is that you pay for the highest leg on your power. So what we went through is we went through and we balanced these legs on all these fuse boxes. We have dozens of fuse boxes around this place. And so you go through and you balance the power in each one of those fuse boxes so that you can bring the amperage to all an even level. And at an even level, you're going to lower your cost considerably. The power company charges you on the highest leg usage of your power. So you want to bring them down, average them all, move the wires in your fuse box so you get that amperage level the same across that fuse box. And when that amperage level is lowest and average across those fuse boxes, your power bills will go down considerably. And so that's what this entire end of the building is about keeping our operational costs down. And that's what we've built into here. And so, okay, Jack wants to add.
Right. Another thing that a lot of grows and a big tip that I'll share with you guys on power saving, especially on the commercial side. A lot of these things, like we use the TrollMaster systems for all of our rooms, and you have dimming capability to dim those with whatever light sequence. So if you're doing your 12-12, you can have them fired on to whatever percentage throughout the day, and then you cut them off at 0% once the light cycle for the day is over. A lot of people just have their ballasts constantly on while that's going, and they just have the TrollMaster set to 0. So your light is actually on. Your light is off, but your ballast and your power is actually running the whole time. So that is just skyrocketing your bill. And yeah, the light's off, but the thing's running. And it's not running at full or anything, but you are wasting dollar bills out the window. And what we did is you can install an analog switch, a timer switch, and have kind of a system of redundancy with that, with your analog switch turning off the actual power to your ballasts, and then your TrollMaster turning off at whatever time set you want your lights to turn on and off. So that is something that a lot of commercial grows do not do. They just have their ballast set to dim 0, and that thing's always fired on. It's more common than you would think in the greenhouse, indoor grow. It's something to definitely look for, and it definitely adds up and saves you a lot of money.
We'll do it from the top. So we have this ramp inside of our building. Runs down there. We're installing plumbing for the new tanks that are going in. You'll see it over the top when we're down there. But we use this to our advantage. So what we have is we have gravity flow down into those tanks. Yeah, and so we're adding water into these drainage pipes constantly by gravity, and then they drain into the tanks down there. We have a pump down there, and it pumps it up, and then pumps it up to the fish and the fish deck, and then from the fish deck, it starts the whole process over and down through the plants again. The big thing about our pumps, and I'm a firm believer in this, is there's a thing called variable frequency drives. Variable frequency drives in a commercial setting will nearly double the life of your pumps and your motors. It also allows us, instead of using valves, which cause back pressure on the motors, it allows us to actually set the frequency on the motors so that they just don't drive as hard, or you can drive them harder. You can actually go past capability using a frequency driver. And so what you can do is you can balance the flow of the water going in, going out, and make it exact so that this pump is always running and this pump is always running. So between the two of them, you get the exact water flow you want. Every one of these pump systems is redundant. If one fails, we have one backup to come online. And then so that way there's no hesitation in it. We have, as we'll walk on down, what we have also is we have an overflow tank. And this allows us, when we turn the system off, there's a whole lot of water still in the system, and it takes a while to drain. So we put in 250-gallon overflow tank. We catch all that overflow, and then when we fire the system back up, we pump it right back into the system. So we're going to look down at this over the top, okay? As we built this, the rooms are in the center. All the amenities are around the outside of this. Here's one frequency drive, and you can see, I don't know if you can see the number, but that pump is running at 3,600 RPMs right there. Here's another frequency drive right here. You can see the water is always splashing into those tanks, always draining out of those tanks. We have an overflow system over there that will hold 250 gallons of overflow. And then we have the new 1,200-gallon tank that we're getting ready to bring online right now. Over here is more equipment panels. Like I said, there's dozens of panel boxes through the building. And then Jack's going to come along. We're going to go into one of the flowering rooms here, and then you'll have a thing. Each one of our rooms are 20 by 60. That size allows us to avoid being too square, so you don't get too much trapped air up into the corners or too much HVAC dead zone. Yeah, we went through that. So we're going to go into the room here. I'm going to pass it back to Jack.
Looks like they're having connection. There we go.
Just leave it.
There we go.
All right. There we go. Oh,
There you go. Now you're back.
sorry about that, Steve.
No worries.
Yeah. All right, what we have here is we have our beds. We have a double decker. You like kind of go up, Casey, you can see, kind of go up here. We have a double decker system. It has about 500 to 600 gallons of water, which is a lot of water to control. So in our new room that we have in our new design, we have gone from 5,400 gallons of water to 1,400 gallons of water. So I'm excited to show you guys a new system. I wish it was online for you guys to see now, but it will be a big surprise and coming up soon. But right now, we try to maximize canopy with our space. We got, right now we have 500 gallon bed. What we use is actually, we've gone through a lot of media. We've gone through dual root zone, which I do love. It really gets a plant kick started in that soil. And then once it grows through and hits that water, it really is a hardier stock, and it's a very nice plant with the dual root zone. The one thing about that is on a commercial level, especially when we're going to like 10,000 plants in a facility, dirt is kind of something you want to eliminate from bringing into your facility at that point. It's more maintenance that you have to deal with, more time, it costs more money with bug preventative maintenance, and it's just one more thing to deal with. So what we've done is we've done hydrogen, and we've tried certain plastic medias, but we've moved to this media called Tetrabase here, and it's heavy. It kind of naturally stacks on itself. It doesn't seem to lock up the plant or anything, and its best thing about it is it's pH neutral. And as you know, on a cube with the dry back or even hydrogen, something like that, if the pH changes around that stalk and those roots initially coming out, it's gonna mess with the plant. So something that's pH neutral is very beneficial. So that is kind of what we've been going with now after some trial runs and everything. It seems to be the best thing for us. I am a fan of the dual root zone though. I really enjoy that method. And when we do expand one of these days to maybe a greenhouse, we'll go back to that method on the outdoor platform. But really, hardest thing about these is controlling your flow rate and your water rate. There's a lot of plants stacked here, but in a DWC system, you can stack your plants without really messing them up. But we are going to single them off, and once we do that, we feel like the roots aren't going to entangle with each other. There's going to be less stress. The plant's going to be able to kind of branch out a little more. With this system, we have noticed we can land the lights right on top. You can get your 660 or 800 par in flowering. The LEDs are one of the greatest things now that they got them going. HBS, even though it does work well, LED technology is there now, and it is more expensive, but if you can afford it up front, I would recommend it. You can really just get that part of where you want without burning your plant. As long as your NPK and your tier 1 and tier 2 nutrients are all balanced correct, you can boost that light intensity up more. And depending on your EC content of your nutrients or your electric conductivity, you can boost up your light intensity. So you start seeing these growers go and try to shoot for 1,100 and 1,200 par. And it all depends on what your relative humidity is, your DTG, your root temperature, especially in DWC. Root temperature is everything. You can run this at 82, 83 degrees, no problem, if your root temperature is low enough to be at like your 67, 68 degrees. So with that, I'm going to pass you off to Dad here real quick. Put in.
So just to finish off in this room, we've had this room going a while. This room is only vegged for about 3.5 to 4 weeks. It's in its 3rd week of flower right now. As the beds fill out and go all out, I think Jack's going to pull a ladder up. And as the builds fill out, we add this netting. This netting adds support and stability there's a lot of air that moves through this, and it'll virtually, when you're close to the fans, it'll be too much air for them. So there's not a lot of support in the base in aquaponics. So you try to add the netting. Also, these buds, as they grow on, they get very, very heavy, and then they'll try to pull the plant over. So when you have more nets, this bed here has 3 nets on it, and each one of them, this will allow this plant to grow up. It also allows us to spread the plant out, to pull the plant out and expose it to more canopy if you want. That way the light goes through the plant more and gets deeper penetration into the plant, which is what we like about the LEDs. The buds at the bottom.
It looks like he's experiencing some technological differences. Quote idiocracy there. I'm sure they'll be back here in a moment. I hope everyone's enjoying the conference so far. Well, someone was saying about the plat. We'll get to that in a moment. Looks like they're back.
You missed it, but that's about it.
It looks like Steve's.
Are you there?
Yep, you're back now.
Okay, golly gee gosh. And then, but we net it 3 times for support for the weight and support for the stalk. So as it moves back and forth, it doesn't wiggle that root ball just too much. And then that's about it. The air is actually turned down a little lower for these plants right now. It'll be picked back up, but most of the air will go underneath. It actually doesn't blow across the top. It's blowing underneath, and that's a part that we want to take care of. And so most of this air is actually moving down low versus being up high. And then we're going to walk back out the room, and we're going to walk back to the front, and we're going to go through our little science room right here. Okay. What we found in aquaponics is that everybody can tell us that, oh, what aquaponics is, you have the fish, you throw them some feed, you have to supplement a couple items and everything, but nowhere in the literature and looking around you find exactly what your water has to be. Okay, so what we're working on is we're working on figuring out the ratios and what goes into making the plant. Okay, and so we developed a little science department over here that we're walking to, and we bought some testing equipment. So we test our water every day in the facility, okay? And by testing our water every day, we get Sarah's graphs. And so by testing our water every day, we use this science station, comes from Hannah. It's a real simple thing. We can run 92 experiments on our water, plus we can custom design a few of them. And so what we do is we know what's in our water. And really what it is you could supply all the nutrients to the plants, but if you don't have them in the correct ratios to each other, then the plants don't do what they need to do. So what we do is we establish those ratios and we're learning and trying to build that curve, because this is one of the pieces of information that's really not out there, is to find the premium ratios like potassium, calcium, and magnesium are a ratio that should be on each other. Magnesium, responsible for almost every one of the reactions in the plant. That's got to be in a relationship to that calcium. The sulfates have to be in a relation to the nitrates. Have too many sulfates in ratio to your nitrates, then you don't get nitrogen uptake. There's all these little things that do not affect plants in the field as much as they will that they're sensitive to inside of aquaponics. And that's what we're trying to do. We test the water, test all the different factors of it. A lot of them are hard to test because they're not salts, and all these experiments work on the salts. And so they're tough to measure them. So it is something that you have to build over time. What we do is we take this data, we graph it per month, we graph it per a couple months, graph it per 6 months, and we watch these curves rise and fall. And then we watch them and we plot them on the same graph, you know, like the magnesium, calcium, and the potassium. Those are on the same graph, so you can look at their relationships as well. So that's a very important part of aquaponics that you don't have to worry about so much in a smaller grow, but in this larger commercial thing, we're trying to bring it down to anything that's worth a couple percent on a large scale is quite valuable. And so anything that's worth that couple percent, you know, if you can improve by a couple percent, that's what you're after. And so while you build, you know, like say, for instance, a good light, you know, you want that light distance the right way, you know, enough cooling over it. There's a lot of other factors that affect the performance of every other feature in the aquaponics. Aquaponics, once these are balanced, you can run these rooms at some very high temperatures and do photosynthesis at a rate that is beyond what you can achieve outdoors in a natural sunlight situation, unless you're doing aquaponics outdoors. And but still, you try to tie all the factors together, find out which factors are impactful, and start adjusting those by a little bit of percentage here, a little bit of percentage there, so that the end results is you've come up with a gain on your commercial. You know, a 1% change over 10,000 plants or 2,000 plants is a lot of weight gain, which is a lot of income that we need to try to capture. And then so we use this science room. Guy spends 3 hours a day in here measuring, breaking down our water, both for our fish and for our plants. And because, like I said, we run both a decoupled and a coupled system. And we, you know, it's coupled for a while, it's decoupled for a while. And we have various reasons that we're trying out and saying, hey, this is why we're doing this. And so as we keep experimenting, we keep on trying to find out where the goalposts should be and then get to those goalposts is what we do. And then I'll turn you over.
Oh, I see. He's hitting the off button when he transfers the audio, when he goes to switch the earbud. That's what's happening. He'll be back with us here in a moment. Sorry about the whiny puppy in the background. I'm not quite sure what his... There we go.
All right, we're just really bad with Apple products.
No, it's fine. I think he's hitting the button when he pulls it out of his ear by accident.
Yeah. All right, but what we have here, Steve, is a spectrophotometer, and this is by hand instruments. It can measure up to 96 elements in our water, and with that, it doesn't measure it all at one time, but just checking one test at a time with the reagents that we have. If this is something that you can afford and you are very serious, especially on a commercial side, instead of sending it out to the lab and getting it tested and waiting for results, seeing a more exact reading, say you want your iron reading or something like that, and you're thinking it's low and you're reading at like 0.53 or something like that, whereas you want it to be more towards 2 milligrams, milligrams per liter. So something like this definitely can check yourself, and it's definitely a tool that gets used every day. It's necessary for this type of scale of grow. As far as helping us learn with the process, it helps with what we're going to foliar spray or what we're going to need to feed the fish next. It kind of maps out our plan. and eliminates a lot of guesswork and checking a leaf to see, oh, well, we're starting to see some deficiencies in this. Instead of seeing the leaf and what it says, we're more likely to see the number first versus the changeover in the leaf. We'll see it in the water first and kind of plan our attack before we actually even see the change in the system. It's very similar to like Danielle was speaking with her numbers and everything. It's something that's very important to the cannabis system. Cannabis, everybody compares it to the tomato, but it's really more similar to cotton than anything. And there's not a lot of tests for aquaponics on cotton. So you can see the numbers and the milligrams per liter on like your nitrogen, your phosphorus, your potassium. You can see and we'll find those numbers and what my urban farm or my aquaponics tomato numbers need to be at. But as far as cannabis, it's not really public knowledge. And I know a lot of people on our panel and everything today, they probably have those numbers, but it's something that you really have to, everybody's facility is different, and it's something that's not readily accessible to the public. So if guys like us keep working on it and figure it out, one day all that can be public and we can really just kind of, everybody can grow with more ease. So as long as we're laying down the footwork, we can figure out what's the perfect ratio, what's your balance at, what kind of NPK scale are you really needing? Because as we noticed in aquaponics, at least, you don't need that, well, 2.2 EC and blowing out the water and everything. You don't need that. Yes, it works if you can dial it in correctly, but it's dangerous and your plant can change overnight with that type. You got a little more cleaner, a little more softer, easier scale, and you can still get giant yields off of your aquaponics and DWC crossover. And the water does work with, if you're just using soil plants, if you can maintain this water and get it down, it does work by feeding soil. It does work with cube and Rockwell grows and everything. This water is not just for your parts per million and on your NPK scale. It also has to do with your beneficial bacterias and your microbials. And that's what we're doing in the aquaponics system. That's the reason why you're making that fish tea. Like there's that brand out there called Fish Shit, and they're making a killing off of it and they're selling it in all the grocery stores. Well, that's what an aquaponics system is doing. You're taking that fish and you're taking that and you're turning it into something that's beneficial for your water. So
Can you turn your phone, the camera? There you go. There we go.
all right, I'm gonna pass you over. Don't hang up. Is it going?
You're
You're
good.
not
We should have bought 2 sets of these things. All right. So anyway, what we do is we have a system, and each part of this tank system has a different type of bacteria in it that always ends up all over everything and throughout the whole system. So the beneficial bacteria are the biggest factor in here, and the health of these are. So the pH adjustment and the water temperature is actually designed for the benefit of those, and then everything else benefits off that. Even our that we learned to do all of our pest management that we've learned. We've done that all with microbials and all with active fungi and this kind of stuff. That after they've done their job, they just die out and go away because there's nothing left for them to eat or digest or to grow on. However, they attack whatever kind of pest you have. We use a lot of nature to control our environment here. We're in Michigan, so we got actually half of the year or better where it's well under 70 degrees outside. And so we use that for both our HVAC, for our ventilation. It keeps a lot of our costs down. It keeps our building cool. And so it's all about the environment, the health of your microorganisms in your system, and the controls you put on your water. And so that's the biggest thing that we try to take care of. We use the aqua shields and the HydroGuards and these kind of products. There's a lot of others that we use. We try to vary these products too. You want a mixture of these because every bug that attacks, every microbial that has a good side has a bad side. And I got to say that we buy our bacteria, because when you go to a pond and you get bacteria out of a pond, or you get bacteria out of the earth, you get the parasitic and you get the bad as well as the good, because that's what nature has. And nature has an ability to generally overcome bad with good. And what we do is we just buy it ready to go. You know what type of different bacteria, bacilla, whatever you want to buy. There's strings of them that we use. I mean, just dozens and dozens of them. And we buy those so that we know they're pure and we have no cross contamination from any harmful bacteria in that. And then you add it. Each one of these things has a treatment program on it. You should treat this once a month. You should add this every 12 weeks. And each one of these bacteria that we add has a life in the system that we run up to its expiration date, and then you put some more. If you change these, or if one of these dies out, you can see it in your water because it affects the uptake of the plant. And then if we see that for some reason our nitrates levels are running a little higher than what they should be on a return, then we know that we're not getting enough uptake of the nitrates in there. You can bump the bacteria that way. And you can do it almost instantaneously. It takes a quarter cup, a cup full of something, throw it in there. 20 minutes later, it's working by a chance and like a champ. And by the next day, it's reproduced and then the next day it's into the billions. And then it just happens so fast with the bacteria. Can't stress it enough that you keep the bads out of your water and try to just make sure that your water is cleaned. And what we do is we fill our system with RO, let the 2 filtration systems do it, let the plants filter the water for the fish, and just create that cycle that goes round and round nonstop. And that's what we've done here. We're hoping that, we've got the recipe for success for now. Took some time to figure it out, and now we're moving forward with that. And so we're going to show you our trimming facility now.
I think we got 10 minutes for questions.
Okay, I think Jack says we have 10 minutes for questions here.
Oh yeah, I know. If you want to show us something real quick first, we can. Yeah, but yes, we do have 10 minutes left for your talk.
Okay. Can you hear me, Steve?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. We're gonna go this way. It's not too big or anything right now. Our trim facility. But right now we have a room where we will do some hand trimming. But mainly we a commercial setting. You kind of need to do auto trim, and we'll have a batch 1 trimmer coming along soon. But right now it's this really takes down the manpower, but we run the blades slow. We run everything real slow on our T4 and our trim saver, because we don't really like to beat up the bud and knock off those trichomes and take away from the plant. So we try to do as much hand trimming as possible, but when there's just too much load, we go with the T4. And really that kind of concludes our tour. We're back over to our clone room, back in here where all of it starts. And if you got any questions, we are open for them.
Sure. So have you had any, how much water are you going through each day with those drum filters? I know sometimes
With the drum filters, we use about 150 gallons of water with the drum filter.
Well, that's not
And
bad.
that's not that bad. Part of it helps is that with the drum filter is that ours is set up at maybe a little, just a hair higher of a speed. Remember, we use a dual filter process, so that drum filter really doesn't have to work as hard. Our goal is to get it through the filter, not to hang it up in the filter. And it really just collects. It doesn't have to collect as much big particle because our drains on the bottom, we actually have 3 drains on the bottom. We have 2 big drains on the bottom of each one of those tanks that add a swirl filter. We have a smaller drain on there that runs constantly. So there's constantly a flow out of the bottom of that tank as well as the overflow at the top. And so what we do is we're sucking down the solids and we take more of them off of the bottom than what people do floating up and using the overflow. You got to remember, the most of them solids aren't floating on the very top. They're in the different stratas of the water. So it's easier to pull that waste down and out than it is up. Okay. We even are experimenting, and we try to recycle everything we did in the past, and we've gone back to it to where we recycle our condensate water. The idea is to have as small a footprint as possible. So in the end, that 150 gallons that we draw off of there, and then you have a couple hundred gallons in the course of the day that are given up due to the dehumidification and the air conditioning that we run in the system. And the idea is to recycle all of that condensate water and put it back into the system. Whereas condensate water contaminates very easy due to the trays and the grills that are in your air handling equipment. It gets dirty, so it has to be cleaned. One of the best cleaners is a cleaner called Oxine. It's used to clean food lines in the food processing industry. And you can use that same product to clean and sterilize water before it's put back into the system. So we have a truly a minimal loss system here by recycling all of the water at all the stages that we have. Does that answer that question?
Yeah, we had another person
Okay.
ask about the media that you're using, the black media.
Yeah, the Tetra base.
Yeah, so what is that? They're asking what it is made of.
That's made of a fairly dense polyethylene is what that made. And then it was done on a carver, on a plastic carver. And then after it was kind of perfected, it was done it's a blow mold process. So those are mass-laminate. They're a very heavy media, so they're real nice in keeping the plants steady. Yeah,
And
they're a
someone
little
asked
each
if that can be OMRI approved or not.
reused.
No,
Oh,
OMRI
yeah.
approved for organic. Do you know if they'll approve
Oh, yes,
that?
it ought to be because it is OMRI approved is what I was just in for.
Okay.
Nope. It's in patent pending right now. And, but it will be because it's pH neutral and it can be cleaned back to its original surface. So it will be OMRI approved. That shouldn't be a problem with that at all. And because you can go take it back to its original state. And that's one of the things that for OMRI they're looking for is that, hey, do you alter that substance through its usage? And in this instance, you're not altering that substance because it is pH neutral. It doesn't support growth on itself very, very well. Okay, it's not like hydrogen with a lot of porous pockets that can collect debris. And actually, the problem with the hydrogen is some of that debris it collects is not good debris, not good bacteria. It'll grow in those crevices. We don't have any of those problems with this media because it doesn't have the hidden crevices. When you clean it, you can clean every bit of it. You can pretty much just soak it in the hydrogen peroxide, and it's good to go again. So yeah, and we reuse it from harvest to harvest. It's a little more expensive, but the fact is you don't have to rebuy it every time. It is reusable, and so it's to our advantage.
We had someone else ask if you use lactobacillus at all in your system.
Yes, we do. Yes.
Have you noticed any, change with or without it?
Yeah, we do like it, and we do feel that it's one of the plus bacteria to add. We do add it not by itself. We do add it in conjunction with. There's a mixture of like 8 or 10 that we put in at the same time, of which that is one of them.
Awesome. Someone else asked what your feed rate was.
Our feed rate varies. We have a pretty strong feed rate. I haven't gone like grams per grams too much, except for when the fish were little. I go by more of the idea is this is how much they will eat in 3 minutes. And what they eat in 3 minutes is generally enough to hold them and consume them. The fact that they get fed every day takes some of the worry about, oh, am I giving them enough grams per usage? After a fish reaches a certain size, and in the tank they're all different size, it's hard to go, okay, I got 1,000 grams of fish, so I give it 3% or 5% of its body weight per a feeding there. When you've got tanks full of fish and they're all varied in size, that becomes a very difficult thing. Those body weight per gram things will give you a base to start with, okay? And every now and then we will pull a fish out and weigh a fish, okay? Not to say that we disregard that completely, but we really go by the amount of food that can be fed in 3 minutes. We add that food a scoop at a time. We don't just throw a couple pounds on, or so many grams on. We add that a scoop at a time so you can monitor the rate at which they're feeding it. And that's how we do it more than by body weight.
Awesome. Well, it looks like we're just about out of time. Why don't you tell everybody how to find you and find out more information about your flower?
Yeah, we're at Thumb Genetics, like the thumb on your hand, and all one word. We're on Instagram. We've got a new website coming up. We have social media starting in a couple weeks that we're working on. Like I said, we're kind of new at this game, and we're just really figuring it out. Jack has a sample of our product here. And that is one of our Cushman lines. And we pre-packaged that for sale. That's something new. We started our packaging, and it just makes it easier. This is a cleaner way. Everybody knows that things like aspergillus and this kind of things are floating in the air. Get it in the package as soon as you get it the curable state that you want. Then throw it in a package. It'll keep it cleaner, keep it fresher for a longer period of time. The less air attacking it, the better it's going to be. And then as long as your humidity is true, yeah, you internally that bud has to be at a certain moisture content before you can package it up. Yeah, you don't want the earthy buds. Yeah. Anything else?
No, that's it. I really appreciate you taking the time to come on. Thanks a lot for showing us your facility.
All right. Thanks a lot, Steve. You be safe, okay?
Thanks a lot. Take care. Thank you.
Take care, gentlemen. Thanks for having us.
Cheers. And you guys can find out more from them. Look up Thumb Genetics on Instagram. We'll make sure we have the link to their Instagram in the description here.
I think we're still on.
There we go. Next up, we have Lorenzo Fruscella, who's going to be talking to us about the differences between aquaponic and soil, composted soil biology, and all kinds of other awesome things. I saw his amazing talk at the Aquaponics Association, and when Con Fem had a last-minute schedule conflict, he was the first person I wanted to reach out to try and get on here and talk some science for you guys. So I really appreciate him taking the time. I know it's getting quite late there in London, so thank you for joining us tonight.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's 10 p.m., but no problem whatsoever. I'm happy to be here.
Well, thanks a lot, and the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, I just apologized in advance because my connection today has been a bit spotty, but shouldn't be a problem. We'll see. In any case, if I disconnect, I'll be reconnecting right away in a minute or two, so or less. So, yeah, just share my screen here.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Lorenzo, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Greenwich in London. And today I'll be telling you all about the organic status of aquaponics in the European Union, some of the rules that hinder its certification, and also the effects of soil addition as investigated in 4 different experiments that I've done this year. I've done quite a bit, and although I do not grow cannabis, I think it will be an interesting talk nonetheless, as I'll be experimenting. I'll be telling you how I experimented with different types of soil mixes, compost, and certified topsoil as well. So what is soil? It's funny, I've been investigating soil for the past year, and I still don't have a clear definition for it. I do know that soil can be loosely defined as a mixture of microorganisms, liquids, gases that together support life. And although it's true that in most cases you cannot have plants without soil, the opposite is equally true. In most cases, you cannot have soil without plants. I first started investigating about soil right after my last publication at the beginning of this year, titled Organic Aquaponics in the European Union Towards Sustainable Farming Practices in the Framework of the New EU Regulation. Here I argue that although in theory and in practice, aquaponics does fulfill nearly all organic farming principles based on the EU regulation, aquaponics is still not allowed to produce organic vegetables in the European Union, as well as fish. This is because of several rules that currently hinder its status, the status of aquaponics in the European Union. Commercial aquaponic farms and are in operations are very few in Europe, fewer than 50. There are fewer than 50 companies, and very few of those are able to make profit. Indeed, commercial aquaponics is unable to take off, and it is thought that organic certification could enhance the commercialization of aquaponic produce. This is because in general, organic produce is about 47% more expensive than regular produce. There are several features in aquaponics that are directly in line with organic principles, with EU organic principles. As you all know, aquaponics is characterized by a low water usage. Water can be recycled. It is space efficient. Fish tanks and plant spaces, plant tanks can be readjusted in really numerous ways. It's based on the recycle of waste. It's based on natural cycles and the principles. The same principles, the same cycles happen in any really aquatic ecosystem. Escapees are nearly impossible because you use a recirculating aquaculture system in case of coupled aquaponics, at least. And it can be located really anywhere. And you have, because of high water parameter control, you can guarantee high welfare standards for your fish. And obviously, no use of pesticides, which can be toxic for the fish. It should therefore be logical to assume that aquaponics should be certified. Aquaponic produce should be certified as organic, but that's obviously, as I said, not the case in the European Union, and that's why we're here. Because of the nature of aquaponics, the symbiotic nature of aquaponics, rules from both the plant production side and the aquaculture production side, they hinder its certification. These are from the latest regulation, 2018-848, which is becoming active, coming into place next year. I will start with the plant production rules real quick, and then I'll tell you what can be done about these rules. First of all, organic crops in the European Union have to be produced in living soil and in connection with the subsoil and bedrock to be considered organic. soil therefore went from being considered a physical entity to also a spatial one. It also matters whether your soil is directly connected to the earth. Second of all, hydroponic production is prohibited. And by default, since aquaponics is considered a type of hydroponics in the European Union, aquaponics is also prohibited in organic production. The fertility and biological activity of the soil have to be maintained and increased. Therefore, there is this stress also on the use of soil. Soil is an entity that must be used in organic horticulture and agriculture in general. And fish waste is not allowed to be used as fertilizer since it's not, there is no mention of it in the whole regulation. And this is I actually contacted the European Commission 2 years ago when I started my PhD, and I asked them about this, and they confirmed that since they just don't talk about it, that means that it's not usable, it's not allowed. It's the use of fish waste is not allowed to be used as fertilizer. And this is in direct conflict with the use of livestock manure, for example, livestock waste, whose use is not only allowed, but also encouraged. So there is this stress on the recycle of waste, but then that doesn't apply on any waste from any aquatic organism. These are the three main rules that prevent aquaculture produce, fish and other aquatic animals produced aquaponically from being certified as organic. First of all, in plain letters, it's written that closed circulation aquaculture systems, so RAS, are prohibited, and that any artificial cooling or heating of water is really not permitted for any broodstock or any animal that's going to be slaughtered and eaten. They can only be used for hatcheries and nurseries. And finally, the bottom type of the tanks has to be as close as possible to natural conditions. And this is really because you have this feeling in the regulation that really regular tanks used in RAS are these barren environments which are fundamentally bad for fish welfare. Fish they are intelligent animals, they require high stimulation, and these barren environments, these empty environments, they just don't provide this natural stimulation that the fish need to thrive and to have good welfare. So these are the three main really obstacles for fish and other aquatic animals. This way, the aquaponics cycle that we all know, it gets hindered, it gets blocked by these rules. First of all, the absence of soil, microbes, bacteria that do a lot of the work, a big portion of the work in an aquaponics system. Since soil is not present, this absence of soil hinders their use, their working. And second of all, fish waste, the use of fish waste as fertilizer is not allowed. So you can take this waste, this processed waste by the bacteria, but it still cannot be used for vegetables in organic agriculture. And third of all, recirculating aquaculture systems are not allowed. So what the fish produce cannot be used for plants, and when the plants cannot clean the water for the fish, and the whole cycle really crumbles, and therefore you arrive to the state of things where we are, that where fish and plants cannot be certified as organic. What can be done then?
Oh, looks like we had a connection issue again. I'm sure we'll have him back here in a second. I do apologize. And we have all these international guests. Occasionally, we do have some connection errors. I'm sure he'll be back with us momentarily. If you guys haven't already, go to ap420.com, sign up with your email for a chance to win a Spectrum King 403 Lite, a full nutrient line for up to 300-gallon system, basically a typical backyard system from veg and flower, as well as the full copy of the Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass. We'll be doing that drawing on Sunday, so be sure to sign up over the course of the weekend. And then we'll also have some other giveaways here as well over the course of the weekend as well. I guess his battery died or something. I guess he'll be back here shortly. Not sure quite what happened there. Hopefully you guys are having a good weekend. Again, sorry for the delay. These things happen. Let me fix the description here as well. While we're waiting for him to come back. Does anybody have any questions at the moment? I hope you guys enjoy it. I tried to get quite a more diverse group of speakers than last year as far as topics. So we have quite a few different experts in various different fields. We've had some great talks today. And at the end of this talk, we'll only be a quarter of the way through the conference. So I hope you guys really enjoy the talks that we've had today. Oh, looks like he's back with us again. Thanks.
I'm really sorry. I was afraid.
It happens. Hey, when we have this many people all over the world, man, we're bound to have a few connection blips. I'll let you take the floor back.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. As I was saying, sorry again about it, but yeah. So soil addition in aquaponics, it's never been really explored, and it could have potential effects, potentially positive effects. For example, it could allow the addition of solid fish waste, use of beneficial organisms such as mycorrhizae or bacteria that form symbiotic effects on fish health and possibly enhance plant growth as well. The second way we could approach this is to use environmental enrichment in the recirculating aquaculture systems. Environmental enrichment can be has been defined as an animal husbandry principle that seeks to enhance the quality of captive animals by care, by identifying and providing the ecological well-being. Therefore, it's really about enriching the environment of aquatic animals, making it look more similar to their natural environment, this way improving their welfare. And there are many different types of environmental enrichment, namely physical, sensory, dietary, social, and occupational. And as you can guess, it's got a wide application in grass. You can really edit the shape of the tanks. You can modify the light, add objects, shelters for the fish, as well as different substrates. And although this has been poorly researched, this could really mimic the natural environment of fish and really bring, change the reputation of RAS. The same way that it's already been done in first in zoological gardens, in zoos, and then for livestock, in the livestock industry. So this could be the next frontier as to how to improve welfare in captive fish in tanks, and subsequently, hopefully, reach organic certification for RAS-grown fish. If we do this, then the cycle could once again start. The soil addition would make these beneficial microbes available again, and possibly enrich the diversity of these microbes. The fish waste could be beneficial for soil fertility. This is still yet to be researched. And then finally, environmental enrichment could, by mimicking the natural environment of the fish, could result in better welfare, and therefore allowing RAS to be used in organic agriculture and aquaculture. And this is really an organic aquaponic system, a concept that I've developed. And here you can see, for example, in the aquaculture unit, you have shelters, aquatic plants, gravel in place. And so your fish enjoying higher welfare standards, and one day, hopefully, this will be allowed to be used in organic fish production. And soil will then be collected and further processed either aerobically or anaerobically. And you have your plant unit where plants are grown in soil, in pots with soil, in this case, herbs, for example, which constitute an exception to the rule, therefore could be grown in pots and do not necessarily have to be grown in a connection with the subsoil and bedrock. And then this waste could be further, after it's been processed, could be put back into on top of the soil, thus further enriching the soil where the plants are grown. And I have to say, this is just a concept, and as of now, it's still not usable in organic for organic aquaponic production, since RAS units are not allowed, and use of fish waste is not allowed to be used as a fertilizer. And this is really just a general diagram that I've developed, where I show how aquaponics really addresses the three pillars of sustainability: social sustainability, environmental sustainability, and economic sustainability, by blending together organic horticulture and organic aquaculture. And this comes with a variety of benefits that you can see all around. And you can find this graph in my paper as well. Okay, this is all nice and sounds all good in theory, but what can we do in practice? How can we address these rules? How can we change things? And likely I find myself in really one of the best spots to do this. This is where I work. This is the Department of Landscape Architecture at the University of Greenwich in London. And it's really a great place to work. We have a variety of green roofs. We grow lots of plants. We have trees, fruit trees, and even a couple of ponds with fish. And I'd like to give you a short tour of our facilities and show you where each experiment took place. And then from there, we can explore each experiment and show you what I found. So this is the greenhouse. It looks more like a jungle than an aquaponic unit. Really, the plants have officially taken over, and we grow a variety of plants, more than 20 species, as well as about 400 fish, all Nile tilapia. And this is what I've grown, my biggest gourd yet. I was so excited that I've captured it, I've taped it growing, and it was a proud moment for me. So this shows you the variety of plants that you can grow here. We have lots of vines and different types of pumpkins and gourds and squashes that just grow all around it. Really a magical place. This is our the main horticultural section of our green roof, our second floor green roof. And this is where two of my experiments took place. This is experiment number one on onions that I've done, started right before summer. Here, what I've done, I took 4 raised beds, you can see here, and I split them into 4 sections, each of them, using waterproof screens that would prevent water from each subsection to mix up with the rest of them. And I took onion sets, which are immature, unripe onions, 1-year-old onions, and I planted 12 in each subsection. I did this in order to challenge the following obstacles. First of all, that manure is the unaccepted animal source fertilizer and in organic production. And second of all, that more specifically, that fish waste is not deemed as an appropriate source of fertilizer. I also wanted to challenge the required connection with subs by using raised beds. As a matter of fact, many, for example, Scandinavian countries now, which have been relying heavily on cultures similar to raised beds for organic production of vegetables, now they will have to adapt and change cultural conditions. So I wanted to use raised beds also to show that this connection, this required connection with the subsoil and bedrock isn't really necessary. I did this by comparing the growth of onions in raised beds in a soil that had manure in it versus soil that was watered with fish water, with fish effluents. My hypothesis were that both the soil fertility and the plant growth would be enhanced by the addition of fish effluents, and that the greater effect would be observed in a soil that was treated with fish sludge. So I used two different types of fish water. I will get into that soon. But my hypothesis was that the water that was richer in nutrients would have a more beneficial effects for plant growth as well as for soil fertility, which is highly important for organic production based on the rules. As well as I wanted to also, I thought that the use of fish effluents would be more beneficial for plant growth than the use of land mammal, which as I talked about earlier, fish effluents are not allowed in organic production, but manure is. So I wanted to show that fish effluents could be more useful and more productive as a fertilizer, although they are currently prohibited. So each raised bed was split into four sections, and I planted a total of 12 onions in each subsection. So I had a total of 16 subsections. And the onions were numbered from 1 to 12 in each small section. This gave me a total of 192 onions, and I used a complete randomized block design with 4 treatments and 4 replicates for each treatment: T, M, F, and FS. In T, I only used tap water, so I would only water the onions with regular water. And M was my manure treatment. Here I had put horse manure in the soil before culturing the onions. And here I would also water each section with just plain water. In the F treatment, I used filtered fish water, which was taken from the top of the degasser tank. So a water that was devoid of any particles. And for the FS treatment, I used fish sludge mixed with water, which is what I would get after taking the water from the bottom of the clarifier and then further processing it aerobically. I would do this every third day, and the rest of the days I would water it with fish water. Water each treatment, each replicate of the FS treatment with just regular fish water, filtered fish water, and every third day with the unfiltered fish water. This is how I further process the water that will be used for the FS treatment. I built just a very straightforward aerobic digester. I would aerate it constantly, and this aeration would further break down the nutrients and make them more available for the plants. This gave me 2 types of water, F and FS. Again, F is the water with no solids in it, taken from the top of the degasser process aerobically. I also analyzed these 2 water types, and I found that really there was a striking difference in the nutrient concentration of the two waters, especially in the amounts of nitrates, phosphorus, and potassium, which are arguably the most important nutrients for plant production. And in some cases, the amount of nutrients in these 3 were more than double in the fish sludge than in the fish water. The onions quickly started growing. They kept growing. They didn't stop. And after 3 months, they were ready for harvest. It was in the middle of the summer. And was an interesting day, harvesting almost 200 onions. And after this, the first thing I did was measuring the physical parameters of each onion. What I did was I measured a variety of parameters. First of all, I took the whole max plant length or height from the bottom of the bulb to the top of the tallest leaf. I then measured the leaf weight. I separated the leaves from the bulbs. This gave me the bulb weight, the bulb diameter I measured, and as well as the bulb height. I then analyzed that really the same pattern would show up. So I did an ANOVA, a one-way ANOVA, and then a two-key test to determine the significance, the difference of the means and potential significance. And I found really the same pattern all across these measurements. FS, so the unfiltered fish water, the fish sludge, if you want to call it that way, was the one that performed the best. Onions watered with fish sludge produced the biggest and heaviest plants in this case, followed by filtered fish water, followed by manure, and then finally tap water. The same pattern. It's also important to notice that there was no significant difference between F and FS, so between the two fish waters. The same pattern was observed for the rest of the measurements. So for max plant length, you can see the same. The two fish waters produced the tallest plants, or the longest, whichever way you wanna look at it from. Same pattern about the bulb weight, incredibly, and finally about the bulb diameter as well. So really the same pattern, and so the two fish waters performed better than manure in all cases, in all measurements. I then analyzed the soil, and I ran a variety of measurements. I measured different types of nitrates of N amounts. From nitrates, from ammonium, and also generally the total available nitrogen, as well as trace elements. I measured the pH of the soil, as well as many different trace elements: phosphorus, potassium, magnesium, and so on. And then finally, it hasn't been done yet, but I will send the sample to be analyzed soon for microbial analysis. So I wanted to find out whether there would be a difference in biodiversity among all the different treatments, and especially between the ones where I use manure versus fish affluents, fish waters. And I know you probably cannot see the column on the right-hand side very clearly, but it is just to show you that each nutrient in the soil from each treatment, all growing conditions of the onions, and this then in turn gave me a rating for each nutrient, going from the target nutrient to marginal to deficient or excessive, whether it was green, yellow, and red, respectively. And from these results, we can inquire that the manure soil, the soil that had manure in it, had excessive copper and zinc values, but also much higher phosphorus and potassium values than the soil that was watered with fish waters. On the other hand, the soil that was watered with fish waters had much higher nitrate values, especially in the unfiltered fish water treatment, which had a nitrate value 3 times as much as the manure soil, which is really incredible. My initial 3 hypotheses were therefore fulfilled, proven right rather. Soil fertility and plant growth were enhanced by the addition of fish affluents, and the biggest effect was observed in the soil treated with fish sludge. And fish affluents were indeed more beneficial than manure, surprisingly, or maybe not. And the 2 further hypotheses are still not, still don't have an answer for that since the samples are being analyzed. But I wouldn't be surprised if the microbial activity and diversity would be much higher in the soil that was fertilized with this active microbial mixture resulting from fish waste, from just fish effluents. The main findings from this trial, in this experiment, were therefore that all the measured parameters in the onions were following the same pattern, going from the tap water, increasing in the manure soil, and increasing in the two fish waters. It's, however, important to notice that there was no significant difference between the F and FS treatments, so that between the two fish waters. And fish water indeed did perform better as a fertilizer than manure. And this could be possibly explained by the much higher nitrate content that fish water had. There could also have been important microbial effects. We don't know that yet, but we will see soon. This takes me to the second experiment that I've done on bok choy. I grew bok choys outside and in certified topsoil in these small containers, and I used this net to protect them from preventing these pesky visitors from really ruining my crop. And these are the larvae of the cabbage white butterfly, and I did all I could to prevent them from eating my bok choy. I did this trial to challenge really the same obstacles that I challenged in the onions trial. Really the fact that manure is the only accepted source of fertilizer, and also I was also challenging the required connection with the subsoil and bedrock by culturing. I did this by growing bok choy in certified topsoil, British certified topsoil, in manure versus soil water with fish effluents. And I used, this time I used certified topsoil because this is the layer that is directly at the top of the soil layer. So directly at the top of on top of the subsoil and bedrock, whose connection with the topsoil is required in organic agriculture. So I wanted to directly challenge the fact that this connection is necessary in organic agriculture. I used the same treatments that I used in the onions trial, this time using 3 replicates for each treatment. And I haven't analyzed the data yet for this, although I wanted to show you just how striking the results were. These are just pictures I took just I did a photo shoot of each plant. And you can see the striking difference between the plants, just a random plant I took from each treatment, going from a very small plant from the treatment where only water was used, a mean weight of 10 grams, going from 10 grams to 20 grams in the topsoil and manure treatment, and to 50 grams, so double when I started using fish water, filtered fish water, and then to a whopping 65.5 grams for each bok choy. And these are small plants, and the ones in growing in the fish sludge treatment were just huge, especially when compared with the ones from the tea treatment. This takes me to our second greenhouse, where it's a smaller greenhouse that we have, and we use it for a variety of experiments. I've used it to do 2 experiments this year, and this is the experiment number 3. I used basil, and what I did was I took some pots. 180 pots, and I grew basil in them. I used different types of compost, a compost mix that I made, that is an artificially made compost, and I used 2 types of compost, two types of soil mixes, one with compost and one without compost. And I did this to prove that fish waste is a viable and effective source of fertilizer again, but in this case in greenhouse cultivation. I wanted to prove that fish waste can increase soil fertility as wanted by the regulation, and also that the fish waste can enhance the production of living soil. And also when compost is not present in the soil, it can make the soil living. It can, by inoculating the soil with all these bacteria and living organisms, it can produce living soil. I did this by comparing the growth of basil in different soils, some with compost, some without compost, and I fertilized them with different fish effluents, filtered fish water and fish sludge. I used 6 treatments. So I used 2 different types of compost, of soil mix, one with compost and one without compost, and I used either regular water or the two fish water types. And I haven't analyzed the data yet for this. These were all experiments done, some of them overlapping. So I don't have the data analyzed yet, but I just wanted to show you what I've done. And hopefully I'll have the results soon. I'll be sharing them with you in the next conference or next talk. This takes me to experiment number 4. I used basil in here again. And I used a variety, I used 12 fish tanks and a variety of setups, different treatments. Here at fish, some had no fish. I used different types of compost again. And I wanted to, I built the system in a way that each tank was really a mini coupled aquaponic system, and I put a tray on top of each tank, and in the tray there were several pots with soil, and I made it so that I could move the tray twice a day, and so that the water from the fish tank would be brought up into the tray and then would go back into the tank. Only twice a day, because basil is a plant that enjoys periods of semi-dry conditions. They don't really like to be constantly constantly submerged in water. The roots, they like to be aerated. This would allow me to freely move the tray back and forth and expose them to fish water for a limited amount of time each day. And I did this to prove that aquaponic produce can be certified as organic. Here I used herbs, basil is an herb, and herbs can be grown without this required connection with the topsoil and bedrock. And I wanted to prove that these systems would conceptually would in concept be possible to achieve and to do and to build and to employ as well. I also wanted to prove that fish waste could aid in the maintenance and increase of soil fertility, as well as that fish waste could enhance the production of living soil. Again, by inoculating the soil with fish water, you could produce a soil that was living. I did this by comparing the growth of basil in different soils, some with compost, some without compost, in tanks with fish and without fish. And I used 4 different treatments. So in the CF treatment, I used soil that had compost and that had fish. And then with the CET treatment, I used compost soil but without fish. I also used in the IF treatment a compost-free soil, so soil without compost with fish. And finally, IT compost-free soil without fish. So this would just be a regular horticulture system with no fish and but inert soil, so soil with very little nutrients. And I had the data analyzed. These are just 2 main measurements. I measured several parameters in basil, as well as chlorophyll, stem thickness, and sets of leaves. And I'm just reporting the 2 main ones, which are final height and final weight. And you can see really the same pattern in these 2, which were also reflected in the other measurements. And CF, so the treatment with both compost and fish water, performed the best, followed by the one with compost soil but without fish. followed by the one with inert soil, compost-free soil, and fish, and finally, as expected, by the one without fish and without compost in the soil. This is surprising because this means that compost somewhat has a better effect on plant growth than really fish waste. So there is something in the compost that's that's enhancing the growth of the plants in a better way, just in a better way than fish water does. I therefore found that the compost and fish water treatment produced really the heaviest plants, just tallest, heaviest plants, and therefore there seems to be an additive effect of compost and fish water, meaning that in the soil that had compost and was fertilized with fish water, that resulted in bigger plants. And the two nutrient types, compost and the fish water, they added up, producing a better product. And surprisingly, as I said, compost enhanced growth more than fish water did. And again, I haven't measured the soil microbiome effects yet, but there are likely to be. But we'll present those in the next talk probably. We're having the samples analyzed now. I also wanted to talk about the ongoing experiments, and we are currently really running similar experiments than the one I did with bok choy by using turnips, so a different crop that can be grown in the fall, in again certified topsoil, comparing the effects of manure with fish waters, I should say. And also we are testing the performance of winter cover crop, in this case barley, that is grown in a soil that was fertilized with fish effluents previously. So this is very interesting. I'll go into more details about this in the next slide. And also we're planning a different experiment with chili peppers in soil-based aquaponics. So similar to the trial I've done with basil in the tanks with fish, but this time using chili peppers, which are a more nutrient demanding crop than basil. So we expect to see differences here also in the type of nutrients that are required in the crop. So fruiting crops generally require more phosphorus and potassium than for example basil that doesn't have any fruit, doesn't produce any fruits. And this is the trial that we're currently doing with barley. So these are the same. I'm using the same raised beds that I use for the onions. And what I've done, I sowed barley in these beds, and what I want to do is just rely on rainwater to water this crop, just like it would be done naturally when cover crops are used. And cover crops are generally used for a variety of reasons, one of which is to prevent nutrients in the soil from being washed down by the rain. So these cover crops, cereals, could be wheat, barley, oats, would take up all of these nutrients, and then this crop would be cut off and the nutrients given back to the soil instead of being washed down by the rain. And so this is exactly what I want to do. I want to find out whether cereals, in this case barley, would absorb these nutrients, and then from different soil subsections where different types of fertilizers were used. In this case, manure versus the two fish water types. And whether this could be of use in the future if fish water starts to be routinely used in agriculture. And with this, I'd like to thank you all for your time. For any inquiry, you can reach me at my email here. Thank you all for listening.
It looks like we had a technical issue there. You there? Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Sorry about that. I had an issue
Hi.
there.
Did you
I'm not sure if the live had it or
did you
not,
guys
but
did it work?
there we go. You want to put your show deck back up there?
Yeah. Did it all go through? Because I finished my talk and then I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, the right at the end. I don't know if you had a last page at the end with your info on it, but it looked like it just went dropped off or something for a second on my end. But it looks like we're back now.
Okay. So you got the bit about barley, yeah?
Yep. There you go. Oh,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Not sure where it cut off. So did you guys get the bit about barley or not?
Doesn't look like it went through here. Do you want to tell us about it again? Looks like we still got another 10
Sorry,
minutes.
yeah. Sure. Sorry. Yeah. So this is the really an experiment that we're doing right now, where I've seeded barley in the raised beds, the same raised beds that were used for the onion cultivation. And really, the goal here is to use. I would just be relying on rainwater for watering all this barley, and I want to investigate the potential for this cover crop to absorb the nutrients left in the soil, and then to explore its application, its future application. Cover crops are generally used for a variety of reasons, and one of the main reasons is to take up these nutrients from the soil that would otherwise be washed down by the rain. So I want to explore the potential of using this cover crop for taking up these nutrients that would otherwise be lost after the soil is being fertilized with fish effluents. So
That's awesome, man. We have some questions from chat. What hurdles did you face in getting this recognized and trying to get recognition with the EU, and you're reaching out to those people? It sounds like you had quite the hassles just trying to even get a hold of them. What is there any kind of advice you have for people that are trying to do something similar?
Yeah, I think we're just beginning to. Well, my papers are really has generated quite a stir. I've been contacted by several people, and we have forwarded the paper to several EU representatives. And really, it's really one of the only papers that have been done on this. So but generally, when I asked about the fish water being used as fertilizer in for plants, they were pretty. I mean, they were pretty reliable. They replied, and although the biggest obstacle I faced, I would say, is reading through these rules, because there is no explanation given whatsoever. These rules are just listed, and you just don't know why they say what they say. In many cases, they're not really based on any scientific principle. For example, there is a rule where it says that only for freshwater fish, the bottom of the tank or pond, or it should be natural earth. And you're like, why is this? Or rather, why does this only apply to carp or similar? They say also similar freshwater fish. So it's just I don't know what are similar freshwater fish to carp. You're not really offering any clear definition. So it's all like that. They just they list what the rules are, but there is no explanation. So that's really the biggest hurdle I faced.
We had another question. Did you run into any micronutrient issues with any of the test groups?
So yes, so actually the here, let me just go back a sec. Yeah, here in this experiment, actually, this is a follow-up experiment. It would just take too long. It would have taken too long to tell you about both of them. But in the first experiment, I've actually used some treatments had no soil at all. So the first experiment on this was comparing soil-less aquaponics with soil-based aquaponics. and actually in the treatments where soil was not present, there was a clear iron deficiency, and we supplied iron into the water. Otherwise, the plants would have just died. They were just yellowing, but it was a clearly iron deficiency sign, and the plants jumped back up. But very interestingly, the same was not noticed in the soil, even in the soil that was without compost. So in the soil-based aquaponic treatments that had nutrient-free soil, there was no deficiency whatsoever. So there was enough iron in it to provide good growth, to guarantee a good optimal growth for basil.
Awesome. We had another question. They asked, what type of manure did you use for this experiment?
Horse manure. Yeah, it was a composted horse manure. And really, I feel like that's one of the edges that fish effluents have, because we are using these live cultures of this mixture of bacteria and all sorts of microorganisms. And while for manure, really, it's composted manure, which is also, yes, it does have microorganisms, but it just, in my opinion, it cannot be compared with a live culture and live active culture of organisms such as the one found in fish water.
Let me see what other questions we have here. Just scrolling through chat. They're also asking if you have any other thoughts on the organic certification. I know in the United States you can get organic certified in aquaponics through Oregon Tilth. You still can't get certified.
Not in fish though, right?
Yeah, so they actually, sorry guys, they actually do have an organic certification as of a year or two ago for fish, just recently, that they came up with. But currently you cannot get a meat processing license if you're growing above 0.3% THC for cannabis, because they cannot step foot in, because it's still technically federally restricted. So while you can get CBD or CBG or vegetables are organic certified, you still cannot get THC varietals organic certified in the United States, outside of state certification programs, obviously.
Okay.
But we have all kinds of goofy issues with legality around cannabis, but less so on the rest. Of compost in the form of fish waste and leftover of soil that they can use for soil gardens, which is another thing that I think people don't often talk about a lot. So is there any other tests that you wish you could have done, or comparisons, or other crops that you're looking forward to doing similar experiments with? You talked about peppers. Is there any other things that you're looking forward to trying or experimenting with?
One idea, one idea I had, although I'm not sure I'm gonna have time to really investigate on, is the use of mycorrhizae and beneficial bacteria. So there are some papers by this researcher Meng on, and they used this symbiotic bacteria. They inoculated these really mixed soil mixes with these beneficial bacteria, and then they exposed them with fish water, and they found that these beneficial bacteria, they actually help with nutrient retention and increase the productivity of the of the crops, and something similar would be really cool to do with mycorrhizae. So inoculate, using the fact that you're using soil and inoculating soil with these beneficial fungi that form connections with the roots, and see whether they enhance your improve the health and the quantity of your crop.
That's awesome. Well, how can people find out more about you?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, how can people find out more about you, and how can they find out more about that wonderful paper that you put together?
Thank you. Yeah, no, you can find a research gate. Just Google my name, last name, and ResearchGate on my email, and or just Google organic aquaponics European Union, and my paper will come up.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for all of your awesome research, and thank you for your time. I certainly really enjoyed hearing your talk at the association, and then seeing your longer format version here was really a treat for everybody. I think a lot of us got a lot of great insight around organic certification and some of the challenges, and then why some of the stuff, when you grow them in comparison, grows so much better with the addition of the aquatic microbes. So thanks so much for that talk. It really was great.
Oh man, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Bye everyone.
Take it easy. And be sure to check out apmjclass.com. Marty and I have a full online virtual aquaponic cannabis class. If you guys are looking for a full format class, if you go sign up at ap420.com, you can be entered to win a Spectrum King 403 along with grow nutrients for a full run and for aquaponics, and the aquaponics masterclass, the drawing for which we'll be doing on Sunday night. So you don't have to be present. We'll email you, but just sign up with your email there so that when we do these free events, you guys can be informed. We're just going to send out information on other types of regenerative and sustainable conferences so that you guys can be informed on the latest stuff going on. And that's the reason why we're doing that. So, all right. Thanks, everybody. Next up, we have Caleb from Copyleft Cultivars. He's kind of taken up the torch on genetics protections for the industry in terms of protecting breeders. I think we all know the stories of things that have happened previously, which we won't get into here. But certainly there's been some ups and downs in the efforts to protect breeders' genetics from corporate exploitation, and it's nice to see Caleb kind of coming in and talking about this and working on this particular problem in a way that's ethical, and I think is a way that's going to help lead us into the future. That's based on some forms of protections that are already existing for other types of markets. So thanks a lot for joining us, Caleb, and I'll let you tell us about Copyleft.
Right on. Thanks. I'm so excited to be here. It's such an honor, and wow, what a powerhouse of presenters so far. I mean, like, hats off to everybody here who has presented and who is going to present, all the listeners at home. Like, this is amazing first that we have the ability to do this, to connect, through these magical portals that we're all looking through, and reach each other as a community, even in tumultuous times, and continue to build that together. So it's an honor to be here and contribute what I can towards that building of community. I also would like to start with a little land acknowledgement, which normally I would acknowledge the native people who, either ceded or unceded, had originally tended to the land, and say what that is. Here I'm presently in San Diego. That's the Kumeyaay people. Where I'm normally at, that would be the Siletz and Kalapuya in Oregon. And I just want to give a shout out to all of you there, and all the people who tended the land before we had it, because we are all on colonized land and experienced that. So thank you for tuning into that consciousness for a moment. So I'm here is really just to look at these community-based solutions to the changes in the larger ecosystem that we're a part of, and specifically intellectual property as a factor, an environmental factor in that ecosystem. And also to update and inform the community a little bit about at Copyleft Cultivars. Copyleft Cultivars is a nonprofit, domestic nonprofit organization founded in Oregon, serving the whole United States and hopefully the whole world. This talk, by the way, I'm not a lawyer. I do have quite a bit of legal experience. I'm a student in ethnobotany and legal studies as well. And we'll get into that more, but I just wanted to say that these are, my opinions and not the opinions of the conference here or the nonprofit. So just obligatory disclaimer. So now I'd like us to take a moment to visualize, to tune into a plant, a cultivar of a plant, maybe a cannabis plant that we each particularly love to grow and to consume. And so maybe bring into your mind's eye that now and think about the fractal of hands, the many different generations of people who tended to this plant and who brought it forward generation by generation, whose shoulders we stand on today. And the larger image that creates, this larger flow and adaptation, the symbiotic relationship that we have with cannabis and with each other. Usually we are thinking about this from the perspective of the individual grow environment. As a grower, I am usually immersed on that level, and I'm sure you can relate. So we're thinking about, this is an example diagram, and we've seen some much more fantastic examples, such as the live walkthrough just 2 presentations ago, or many of the other examples we've seen today or will see. And so today in my presentation here, I want us to zoom out a little bit, zoom out a little bit and see this from the larger perspective as an ecosystem that includes that. So here in the center, we have many different grow environments, each of us, having our grow environments. And as an emerging market now, in various stages of legalization and decriminalization all around the world, it's a really exciting time. It's also a very active time in that ecosystem, right? On that larger ecosystem, there's so many changes happening. And, a lot of us, myself included, were pretty used to the way things worked. And now, stepping forward into this new changed world, our ecosystem, we need to figure out, just like jumping into a new grow style or a new place that we would grow, we need to start thinking about that ecosystem. And so don't get worried about the specifics in this. This is an example here, this slide. This is a study, a systems analysis and conceptual system dynamics model of the livestock-derived food system in South Africa. So this is what that type of ecosystem looks like for a whole country, right? And so the pink is government, the light green is environment, black is livestock, etc. So you can see this gets very dynamic, and this is why it's useful to see it as an ecosystem, see this just like we've seen some beautiful explanations of the ecosystem. Dragonfly Earth Medicine earlier this morning was talking about even inside of our own selves and the various forces interacting. And we see this phenomena emerging, this emergent phenomena and fractalization, so to speak, happening on the higher levels as well. And we're a part of it. So many people may have heard, you may have heard, that intellectual property law drives innovation. That's kind of a saying, especially in the business world, which as cannabis becomes legal, becomes more and more involved. And many people interpret this to mean that is to fuel, but more accurately, it actually means driving as in, you can more accurately see it as driving, as in driving a car. We're changing the direction, or when you're dialing in factors in your grow environment, this is a way of saying that we can dial this environment with this factor of intellectual property law, which includes patents and includes a lot else, which we're going to get into a little bit here. But first, what is intellectual property law? What is intellectual property at all? It's actually kind of silly, and don't worry if you don't know, because unlike here in the physical world, dealing with the plants, where we have physical laws, might have gravity. I go, hey, I got this pen, and I drop it, I'll catch it, right? And we could replicate that all over the place, build a great understanding as a society that gravity works that way. But man-made laws are not that way. And these laws emerge in ecosystems create as humans aren't that way. And we have the construction of them, and so we have to understand them. Sometimes they're a little clunky. Sometimes they even change. And from country to country, they certainly do change. So we're going to be talking mainly from the US perspective. But intellectual property all over the world originally came in Venice in 1416 in the current era. And so that's actually relatively recent. You know, the indigenous land tenders that we talked about earlier, that we tuned in with for a moment, they did not have this concept. It was in fact created as explicitly in Venice to allow the aggregation of technology by the state to be used in warfare and this power aggregative effect. Prohibition by patent is the mechanism that patents function through to create artificial scarcity, which is why they are valuable to corporations. And so that is a form of government prohibition. Coming out of government prohibition, it's good to be aware that there are other types of government prohibition, including privatized government prohibition. My personal story, my family has a history with innovation and invention. Just like many people are legacy growers for many generations, and tricks are passed down, understandings. I was really brought up in a sphere about innovation and creation of new things. Also a bit of a cannabis family, but not as deep as I think legacy growers. This was really our bread and butter. And this is my great grandpa, Cliff. He's there on the left, and he invented the Winnebago, the pop-up trailer that many people have seen. He published it, tried to open source it without any protection. And Winnebago company actually came in, they made their own version, they patented it, and they went after him. And so they prevented him from being able to make a living off of that. And so I was brought up with this story, you know, of being careful with the valuable innovations that we create. This is my father. So carrying on in that tradition, he has 60 patents in the technology sphere, including the see-through keyboard that we have on all of our phones and devices. Currently involved in a whole invention as well. And so I was really raised in this environment of technology and innovation. And so intellectual property law has just been something that I've been around, the drafting of patents continually, and also in my own life, cannabis quite a bit. I have been growing cannabis medically for most of the last 10 years. And as someone who suffers from Crohn's disease, I have relied on it medically and owe it a great debt personally. It's kept me alive through very difficult times, and the relationship with the plant has just been one that has been so rewarding, and I feel like paying it forward with that is essential. I also continued the tradition, the family tradition of innovation and invention, and there I am with the core piece with focusing lenses from a nuclear fusion reactor that I helped work on. That was actually patented. And we developed that technology to the point where we had some major breakthroughs. The value of that technology skyrocketed very suddenly. And I found myself in facing the assault of some very rich, very entrenched interests in the energy industry, which is a very established and vicious industry, highly controlled. And what followed was 5 years of various litigations and lawsuits being followed by private investigators who would threaten me with firearms and various other things that were very intense. So during that process, I ended up getting the opposing attorney disbarred, which means he cannot practice law anymore. And still yet, I lost the patent, and our team lost the patent, and it is now not being used has been shelved. But it did end in sort of a draw, and I have learned just a massive amount about those interactions. And so leaving that space and coming back to plants, which have always fueled my soul and kept me alive, we see that this is not a phenomenon that's unique to my experience or the energy industry. There's this perpetual environmental element of intellectual property and the way that it's used by the elites in this society and globally. And so here is an example of a New York Times piece where the Supreme Court found that Monsanto was victorious in a situation where there was some spread of their genetics and ambiguity as to how it ended up in certain farmers' fields. One can imagine the sort of tricks that may have gone on in the background. And ultimately, this farmer lost everything after a large fight in courtrooms. He's not alone, though. In the same swath of time, over 400 small farmers actually experienced this without any evidence of them having done anything wrong. Monsanto sued them out of business and in many cases acquired their farms and their businesses. So again, this is complicated. You don't need to get lost in the details here, but if you want to look more at this, you might see that Monsanto is up there kind of in the center as that red dot surrounded by the blue. And this is what the seed industry ecosystem became in that time period due to that type of litigative pressure and the inability for the small farmers to resist that. And I guess I would ask, is this the type of ecosystem that we would enjoy being in? And how does this compare and differ from what we have now in terms of the seed production ecosystem of medicinal plants, specifically cannabis? Well, even more recently, this has expanded. And this here, there are some lovely strawberries. You may have eaten this variety of strawberry or a similar variety, because 70% of our strawberries in the market in the United States are affected by this. There's this case, UC Davis versus Shaw and Larson. And these were doctors, Shaw and Larson at UC Davis, that were involved in the breeding project. They later left UC Davis and they created their own alternative company. And even though there was no adversarialism, there was, people were chill between the university and the company, and things went well for a little bit. But at some point, UC Davis suspected that their patented strawberry variety and their proprietary strawberry varieties may have influenced the strawberries of Shaw and Larson in their new company. And of course, you would think these are the same people. These Shaw and Larson were there at UC Davis doing this work. They leave. I mean, how can you not be influenced by your previous actions? And UC Davis sued them and won and took control of their strawberry business and prevented them from using any strawberries that they had bred during that time. So they essentially lost control of the very strawberries that they had created in collaboration with each other and past breeders. And that was essentially, pulled away by the university. They can no longer work on that or handle those strawberries whatsoever. And I can just imagine the heartbreak of being in that position where you have built this and you've put all this effort into this variety, and then you lose your ability to even handle it, But just running through a couple statistics here, more than 10,000 companies have been sued at least once by patent trolls. 84% of high-tech patent lawsuits a year involve patent troll filings. So that's people using patent law purely to go after people as an attack, as a strategic attack, and that's how they're trying to get their profit. the average cost of patent litigation is $2 million, which not a lot of cannabis farmers or breeders have. And you actually have to pay a lawyer. You can't represent your company yourself. And these aren't even that uncommon. There's been over 4,200, it's over 4,200 IP lawsuits in 2020 alone. And the cannabis is moving in. So this is actually a recently leaked slideshow. Last week, this came out in The Daily Beast by Chris Roberts, and this was a United States Cannabis Council, which is a corporate cannabis conglomerate advocacy or lobbying group. This was produced by them in collaboration with Perkins Coie law firm. This is actually a law firm that I have interacted with in the past in the energy industry, and they tend to be very involved in the political movements of corporations and emerging markets. And you can see them talking about, how this is an evolving market and essentially how they can game that for their own control. And I think this is something that we also, a lot of us are looking to understand, but I think getting involved, understanding it much more deeply is important right now because of that space we are, in the progression of a market. And on this larger ecosystem that we're talking about, I would draw the comparison. What does integrated pest management look like? Like tonight, we're going to have Matthew Gates with, I'm sure, an amazing presentation on integrated pest management in the normal grow room ecosystem or that type of scale. But what is the integrated pest management practices for this larger ecosystem? I would say that they would include things just like in the smaller scale, preventatives, thinking ahead of time to understand the possible risk vectors, environmental controls that help prevent pathogens and pests. Somebody who's thought a lot about this larger ecosystem and how success can come for groups in this larger social ecosystem is Peter Kropotkin. And he is an amazing 1800s and early 1900s evolutionary biologist, one of the first evolutionary biologists. And he studied all over in Asia, various areas, looking at Darwin's understandings instead of as one organism, what groups would do and seeing groups as kind of perpetuating sets. He says in one of his seminal essays, based on his research, the practice of solidarity proves much more advantageous to the species than the development of individuals endowed with predatory inclinations. I'd say that's something that we want to encourage is the development of our solidarity rather than the development of predatory individuals. And in Mutual Aid, which is an excellent work of his, he talks about looking at who is the fittest, is it those who are continually at war with each other or those who support one another? And he goes on to talk about how, of course, we see that mutual aid is the best for the species. The species that have the working together, that aid each other mutually in this network will outcompete those that are infighting continually. And we already know this. You as a grower or a cultivator already know that the strength comes through the individual smaller pieces working together. That's why we integrate fish into our aquaponic systems, that greater symbiosis. And that's why we integrate microbes, and so if we think about this on a higher level and ourselves, we need to think about integrating each other in not just a haphazard way, but actually in an organized way that creates this greater success through the coordinated togetherness. And in the free software movement, which has really taken up a lot of this, and the open source software movement has really established a lot of these ideas in business. Red Hat has made quite a lot of money related to open source. And Bob Young, the CEO of Red Hat, talks about freedom is not an abstract concept in business. He talks about how in business, inherently, the freedom to do things perpetuates the success of that business overall. And when things are less free, that locks off ability to do business. And it's very, we as a very interesting industry, this cannabis community that we have, a lot of us who've been in it for a while, we understand that freedom and lack of freedom massively impacts your ability to operate as a business. And that's not just government freedom, but that's also freedom in terms of business, in terms of interaction with each other, and freedom in terms of our work with the plants. Open source can also be a strategic weapon. Businesses that use open source are consistently more competitive. And this is why open source software systems actually now take up the majority of software systems and the biggest share of the, I believe it is $500 billion software industry. Most of it is open source. And that's because of this, because of the ability for open source and free sharing to be something that elevates each other. One of the ways this happens, just like we might have various laws of how things occur in these microbial ecosystems, the types of interactions. Here's a couple they found in open source systems. One is Linus's law, and that's that given enough eyeballs, all are shallow, or if enough people look at something, they will find all the things that are wrong with it very quickly. And then the other one is Hassler's law, which is that the cost of duplicated work tends to scale more slowly than the planning and management overhead to prevent it. So in other words, having a bunch of managers preventing duplication of work and managing the process, that's actually less efficient than lots of people doing things and some of them repeating the same things as each other. And together, that means that if we can coordinate as a community, we essentially eliminate the need or the advantage for management structures and large corporate structures. Large corporate structures can work within this, they can integrate within it, but it's powered by the commons and powered by the community. And so Eric Raymond is one of these people from the open software movement, and he's been very involved in how do we analyze the philosophy of why this system works and why has open source software and freedom assuring software championed so fantastically successfully. And he looks at it again as an ecosystem. So he talks about these different interacting parts, the distributor of the code, these various parts in the software industry. We won't get into that, but we will take a look at this study that analyzes it. And you can see that this shows the interacting pieces, developers being the people that write the programs, the posters and the mailing lists being how it's distributed, sort of like seed banks, one could say, and developers sort of like breeders. And these systems of trust and these interactions and this type of fractal networking naturally develops. We see it naturally developing already in the cannabis industry when we are in this gray area legally. The courtrooms are not open yet federally to cannabis laws in terms of intellectual property. And so we have that natural emergence. And it's just beautiful to see that connection from open source in software. Eric Raymond, again, goes on to talk about how the open source community, its form and function match on many levels. And the peer-to-peer part, the network, the community part is essential to its astonishing productivity based on his analysis. This is another fantastic article. Shout out to Keith Aoki, who wrote "Free Seeds, Not Free Beer," which plays on a saying from free software. And he pointed out how farmers could turn into the same sort of successful, interconnected, community-based system as open source software. That is a peer-to-peer, peer production, common-based network that facilitates the sharing of plant genetic information and biotechnological tools. That sharing again, is the key to the success here, the key to success in open source software, and I believe the key to our success as a community. But, you know, I keep saying about open source and free software, and I just want to clarify a little bit of the terms here. So copyleft is a system that I believe is greatly applicable here for us as breeders. I'm not alone in that belief. There's a quickly growing movement of that, and a much larger movement in agriculture as a whole. Copyleft is a way of making sure that a program has, or in this case, a plant would have freedom assured within it. And that's free in the sense of freedom, not zero price. It still allows businesses and individuals to make money off of it. And in fact, in a lot of ways, it facilitates that open market ability to make money, which is really fantastic. It generally includes a system where people release something, let's say seeds, right? And then those seeds have terms on them, the copyright that you inherently get from making the seeds, or the work of art in general, that when you kind of open that to the world and get this out there, you know, your plants or your seeds, that it carries with it a little assurance, something that says, you know, I'm not proprietizing this. I'm making it available for you, the public, and your freedom is assured. The only thing you can't do is prevent other people's freedom in the future with this and things that come from it. So that's pretty much copyleft in a whole. Why the name copyleft? Well, it comes from copyright law. Really just that flipped on that. So play on words, copyleft. But is it actually law? Yes, actually. And I get asked this a lot, actually. Do we need to invent this whole new system to make this work? Do we need to go to bat? Do we need to form the communities that we did for legalization and advocate and do this huge political push? We all know how long and how difficult the path for legalization and the opening of markets legally for cannabis has been. So I am assured to and very comforted to know that, in fact, this is already the law works. I think that's important for us as a community to think about. We could go back to try to reform the system again and again and again, and I support the efforts that do. However, I feel that the best course at this time is pragmatically, you know, is based on what is and operating within that to achieve our goals in a good way. So there's some case law here that people can check out if they like. I don't have the time in this presentation to go into all of the details, but this is just a few out of dozens and dozens of court cases where in the United States it has been found, indeed, yes, copyleft is legal, it is real, and it qualifies under copyright law, and then it extends to contract breaches as well. So it's valid, you know, twice actually. It's valid under intellectual property law, copyright, and it's valid under contract law, which is, you know, just whenever you make a written agreement with someone, that same law. And as well, the community can enforce it through nonprofits. That's what that third one there proved. And when we think about art, or we think about other things that have copyright, like this little GNU here from the free software movement, you know, you have an artist who makes something, and or a programmer that programs something. You know, you produce this new art, and then in the United States and in most countries, you have a right as a producer, as a creator, and you know, that follows the same for film scripts, for a piece of art like here, the photography that I took and turned into a fractal, that's background there. And so when I produced that, I got the copyright rights, and so then when I release it, I get to specify those rights if I would like. So just opening that up into the public, then people can use it and hear, the artist that made the GNU GNU opened that up, and here I'm able to introduce you to him. And I think that that's really wonderful, and I think that that's very freeing. And so many less people would be able to interact with your art if it wasn't made open. I mean, what are our seeds worth if people don't grow them, right? But also, we have the ability to do that for art, and it naturally has followed that's been expanded into software. And so that same thing should naturally expand and is currently expanded to plants. It's in the process of expanding into plants, merging plants like cannabis. And just to show that analogy a little bit deeper, we have here on the left, I believe it's your left, it's my left at least, we have the Google Pathways AI structure. This is a newly released program structure for an artificial intelligence that Google has created. It can learn based on other things that it has learned. And so this is really the structure of the decision bits, the program bits, the pieces of program that get, each of those lines is how it goes through that process, right? So similarly, we have here with DNA and how DNA transcribes to various proteins through RNA. And that follows a similar process. We have an originating code that maybe is a task, let's say, similar to this AI structure. Then we have the processes, it goes through these standard processes of the RNA code is derived from the genetic sequence. And then that RNA code is turned into a protein, and the protein is folded in a certain way, and that accomplishes the task. And the protein is the thing in your body or in the plant that generally that does things. And so these are really analogous situations, and there's a process in place that's acknowledging this, that there's this expansion happening right now, and the similarity here is, I believe, very clear. But when is copyright protection existing? Well, this is right from the Copyright Government Office, and I think that that is as affirmative as it gets. Like I said before, gravity, we can just drop this, right? Well, the equivalent of dropping this and looking for a man-made law in the legal system is you look it up. And here it is, the Copyright Office. And they have said, your work is under copyright protection the moment it is created and fixed in a tangible form that is perceptible either directly or with the aid of a machine. So for plants, and this is being advocated with the Copyright Office as we speak. With plants, you have copyright protection, or you would have under this acknowledgement once it is created. So once you've made the split of, or the cross, excuse me, of the mother and the father, or the mother and the femmed mother, and you will create that, have the seeds, and then you can take that sequence, read it, with a machine or a device. So genetic sequencing, various forms of SNP testing, that type of thing will qualify here. And Professor Chris Holman, who is a law professor at University of Missouri, Kansas City of Law School, he put out a number of articles affirming this perspective, and has been a huge advocate for the acknowledgement of DNA as like a valid form of art. He talks about how a copyrightable DNA sequence will be protected by copyright from the moment it is first embodied in a DNA molecule. Here is, again, another court case. This was a Supreme Court case in 2001. And the reason that I'm pulling this up, this was actually related to seeds, related to new bred varieties of plants. And this was the first time, and on a very high level, you know, the US Supreme Court, that the intellectual property abilities, you know, how plants applied into that was first decided. So in this case, not only did they say, yes, that patents are valid for plants and that patents can be awarded for plants, but also that patents are not the only intellectual property that applies to plants. And they opened it up actually pretty wide. They did not delineate exactly what's what, but they did show the interconnection there between them to some extent, and opened it up so that we know of those three. And here they are. So there's patents, as I said, showed in that, they decided in that case that patents do apply to patents. There's also conventionally the PVP, the Plant Varietal Protection Act, and that is international. That's another way of protecting intellectual property protection for plants, and it is a totally different process. You know, these are all three entirely separate. So the patenting is done through the USPTO, Patent and Trademark Office. The PVP is done through the USDA with an entirely different set of requirements. And then the third one is actually two that function very similarly. There's the publication of copyright, where you state, here's how you can use this, here's the terms. And then there's the use license, which is just, you know, when you open up a website or a new app and you agree to their terms of service, that also applies to plants as well. So I have a little bit here about the ways that they differ. And I think one of the biggest ones is just how difficult to obtain and extremely expensive to defend in court plant patents are, how extremely limiting and how extremely uniform the PVP requirements are. So that's very difficult for cannabis. And then how open, but also a little bit more vague the copyright establishment is. So we'll focus mainly on the copyright and use license here, but I'll run through them just a little bit so that we understand, again, looking at this ecosystem, about these different factors. You know, it's good to know about what you need to do in a high humidity environment, even if you keep your humidity pretty low, even if you live in Colorado. You know, it's good because it may happen. You may find yourself in a situation where this is relevant information in how to tend to the ecosystem. So patents, this is the international patent process, and it's estimated to take 30 months. I've been, as I mentioned, involved in writing patents and kind of grew up around a lot of them being written. The writing alone here in the first step before that 30 months estimate can also take, you know, years sometimes, but at the very least months, sending back and forth with a lawyer many times. So that gets very, you know, tiring, very money intensive, and is not really available to your lay inventor, really available to your average farmer. Also, I think this was a kind of a funny but very spot on opinion by Gary Vaynerchuk, and he said that patents fall into the same category as having the biggest building in town by tearing everybody else's down. And I think that gets to the core of how patents work. You know, I mentioned before prohibition by patents, and patents work by saying, I can make the government go after you if you don't do what I say with the thing that I made. And it also says, you can't make this if I already did. So, you know, it really is a way of being better, not by being actually better, but by preventing anyone else from doing the same thing and being just as good in that way. PVP is a little bit of a different strategy. It comes from an international consortium on intellectual property, and the United Nations was involved in this. A lot of different countries all over the world, this is the only way that intellectual property applies to plants. And they allow, like it says here in the little triangle, research is generally allowed, which is not the case for patents. Farmers can save seeds, they can replant, there's fast certification, but it has to be new, distinct, and extremely uniform and stable, which is difficult with cannabis. The other one is, the copyright and the use licenses, the bag tags. That's what they're colloquially called. Don't worry if you can't read this. I also cannot read this. In fact, I think that's the strategy. This is a cemented seed bag, so a big ag company seed bag. And remember, these function on contract law. This is, a contract. So it says when you open this seed pouch, you agree that this is our terms, this is our agreement, this is what you can do. And this one here actually makes it essentially a rental agreement. You can grow the plants, you can sell what comes from them within very limited confines, both in the growing and in the sales, but you cannot do anything else. You cannot produce more seed, you cannot save those seeds, you cannot shuck those seeds, etc. And it's very restrictive. These bag tags are already used in cannabis in order to mitigate liability. And so here we have an example that I got at the Autoflower Cup. And you can see here, I'm not going to say my opinion on whether it would or would not mitigate the liability, but this is generally not what bag tags are used for elsewhere, although I am happy to see it's used in cannabis. And I would encourage anyone who has seeds from pouches that may have bag tags to look at those, because that is legally binding. This is a way then that can be flipped on its head to value the community. This is from the Open Source Seed Initiative, and here it says essentially the terms where you can't restrict other people's freedom in the future based off of just having that seed. You have to assure those in the future. This is available right now in Open Source Seed Initiative at osseeds.org, and you can add any plant crops other than medicinal plant crops, so vegetables and things under that. And I am so excited to announce here, this is actually a community collaboration that we're working on, and we welcome you to be a part of. If you'd like to go to our Discord, which hopefully the link is being dropped right now, otherwise you can find that at copyleftcultivars.com. And here is the text that we've created with our legal counsel and some key advisors, and we're opening that to the community so that you can be involved in it as well, because really we could say here's what we think is best, but really we'd like to get the community involved, and what better way to make this serve the community than open it up, have us all modify it and work together on it. So jump over there to the Discord and get involved. We welcome that, and we'll be releasing this officially after more legal checks after the community collaboration very soon. This is an example of what it will look like. So this is just a prototype, but the ability to staple it on to a seed bag where you actually have to open the label is pretty helpful. Also, the size, keeping it to the size where it's very useful is important. But we'll actually be expanding, and we plan to expand to integrate the copyright elements, the genomics, and that label. So we want to expand this to where the publishing of the genetics is something that we facilitate for the community, and that is assured as a community good that backs up the license that makes sure that the genetics are also a community good. And this is really an example of the strength through numbers principle. The privatized gene pool cannot compete without with the huge number of individuals that could open these seeds. It's the reason why the community produces these different iterations of amazing seeds, and we don't see, big corporations being the ones to do it. They simply can't compete with the mass of pheno hunting that we can do as an extended community. And as a community, we're super powerful. I mean, we have stood together time and time again. This is 420 in 2015 in Vancouver. And, we have had the greatest solidarity of any community that I've ever known. And so this is empowering. If you feel empowered right now, you're not alone. Like you and all of us can feel this again and come into this community and empower one another. So I think, if there's any community that can really pull off our coming together and our interconnection, it's us, right? Like one piece of paper is easy to tear, right? But many, many pieces of paper together, we have a lot harder time tearing it if we're a big being. And so we can come and this. I know I'm running out of time, so I'm going to flip through the last few a little quicker than expected, but we'll also be updating things on our Instagram soon and diving into this a little bit more. Not only can our community and our individuals, all of us little farmers, be a part of this and the seed banks and this entire community, but also the community we're interacting with as we emerge legally. These corporations, I mean, it's really, if you're in cannabis business as a business person, this also serves your interests. And that's why Google employs over 5,000 people to contribute to open source projects, and Apple contributes a huge amount of employees as well. So naturally, we'll have our sequences and the phenotypic data that we'll collect. That naturally then becomes this database that naturally develops as a community. And that in turn opens up the possibility for community-wide, community-powered breeding and research, which I think is super exciting. This is one of the softwares that we're using to analyze the genetics, and that will be connecting these various submissions in through. And you can see an example of how, country of origin can be summarized there very usably off on the side in that pie chart, versus in the center, what all that raw information may look like with associations. But not only that, this is a great page from Aaron Lorenz's University of Missouri presentation. And this is the type of genomic prediction that is done in normal plant breeding. This is what we can do both in our little pockets, but if we don't pocket so much and we interconnect in this way we're talking about, we can do this with all of our data. So populations that off on the side, that phenotypic data, the DNA marker data, instead of having those develop in secret little pockets, we can interconnect them, and that makes the results that much better. We can also find pathogen resistant genes, and we can certify those with a genetic certification instead of, oh, this is mold resistant. I promise, bro. Like, no, this is the genetics here show. And so here's an example of that type of data with the MLO, which is the mildew resistant loci. This is a review of that in cucumbers. So getting this data together, right? So we have these similar pictures of leaves, we have the genetics, we can draw those comparisons, we have a huge community of data. And that opens up into what I think is very exciting, our ability to integrate in these new technologies. So Google's developed an open source system for called AlphaFold, where they are able to predict how those proteins, I said earlier, goes from the genetic code, RNA, proteins, and those proteins fold. Well, they can now predict exactly how those proteins will fold to an extremely high degree of accuracy. And if we can associate the genetics with traits, and we can analyze all of these genomes in mass, we can start as a whole community to track that. And what this leads to is being able to model it, being able to see, here's the genome, maybe you test a seedling, and then you see this is what it will produce when it's an adult. These are the under these set conditions. That's the likelihood for it to produce these specific proteins. Here's how they would fold. Thus, you will get this plant. And if we don't develop this as a whole community, this will be developed in private small groups, and it will kind of work. But if we develop this as a whole community, it will work excellently for all of us. And touching on the all of us part, I know that many of us have watched the other projects that have been involved in accumulating public genome data and the genetics of cannabis. I just want to take a moment to assure you and also let you know that you can see entirely for yourself that these licenses that we're using, the copyleft system itself, specifically prevents anyone, including the nonprofit itself, from privatizing and privately benefiting from that in isolation of the community. So inherently, the community will always benefit from this in a larger way than if it was done in a privatized way or without these licenses. And really, this, even if I am not around involved in the nonprofit, decades from now, let's say, or some fluke of organization, I even, want to be assured that it can't be exploited. I can't stick around and assure that just on me. So we've built it in, and I encourage people to check that out. We also plan to build this into a certification service that once we have a large enough genetic library and database that's available and available for the public, we can do confirmation certifications. We can show that indeed certain plant stock is actually what it is labeled to be genetically. If people want to go back for this presentation in the future and look at these, I've addressed specific groups and specific ways. These are just some examples of how it will benefit people. And shout out to Strainly, who started putting this out a little bit earlier, actually about 5 years ago. He put out a license that is a great step in this direction. And so if you're hearing this and, maybe right now you're just invigorated, you feel so empowered because now there's something that we can do that you can actually use and interconnect and protect our community. And you just can't wait for us to build this bag tag or this genetic system. If you have a nonprofit, you can use this today. You can go to Strainly's site where they have posted this up. I will say that it is difficult to defend, that it lacks the DNA backing that would make it defendable. But it's a great step if you have a nonprofit. That nonprofit may not be able to intervene in the way that ours will. We're planning to incorporate into the license a way that if, like what happened with me in the energy industry, if large groups come in and predatorily attack with litigation, that we can use this license and step in and prevent that and actually say, no, this is, the nonprofit has, affirmed that this is a public good through this license, and then we take over in defending the license instead of you as an individual. And so that's what we're going to be building in. This license here does not have that yet, but you could use this. And also, if you'd like to open into other types of plant breeding, I encourage you to get involved in the open source seed initiative. You can also go on their website and look at all the different types of seeds and different plants. I myself have grown several the last few years that turned out excellent. So if you like food crops, you like growing or breeding food crops, get involved with OSSI, the Open Source Seed Initiative. Also, the Open Source Seed Initiative and Strainly are both allies to Copyleft Cultivars, and we've forged a great collaboration. So I want to shout out to them and all of their help. And then coming soon, as I said, we're opening up this Freedom Assurance bag tag to the community. So I'd like you to jump on to our Discord. I'd like you to get involved if you have ideas. And, even if you just want to say hi, shoot us a little message or check out the collaboration and process. I encourage you to jump over and be a part of that. we're also going to be building and are in the process of starting building a breeder protection contract. Earlier, I mentioned what happened with strawberries and strawberry breeders losing access to their production and the plants they made. We don't want that happening with cannabis. We want to make a contract that is something breeders can use with companies that are hiring them or that they're working with, and that benefits both the companies and the breeders, and assures that the work that's produced together is put into the copyleft system and protected for the community. And then also we're going to be opening up our full copyleft license and the genetic intake for that, a way for you as a breeder to get your genetic sequencing, get the phenotypic data that you would like to submit, and actually submit in an automated way on the website, very simple, and contribute to this and receive the protections that we could possibly offer you. And then through that, we'll naturally be opening the genetic galaxy, which will be for the public. We will be assuring that this benefits the public, and that you, regardless of your ability to pay for it, can still benefit from the community-wide work. And yeah, so how can you help? If you're so rip-roaring right now, you know, you're just like, I got to be a part of this. Maybe you want to be a volunteer, maybe you're a genomics expert or a nonprofit professional. This just clicks with your life mission. Jump on, you know, we're by the community for the community. You can go to copyleftcultivars.com. Later tonight, our new website will be launched. And you could also email us at copyleftcultivars@gmail.com. I also want to give a big shout out to everybody in the community that's already involved. We have hundreds of people in this conversation already. I want to give a shout out to our founders, Patrick Abel, Haley Salazar, Dietrich Harder, and Will Mount. And I want to give a shout out to everybody who has contributed so far on the Discord. And I encourage everyone listening to be a part of this and be involved today. You can also contribute to the GoFundMe. Since we're a nonprofit and by the community for the community, we do rely on those donations. And thank you so much for everyone who has donated so far. We're trying to raise $5,000 by New Year's Eve, and that'll really allow us to move forward quickly on getting these resources to the community and making them so that you can use them as soon as possible. So yeah, there's the link for the GoFundMe. And also, if you like these fractal designs that have been all over this presentation, you can get some apparel that I designed from that Contrato store. That all goes to support it as well. So yeah, if you want to host auctions or other things, we encourage that. And follow us here at Copyleft Cannabis and at Copyleft Cultivars on Instagram. We'd love the support that way as well. So big shout out to Steve and to the whole community. Thanks, Chris, for letting me go 1 minute into your presentation. I am a huge fan and love everything you do. And thanks to everyone else who spoke yesterday or earlier today, excuse me, and who will speak tomorrow. I'm looking forward to the rest of it. Thanks, Steve, for being so amazing. Shout out to the Evergreen University Changemakers Lab, who's helped us in incubating, and really just everyone who's contributing to this. But the biggest shout out is to you, the viewer and the contributor. If you're breeding, if you're growing, if you just love thinking about growing, we welcome you and thank you so deeply for being part of this community, for being part of this ecosystem, for birthing this larger entity that we get to be a part of, and for doing what you can to protect each other and create a good community. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Thanks, man. Awesome. Well, that was a great talk by Caleb on Copyleft. If you guys are just catching us late, be sure to head over to ap420.com. Put in your email. We will be giving away a grow light along with from Spectrum King and SK403, along with nutrients and a copy of the Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass tomorrow night. So, all you have to do is enter in your email over there, and you're entered to win. So, all right. Next up, we have Chris Trump, who's joining us today. He's the guru of all gurus when it comes to Korean natural farming. So we're super stoked to have him with us today. I guess he's there he goes.
Hey, Steve. Thanks for having me.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, glad to be here. What a cool conference, and props to you guys for making it all free for all these people. What a cool thing. It's I was thinking about it during 2020, and everybody stuck inside and started getting hay fever. And in Hawaii, a bunch of these musicians did these like mini concerts at their house where they all jumped on, and it was all free. Jack Johnson participated, and all these cool Slacky guys, and it was probably one of the coolest like online venues I think I've experienced. And this has that feel, just dudes jumping on and saying, here's what I got. And yeah, so props to you guys for making that happen. So I am not a cannabis expert or a aquaponics expert. You guys are the cream of the crop here. I actually learned from Mr. Lennard Wilson way back in the day on the Big Island when I was producing lettuce with my cannabis, kind of our facility, what we built. And so my experience in aquaponics is kind of small scale systems. But really for me, what aquaponics is I was already deep into asking microbial questions for our farm in Hawaii, which was it is a macadamia nut farm. And aquaponics was kind of a shoe into the microbiological world for me. So much playing with microbes. And then right from there, jumped into natural farming. So the yeah, I have a great deal of love for aquaponics as a result. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about my experience, some of my journeys, actually some of the work I did in the third world with aquaponics and still kind of participate in. And then a little bit of kind of how to, if you wanted to have a side hustle of food, how to quickly market that. But really, main thing I kind of want to bounce around, and Steve, maybe if you're willing to jump in and kind of dialogue with me on it, is I want to talk about a battery of biology that we can do with ongoing kind of brew of, if you will, a side reservoir for microbial inoculation for your aquaponic. So we'll jump into that in a little bit, but yeah, I built a small commercial aquaponic system to as a big question on whether or not we were going to crop diversify on the Big Island into aquaponics and lettuce production, and or ginger production, which in hindsight we probably should have done, but we didn't. We were going to do probably we were going really big. It was going to be basically about 10 acres of surface area, really, of aquaponics, and we had it laid out. And in the end, we decided to go with natural farming and macadamia nuts, making things better. But the journey for me in food production, getting that, making money was a lot of fun. So for those that might have a side hustle of food with their aquaponic system, obviously cannabis is going to be bigger dollars per pound. But if you're turning and burning with some of these food products, you can challenge your income on aquaponics. Just throwing it out there. Lettuce and tomato production is definitely viable for that. So what I did is I took what I could produce, which was at that time mustard greens, baby romaine lettuce, rainbow chard, and a few other things. And I took it down to the local produce vendors, and I had all gallon Ziploc bags of my produce, and I said, here's what I can produce, here's my number, I'm taking it to all your competition. And I didn't say it like that. I say I'm taking it around to a few produce vendors today, and give me a call with what you think you can, what you would like, and what you'd like to pay. And I got a call that that baby romaine lettuce for $6 a pound was a go with one producer or one produce vendor. And I said, okay, I switched all my production over to baby romaine, not deciding what I was going to produce food wise until I had a buyer and the price I wanted. So with that baby romaine lettuce, I was able to produce on a little 40-foot, 40-foot troughs. So I was able to produce 100 pounds a week of baby romaine lettuce, which is $600 a week for one person running an aquaponics system, which in the end was a bit small, or kind of the economy of scale was about break even, basically to pay my wages. But get out of workman's comp and all those things, insurance, if you're just a private person, $600 a week for, producing lettuce, the amount of work isn't full time. So pretty doable. And you could definitely get more than $6 a pound for that baby romaine. I loved in the tropics, Bambi by Johnny Seeds was a dope cultivar. It's my favorite. So tasty in aquaponics. I miss that actually. So I also played with doing aquaponics so in the end we sold that system, got out of aquaponics and stayed in natural farming for macadamia nut production, but still definitely love aquaponics for so many reasons. And one being that much of the world is abandoned parking lots. And in China, abandoned parking lots becoming aquaponic systems has become a thing. It's pretty beautiful in Nepal, rooftops in Kathmandu. Our aquaponics production facilities are springing up and gaining popularity as it is, and they're using airlift pumps for small systems to move the water because it's such a low energy draw. An air pump is a drastically lower energy draw than a water pump, and so these guys are able to spend less while producing something that brings income or food. And so that's stuff I've been playing with some people I work with that do third world education. And it's a lot of fun because those spaces are not usable for food production in soil. And so I love aquaponics for a lot of reasons, and continue to learn. Talking to Steve and listening to his podcast or video cast has been a lot of fun. Here's a little system. I will share my screen. Here's a little system we built in Haiti. in like a week or 10 days. And it was concrete troughs. We nailed it down to the sides with concrete screws. Had a gravel, system, but these are hanging PVC cutouts to put the little pots in. But this system's still running in Haiti and producing food in the community. They produce all kinds of things in there. I think they most love the fish production.
Do you have the screen open on your screen? Because we just see the folder.
Oh, you cannot see it? Sorry. I don't
No
know why
worries.
that's not working. Resume share. Can you see it now?
No. Maybe just
Okay,
try
hold on.
screen
Yep.
instead of window. Maybe.
Yeah, I got it. Now?
Now it's working. Looks good now.
All right, here, let me start over. Sorry, thought you were seeing that. So that is, yeah, concrete troughs. Those are half PVCs with cutouts. They did a bunch of little 2-inch pots and gravel bed. And cool team knocked this out really fast. The first time around, they ate all the fish. Just didn't even wait for the plants. Just went fishing and enjoyed a good fish dinner. So we replaced the fish, and now they produce a ton of food. Those are the guys that run it. They still run it. This is about 10 years later. And this is up in the hills in Haiti, near Hench. I have come to believe that aquaponics in the third world is a bit of a stretch, because the skill to run it and the learning curve is a pretty big hurdle to overcome. Is that coming through there, Steve? You guys can see that all right?
Yep. There's the play controls are on the screen. I don't know if that's possible to move, but
Oh yeah. Is that better?
Yep.
And so the solid settling, some pump, and just a standard aquaponic system. Super fun to build, and super cool that it works for this small community to have, food production. And they produce a ton of fish. Because it's so hot there, the tilapia go ballistic, and them having clean water to grow them in, it works quite well. All right, I am going to pause share and come back. All right, can you see me again?
Yep.
Sweet. So taking it over, if you wanted to take your expertise with aquaponics and share it in places where food is needed, I think it is very viable. It's very doable, and at the same time, some of the hurdles are definitely going to be translation, expertise. Yeah, and we can jump into questions.
I was
But
just queuing them up there for you so that when we get to that, we have them queued.
awesome. There's definitely hurdles to producing food in the third world with aquaponics, and really it comes down to the things that you don't know that people don't know in the places you might go, and the things that they don't have access to, or the kind of intuitive challenges, the things that seem intuitive to you. So I've done a bit of that, and totally cool, still happening in a lot of places around the world, but definitely has its challenges. And I've leaned since to soil production. And in Kathmandu, in Nepal, there is no soil access for much of the people that want to grow food. And so aquaponics has become the sole kind of food production tool for small farmers, and they're using rooftops. So aquaponics saving the day in Nepal. Yeah. Last thing, kind of, that I knew there'd be a bit of questions, and good to dialogue about microbes and aquaponics, and we can get into that. Oh, I looked forever before I get into the microbes of the kind of talking about a microbe reservoir. I looked forever for a good picture of the system I use to grow ginger in aquaponics, Steve, and I couldn't find it. I talked about that briefly in the aquaponics seminar a while ago, and I don't think I have retained a picture, but here we go. This is me producing mugwort, and you see over here, can you see my cursor? No. Over here in the corner, tucked away, can you see the cursor? Not at all.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, yeah. So the that plastic basket is what I use. So here I'm growing mugwort in some of the beds, but that plastic basket is what I use to produce ginger in aquaponics. And I wish I had a better setup or picture of it all in production. But these baskets were filling basically where these floating beds are, the basket would be. And I would screw them in to the side with supports, 2x4 supports, and raise them up so that they were totally out of the water while the ginger was producing, with some shade cloths covering them. And that is upside down right now, but black plastic netting or mesh would hold the soilless media, and I produced about 200 pounds per basket per year, with no work during production. So planting is work, filling the basket, and then harvesting actually was extremely easy, much easier than harvesting in soil. You just dump out and rinse off a bunch of perlite and vermiculite, and that was yeah, it was an incredible way to grow ginger, and protects it from a lot of the problems that ginger runs into, like nematodes, etc. So yeah, they don't float. There's too much weight in them to float. So those little arms there are needed to physically lift and lower. And you can create just a lift and lower system by screwing into the side here. And anyways, I loved that. It could definitely be improved on. And if somebody wanted to tee off on root crop vegetables produced in aquaponics, that is something I used in the past. Yeah, so the thoughts I've had in natural farming, we produce liquid IMO, soil microbes in a liquid brew system, just like an actively aerated compost tea. The key there is that you never brew longer than 36 hours because you get this rise in microbe production, and then it falls off. However, with if another reason we don't produce using the same inoculant, people ask, hey, can we take a little bit out of there, you know, stabilize it and continue to brew with it? And the answer is no, because in soil farming, we don't want to skew for aquatic microbes. But if we wanted to maintain a population of diverse microbial life, where the aquaponic system might ebb and flow or destabilize, having a aquatic inoculum. Steve's done some really great work harvesting IMO2 in an aquatic version. I think more we can do more trials with that and continue to play with it. But harvesting microbes out of functioning aquatic systems, like a great estuary or good marshland or something like that, is a great way to get diverse microbial communities from, you know, soil connected waterlands or water systems. And the curiosity that I have and what I would encourage that we play with is, what could we perpetuate? Could we have a microsystem going on continually with diverse microbials alongside our aquaponic system that has a lot going on, a lot of fish and a lot of plants and soil that might skew our microbial diversity over time as things fluctuate? Could we get a stable slow drip into our aquaponic system? Basically a tiny little aquarium size stable aquatic food web environment where everything is geared for or cared, that everything we do is for the microbes to have stability and food and self-perpetuation. And then just a drip emitter that allows a little bit of that water to slowly go into the aquaponic system to help with stability for microbes. That's kind of the thought I had. Steve, what do you think about that?
Well, they utilize something similar for reef tanks. I mean, that's essentially what a refugium is, and a reef tank is a place for your aquatic, you know, food web to live, and your isopods and other things that can feed your coral and other things like that. So I'd never thought about putting it in an aquaponic system, but that exact application is already done in other forms of aquaculture, which I think is an interesting idea. You certainly could have it where you had everything, you know, breeding at a higher rate. I'm just trying to figure out how you would maintain it at that accelerated food web rate.
Well, you don't even need you don't need to have it accelerated necessarily, as long as that was your stable place, so that it could help with kind of alleviate or stay away from fluctuations that naturally come in aquaponic systems. Anyways, that was the talking about water. Again, I haven't experimented with aquaponics for several years, but I know liquid IMO is a great resource for aquaponics. You can brew it, apply it, spray it to your plants. It helps with diverse microbes getting established, and you can just do that. The base natural farming recipe, I have a YouTube on how to do it. It's quite easy and simple, and that takes 36 hours, and you can brew that anytime you need that, and that already exists, and people use it for aquaponics and introducing and reintroducing good diversity in microbes. But if there was what did you say the words used in salt systems? Refugium?
So in a reef tank, they call it a refugium.
Refugium. Yeah. So could there be a good use for a refugium in aquaponics with diverse, basically IMO or aquatic? Could you create a stable mini tank to slow feed your whole system, where that could potentially keep you from those microbial fluctuations?
Well, the thing that first comes to mind is that aquatic plants actually have a whole separate microbiome that lives only on the surfaces of aquatic plants, because a lot of aquatic plants can actually mineralize and uptake nutrients through their leaf tissue separately, the same way that normal terrestrial plants do through their roots. They can actually absorb it directly through their stems and leaf tissue. So they actually have microbes that are adapted for that, that might be separately beneficial than what would be in an aquatic environment alone. I think that that's certainly an area where I could see doing something like a chop, the same way that you would, chop and blend fresh kelp, doing something like that with maybe like your fresh, grow some type of aquatic plant that has a large surface area, and then take that and make a tea or a quick blend from it, or blend it and then use that as an inoculant, might have some unknown beneficial effects on the root system. That it's certainly a biological diverse a web that I have not had a chance to really experiment with the way I would like to.
Well, the whole point of chatting about that briefly is just in case there's some more super nerds out there that want to get a better idea than refugium and bring it into play. I would love to hear any ideas that come off of that, because it would be a fun thing to know about, even though I'm not currently playing with it. Should we do some questions, Steve?
Yeah, I was gonna say we got a lot of questions from chat for you. So I would like to maybe hit this first one real quick. LIMO is best used for foliar in soil or in the soil of dual root zones. I actually really like adding it for the mineralization tank. So where you take your fish waste and you brew that up, that's really where it's going to have its most largest impact, because it's going to break down that fish waste and provide and help fill in gaps that you would otherwise have in your aquatic food web.
Also, the foliage of whatever you're growing is a great place for that liquid IMO to go, because you're going to get interaction on leaf surfaces that are unique, that happen just there. And so I would like to also see it getting on your plants foliarly, and that dripping off the plants, and that marriage of what's growing on your plants or the inoculum of your plants themselves is one of the main benefits of liquid IMO. Is just that, basically, just like we're protected by our skin biome, plants have that same protection that occurs, and you'll get some of that leaching into the system just from the dripping into the root zone, no matter what kind of system you're running. But yeah, a big dose of healthy and diverse microbes into your biofilter, or wherever you got your bulk of fish poop, like Steve said, that's where you're going to get a ton of repeat benefit. Nutrient cycling, basically processing your nutrients into the various things.
We had another question. Have you used lactobacillus or other ferments for honeybee feeders to help benefit honeybees?
Yes, and I can give you the bee recipe right now. It is a specific recipe, and what you do is you provide it, you provide it in a reservoir that they have access to on demand, in addition to their water. So you don't replace their water with it. You provide it in addition to their water. And if you have let's see, how many, okay, it's 1 to 300 BRV. Yeah, do you have a Hope you have a notepad. I'm just gonna spit this out. Maybe I'll type it out and put it in chat. Would that be better?
I'll leave it up to you, or if you could type it out and just throw it on the screen, it might be easier, just in a notepad, so people can have it to screenshot.
I just went looking for it, and what I have is it in a calculator that has all the math figured out for me. So
Or just type it in chat.
let's say in a gallon. We'll say in a gallon. Here we go. I will I'll do this. We will screen share it. And so in a gallon, we'd want about a ½ ounce of brown rice vinegar, and we want a very small amount, 1/10 of an ounce of LAB. We want 5 ounces of seawater, 1/10 of an ounce of OHN, 1/10 of an ounce of calcium phosphate, and mineral A you don't have, so you can just up that seawater to like 10 ounces. But it's 1 to 25 seawater, 1 to 800 LAB, 1 to 300 vinegar, 1 to 800 OHN, 1 to 800 calcium phosphate, and 1 to 1,000 mineral, which the same mineral that's in there is in seawater. So yeah, put that in your water. And so what you would have is, here, I'll draw it. Good question. Bees love this. Another thing that's really great for bees is if you inoculate under the hives with IMO. In tropical places, in Hawaii, for example, we deal with rove beetle, which is destroys hives, and rove beetle has a soil dwelling stage. And in that soil dwelling stage, they're actually really susceptible to IPMO or fungal predators. And so if you have a functioning fungal ecosystem under your beehives, maybe in the grass or whatever, you don't have rove beetles. It's really wonderful. We did that with we do about 150 hives in Hawaii, and all of them are inoculated underneath. But you just have your hive. They have their water, and then you'd have their nutrient as a optional. Very rudimentary drawing here. So you got your nutrient off to the side. They have their access to their water. In the nutrient, you want to fill half of it with rocks, or cut in half corks, or something that they can stand on, because obviously they will drown if they don't have a perch to drink their nutrient. Yeah, good question. I hope that's helpful. I could type that out if that was too fast for people. You got another one? Question?
This is from Caleb, who was just talking. Are you experimenting with any new IMO inputs, or sorry, KNF inputs, or any new inputs in the style of KNF thinking? If so, what new possible inputs are you playing around with? And then he also asks, how did you get so cool?
No, it was a pretty cool talk, that last talk. I think you guys have a pretty smart community there. Definitely always playing with new things. I think a lot of what I end up playing with now is customizing or fitting natural farming to different industries. So I'm working with the wine grape industry, giant row crops with huge mechanization tools, and really taking the essence of natural farming and making sure it works with the efficiencies they already have in place or the needs they have So, you know, inexpensive remote brewing systems for multi-site liquid IMO applications in wine grapes where there's hills, all different places spread out, and they need applications regularly, but they can't be driving a whole bunch of water all over the place. So we did these tote system liquid IMO brewers that were really inexpensive, with just aeration through really specific amount of holes in PVC. And we were getting pretty good results with brewing out microbes, and a pretty simple system, just a good air blower. And that's been pretty cool, fun tech. New yeah, I can't think off. I'm sure there's something new that we're playing with, and for some reason off the top of my head, I'm not thinking of anything like new and exciting. A lot of customizing natural farming for different scales and types of operations, including third world scenarios. What were we going to say, Steve?
I was going to say, do you want to touch on IPMO? I don't think not everybody has heard of that one yet, and you're the one that turned me onto it.
Sure. Yeah. So in Hawaii, one time I had a batch of my substrate that I grow out in IMO3 get full of weevils. And I was full go mode on the farm. We're farming 750 acres of macadamia nuts, and I needed to produce my IMO3 that day. And I was like, man, I can't run. And I don't think the weevils are really going to hurt anything. Produced my IMO3, and all my little weevils turned into these little white puff balls. And brewed liquid IMO with that, sprayed it out on the orchard. And my orchard walkthrough, I saw some of my some of my pest beetles, these green stink bugs, as white puffballs. They were there in my orchard, covered in fungus. And I said, that's interesting. What happened there? And so that caused a deep dive of research on who eats beetles in the fungal world, and realized that a lot of what eats beetles, a lot of these fungal predators exist in nature. They're abundant in nature, but not necessarily everywhere. And so by cultivating multiple collections of IMO2 and then growing it out on this chitin or carapace rich substrate, which was my weevils, we produced a kind of predatory fungal rich liquid IMO, and that caused pressure on my pests. Since then, Steve's played with it in Zimbabwe multiple times. I played with it in California, actually just a couple months ago here, and different people have played with it, and so far it's only anecdotal. In that we haven't done any peer review studies, but the idea is that we are taking in any place we are, and by putting chitin or the exoskeleton of bugs into our IMO1 for rice, and Steve's work in Zimbabwe, he thought that the insect frass going into the rice when you put it out was actually the best or most successful. And because then that natural environment, wherever there is a chitin eating fungi, they're going to move in and chew on that. And so you're kind of collecting or putting out a trap for those fungal predators that go after beetles. But the cool thing about that, what I like about that, is wherever you are in the world, you can seek to cultivate fungal predators for beetles without having to go find an expensive bottle of Bavaria bassiana or something like that. You can cultivate your own fungal predators for beetles and use it, have it as a shelf stable inoculum, which is pretty amazing in that IMO2 process, and then brew it in liquid and spray it on your crops. Steve, you had a remediation with grasshoppers, right?
Yeah, we were mainly focused on large arthropods. So we were able to knock back the grasshoppers. And we actually repeated that here in Oklahoma as well this year and last year. Again, similar applications. And what we were doing is applying it not only to where our plants were, but the whole field around it, the walkways, the area around it. It's a general area treatment to introduce those bacteria and fungi back into that area. And it's nice because you don't have to worry about it running off into the local stream because it's just a species that's already present in the environment. You're not going to create a gross
Absolutely.
imbalance in your ecosystem because you're not harvesting anything that wasn't already there. That's a very ecologically responsible way to handle it, and something that I think really has a lot of potential for things like Africa and the Caribbean and other places that don't have the money, or it takes me 40 to 45 days to get stuff to the farm in Zimbabwe if it's not in country, right? So it's just, I'm sure it's even worse now. So, it's just logistics alone, it helps reduce the issues. The one thing I will say is it can go after your bees. So do not spray it if you have stuff with a lot of flowering sites or something that you intend to have actively pollinated. I would be careful utilizing it right around the flower structures because it will infect bees. I have observed that at a small scale. Not a huge die-off or anything. It didn't wipe out the hive, but we did find some that were dead on the ground in the same field as our applications.
So to speak to that, I think the bees are going to be at risk of getting applied onto. So if you spray them, they're at risk. Bees are actually pretty capable of cleaning themselves. Anyways, that process of visiting flowers, etc. They do a pretty good job of kind of self-care. So bees are going to be, I would venture, this is my best guess, and I think an entomologist would be better to speak to the absolutes, but that bees are going to be most at risk of being sprayed directly or being coated or knocked down by this. Whereas if it's in your environment, it's been a few days, your beetles, most of them are going to have a ground dwelling stage or a time where they're in the ground. They become extremely susceptible, whereas bees are going to be able to kind of stay above it, if you will. But yeah, spraying a hive is going to be probably problematic.
Awesome. We have, let's see what other questions we have here in the queue. Has Chris experimented using sheep and goat milk instead of cow milk? And does it make a difference for lactobacillus?
All milk works. Even that stuff that you don't have to refrigerate works. Bean milk works. Powdered milk, rehydrated works. It all works. Coconut milk does not work very well. So a lot of the plant-based milks, there's limited success, but all your animal milks, human, etc., all of it is successful.
And if you're a cannabis grower and you're doing the plant-based labs, you can actually make vegan cheese, which actually is legal to do medicated legal cheese in the US. You can't do dairy-based, but you can do non-dairy-based. So it is a legal way to make infused cheese or medicated cheese if you are looking to do it.
And if you are doing vegan, really, really successful with a really great cheese, garbanzo beans. Garbanzo bean milk is very successful, beautiful curd. Yeah.
Also awesome for gluten-free pastries.
There you go. Soulshine asked, could FAA possibly harbor fish pathogens? I will defer to you, Steve, but my thought would be very unlikely because of the process, this 1 year breakdown process. There is very, very little for them to go on if there is a pathogen, and the outcompeting that's going to happen with the inoculation of IMO into a properly made FAA is going to consume a lot of kind of non-symbiotic materials.
Well, the only pathogens you really have to worry about getting from your fish would be like streptococcus, tuberculosis, E. coli, and salmonella. Would kind of be the big four you'd be concerned about, but all of those would not be able to handle that long-term environment that you have in that FAA process alone. Better yet, all the other, again, microbes. In fact, there's quite a bit of research now, and you're going to see some published stuff here in the next year or two around lactobacillus being used for food safety. Specifically, we're treating non-human pathogenic E. coli in living aquaponic systems. I myself have used it to treat 3 separate systems that were commercially operating for non-human pathogenic E. coli. We're able to treat them with labs and have it be undetectable after 30 days of treatment. So, and it might be 2 weeks, we don't know, but we were able to get it completely to 0 with just 30 days worth of treatment at a 1 to 1,000 dosing ratio in the system. So it's not even like we're doing anything beyond a normal maintenance dosage. It's just, having the right microbes present eliminates that, that issue. So, and I truly think, 5 or 10 years from now, you're going to see lactobacillus dosing, required for food safety protocols for aquaponic and hydroponic systems because of how well it can outcompete many of the pathogens that do make us sick. So I think that's definitely something I really look forward to.
I really hope that, LAB treatment becomes a part of food safety throughout the entire system, through the whole food world. We have these water sorters in macadamia nut production, and they can get funky, and there's a worry that they can produce mold or foster, and it's like a little LAB in that recirculating system and you have no issues. It'll keep things clean, and it's like that's, but we got off as humans onto pasteurization being the way for food safe things, and really we need balance eventually. Question from Gingerbug. I would love to know more about the differences in inoculation methods between aquaponics and soil. And I think that by and large, there's very little difference to inoculate aquaponics and soil as far as you're bringing it in or just introducing it one way or another, and it has a life of its own from there. So a small amount that then goes and can self-perpetuate. The idea in both systems is that we're introducing something that does well in that environment, or that is good for that environment and therefore thrives. And so both systems, a little goes a long way. And Steve was talking about it being a great place to put a liquid IMO, being the settling tank or the place where your biofilter, where your fish poop builds up, and in soil being the drip line or the area around the plants where they eat, being the most bang for your buck kind of application spot. But when I look at treating soil applications, I look at treating the whole acre, meaning I want the top of the tree or the top of the plant, the stem of the plant, the soil around it, the grass and the borders. I want everything to be touched. And I think in aquaponics, generally, if we have good going in as an inoculum, we would want the whole system kind of touched by that. Would you agree?
Oh, yeah. Yep. No, and there isn't a huge difference as far as inoculating, maybe slight differences in dosing and things like that. Or also be mindful when you dose labs into aquaponic systems, it will bring your pH down 0.2 to 0.3 parts. So be mindful of that. It can be beneficial because then you can go ahead and add a little pH up to add a little nutrients. Calcium carbonate or potassium silicate, or you can use that as an organic certifiable pH down. Labs is absolutely allowed in organic certified systems. It's been approved at many different facilities now. And you absolutely can use it as a natural way to have a pH down for your, whatever solution that you're working on.
And if you are going to add LAB for aquaponics, you can take a small bit, a little bit, and put it in a 5-gallon bucket with some brown sugar and aerate it overnight. And if you're trying to get a big kind of clarification, or you want it to process a bunch of food, getting it, keeping it isolated, putting it on some food overnight with some air, and we get a lot more kind of immediate multiplication, whereas sometimes it can kind of disperse and pitter out if you just put a tiny bit into aquaponics. So that is one way to cause your LAB to go a little further if it in fact is a limited resource for you. Maybe you're not making a ton at a time or something like that. So that is something that has been played with in Hawaii a bit in aquaponics to great success.
Another question here. How is IMO quantified post-application? Do you have a way to classify different IMO collections? And then how do cultures know that they're applied are properly, I guess, the beneficial? And you've talked about this quite extensively. You have a great talk, long format talk on this. It's about 40 minutes on your YouTube channel as well. But do you want to answer that one? It's definitely a question I hear a lot.
Yeah. So quantifying what is established, if we were looking at species, etc., would require DNA mapping. That is a project I am continually working on with any and all universities that will partner, or any doctors that are connected and can do that DNA mapping. This is the question I'm asking: how best can we quantify what we're moving from your indigenous soil environment to final establishment in our farmland through the IMO process? 1, 2, 3, 4 establishment. What is the diversity lost? How best can we foster maximum diversity in that transfer and permanent establishment? I want to ask that question as much as you do, in a very much mapped and documented scientific manner. That said, I can speak to what we know about how nature works. Without that data all in my pocket. We did a project with MIT to ask those questions due to some unique circumstances with the doctor that was running it. That pittered out and there wasn't enough money to restart it. So we got a few bits of data on bacteria from a sample here and there, and they never mapped the fungi. So that was really disappointing. That was a lot of work. It was a really cool project. And nothing to show for it. But indigenous microbes. So in our local environment, once we get a bloom of your positive, what we see and know as large hyphal diameter fungi, big, 4 micrometers or bigger fungi growing out on substrate and then growing out in our ag land as a result of application. For example, we can have ag land that we do a microbial analysis before. This is one kind of way. It costs about $100. It'll be $200 for a farmer. You do a full kind of microbe lab, send it off to your favorite microbial lab. I use Earthfort often, just because they're convenient and easy. But there's a bunch of great microbe labs, and you send them off and get a good snapshot. I did that actually just right here with a grass hay farmer. This is my website, Steve showing, thanks. I did that here with a grass hay farmer. We did their before microbial analysis and their after microbial analysis to see what level of introduction and establishment we got over 2 years. And it's a great way to know just how well you establish diversity, you know, what kind of fungi, etc. And yeah, so that is one way if you want to spend a little money. Otherwise, just getting good collections from indigenous places. We already know, especially if it's an untouched 1,000-year-old untouched space, we already know that those microbes like your temperature, your barometric pressure, your rainfall, your altitude. And so they're going to self-perpetuate in that soil as long as you don't destroy or disturb them.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for coming on, man. How can people find you? It's been an awesome hour of education with you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I am on Instagram at Soil Steward. My website is christrump.com. You can search Chris Trump on YouTube. And I am, if I can get it together to finish a little bit more video editing, I am adding my final 10 hours of content to my online class. And with this addition, I feel like it is a complete educational package to really get you started, but not only started, really introduce the understanding of all that's going on in natural farming and how best to use it. So that's available online on my website at christrump.com. And November, end of November here, I forgot the date offhand, but we have our first live Q&A for all those online students. So we'll jump on a Zoom call together and be able to just dialogue with everybody's unique scenarios, kind of like this, but private, just for natural farming students of that online class. So thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a great spot. I'll keep watching.
Awesome. Well, thanks a lot, and I look forward to hearing more of your talks and education again in the future.
Yeah, you too, man. See you guys.
Alrighty, everybody. We're still waiting on a few more people to connect for the panel. Let's give them a few minutes. Actually, in the meantime, be sure to go over to ap420.com, sign up with your email for a chance to win an SK403 grow light and nutrients for a full run for your aquaponic system, and the Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass. We'll be giving that away tomorrow. Also check out our Aquaponic Masterclass over at apmjclass.com if you want to find out more about aquaponic cannabis in a long format educational type setting. All right. Next up, we have the commercial aquaponic cannabis panel. We're going to have Bain Howard of Vertica. And then we also have Lloyd Owens from Thumb Genetics, as well as the people from Aqualitas and others. Sorry, her name is escaping me at the moment because I just had entirely too much hash before this, so I do apologize. But we have a great panel here, and we're going to have a wonderful talk. I know we've had some questions that we've been going over ahead of time, and I'm sure he's got some other great ones. So thanks a lot, Heavy Days, for joining us all the way from the podcast in Australia. Thanks a lot, man. I know it's been quite the wild ride down there, down under, and I really appreciate you coming on to moderate this panel. Thanks a lot, man.
No, huge thank you, my friend. I'm always appreciative to get the invites, and I've been watching this morning. There's been some great talkers thus far, so I'm going to have to dig down after and get into the rest of it. But as you said, you know, we're here for the commercial panel. But before we get into that, I just wanted to give a huge shout out to Steve for putting on this conference. You know, I'm not sure if anyone else has got a chance to beat me to it yet, but we're all so very lucky and thankful to have you put this on, and as well to everyone else who's helped make the event happen. So yeah, as I said earlier, we're on to the commercial panel. So thanks everyone for joining me. My name's Heavy Days. I'm the host of the podcast. It's a cannabis podcast about growing, breeding, history, and culture. But today on the panel, we've got some fantastic guests with a range of different experiences. And I figure maybe the best way to start things off is to just sort of get a little introduction from everyone. So the first thing I might ask is if everyone could give us maybe a little 2 to 3 minute blurb about your farm, what style of growing you may use, be it soil, be it aquaponic, mediumless, whatever it is. And maybe finally, if you could tell us one of your products that you're really proud of. So we might start off with Lloyd because he looks like he's ready to jump into it.
Oh, all right. Well, we are an aquaponic grower using a deep water culture. Been at it about a year and just feeling like we've got a good handle on it right now. Our claim to fame is that our aquaponics is we do our own breeding, and we've done considerable breeding, and we have a lot of our own strains that we're coming out with. We've had 3 tests that we've had over 30% in cannabinoids already, and which we're quite proud of. Our stuff tests back really clean too, which we're very proud of as well. So those are our best products. Of course, the Kush Mints just does wonderful all the time, and the strains that we've developed off the Kush Mint have resulted. We are biggest proudest product because we work in a real wet environment. Is we've developed a strain of what we call black and blue that's very mold resistant, and we hope to develop it and keep developing it more for an outdoor use. And so we've crossed that with other strains because it's not a heavy plant, but it is, I mean, you can't give it mold. And so we're trying to cross those strains to bring some of those characteristics to the more different styles of marijuana. And then we're also working with some low THC marijuanas as well. So like I said, we're a breeder. We've been at it 12 years. So and a grower of both medical and adult use. That's it.
That's so awesome to hear. And you jump straight into the genetics. You're a man after my own heart. We'll have to touch back on that in a minute, but it looks like Bane's ready to talk. I don't know if you missed the intro, Bane, but we were just hoping to get a little bit of a blurb about your farm, what style of growing you use, and maybe a product you're really proud of.
Yeah, sure thing. Well, first off, I'd like to say thanks for having me on to everybody. Steve and everybody else has had a big part in putting this thing on. Lots of great information out. So yeah, thanks for having us. But my name, Bane Howard. I'm from Vertica Farms. That's vertical without the L. Vertica Farms, we're located in Oklahoma. We do aquaponic cannabis. Oklahoma serves a purely medical market right now, so that's all we do. You asked about growing techniques. We do a combination of deep water culture, some dual root zone, and then we also grow a good number of plants in a living soil containers as well.
That's awesome to hear. Looks like we've got a aquaponics heavy panel at the moment. Danielle, are you there? Is your microphone working at the moment, or are we sorting that out on the back end?
Yeah, I think it's working. Can you hear me?
That's fantastic. Yeah, we can hear you. Thanks so much for joining us today. So I was just hoping we might be able to get a little bit of a background on yourself and what style of growing your farm uses and any products you're particularly proud of.
Yeah, so we grow using a combination of aquaponics, water, and living organic soil. And in terms of products that Aqualitas produces, I'm really proud of our baby koi. But in terms of cannabis product, we have a God Bud cross called Ebb and Flow that I really like, and our gummies are fantastic.
Oh, I love that. That sounds awesome. So I was having a think about what sort of questions we should go over today. And one that came up repeatedly from people I spoke with was, there's a lot of people out there who have aspirations of getting into the larger scale production, like a commercial facility, for example. And sadly, there can be some sort of loops and red tape you've got to cross before you can get to that point. So I thought maybe a good spot to start the discussion would be, what was everyone's journey to get to where they are now? Did you have those sort of legal issues you had to overcome, or was it reasonably straightforward? We might start with Lloyd.
Yeah, ours was a big journey. It took about 2.5 years to get certified and cleared and all the FBI clearances and all that thing. It's a big deal. So it was about 2.5 years to get this done. You have to go through both the state and a city set of registration and application process. It's quite used. It took quite a bit of time. Once you establish it, the controls on it and the I'll say the building inspectors and that, they play a big part in that. So following the rules is really big in building out, probably more than what people give it credit for. You gotta dot your I's on that process.
How about you, Bane?
I definitely agree there. You got to make sure all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. It can be quite a long process. I myself didn't have to go through a ton of legal hoops. Obviously, we play by the rules and do all that now to make sure the inspectors are happy. I was fortunate enough, I came up doing aquaponic vegetables down in Texas and recently moved up to Oklahoma these past couple years and came on with a company that already had a license in hand. So we were able to just jump in, inherited a greenhouse, a few problems that came with the greenhouse, but inherited a greenhouse that was already up and rolling, and we're able to just kind of get straight to work on that. So we were very fortunate in that aspect.
Awesome to hear. And how about you, Danielle?
I'm kind of like Bane. I came on board after a lot of all the difficult, heavy lifting with the licensing had already been done. The one thing we had to deal with, it was quite a long road, surprisingly, to get koi into our facility. There were a lot of, we had to write up a lot of documents saying, this is how, we can very clearly prove that they're not going to get out anywhere. They're not going to cause any environmental disruption, which is fair because carp and koi are really nasty if they get in somewhere where they haven't previously been. But that was the biggest kind of hurdle that I had to deal with, was just the licenses and number of people involved in moving a fish 2 hours down a highway. Took longer than I thought maybe I would have preferred it to take.
Yeah, certainly. I remember in the past I'd spoken with Steve about the legalities surrounding aquaponics, and he'd always said that, with the fish, it adds this extra layer of sort of complexity. However, there are advantages. So before I jump the gun too much, I guess just open to the panel in general, would you say that the extra sort of work you had to go through to get the permits regarding the fish and all of the surrounding legislation has been worth it? Or do you think that it is really like a passionate project and there was all this extra work and we're still sort of trying to see the dividends?
No, for us, it is definitely because we are commercial and we are large scale, it's every penny counts. Okay. In our system, we face a lot of one-time costs, but what aquaponics does do more than anything is it lowers your operational costs. And the lower operational costs all feeds into the bottom line and whether you're profitable or not. So no, aquaponics, like there is a Canadian company that's it's a gimmick for them and it's show and tell. But for us, it's the real thing. For us, and you think of the quantity of plants for every cycle, you're reducing and getting rid of out of the environment most of those chemicals. Okay, just start to go. I'm not wasting any of those chemicals on the ground out into the environment, so it kind of goes along, in my view, of the new way of thinking of how to spare the earth after we've brutalized it so much. So my big concern, if I could lower my energy costs, because I'm an indoor operation, but still my operational cost is the main feature of making this successful. And so no, it's not a gimmick or a joke. This is, my media is a one-time cost. My buckets are a one-time cost, and all of these things are long-term, are impactful in where I stand in the industry. The quality and the cleanliness, that's what I don't understand about what's organic and what's not, because the cleanliness of marijuana grown through an aquaponic system, the self-flushing and the removal of the salts constantly, At no time are you hyping the fertilizers. It's just the plant goes by and picks off what it needs. You know, the cleanliness and the smoothness of the product in comparison, plus the quality. And like I said, if you saw ours, the plants that you saw today, those plants were only 6 weeks old and they're blooming, you know, a couple weeks into bloom at 3 foot tall, you know, and spread out across a canopy, you know, and that's kind of what you want. I don't know. That's my view. Okay. I'm not doing it for fun and games. It's hard work.
I couldn't agree more with you there. I definitely think it's a lot of upfront, certainly in the paperwork and making sure everybody signs off on whether it's your tilapia or your koi or whatever fish you're using, make sure those are staying out of your waterways. There's a lot of headaches up front getting the fish happy and healthy and monitoring and maintaining that. But as you said, it definitely pays dividends in lowering your operational costs as you're going through it. And then I agree that the flower that comes out of the end of it, well, heck, whether it's flower if you're growing cannabis or if you're doing veggies or something like that at home, I think the purity that you're getting out of your end product really shows through. And so for that reason alone, if nothing else, if you didn't count the environmental impacts and the water savings and you know, the laundry list that we could go down, I think it's worth it.
Yeah, some great answers there. And I'm sort of feeling like Steve owes me like a bag of cash for like almost seeming like I planted that question so well there, but I'm just kidding. I'm sure we've all got great things to say about aquaponics. But
I'll definitely get you some beans next time I see you in the States, allegedly.
you're too kind, my friend. They'll magically make their way back to Australia as well, I'm sure. So let's sort of think about this chronologically. You know, we've got our license and we're now looking at a facility. What are sort of the main things, pieces of equipment, I guess, you need to get in place before you could do a commercial size facility? You know, because people, when they talk about aquaponics, they're worried about, you know, pump failures, things like that. What were the key bits of infrastructure you think really need to be there before you can be confident the system will be successful?
The power's got to be there. I think having 3-phase on site is huge. Certainly if you're doing cannabis and want to be able to crank some lights on them, having the infrastructure there, or the funds to do it, and it is not cheap to extend and run serious power to a facility if it's not there already. I think that's probably one of the big things if I were to be looking for a new space to set up shop would be, you know, where is it located and access to high voltage power, you know, clean water, all that fun stuff. And then a good, reliable workforce as well. If you're really trying to do a big commercial grow where you're going to need a lot of hands, that's another big factor that I think some people don't think about and take into consideration.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. We tend to pay our employees pretty well according to industry standards and what's out there. But I've kept my employees now the whole time, you know, and these people are trained the way we want them. They learn I've found that employees enjoy aquaponic systems coming from other grows. We've hired other people and they're fascinated by it. And it's a whole new realm of science. Sometimes you got to slap them on the wrist, go, no, you don't do that in aquaponics. But many times the enjoyment factor that they get in the switchover in this new technology, there's not a guy out there that doesn't go up on that deck and check out the fish, you know, and when you got the fry, hey, you know, and heck, for a while we were taking turns feeding them. So just in a morale standpoint, it's a nice thing. Okay. But I agree with Bain is that he's drawn the exact thing is it's all about the power. If you saw how we set up our power, we bring in that raw power and we use a series of transformers, and each transformer gives me exactly what I want. If I want 277 3-phase or 480 3-phase, or whether I want 110. Other than that, all the other lights in our facility are 40-watt LEDs. I mean, we've done a complete makeover of our facility based off of our power grid and our power usage. So I would say that in a commercial setting, the organization of the power and the plumbing, as Bain said are the absolutes, and just my feeling or what I've seen,
Yeah, and I'd add to that, knowing, what water source you're using, what's already in it. Yeah, are you using like a municipal source that has all the nutrients, all the alkalinity pulled out of it? Because in that case, you're going to need a pretty decent supplementation program to keep your pH under control. And the other thing is volume. Volume is your friend. If you can have more volume, that gives you more control. It gives you more balance. The system will change a lot slower, which is really better from a fish perspective. Even if something goes wrong, can take longer to go wrong, I guess. So
Yeah. Now what we've done to address that issue is I watched part of yours but I did miss a good Bain's presentation. What we've done is we've created a lab and we test our water daily, and we have full blown tests from ammonia, nitrate, all the way to the nitrate stage. We test the potassium levels. So everything's tested. It takes about 3 hours. We perform about 20 water tests daily. And what we've been able to do is create more of a predictive model on our nutrients based on that. And we have seen actually to where, and just because we've tried it, to where we can overload a piece with certain basilica or bacteria or whatever and see what the results are. And we've gone the other way to where now that we feel like we have control on it, we're reducing the amount of our water by 2/3. And what we've done is gone from a bed situation to a pot situation is what we've done. And by doing this, we've taken a 600-gallon bed, 8 of them in a room, and we've reduced that down to 1,000 gallons of water. And we find it's easier to manage than the flows and the drainage, and especially as we expand. We're adding all these rooms, and your place in Oklahoma is big. As you expand these places, pumps, motors, HVAC, all this stuff adds to the expense of this. Chillers, we keep that temperature of the water solid. And if you're in cannabis like us, in an indoor thing, any equipment you buy, you got to buy 2 of them because it's redundant. Okay. If the lights go out, I'm in trouble, and our emergency generator, we have large emergency generator, and it only does so much, but we've actually felt like we have our water science under control. And so the handling less water in a long term in a big facility is going to be easier than just a massive amount of water that we're already handling now. And with the expansion, tripling that, quadrupling that amount of water, so I understand that. And for the first 2 years of this I can agree that the changes were slower, and this and that is a huge advantage. I agree, but just the mass of water that you always have to have under control. And when you treat it, you need more to treat it. And so we're kind of leaning the other way is what we're actually doing. But I can see it both sides straight up, pretty readily.
Yeah, what a great answer. It sounds like you've been able to streamline things a bit, which is awesome to hear. If we just think now, like we've got our license, we've got our facility, we've got our tri-phase power, we're all confident it's going to work. The next question is, let's get some seeds going. So I'm interested to know, what sort of system or style do you use when germinating seeds? And particularly, I'm interested in, like, how do you do this on scale? Or do you just opt for clones? Is that the better choice on scale? I'm interested to hear the diversity of opinions. I might chuck it over to Danielle first.
Yeah, we do. All of our commercial rooms are with clones, so every plant in that room is genetically identical. We do a lot of pheno hunting, and we'll use seeds for that, and we'll start them out and follow them all the way through and make sure they, we'll have 15 of the same cultivar that we're, looking at, how does it grow? What is the, how tall does it get? What's the bud structure like? Is it resistant to PM? Like all sorts of, it gets scored. And then we look at the final product, the cannabinoids, the sensory experience, the terpene levels and all that. And then we'll make a choice among those different seeds. But yeah, we generally go with clones for commercial production. It makes it a lot more uniform in a room.
Have to agree with that. Yeah. There's a beast thing with the seeds is they take space up. You have to do this pheno hunt, like she says, and you have all these plants that are different than everything else you're growing in your system, and so they're kind of like they can be in the way almost, but you have to put up with that, and you have to do it, and you have to find the right, and the problem is that you got to find them, you got to go from start to finish. So you have all these plants that are in this way for the whole time they exist, and but it happens exactly like she says.
Yeah, I'm gonna sing the same exact tune there. I agree with you both. The pheno hunting can be a bit of a handful, and you do have that 10, 20 plants that are acting different than one another. And what you really want in the commercial setting is consistency. I mean, almost to the detriment of other things, you would take consistency. If everything fails, then at least to do that again and can change it up. But for that reason, we do all of our production batches are from clones. So
Yeah.
we'll grow up our moms, pheno hunt, grow up the moms, and then when we're doing a couple hundred plants in a run, that's all genetically identical clone from a mom.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. Probably one of the only subjects in organic gardening where you hear people are all sort of on the same page. That's really cool. And we've sort of touched on it already, but I guess to get a little more specifically into it, in the context of your specific operation, what are some of the characteristics or cultivar traits that you really need in order to have a successful sort of cultivar in your facility? What are sort of your top 3 things that it has to bring to the table besides just like high THC? I guess I'm more thinking like, is it fast vigor or is it pest resistance? Things sort of more along those lines.
Ours is based on adaptability to water. Some plants do extremely well in this water, and some of them take a little more to take off. And so you have to identify each one of those plants. And any plant that struggles to take off generally has more problems with pest management situation or anything will affect them. Strong, vigorous plants that do well in it. So like we've had beautiful plants that just don't like the water as much, and so they don't do as well. And then we look at plant characteristics. We liked bud structure and site structure is probably the key or one of the most important things we looked for. And we like more of a spreading plant for canopy rather than a tall one that wants to rake out tall. So these kind of features you look for, and then it's got to be backed up by the test results.
Yeah, great response there. Did anyone have any differing opinions, or are we all sort of on the same page?
It's more of the same here. He hit the trifecta right there. It's pest and mold resistance, and then of course your patients are always gonna put a great deal of emphasis on what does that final product come out as. And then there are some that just don't necessarily like the aquaponics, or not necessarily that they don't like it, but they won't behave consistently and dependably with the aquaponics year round. And that's just as bad a trait as, getting bugs really bad or anything like that.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, sorry, please go ahead.
I was going to say, I agree with everything that you guys said. And it's also, along with the bud structure, the plant structure, less so, but just that it doesn't, stretch to be 10 feet tall as soon as you flip it to flower. And, you know, it's a nightmare to cut it down and harvest it. It's better to, even if the THC is great, it's maybe better to look for something a little bit less troublesome.
Yeah,
I
that's
agree
really
with that.
interesting.
Yeah, a room full of sativas just running for the lights can be a real headache when you're trying to get through and move through 100 or more of them. That's nobody wants to deal with that.
Yeah, certainly. So I'm going to throw it on the other end of the spectrum now. Was there ever a particular cultivar that you were really excited to bring into the facility to get it going, and it just didn't live up to your expectations? And I guess as sort of a follow-up to that, do you ever feel any pressure, as in you're sort of bound by what the market's demanding? Or do you find that the end quality is good enough that you can sort of do whatever you want and the quality just speaks for itself, and, you know, you don't need the runts bag, so to speak?
Well, we have two types of markets here. We have medical and an adult use. And the adult use is more about two things: the potency of it for those that can afford of it, and the other side of it is what can I get for my money. So the high potency things have, depending on where you're at, can be outmarketed by your 12 and 16% that are in pre-rolls in certain situations quite readily in the market situation. Whereas for the medical folks, they're looking for certain conditions in the marijuana. Is like, hey, I want a sativa driven, or in the case of like a true Crohn's patient, or a cancer patient, they find something, or somebody with arthritis, they find something that works best for them. Okay. And so there you really need all of them, and you need to have all of them if you're going to be marketable. If I go to a company and I want to sell my products, I gotta, if I want to be more welcome, I gotta offer all the products they need, or as many of the products as I can conceivably offer to them. That's kind of my view. I don't know what the other folks think on that, but that's how we have to approach it in this market.
Yeah, I'm not really on the sales side, but a personal pet peeve of mine is when something's marketed as, oh, it's a super lemon haze, and you smell it and it's pine and dirt. There's not a hint of lemon in it. That's a quick way for me to get disappointed for pheno hunting and whatnot, is when it's completely, or like, oh, it's a, Orange Hill, and it nothing but it's orange or purple, or I want it. I have certain expectations when I hear a name, and just because the plant could be so variable, not all the seeds will hit that mark.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's important because you do have to kind of play to the tune of the market. I do think, at least speaking for myself in our situation, we like to kind of have cultivars that hit kind of the main points around the spectrum, not necessarily have the runts and the cookies and the whatever the hype strain of the day may be, but have something that's in the earthy area of the terpene profile, and have something that's fruity and something that's more gassy, and be able to hit those more than necessarily check names off of the list. I think that's really important. To answer kind of the other side of that question, we haven't had many strains that just didn't like the aquaponics. The weirdest thing that we've kind of seen is we do a bit of autoflower plants, and on top of some, well, they're kind of a modified deep water culture that has a bit of dual root zone. We have had some beans that we've gotten that were autoflowers that did not necessarily behave very well and didn't want to flower under 20 hours of light as we would have expected. And we kind of attribute that to maybe being the something to do with the aquaponics that was keeping them from flowering how we would have expected to. We're still trying to put a finger on exactly what was the cause of that, but we've seen it in 2 or 3 different strains up to date.
Yeah, wow, that's really interesting to hear. I guess we're sort of, oh, please go on, Lloyd.
Oh, and it's what he says. It's about uniformity in your bed. And that's what
when you're not uniform in your bed, that's problematic. You know, all through your bed, how much light gets through, what you need to feed, the whole 9 yards gets disrupted when you have different stuff going on.
Yeah, certainly. And you sort of gave me a nice little segue there, in which I'm wondering, what were some of the big differences that you first noticed when you started operating on scale versus, say, a smaller one? Did you have to make changes to like the fish you were growing in terms of the type, or what were some of the big differences that you noticed when you scaled up?
I would say, at least speaking for myself, not a lot of huge differences in terms of, you know, cultivar selection or fish care, apart from the scaling, you know, bigger pumps, bigger air blowers, that kind of stuff. The big thing that you've got to consider is when you're going, is a closet with 6 plants in it is not the same as a greenhouse full of them, and the level of care you can give to each individual plant has to shift, and there's a bit of a negotiation between you and the plant where you can't, I mean, unless you have 100 employees, you can't spend, you know, 30 minutes, an hour babying each plant every day. You've got to have a method where you go in there in some kind of regimented system and say, okay, this is defoliation, we're doing XYZ, you got 2 minutes per plant, and then you got to move on to the next one because we got 500 to get through today to stay on track. And being able to plan and schedule that to get all your, you know, necessary plant work done, I think that's the biggest thing, the biggest kind of hurdle when it comes to scaling up.
Yeah, I think recognizable as our movement too is what we did is you don't recognize when you scale up the amount of water that's when that plant breathes. Okay. And when you start out, you think, okay, I need a humidifier for this, and I'll tell you what, I've hardly ever turned a humidifier on, you know, you know, and dehumidifiers that we purchased and set up with this, we've had to double that capacity, you know. And so to me, that was the most wow, knock you out thing is this, how much moisture this room can hold if you don't get it under control, and it happens in 20 minutes if a unit goes out or something, or somebody's turned it off to clean the filters or to replace the filters, it happens in a heartbeat. So to me, that was the biggest thing, that the biggest like wow factor to me, as far as this is the difference in you know, 12 plants in a room and you know 1,200 plants in a room. You know, that to me was the single biggest difference. And then the rate of growth across the bed is that how fast these things will grow in this system. I've never, you know, I grew up a farmer and worked on my first experience was aquaponic was when I was 15 years old, which makes that 40 years ago. So as a teenager, I worked at a nursery that practiced aquaponics, you know, in the early 70s, you know, and I can successfully say that at one point that nursery reached like one of the largest in the world. And I never did at that time put together the factors that maybe got them there until I was a little bit older, you know, and to appreciate what that aquaponics system did for that nursery. And they watered the entire nursery with it. And everything was in dirt. So everything came out of the lakes up to the plants, ran right down the hill back into the lake, feed the fish, and start the process all over. It was an amazing facility. And so yeah, just the sheer volume of stuff is what hits you and impacts you the most in these things. See that cat there? And,
Yeah, sorry about that. She it's getting close to her dinner time, so she's gonna start being friendly. But yeah, for us, when we started, or when I started there, we got the fish in there very small, and we kind of scaled up, adding rooms as the fish got bigger. But one big thing with the fish side is the bigger they get, the more, you know, kilograms per meter cubed you have, the shorter amount of time you have if something goes wrong, that you have to get there and, you know, fix the pump or turn the oxygenator back on, or make clear a standpipe that's not flowing properly and there's no flow going through that one tank. Like it's kind of good to start when they're little, but it does quite quickly become, as you get to higher densities, it's a life support system. And if something goes wrong, you need to have people who can get to it within 15, 20 minutes. And that is something that luckily we've been very lucky, or we've been very, very skilled, one or both. And we haven't had any huge issues, but I know that is a big problem with recirculating indoor aquaculture systems, as things can go south fast, and the higher your stocking densities you're using, the faster it's going to go.
Yeah, get auto dialers for your main system pump and your air blowers. If those things go down, your phone needs to be ringing.
We use besides air blowers, we use like oxygen concentrators, 2 O2 concentrators versus all the pumps and that when we swapped over to those, that was a game changer. Just a game changer,
Have you found that to be very, or at least less cost effective because of the increased price of oxygen due to current world events, or have you still seen a benefit from that?
Well, I haven't had to buy any since then, since the
okay,
whole thing.
There's the answer.
And we'll find that out for sure. But the noise, the pumps are noisy. They produce a lot of heat. They produce a lot of heat in the water. There's a lot of downsides to all that tubing and everything that you need. The cleanliness factor of it is different, and it's easier to use the O2. The O2 actually doesn't bring in anything but O2, not air. And the O2 will kind of kill a lot of stuff on its own bubbling out. It'll help promote a few things, but it'll kill a few things too. It kills more than it promotes. So we use it to our advantage. It's not for everywhere, throughout the garden and everything, but for the fish, they work really well for the fish. And then there's some security there because they're really easy to put redundant. And if one fails, hey, if this one goes off, this one comes on. And and they're much easier to do than pumps are to have that on there. And we're installing actually a thing now, if the floor gets damp, so it'll phone you up to tell you, hey, you got water on your floor. And because if we got water on our floor, there's a reason water's on the floor, and we don't do most companies do this how many days since you've had an accident. We do how many days since somebody's had to clean up water. It's kind of what we do. So it does, it goes around that way. Yeah.
This came up on the Aquaponics Association chat, but never leave a hose on and walk away. You're not going to remember.
You flood the farm.
Can't tell you how many times over my life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, props to all the aquaponic growers. I think even just filling up buckets, that can happen at times. I can't imagine when there's fish involved. And I'd love to talk about fish for just a moment. I'd love to hear a little bit about what species of fish you opt for, what you do with the end fish. Is it just for you guys to eat? Do you sell it anywhere? And finally, do you have any maybe little creative plans up your sleeve for what you might do in the future? I think a while ago, Steve said to me he was toying with the idea of like CBD infused fish fillets and stuff like that. I'd be keen to hear if anyone had any cool stuff like that going on.
Well, we are not allowed to sell our fish in any fashion. So our fish are free to mostly our employees if they want to take them. And then I'm always fond of a few of them, let me tell you. And so we use the tilapia of the Blue Nile. And I like them. They're hardy. They can take large swings in pH is one of my favorite things about them. And then as long as I keep down that temperature, a little lower than what they're used to,
I can keep them less, they're less aggressive, and then they won't go to breeding and this kind of thing. So I have some pretty good control over those fish. So we use the Blue Nile. And it's just because that's kind of what we were kind of taught to use at first. So that's what we've stuck with. We've never tried any other fish. We do have some red air going right now that I am going to put in one tank. And the difference is, one's a carnivore, one's a herbivore, and I want to see what the nutritional impact is on the water when I run the different versus the carnivore or the omnivore versus the herbivore, and want to see what that protein difference does to the water. It just and to see what the digestion differences are. It'll be curious. And so we are going to try the red air soon. Got little babies growing right now.
So yeah, we do Blue Nile as well. We've got a couple tanks full of them right now. They're kind of our, strong and steady. There's nothing that you can do to really upset them or heck, even make them lose their appetite. They'll just keep chowing and keep doing their thing. We have started in this past 6 months, about 6 months now, because we're the cannabis facility. We can't sell any of those as, to consumers for meat or anything like that. The USDA won't come in and put a stamp on those guys. So that's a, farm cookout type of thing, fish fries whenever that's appropriate. We have started to kind of get around that and to get some revenue out of the fish. Brought on some butterfly koi, and we've got those growing in a couple of tanks right now with the intention of selling them to the ornamental market when the time comes. We haven't taken any of those to market just yet. They're still kind of growing and sizing out, but that is something we've kind of got in the works. And they make me appreciate the tilapia. They're a bit more sensitive, as a scaleless or semi-scaleless fish. They're a bit more sensitive to water quality parameters and stuff like that. So they take a bit more of a experienced fish keeper, I would say, but certainly still work well. They still eat, they still poop. So they do their job for us well.
Yeah, and if you watch my talk, I talked about koi for about 40 minutes this morning. And so we grow koi. We don't currently sell them. We're just gotten our breeding program off the ground, so we may start to sell fry at some point, but mostly right now we're looking to meet our own needs. They're pets with jobs. Their job is to eat and poop, and they do that very well. They're really chill fish. They work well with our climate. And they make pretty good cannabis, so no complaints.
That's great to hear. It sounds like maybe Danielle and I need to get a bit more well versed on eating some tilapia. I'm sure Bane and Lloyd are well and truly sick of it by now.
Got a few recipes we can share.
Yeah, they're pretty good actually. You can cook them a lot of different ways.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. A few questions ago, we touched on pests, and I'd be interested to hear, are there any pests you've had any issues with in the context of the aquaponic system? And sort of more interesting in my mind, do you know any people in the area as you who have pest issues, but you don't have them, and you think, oh, that's probably because the aquaponics is sorting it out?
Somebody else go first.
I'll start off. So we've had quite a few We've had quite a few run-ins with pests. Like I said, I kind of inherited this farm. It was an operational cannabis facility before we kind of took over. So it had plants and they had pests when we came in, and despite best efforts, some of the kind of stick around with the facility. We've had a couple different varieties of aphids, just about every variety of mite you could imagine on site when we first wrapped up. Not many of those were super bad. The russets gave kind of a bit of a problem for a while. They were a bit stubborn, but they're manageable. Certainly when temperatures get lower, they're not really a problem at all. It's in the heat of summer. Sometimes we'll see a little uptick, and we've got to go a little heavier on the control of those guys to keep them from causing us any problems. I can't speak to neighbors with pests that we do not have, though. That is certainly not that I could attribute to the aquaponics itself, but we've dealt with quite a few. But we do all biological pesticides and stuff like that at the farm, so we're all natural pest management and use beneficial insects to kind of keep everybody knocked down. So that's our main IPM strategy, and it's been working for us even against some of those kind of nasty guys out there.
Yeah, our own, we've only had one, and it was with the aphids, and we just went into attack mode, and we did use the knockdown type of biologicals like no fly and this kind of thing, and then we used the systemic on it through the roots to take care of them. But we found that was in the summer months, like you said. But since then, we have sealed our building. I mean, there is no different than a greenhouse or something. There's no air that comes into our facility that's not filtered anymore. And so we keep the pressure regulated inside the building and then inside the rooms. And then we are actually, like, right now getting ready to go through the phase of where dust carrier areas where you go through and there'll be air curtains and air showers and these kind of things before you enter into the inner sanctum of the facility. Everybody at the office has multi-pair of shoes. Only one pair of shoes is allowed. Everybody drops this pair of shoes. You do the Xeritol treatment and you walk into the facility there. So pests are something you learn how to deal with. The other things is, I don't know if you saw the video or ever, but those sticky cards with them bugs on it that collect them bugs, I will leave them out till they're not sticky anymore. I would plaster a room with them if I could, and because if they are the first place the bug's going to land. We on the edge of every one of our buckets, there's a thing of tape that goes around, just right around the edge of the bucket, to where the sticky side sticks up above the tape, the sticky side sticks down below the tape. Amazing how much that would collect when we were doing it. Now that we've got it under control, we don't see any bugs, and since we sealed the building, that's probably been the biggest thing. But as Bain said, I don't know what the neighbors are doing, and mostly because they'll start asking what I'm doing.
Yeah, we're similar to Lloyd. We're sealed up tight, really strict biosecurity in and out. So we haven't really had too many issues. We have a pretty aggressive IPM strategy in place, just preventative, to keep anything that might make its way in under control. And we don't really have any neighbors who do anything similar to us. We're kind of very, very rural. The nearest greenhouse, I don't even know where it would be. So there's not, like, I know in areas that have a lot of greenhouses, you get white flies and stuff like that in Canada, they'll overwinter in the greenhouse and then they'll move to the next greenhouse, and it's really hard to get rid of them. But yeah, we don't have any neighbors doing anything, so we can't pick anything up from them. And we've been very fortunate so far.
That's great to hear. And I'm also glad to hear that, Lloyd, there's another person as passionate about those sticky cards as I am. They're a lifesaver, aren't they? So
yeah.
The final 10 minutes, we might ask some questions that have been posed in the chat. So the first one I can see from Xanthanol, the IPM wizard himself. He wants to know if you had sort of like a ballpark answer for how much meat per plant yield you get on the commercial scale.
I mean, for the new system that we're putting in, it's 150 pounds per room is what we look for. So that is 150 pounds off of 250 plants in that room. That should take about under 12 weeks, under 16 weeks to do that. Then on the shorter plants that we have, quite honestly, you're looking for in the neighborhood of about
we'd like to go 3 to 5 ounces on each one of those littler plants is what we would like to do.
Yeah, that hits us pretty on the head. We like to see that quarter pound would be great. Is what is kind of what we're shooting for. If we can get up that half per plant, and we're everybody's singing and it's a great day on top.
Yeah, and
awesome.
I'm similar ranges.
Yeah, good answers. Good answers. More meat than I would have expected. That's great to hear. So the next question.
Aquaponics.
I know I'm late to the party, aren't I? So the next question is from Gorski, and he says, do any of the cultivators plan on doing collaborations with maybe other companies and make sort of new strains, or even just sort of collecting and sharing data, sort of the way like you see some of the microbreweries doing, sort of collaboration type stuff?
Collecting and sharing data, I'm all about. I think that's great. We don't really get involved in too many breeding projects or anything. Those are just deep waters. We don't really have the personnel or the bandwidth to deal with right now. So we don't really do anything on the genetic side for mixing it up with the other local guys. But as far as sharing data and methods, I think that's critical for our industry in general, much less in the kind of subgroup of aquaponics. I think it's really huge. So get it out there, let people know what's working, what's not, and hopefully everybody starts growing better stuff because of it.
Yeah, the lack of collaboration has been one of the problems because, once somebody figures things out there, it's proprietary and they don't want to share it because it's a competitive edge type of thing, But at the same time, when I went to build this thing, other than you got fish, they poop, and it's your fertilizer, there's not a lot of information about what's going on with your thing. You really got to search it out. So if you saw our thing, what we've started doing, we've started collecting this data and graphing this data. And that's part of what doing this water science every day is about, is so we can draw this picture and, but we got to make sure this is reliable information too, or true information on the other part of it. But we do have on the other side of that, because of our size, I think, and what it is, we have collaboration with people that develop products. Like one of the rooms that we did not show today was a room we have that's growing and is for our individual buckets, because those buckets are something that the nut market hasn't ever seen, and how they work are. And so that's kind of the deal with the bucket company until they let us show them out, you know what I mean, which is coming. And but until they're ready, we have to follow their things. So the development of products, especially when you get into these larger scale things, is important, because this product is what allows us to bring this down from this 4,200 gallons of water down into this 1,400 gallon water range. And those changes are the developing technology. We had the same technology developments with the LED lights, didn't trust them. They really didn't work at it very well, but look at them now. They're like the power light on the market. So you got to have people that you can match up with. And these people that are doing this, they're wanting to find out about their products as well. And then we have the same thing going with an IPM management company, is they want to find out about their products, and they want somebody that'll test the products at the end, not just grow them and say, oh, okay, they worked okay. They want those test results as much as I do. And so yeah, there is collaboration going on, and I foresee, just for the health of the industry, whatever facet you are in it, it's got to be an oncoming thing if you're going to promote this. And as the success of this rages, the more people will come on to this, just because it costs less to operate this way. It costs more to set up, but it costs a whole lot less to operate, That makes sense?
Yeah, one thing, when I first stumbled upon the Ponics, YouTube channel and all that, it blew my mind, because he was just, this is exactly what I do. This is how it works. Here's a picture. Here's another picture. Here's a system that's already set up. And just the fact that you were, openly sharing all this information was such a rare find for anybody talking about cannabis. It was very, very bizarre for the first time I kind of stumbled upon it, but it is definitely the Aquaponics Association is a great resource. There's not a lot of cannabis growers there, but they do provide a lot of really good, just general aquaponics information, which is really great. And a lot of the cannabis stuff is held pretty close to the chest. I know what we do collaborate. We launched a new brand, and I don't know a lot about it, but it's Current, and it's called Current, and we work with micro growers to help bring their products to market, and that's one thing we do it's collaborative. And in terms of fish health and stuff like that, we talk back and forth with other aquaponic producers a little bit of asking for tips and tricks, and what works for you. Have your koi ever done this, that kind of thing. And what kind of biosecurity do you have going into your fish room? Just kind of general knowledge kind of stuff that's really really nice to share around. But at the cannabis, a lot of producers keep that very close to the chest, for sure.
Yeah, look, just want to echo that sentiment there, Danielle. Huge shout out to Steve of Potent Ponics for sharing all this knowledge. And on top of that, just again, a huge shout out, Steve, for putting on this conference. It's been a pleasure to join you all today. Likewise, thank you to all of the guests on the panel today. Danielle, Lloyd, Bain, a huge thank you for joining me and for sharing all your knowledge. I guess before we wrap it up, I'll give one of my trademark quotes. Does anyone have any final comments or shout outs they want to make?
No, I got to echo you to Steve. We've talked to Steve several times. We're signed up for his classes, read and watched his modules and that, and enjoy them thoroughly. I do enjoy them. And like I said, the willingness to share. I think it's a big deal. Like these things that some of the things that we shared today are things that we felt that why don't people talk about how to set up your power so it doesn't cost you a fortune to operate it, how to oxygenate your water without heating it up and not having to, different ways to do things. There's different approaches, and when we do get this full chemical analysis and these ratios done, we intend to present that and make that available. And we think that'll help a lot, because then people won't be wasting as much money on chemicals. They can run at lower ECs. If the ratios are right, you don't have to flood it with all these other unknowns. And we just feel that that's real important. So, yeah.
And thanks for showing off the website there, Steve.
Yeah, awesome. I think that pretty well brings us to the end of it. So again, thank you so much, everyone, for joining me, and for all the fans out there listening in. Thanks for listening to us talk for the last hour or so. Steve, we might throw it over to you.
Thanks a lot so much for the awesome moderation. Do you want to tell everybody how to find your content before we?
Thanks for that, Steve. Look, just Google the podcast. We're on most, if not all, of the podcasting platforms. And if you want to do a deep dive on some genetics or growing, please feel free to listen to some of them. Hopefully, we've got one with some of your more favorite breeders in there.
Absolutely, is some of the best breeder content. And then check out Bain over at Vertica Farms, OK on Instagram. And you can check out their dispensaries in Oklahoma if you want to try some of their product. And you can check out Aquilitas at Aquilitas Inc. on Instagram. And they have a link to their website on there as well. And then Thumb Genetics, you can check them out, Thumb Genetics on Instagram. And thank you, everybody, for taking the time to come on and be part of the awesome panel. I really appreciate it. That was wonderful.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Cheers. Next up, we have. Thank you. Next up, we have Dr. Wilson Lennard coming to us from Australia. I very much appreciate you taking the time to come on. Before we get started, be sure to go over to AP420 and enter your email for a chance to win the Grow Light nutrient packs and the Grow class that we'll be giving away tomorrow night. Alrighty, thanks everybody for watching, and take it away, Dr. Lennard.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? No worries.
Oh yeah, we can hear you wonderfully.
Now I have to share my screen, so let's get through the turmoil of that.
Oh, don't worry, Zoom isn't too painful.
I think this is the one. Right. How does that look?
Looks great.
Beautiful. All right. Welcome, everybody. My name's Wilson. I am actually a trained ecologist, but went back to university about 20 years ago and studied aquaponics at university. So been doing it for about 20 years. And what I'm going to talk to you about today is a methodology I developed probably about 12, 13 years ago now, where you can actually manipulate nutrient solutions to meet the requirements of the plants that you have. So I think when I just dropped in there at the end, I heard someone, I think it was Lloyd, talking about being able to do nutrient analysis on your aquaponic water and then using that as a tool so that you're not over dosing with external nutrients to the system, and you can get the most efficient approach out of things. So that's really interesting because that's actually what I do. And I'll take you through the method that I use, because I use what's called a precision nutrient mass balance method. It helps you size systems and it also helps you operate them and manage them. So let's get into it. So like I said, I've got a degree in ecology. I went away and worked for 10 years as an aquatic ecologist. And then I went back to uni and did a PhD. And because I'd studied ecology, I saw what was happening in the wild with nutrient outflows from both aquaculture facilities on the land as well as hydroponic facilities. So I decided to study aquaponics. I thought I'd invented it until I started doing some reading, which I hadn't. But my PhD was specifically around studying the nutrient dynamics of aquaponic systems and trying to use that information along with a whole series of experiments that I did to try and make the process more efficient. What I saw at the time, 21, 22 years ago, was that there wasn't really a lot of optimization of aquaponic systems at the time, and people were spending a lot of money on a fish component and producing a lot of waste product. So I thought if I can find the correct balance and cut down the fish component as much as possible, it removes a lot of the capital expenditure of the fish component. It removes a lot of the ongoing operational cost of the fish component, and you still get the same plant outcome from it. And to me, that made economic sense because even in a normal commercial aquaponic system, 80+% of your income actually comes from plants rather than it does from fish. So I developed this precision aquaponic sizing and management model after I'd run my own aquaponic farm for about 4 years. And during that time is where I tested it. So in my PhD, I did the initial work, then I developed the model, and then I tested it on a commercial scale in my own system, and then I tested it in New Zealand at a commercial NFT hydroponic farm. And I still do some research today. And what I actually look at now is getting rid of the fish completely, and I look at alternate sources of hydroponic nutrients that are organic in nature, so not mineral nutrients. So aquaponics is pretty persistent, right? It's been around for a large number of years. Jim Ricciosi started his work in the late 70s, early 80s, so it's been around 40 years. But commercial success, it still seems to be elusive to me. You don't see a lot of it. There are a couple of large farms where people have done it correctly, and they're going well. Outside of that, it's mostly small owner-operated family businesses. And now it's started to enter the realm of cannabis production, which makes a lot of sense because you're probably entering a financial and business realm that can support aquaponic technology better in terms of making the profit out of it. So the lack of success in the mainstream aquaponic realm is usually due to the fact that most of the people that get into it have no business skills whatsoever and don't understand business. They've been wage earners all their life, They don't know how to run a business. But there's also technical issues as well. And efficiency is one of those. So you spend a whole lot of money on fish and growing them, and you put a whole lot of time and effort into the fish, and they really return you hardly any profit. And then you're trying to get your plants to grow off the fish, it's not working. They're all technical requirements. So even in the start in 1998, my approach was to develop a technical outcome that was based on the business or financial requirement, which is make as much profit as possible and have as smaller inputs financially as you can. And that leads to technical optimization. So in a financially viable context, technical optimization will allow you the best chance of actually making money and having financial success. So whilst I'm a scientist and everything that I do was pushed by the scientists, and I only do science, I do a little bit of economic modeling, but I don't really have a clue. It was actually driven by the requirement to make money out of this, not just for it to work technically, but have no commercial success. So I developed a model, and the first thing that comes up is what is an actual model? So a model in a scientific sense is a specific way or method to design and operate something. In an agricultural sense, in a controlled agriculture sense, it's a specific way or method to design and operate a closed environment, closed culture aquatic system. It's not the hardware. The hardware comes into it to a small extent. Yes, you need particular things, but it's how that hardware goes together, and more importantly, it's how you balance the fish component with the plant component and how you actually manage the system in a hands-on way to get the best out of it. And that's what a model allows. A model allows you to put in inputs and get outputs that say, I need to build this size, I need to operate it in this manner, and if I do that, I'll have an optimized outcome. So in real terms, the model is actually the software. It's not the hardware, it's not the screen, it's not the keyboard, it's not the processor, it's the actual software. Hopefully more reliable than Windows and Microsoft, but let's not go into that. So it's things like the methods, the ratios that you use, the management, the feeding rate ratios, following your nutrients, seeing what's happening with those. So the best example of a model is the UVI aquaponic system, and it's defined by its feeding rate ratio. And that is the biggest part of the model. Yes, it uses specific hardware. And there is a particular way that the hardware goes together. You have fish tanks, you have particular types of filters, blah, blah, blah. But the real importance of it, and the thing that makes it a good model, is the actual feeding rate ratio and how that lets you to determine the size of the fish component compared to the plant component and the management technique, which in terms of UVI is test your pH, watch it fall every day, add potassium and calcium based buffer to bring it back up, and use a feeding rate ratio that oversupplies most of the nutrients that the plants need. So the entire thing is a model. And that's where I stepped into play, because I was like, it's wasting nutrients. That the UVI system it oversupplies nutrients to the plants, because it does that because it knows that if you try to balance the most abundant nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus, the other ones will be missing. So it oversupplies some nutrients, so it makes sure that the others are there. But that's not efficient. You're getting oversupply of some nutrients and undersupply of others. So I decided to have a look at this and do something about it. So we all know the UVI system, I think. It's a floating raft technique, which can be used with cannabis. For me, it's not my preferred methodology because you have to put trellising up and you're using large volumes of water, so you can't be as exacting about things, but I won't go too much into that. You can ask questions about that at the end if you want. So what is aquaponics really about? There's a lot of hubbub and hoo-ha on the internet, and I'm forever getting emails from people saying this is what the internet says, and I'm having to reply and say that's a load of rubbish. Why are you reading the internet? We all know it's full of rubbish. But aquaponics is about some basic stuff. Fish eat and produce waste, just like you and I. And plants have evolved on this planet to take advantage of the wastes that animals produce, whether they're herbivores, lions, cats, dogs, birds, or fish. Doesn't matter. Plants have evolved to use those waste outputs to grow. So what this means is aquaponics is about aquatic nutrient cycling and nothing else. It's about the amount of nutrient that you add to the closed system and the amount of nutrient that gets used by the plants. This is exactly the same as a hydroponic system. That's the only difference is in an aquaponic system, we try to get the fish to do as much of the work as possible in terms of adding the nutrient to the system. But realistically, if you go back one step, you're just adding fish feed anyway. And to be honest with you, you can just add fish feed to a bioreactor, process it, and you can feed that to plants as well, and you get the same outcome. All the fish really is a bioreactor that's in line in this system. There's many other important things in aquaponics to get it right, like the hardware, the environment, the climate, getting the right greenhouse, the chemistry, my big one, the microbiology. You've got to have sun to grow plants, species that you're growing, microbiology, a whole lot of different things. But the crux of aquaponics is nutrient dynamics and nutrient sharing. How much nutrient goes in each day, how much gets used. So any aquaponic system method that does not concentrate on nutrients will never lead to a predictable, repeatable, or efficient outcome. And this is a bit of a bugbear of mine because you still read things on the internet about, oh, you know, you need this much surface area to that much volume, and it's all rubbish, complete rubbish. It's about nutrients in versus nutrient uptake by plants. That's it. Yes, other things follow on from that in terms of surface areas and volumes, because there are some basic requirements, but that's not what the crux of working out the balance is based on. This is aquaponics in a graphical form. To the left there is the fish feed. You feed it to the fish produces waste. Those wastes get converted either systematically within the water, which is just a natural process, or by the microbiota present into elements. Nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur, potassium, calcium, magnesium, and all the others. And then it either goes to 3 different places. Well, it's actually 4, but it's either uptaken by the microbes, and they don't use a lot of it. They do a lot of the converting work, but they don't actually use a lot of it. It can just stay in the water. Some of it always just stays in the water. The thing that's not presented there is some of it can off-gas into the atmosphere, but the vast majority of it goes into the plant tissues, and that's where we want it to go. So that's how you design a system based on that nutrient flow dynamic. So I started my studies in the year 2000 at a university in Melbourne, and I did a series of short-term experiments in replicated aquaponic systems. I had 12 individual systems that were all exactly the same so that I could do replication, get the statistics right. That's what science is all about. And the experiments were designed to isolate specific parameters within the aquaponic process and then optimize them. So I looked at the hydroponic component and how it worked, you know, media culture versus deep flow culture versus NFT. I looked at pH, different pHs, nutrient concentrations at the start. You know, what happens when you have no nutrient in the water at the start? What happens when you've got 50 milligrams per litre of nitrate in the system at the start? And a spectrum between those two. The flow rates of water past the plant roots, buffer species that you use, and a whole lot of other stuff. And optimize them all individually. And then at the end, I put them all together, did an idealized system again and tested again, and the percentage difference between the start, which is where I probably used all the worst approaches you could possibly use, mostly taken from information from the internet at the time. The increase in efficiency was vast. as one example, you know, my plant growth bed was using 4 or 5 litres of water a day in transpiration through the plants at the start. By the end, it was using about half a litre. And plant transpiration is an indicator of health of the plant. The less the plant transpires, the less stress it's under. The more it transpires means that it's under stress, it's trying to get rid of toxins, it's trying to uptake more nutrient, it's trying to air condition the atmosphere around it, a whole lot of different things, but it's a sign of stress. So if you can lower transpiration rates, you're increasing the efficiency of the system. So then I applied that model to a small commercial farm that I built with a business partner in Melbourne here, and we ran the farm for 4 years. And during that time, I introduced a few other ideas that I'd had outside of the model that I'd developed. The biggest one being solids mineralization. So this was around 2007. I started aerobically mineralizing solids and releasing the nutrients and putting them back into the system. And then that, as an entity in terms of nutrient dynamics, that was plugged into my overall model because those nutrients contribute. And I looked at a few other things. Electrical conductivity as a nutrient management tool. There's still people around today in aquaponics saying you can't use EC in aquaponics as a management tool because it doesn't give you an idea of all of the nutrients in the system, and it doesn't. But it gives you an idea of the average strength of the available nutrients in the system, and that's important. So you can use it as long as you understand it. And the other thing that I came up with was customized buffer formulation. So going way beyond just the potassium and the calcium-based buffer, but actually looking at how can I write a mathematical model that allows me to predict what the plants need based on the specific requirement of a species of plant, and then adding that to the system via the buffer. And then I did field trials in New Zealand and basically showed comprehensively that if you do aquaponics right, you can actually grow plants faster and larger than you can in hydroponics, standard hydroponics. So these are some of the things I did. On the left is my PhD setup, small replicated systems. And then on the right are the fish tanks and some of the plants growing in the New Zealand facility where I did some larger scale trials. Let's talk about hydroponics as a standard for a minute, because everyone in aquaponics seems to say it's a hydroponic method. So especially one group of scientists in Europe are very much on this ball of hydroponic is the standard. We must aspire to that when we're doing aquaponics. So hydroponics is still the aspirational standard for aquaponics in most places. Sorry about that, mate. Am I still there? Because my internet cuts off when the phone rings. All good?
Yep,
all good. Okay, so it's argued by these people that you've got to have a low pH in aquaponics, just like you do in hydroponics. And it's argued that you've got to have high electrical conductivity or nutrient strengths, just like you do in hydroponics. But these arguments ignore, and so these people, they spend a lot of money and do a lot of scientific work trying to meet those standards. And the big one for me is that these people talk at conferences or online like this, and what comes out of their mouth is always, there's this huge compromise in aquaponics between what the pH of the fish and what the pH of the plants is. The plants require a pH of 5 and the fish require a pH of 7.5. So there's a huge compromise. It's never going to work properly. And so we decouple the systems and blah, blah, blah. I'm sure you've all heard it. But those arguments ignore one key difference. Hydroponics is a sterile system. There's no microbiology in it. It's purposely sterilized to keep the microbiology out. So everything that's occurring in a hydroponic system is based on mineral chemistry, as opposed to an aquaponic system, which is full of a myriad of mixture of microorganisms, from bacteria all the way through to fungi. And those bacteria and fungi are the same bacteria and fungi that you find in soil, and they've all evolved to work together with plants so that they can get nutrients into the plant. So if they're there in an aquaponic system, it means it's not just based on mineral chemistry anymore. It's actually based on biochemistry, which is completely different. These bugs help the plant. They turn the nutrients into something the plant can uptake easily that looks different to a mineral nutrient. It might be a potassium ion for potassium in a hydroponic tomato culture facility, but it might be some other form of potassium in an aquaponic system, and the plant still gets access to it. So it's very different. The overarching thing for me is that myself and plenty of other scientists have actually proven that aquaponics can grow plants just as well as hydroponics. And that's mostly being done in aquaponic systems where there was little pH control and they were closed loop systems. So it was the same pH of around 7. The ECs were low. You know, everyone runs aquaponic systems at very low standard average nutrient levels. Still, you get the same plant growth. So you can make an argument, oh, well, it's not as good as hydroponics and we need to aspire to that. But the actual facts say, fairly categorically, it grows things just as well. So why are you bothering with these arguments about pH and EC? I don't get it myself, but anyway. We've all seen this. Anyone with a background in hydroponics has seen the nutrient availability list based on pH. What a lot of people don't know is this is not from hydroponics. This is from soil science. This was worked out in the 1930s. So it's the same thing, but those people that worked this out, how did they work it out? Well, they did soil-based scientific analysis. And what you do in science is you try to cut out a whole lot of variables. So they just sterilized the soil, got rid of all the microorganisms, worked out this chart. It's the same in soil. You can have a higher pH and it's not going to affect the plant. They still get access to the nutrient because you've got all the bugs in there. Just think about it. So I've made an argument to say that in, aquaponics, the aspirational standard of a low pH and high nutrient levels is not important to aquaponics. But the one thing I will say is that nutrient proportion is important. If you've got so much nitrogen, you should have so much potassium. You should have so much calcium. You should have so much phosphorus. And these proportions are what hydroponic methodologies can actually feed into aquaponics as important information. Let's take nitrogen to phosphorus as an example, just so you understand what I'm saying. If you want to grow a lettuce, you want to have about 4 to 5 times as much nitrogen present as nitrate as you do phosphorus as phosphate. That's a given, right? It's a good proportion. It's somewhere in there. It's different for different species, I know, but let's say 4 to 5 times the amount of nitrate as there is phosphate in the water. So if you've got 20 milligrams per litre of phosphate, you want between 80 and 100 nitrate. That's the good proportion that makes the plant grow well. And the reason for that is that if you pull plants apart and you pull their cells apart and see what the proportions of nitrogen and phosphorus are in the cell, it's about the same ratio. So that's why they like taking them up in those ratios. So we can use this information to feed into aquaponics, because the better you get, the closer the ratios are to what actually happens in nature and what the plant uses to build itself, the more efficient the process is going to be. Because if there's too much of one nutrient for a plant compared to others, or there's not enough, the plant has to do more work. And that means it puts more energy into working rather than it does growing. Also, as most people know with a background in hydroponics as well, nutrients are antagonistic to each other in a chemical sense. So they can compete with each other. So for example, if you have high phosphorus or as phosphate in an aquatic system, it can lower the availability of zinc and iron uptake in plants just because there's too much phosphate. If there's too much potassium, that can lower the ability of the plant to uptake and use potassium, nitrogen, calcium, magnesium, iron, and zinc. That's a lot just from having the wrong proportion of potassium in the system. Therefore, proportion is very important. And so that's what my model is also based on, getting the proportions of nutrients right compared to each other, the relativity. It's not strength. It's just the proportion of one to the other. Here's a list of antagonisms. Other people will have seen this before, you know. There's a lot of antagonism there in plants in terms of what they can uptake if something else is too high. So I developed this process. I called it Cymbioponics. I know it's a rubbish name. Don't worry about that. You know, I don't know anything about marketing. I've admitted that. Excuse me for a minute. I need a drink. So I developed this method to meet the plant nutrient requirement in the most efficient way possible. The fact of the matter is, in an aquaponic system, the most abundant element besides carbon is nitrogen. Fish eat a lot of protein-based feed. Protein's full of nitrogen. They don't use nitrogen in themselves to build their cells that much compared to how much of it they eat. So they release a lot of it as waste. And they actually release it via a different pathway than they do most of the other things that they eat. So most fish release most of their wastes as solid waste or poop. And most of the nutrients, besides nitrogen, are tied up in the poop. But they release so much nitrogen that they had to find in the past another pathway to get rid of it. So they actually expire it across their gills as a gas, and it directly dissolves into the water. That occurs because there is so much nitrogen in what fish eat. So nitrogen is by far the most abundant. So that's where I started. Balance the amount of nitrogen that the fish releases as a waste on a daily basis with the amount of nitrogen a plant needs to uptake. Now, people would say they've heard this before. Oh, we've heard about nitrate balancing in aquaponic systems. You know, you just test your nitrate, and as long as it's stable, then blah, blah, blah. It's not nitrate. There's a whole lot of other nitrogen species in an aquaponic system besides nitrate. And the model I've developed actually takes all of those forms of nitrogen into consideration. And this is the major reason why my model works more efficiently than just nitrate balancing models, because there's actually a lot more nitrogen available, and I take that into account. Models calculate the deficient nutrients and builds a customized buffer. So what does that mean? The model looks at the amount of waste nutrients the fish releases, all of it. That includes, take the solid waste, put it in a mineralization tank, release the nutrients from that waste and put it back into the water. It includes everything that the fish produces. Then it looks at what the plant uses on a daily basis. And it's different for every species, right? A tomato, for example, uses a far different ratio of nitrogen to potassium as it does, as a lettuce plant does. So it takes that into consideration. So you put some inputs into it based on what plant that you're going to grow and what fish feed you're using and how efficiently the fish convert that fish feed and what waste profile they release. And then you use that to balance with what the plants take up every day. And then, as most people know, there'll be some deficiencies. There'll be some nutrients that need to be added because there's not enough of them in the fish feed. And then the way that I get those nutrients in there, the pathway of addition is just via the buffering process. Every day, you need to buffer the system to control the pH where you want it. And you use specific inputs of specific salts to bring it back up. But it's tiny. So the UBI system was fairly efficient, right? It adds about 80% of the nutrition for the plants from the fish. And then the other 20% is added as buffer salts when you buffer the system. I'm working at about 95%. So 95% of the nutrition for the plant comes from the fish waste, which comes from the fish food that was added at the start. And about 5% or less comes from the actual other elements that I add just to make up those tiny differences. And the model works all of this out. And then I've tested it all. So let's have a look at it in more detail. And it's broken up into a number of submodels. The first submodel is component sizing model. So this lets you size the two major components of the system, the fish component and the plant component. You've got to know the daily feed rate. That allows you to size the aquaculture component, and then you know the number of plants supported, and that allows you to size the hydroponic component. And this all comes from the information you input, which I'll show you in a minute so you understand. But it's a mathematical model. It goes into an algorithm and it spits out an answer for you. The additional information, there's a lot of it. You've got to know a lot of different things. This is not simple. This is nutrient dynamics. You've got to cover off on a lot of stuff so you know what's happening. Things that my model don't even take into consideration, which they probably should, is the amount of sunlight that gets to the leaf every day, the air temperature, what the humidity is. None of that's taken into consideration. It's just looked at as an idealized system based on the aquatics. And then you've got to put that into an idealized system to grow things well. That doesn't mean that you need your Dutch glasshouse to do this. You can do it in anywhere, but it just means if you do it in a Dutch glasshouse, you'll get optimized efficiency. If you do it outside, then the efficiency drops off, but that doesn't mean that the way the model work changes. So this is what it looks like. You've got some basic inputs. You need the plant species that you're going to grow. In this example, we've chosen lettuce. And most lettuce use similar sorts of nutrient profiles, but I do specifically notice a difference between small head fancy lettuce and then your larger varieties like romaine, iceberg, those sorts of things. So the model takes that into account. There's 2 lettuce types in it. The fish feed brand, the brand doesn't really matter, but what is the fish feed? So let's just say it's a generic tilapia feed. We're growing tilapia in our system. The feed protein level is highly important because that's where all the nitrogen comes from. So you must know that. And you just input it as a percentage because that's how feed manufacturers quote the amount of protein in the fish feed. They also quote the amount of phosphorus nowadays. They have to by law because of environmental impact. So you put the phosphorus level in. And then most importantly, you've got to know at what feed conversion efficiency the fish will use that feed. The more efficient a fish is at eating feed and converting it, the less waste comes out, and that means less plants you can grow. Now, tilapia, they're vegetarian omnivores, so they don't eat a high protein content. They're not very efficient. For every 1.3 kilograms of feed that you feed to a tilapia, you only get 1 kilogram of growth out of it. The fish I use, Murray cod, barramundi, it's 1 to 1. You add a kilogram of feed, you get a kilogram of wet weight put on in the fish. My fish, therefore, are more efficient. So they actually release less waste by mass. But tilapia eats 32% protein feed. My fish eat 45. So there's far more nitrogen in there already. So you've got to know how these things are relative to each other so that you can actually work out what the actual nitrogen output of the system is. Then the model gives you a sizing output, which is on the right. So you input how many kilograms a day of this particular fish feed, feeding it to this fish species, growing this type of plant with an expected feed conversion ratio out of the fish of 1.3. You add 2.6 kilograms, the model spits out all of those different plant types and how many individual plants you can grow. And I chose those plant types because they're common plants in hydroponic culture. And if you want to compete on a financial level with aquaponics, you've got to compete in a marketplace where you can actually compete. It's no use growing bananas in aquaponics because someone's growing them in the soil for 10 cents a banana somewhere, and you're not going to do that in aquaponics. But all of these species that I list are grown hydroponically very regularly. They draw a higher price in the market so you can actually compete. So the model spits out, if you want to grow a large head lettuce like a romaine, 5,000. Or 5,750 if you want to grow fancy herbs, They're smaller, they don't use as much nutrient, 8,000. Tomato, large plant, produces a lot of biomass by fruit, needs a lot of nutrient to grow. 500 and odd cucumbers, bell peppers, eggplant, strawberry, etc. I can actually enter any plant I like into the model. It's just that these are examples that I've got there. The second part of it is the buffer formulation. So we've worked out what size fish component we need to grow the particular number of plants that we grow. And that's the way I do it, because most people come to me and they say, I'm going to build a half-acre greenhouse. I can fit 60,000 heads of lettuce in there or whatever it is. I need to know how many fish can support that. They don't usually do it the other way, but it can work the other way. So you can do it both ways in the model. The second outcome is to grow those lettuce optimally so they grow the fastest they possibly can, and the outcome is nice and uniform, like in a normal commercial situation where you're getting the same biomass per head pretty much for every one that you grow. You need to know that you're meeting the plant's requirement. And this is what the second part does. It pulls apart what nutrients the plant needs. It compares those nutrients to what's coming out of the fish feed as a waste product. And then it says you need these nutrients, these particular nutrients as a little bit extra so that you can make the profile correct so the plant is growing optimally in the optimal nutrient profile that it needs. And like I said, the way I add those nutrients is just simple. You've got a buffer every day because all good, properly designed aquaponic systems should have a daily pH fall in them. That's what tells you it's operating correctly. So you've got to add a buffer to keep that pH back up where you want it, and you just channel in the other nutrients with that buffer. So this makes the buffer formula the thing that tweaks it all to get it to the point where you need it to be perfect. The buffer formulas, they're the common salts that are around and available to you on the agricultural market. So I can change what the inputs are for the buffer formulas, because someone in Australia might be able to get access to potassium hydroxide and someone somewhere else might not be able to get it. And so you can put in something else. Or you might be growing a plant like a tomato where it uses a lot of potassium where it's flowering and fruiting. And so you actually need a strong potassium base in that situation, like potassium hydroxide. But if you're growing lettuce, they don't use anywhere near as much potassium. So you can use a weaker base based on potassium, like potassium carbonate or bicarbonate. So the model takes all of this into consideration. I just input what's available and it spits out the right proportions. So this is an example of a buffer formulation output. Calcium hydroxide, you need that much. Potassium carbonate, you need that much. Magnesium sulfate, you need that much. Magnesium chloride, potassium phosphate. And it just spits them out as weights because that's how you measure these things out. And it's just proportionality, right? So if you say to me, you look at that and it's only going to make up about 500, 600 grams, and I'm going to go through that in a day, Wilson, then I just say, well, we multiply it by 100 and mix it up. You still got the same proportionality in the nutrients. That's what's important. The model takes all of that into consideration and spits out the answer. So just some additional notes. The model does contain a self-check for me. So it goes through and it calculates all the desired proportions of one nutrient to the other, and then it goes through itself and checks itself. And if a proportion is incorrect at the end, I know something's gone wrong. So it's got a check in it. You can change the buffer salts, like I said, so you can do it based on what's easily and cheaply available to you in your local area. It allows you to use different nutrient proportions and establish those for different plant stages. Now, this is where it becomes important for something like cannabis, because cannabis is like tomato. It has a vegetative growth stage where you want to put leaf biomass into the plant so that it can produce the energy later on to produce the flower head. That requires a lot of nitrogen, but not a lot of potassium. However, when you want to switch that plant over to then growing and producing flower heads, you want to elevate the potassium level. My system lets you do that in an aquaponic system. You just change over. Yes, there's a little bit of a lag period, and there's different ways to get around that. But if you use something that is not a deep flow technique with low water volumes, then you can switch a plant across from vegetative growth to flowering growth in less than a week. It allows any system to be changed to different fish and plant choices. So if you're growing tilapia and all of a sudden you're saying to yourself, I'm making no money and I actually can't get rid of them, and all that I'm doing is taking them outside and burying them in the paddock, which for me is where they probably belong. I'm going to grow barramundi. It's a higher protein eating fish. You've got to go through all of those calculations again. No, Wilson will just chuck it through the model, and he'll say, instead of having to feed 2.6 kilograms per day to your tilapia, you only need 2 kilograms per day now to feed your barramundi. So you can change things. You can make changes. If you grow lettuce and you're like, I can grow herbs and make a lot more money, you can just change it over. And the model just lets me put in the new inputs and it adapts the existing system. It can be used in fully recirculating or traditional aquaponic systems, or what a lot of people call proper aquaponic systems, but we won't go into that. Or you can use it in decoupled designs. It doesn't matter. It works a lot better than the current decoupled models. As an example, I still think the best decoupled aquaponic system models around now are still adding somewhere around 30 to 40% of external nutrition for the plant. That means external nutrients going in, 30 to 40%. My system is 5% or less. And it provides a simple method to manage a complex aquaponic system. It's easy. You measure the pH every day. Everything else is done for you. You just add your specific buffer salt and you control the pH, and you know that the plants are getting the right proportions of nutrients. Now, you can also set the nutrient strength. Feed the fish more for a few days and the nutrient strength will go up. Feed them less, it'll go down. So you can do that as well. The pH, it's your choice. I run my systems at around 6.8 usually. There's no perceived compromise. You can run it wherever you think is best, but I like it at 6.8 because it's good for the fish still. It's below that 7 mark, which means you are avoiding some chemistry of some potentially harmful ammonia. And fish like it, plants, no worries with it. It can be easily automated as well, adding buffer. EC, it's your choice again. Most people who run aquaponics run it at a lower EC, far lower than hydroponics, usually somewhere around 1/4 to 1/3. Again, you can manage it yourself and decide where you want it. Low ECs equal happier fish, and if you're adding nutrient every day and it's in the right proportions and you're meeting the plant requirement in terms of the amount or mass of nutrient, then you can run systems of very low ECs and everything's hunky-dory. It's tailored to the plant, but we also need to help the fish. So you can adjust your EC up and down to wherever you want it. For something like lettuce, you know, normal commercial hydroponic production's around 2,000 or 2,500 in winter. I run mine at 500, 600. No worries at all. The advantages, fully recirculating or decoupled technology can be used. It can be applied to that. It's ultra low nutrient supplementation. This says 10%, I'm down at 5% now. Most decouples operate at 40% or greater, like I said. It's low water use because the plants aren't stressed. And like I said at the start of the speech or talk, plants show stress via transpiration rate. So if they're more stressed, they transpire more water. So my systems use very small amounts of water because the plants are happy. They're getting access to all the nutrient that they want. They've got the microorganisms helping them out. They don't need to transpire a lot of water. No water exchange, as everyone knows in aquaponics, we don't exchange water, but I ran my commercial system as a farm an operating commercial farm, and I didn't actually remove any water from it myself physically for over 3 years. Just topped it up every day. And customization of nutrient profiles, it allows that. So you can customize your nutrient profile to wherever you want it and wherever you think it's best for your particular plant. And as we know, with cannabis culture, lots of people have their own ideas of what the nutrient proportions or mixture should be. You can do that. So the model allows you to precisely size the two main components. It provides a method to maintain the specific nutrient proportions that you require. System management is simple. You feed the fish and adjust the pH daily. And the method can be applied to aquaponic system design, any design, fully recirculating or decoupled. And it provides advanced plant growth and quality. Just resources for you. I've got a book for sale called Commercial Aquaponic Systems, which is a 400+ page book. It goes through how to design a system, not based on my methodology, but just the generic method. But it goes into a whole lot of aquaculture stuff, design, engineering, biology, ecology, chemistry, the works. So you can buy that. And then there's a free guide to my method that I'm outlining to you today. And in that guide, at the end of it, there's actually some tables with some idealized nutrient proportions in them. So if you grow those particular plants and fish, it's actually in that. And that book's for free. You can download it from my website. They're my contact details. If you need to contact me, always like to hear from people. And I'll open up to questions and I'll try and unshare my screen.
Oh, that was great.
How do I unshare it? Oh, stop sharing, big red button. Okay, there we go. How do we get questions?
So we got some questions from chat. Feel free to add your questions if you haven't asked them already. Someone asked, can plants adjust the pH of the environment in their rhizosphere in aquatic environments the same way they can in soil?
Yes. So when a plant takes up a nutrient, and if it takes up a negatively charged ion, it will release something called bicarbonate. And bicarbonate will change the pH in the water. And plants actually do it at the root surface to actually, like the questioner said, manipulate the pH at their root surface so that they can make it idealized for themselves. But they also do it so that they can get rid of charge potential inside their root. So if they're taking up a lot of negative ions, which is what happens in a hydroponic system, then they'll release a lot of bicarbonate because they've got a, bicarbonate is negatively charged as well. They've got to balance that with inside their root. If they take up too much negative, it's going to be too negative in there and it'll overpower the positive. And so they want that to be balanced, the positive to the negative. And so they release it as bicarbonate. And that's the way that they can manipulate the water around them. So yes, they do it. They do the same as they do in soil.
What fish species do you recommend for commercial operations?
Well, it depends on where you're located. I'm going to assume most people listening are in the USA. Tilapia is the available fish and it's the easy fish to grow. You can pull it out of the tank and drop it on the ground and hit it with a shovel and then put it back in and it swims off. So it's pretty tough, but it brings no money in the marketplace. I understand now that barramundi is available in the US. It's a far better fish species and it's selling for 5 or 6 times the price on the wholesale market. So that's what I would be using. But it all depends on the size of your operation and what your financial thrust is. So a lot of people that grow, say, cannabis in aquaponics, they're going to make all their money out of the cannabis, right? So the fish are really there as nutrient generators. So you could even use something like koi if you wanted to. So it really depends on your geographical situation, what fish species are available, and what your financial outlook for your business is in terms of how much money you want to make out of the fish or whether you have an expectation to make money out of the fish.
Is there any fish you'd say definitely don't use or that were just highly problematic in your testing?
Yeah, there's only a couple of species. A lot of species in culture, in aquaculture, are salmonid-based species, right? Atlantic salmon, Pacific salmon, rainbow trout, brown trout, steelhead, king salmon, chinooks. In my experience, the only real salmonid that goes well in aquaponics is rainbow trout because it can handle some higher temperatures. Most of the other species like a temperature below 12 degrees or lower, right? Rainbow trout, I've kept rainbow trout up to 20 degrees and they're okay. So I would say you probably need to avoid those species of fish that can't handle the temperature profile that you're requiring out of your system. But if you can grow it in aquaculture, you can grow it in aquaponics.
Someone asked, have there been studies on saltwater aquaponic fish systems or grafting cannabis onto plants able to grow on a saltwater basis? I know that I've definitely seen people present on brackish water, but I don't think anyone's doing anything in saltwater unless you know of something I know.
No, I've never heard of that. I don't get it. Again, an aquaponics enterprise is all about the plants usually, so just choose a freshwater fish. If you want to grow saltwater fish, go do something in the ocean. You know, grafting. Why would you? I guess the approach is it's a salt tolerant rootstock and blah 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 blah. I don't get any of that. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Is there any crops that you would recommend for or definitely against in aquaponics that you in your trials? And you've grown quite a diverse different type of crops over the years.
Yeah, well, like I said, in normal commercial culture, I'd grow all of those ones that can compete directly with hydroponics. Don't try and compete with soil farmers. They do it for far less. And cannabis, grow cannabis. I don't know about you, but it goes for a bomb in Australia, but that's because you can't get it legally. But you know, even the legal cannabis market, it's gone for a great price compared to other crops. It wins by a country mile. So.
Yeah, we just had a breeder from Australia on the panel right before you were on, so definitely know all about that stuff. And the,
look, everyone knows the smartest people are in Australia. There's no doubt about that.
Is there any other maybe myths you'd like to dispel about aquaponics here while we're wrapping up?
Yeah, my major one to wrap up with is that aquaponics is not 90% more efficient in water use than every other farming system. That's not true. What it is it's 90% or more efficient than recirculating aquaculture in terms of water use. But as we all know, water use in plant-based systems is all based on the transpirational rate of the plant. And I've seen plenty of aquaponic systems where lots of water is being wasted to the atmosphere on a daily basis. So yes, it's probably more efficient than soil just because soil can percolate water through it and it can disappear. But outside of that, I wish everyone would just forget that one myth. Let it go. I know everyone uses it as a selling point, but it's not true.
And it originally came from Dr. Rakosi, who actually talked about that when he was on the show about how he was misquoted when they quoted him on that. So
yeah, that's right.
So and any other advice you have for people getting started in Australia with their aquaponic systems on resources?
Yeah, there's not much aquaponics going on in Australia now. We're not as entrepreneurial as other people around the world, so we don't bet on something unless it's a safe bet. So no, there's not a lot of advice I can give to people in Australia or anywhere else. There's lots of resources around. The best advice I can give people is be careful of what you read and what it says, and look for good scientific sources.
Well, I've definitely had the pleasure of reading your commercial aquaponic cannabis book about 1.5 times, flying over oceans, and it's definitely a great book if you guys are looking for a full book that really covers a lot of the major points on commercial aquaponic design and methodology and theory. It really is a great book that he has, and you can get that on his website. What was your website again? I'll throw that up here on the screen.
It's www.aquaponic.com.au.
Right here, I'll make sure everybody can find you. There we go.
Yeah, that's it. The most modern website in the world.
That's all right. It's better than mine. Mine's way out of date.
Yeah. It hasn't changed much in the last 5 years. I know that.
All right.
But I still do commercial designs for people if people want commercial designs. And I'll be honest, I don't get a lot of work nowadays because COVID stopped me from traveling overseas, and it's completely fair enough that clients want people to come to site. And now there's a lot of choices of other people in the US as well. So I don't hear from a lot of people now because it costs them money for me to fly over there and they don't want to pay it. So, which is understandable again. Although cannabis growers should do it because they seem to have access to a good amount of capital. Anyway, that's enough advertising.
Well, no, we definitely like supporting the people that take the time to educate people. That's part of the reason for doing the conference is to help turn people on to other people that are putting education out there like you do, and giving people some free resources that they can utilize as well. So thank you for doing that, and we really very much appreciate it, and very much appreciate you taking the time to join us all the way from Australia.
Thanks for having me. It was great, very enjoyable, and yeah, I appreciate you inviting me. So thanks.
Yeah, much appreciated. Thanks a lot, and definitely looking forward to speaking with you again in the future.
Okay, thanks again.
Thanks. Cheers.
Bye.
All right. Next up, we're going to have Wendy Kornberg. We're just waiting on her to connect, and then we'll be on with our next talk. We did have one issue. It looks like Dylan is having some connection issues. He's still going to try and connect, but it looks like he's going to be unable to join us. He's going to try and get the internet issue fixed tomorrow and join us for the craft growers panel instead. So I do apologize for that. So Matthew is going to move up an hour to 8 o'clock instead of 9. So we will have one fewer talk today than we anticipated, unless for some reason his internet comes back online in time. But he had to drive down the street in order to get enough of a signal to call me to tell me that. So, but hopefully he'll be able to join us tomorrow. All right, it looks like Wendy finally got her stuff sorted. She'll be joining us here shortly. She's actually squeezing us in between the Ganjanier Award Program and a award banquet for Southern Humboldt, which I'm sure she's going to tell us about. So I really do appreciate her squeezing us in her schedule and speaking to us about regenerative farming, especially as a legacy farmer that really is in the heart of the Emerald Triangle. We're super happy to have her with us today. And while we're waiting for her to get her audio sorted, you guys can go to ap420.com. Sign up with your email and be entered to win a grow light, full nutrient kit, and your copy of the Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass that Marty and I teach together for free, and will be chosen from that email list and allow us to contact you about future educational events. Yes, someone asked in chat, is the conference being recorded? Yes, the whole conference is being recorded. You will be able to watch it at the end of the day. And it's full length, and then I will also edit it down for each talk as well, similar to last year. You can find last year's as well if you haven't checked it out already on the Ponics YouTube channel or on the podcast app of your choice. Looks like Wendy's finally with us. Thanks for joining us, Wendy. Looks like she's still having some audio issues. We'll get that sorted. Can you guys hear her and it's just me? Is that the problem? There we go.
Is
Thanks,
that working now?
Yep, now we can hear you.
Beautiful. Okay, we got it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Do you want to tell everybody a little bit about yourself and some of the awesome work that you've been doing in Southern Humboldt?
Yeah, sure thing. So my name is Wendy Kornberg. I run a small cannabis company in Southern Humboldt County in California. It's called Cannabis, like sun-grown cannabis. And we are second generation female-led cultivators. So I work the farm with my mother. And as soon as it's legal for children to be working with me, my daughters will be on the farm as well. And yeah, just basically been there for 15 years on that particular farm. And we have run through the gamut. I'm, like I said, a second generation cultivator. So I have done growing just about every style you can name. I love that I'm on an aquaponics conference because it's probably the only type of cultivation I have not done. I tried my hand at hydroponics for a hot second and decided that I really am just a soil girl. I like to grow things in the dirt. I love to grow in our native soil. I love to amend soil. I also do consultations. So we're now moving rapidly into where regenerative agriculture is a really big deal. And, you know, it's definitely got its own buzz going about it. And so what we've found, the main pinch point is people have like no clue where to start. You know, they don't know how to move from where they're at into something that's more sustainable. So I love being able to get hands-on with people and help them, you know, take those first steps and realize that it's an amazing way to cultivate. It's really easy. We're award-winning. I don't think I've ever entered a contest that I haven't placed in the top ranks of, which is funny because I'm actually on my way to the Grow Off award ceremony as we speak. I sincerely apologize to everybody. I really meant to be at home. So I had this very long day today of being an exam administrator for Gangier. We'll get into that in a few minutes. And my plan was to do that, pop onto this, and then go to bed. But instead, I got the notice that we need to be up in Arcata at 9 o'clock for this award ceremony. So I am talking to you on the road. Again, I do apologize. I am doing the best I can to make all the little pieces fit together when I don't schedule appropriately. But I really was dedicated and wanted to be here to talk to everybody about, you know, specifically in our case, how to grow award-winning cannabis using soil, using natural regenerative agriculture, and